Young awoke promptly from his slumber, rubbing his sleepy eyes and glancing at the digital clock by his bedside, noting that the old witch's private jet was set to take off in half an hour. "Dad, the old witch's plane has taken off," announced Tuan Tuan. "The old witch's jet departed early?" Su Yang inquired. "Yes," Tuan Tuan confirmed. At Seoul Airport, Pelosi ascended the boarding ladder, enveloped by a throng of aides and bodyguards, and entered the cabin. With the roar of the engines, the private jet gradually rolled down the runway, ultimately breaking through the clouds and vanishing into the vast night sky. Tuan Tuan was excited, aware that more tasks lay ahead. The ensuing hours were spent in quiet anticipation. Before long, over 4 hours had elapsed. Morning sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow in the room. "Dad, in 10 minutes, the old witch's private jet will traverse the target airspace," Tuan Tuan announced. Su Yang was in the bathroom when he heard the sound of the toilet flushing. Emerging from the restroom, he took a seat in front of the computer. The computer screen displayed the flight path of the old witch's private jet, a crimson trajectory stretching across the map, steadily encroaching upon the target airspace. "Speaker, 2 of our F-35 fighter jets have joined the escort," an aide reported to the old witch. Upon hearing this news, the old witch's anxious heart felt a slight relief. "Father, we have detected the presence of 2 F-35s accompanying the old witch's private jet," reported Tuan Tuan without delay regarding the escort situation. Su Yang was not surprised. He knew that Old Mi would undoubtedly implement certain protective measures. Beep. A notification popped up on the computer screen, indicating that the time for action had arrived. "Tuan Tuan, it is time to act." Chapter 241. Terrified to the point of urination under the command of Su Yang, the performance commenced. Lines of code cascaded across the computer screen, a torrent of data flowing seamlessly. Simultaneously, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, a private jet glided smoothly through the sky. Where the elderly sorceress and her entourage were indulging in a sumptuous breakfast, the atmosphere light and jovial. However, this tranquility was soon shattered. Suddenly, the piercing sound of alarms blared within the cockpit, and an array of warning messages erupted on the onboard computer screen like a flurry of snowflakes. "What is happening?" The captain's gaze shot up, his complexion paling. "Report to the captain. The aircraft has lost control." The co-pilot shouted in terror. "All systems have failed." "Damn it." The captain cursed, straining to pull the control yoke in an attempt to stabilize the aircraft, yet it remained unyielding, as if rendered powerless. "Alarm! Alarm! The plane is descending." The synthesized voice echoed ominously throughout the cockpit, sending chills down their spines. Simultaneously, the cabin was filled with the shrill sound of alarms, passengers raising their heads in panic. Staring at the warning lights above. What is happening? What is wrong with the aircraft? The passengers buzzed with anxiety, unrest beginning to spread. "Please fasten your seatbelts, dear passengers. The plane is experiencing a minor issue, and we are working diligently to rectify it. Please remain calm," the flight attendant's voice crackled over the intercom, attempting to soothe the passengers, though her trembling tone betrayed her underlying fear. "Are we under attack by the Dragon Nation?" A staff member shouted in fright. "How dare they? This is an act of war." The elderly sorceress's face drained of color, her voice quavering. Yet, at that moment, words were futile. The plane began to shake violently, as though it might disintegrate at any moment. Screams erupted from the passengers, chaos ensued. In the cockpit, the captain and co-pilot exerted every effort to regain control, but their attempts were in vain. The aircraft's altitude plummeted rapidly, descending from 10,000 meters to 3,000. "Oh God, we are doomed," the captain despaired, closing his eyes. Just then, the plane abruptly halted its descent and began to ascend slowly. "What is happening?" The captain opened his eyes wide in disbelief, staring at the altimeter. "It seems we have regained control." The co-pilot's voice trembled, tinged with a hint of hope. However, their elation was short-lived. When the aircraft reached 8,000 meters, it lost control once more and started to plummet. In the cockpit, panic ensued again as the captain and co-pilot desperately yanked on the yoke, striving to lift the plane. But it continued its reckless descent. "What the hell is going on?" The captain bellowed in frustration. "We are finished," the co-pilot cried. Despair etched on his face as he shut his eyes. The altitude of the aircraft dropped again to 3,000 meters, only to rise once more to 8,000. As the aircraft soared through the sky, it jolted unpredictably, akin to a roller coaster, leaving the passengers in the cabin utterly terrified. "Oh God, save us. I do not wish to perish. Holy Mary." The cacophony of cries, screams, and prayers resonated throughout, transforming the cabin into a veritable hell on earth. Simultaneously, the pilots of 2 escorting F-35 fighter jets detected the anomaly concerning the private plane. "Commander, we have identified an irregularity. The target is descending rapidly. What is happening?" The commander at the Okinawa base felt a surge of anxiety upon hearing the pilot's report. "Has the target been engaged by a missile?" "No missiles detected." replied the intelligence officer. Are there any Dragon Country aircraft in the vicinity? The commander inquired further. No Dragon Country aircraft detected. Damn it. What on earth is going on? The commander furrowed his brow, perplexed. Establish immediate contact with the target. Inquire about the situation. He commanded. Sir, we have lost communication with the target, reported the communications officer. What? Communication has been severed? The commander grew even more anxious. Connect me to the Dragon Country hotline. I must speak with them. Sir, our hotline with Dragon Country has been down for 6 months. The commander was left speechless. At the Okinawa Base Command Center, he gazed at the radar screen, watching as the altitude of the speaker's aircraft continued to plummet, unable to contain an expletive. The altimeter had already dipped below 5,000 meters and continued to drop rapidly. What predicament has the aircraft encountered? The commander questioned. No one in the command hall could provide an answer. Inside the cabin, the aides of the Old Witch were in utter disarray. Quick, prepare the parachutes. One aide shouted hoarsely, his voice trembling with evident terror. God bless us. Another aide clasped his hands together, fervently praying for a miracle. A young female secretary, stricken with fear, had turned pale and was weeping. Even the usually resolute Old Witch displayed a look of terror, gripping the armrests of her seat tightly, her body quivering slightly. Had I known it would come to this, I would have acted differently. Chapter 242. The old hag was so frightened she vomited. The cabin was filled with cries of dismay. Daddy! They're so scared they wet their pants. The child, Tuan, chuckled mischievously, reveling in their misfortune. Haha. Su-Yang joined in the laughter. As the computer screen displayed the chaos within the cabin, where panic-stricken individuals were visibly distressed, some having lost control of their bladders. Tuan continued to manipulate the aircraft. Convinced that this old hag would not be scared to death, Su-Yang chuckled again. All right then. Tuan persisted in piloting the plane. The altitude continued to plummet, accompanied by violent turbulence, as if the aircraft might disintegrate at any moment. Inside the cabin, the old hag and her team of aides wore ashen expressions, gripping the armrests of their seats as if they were clinging to their last thread of hope. Altitude 4,000 meters. 3,000 meters. Prepare to open the cabin door. Parachute. The captain shouted hoarsely. Get ready to jump. Though parachuting was fraught with peril, especially with the vast ocean below, it was preferable to passively awaiting their demise. Just as the crew prepared to open the cabin door, the aircraft abruptly ceased its descent and began to ascend once more. Here we go again. This is never ending. At this moment, even a fool would realize that the plane was being controlled by someone else. The captain attempted to contact the control tower, only to discover that the communication system had been severed. The two escorting F-35 fighter jets continuously called the private aircraft, yet received no response. Report, officer. Unable to contact the target, suspecting communication disruption, the F-35 pilot informed the base. At the Okinawa Command Center, the commander's expression darkened upon hearing this report. Are there any other aircraft detected in the vicinity of the target? No other aircraft detected, replied the intelligence officer. Damn it, what on earth is happening? The commander slammed his fist on the table, realizing that the situation had spiraled beyond his control. Continue attempts to contact the target, he instructed, simultaneously reaching for a secure phone to dial the White House. Tuan had severed the private aircraft's communications, rendering them unreachable. He intended to toy with the old hag, pulling the aircraft up to an altitude of 10,000 meters before descending again. Up and down, this cycle continued. As he reveled in the excitement, he was provoking in the old hag. In the Eastern Theater Command of Long Nation, a general with the rank of lieutenant general observed the flight path of the private aircraft on the radar screen, his expression one of confusion. What is happening? He inquired. Report, sir. The target's altitude is erratic, alternating between ascent and descent. This behavior is highly irregular. Have any unidentified flying objects been detected in the vicinity of the target? The lieutenant general asked in a grave tone. No unidentified flying objects have been found. Apart from the two F-35s, no other aircraft are near the target, the aide replied. The lieutenant general pondered for a moment, muttering to himself. Our aircraft are still 200 to 300 kilometers away. It cannot be our forces interfering. Nor could it be the Americans themselves. What could possibly be happening? Could it be a malfunction? One of the staff speculated. A malfunction? What kind of malfunction could cause an aircraft to alternate between ascending and descending? The general retorted, clearly indicating that someone was manipulating the aircraft. Could it be a hacker attack? Another officer pondered aloud. Might it be the hacker clown? The general's eyes sparkled with realization as he replied, it is indeed possible. Aside from him, I cannot conceive of anyone else possessing such capabilities. Reporting in, the communications officer stated, we attempted to contact the target, but received no response. The general remained silent, fixated on the radar screen. The target's flight path had not altered, still heading towards Taoyuan Airport, remarked an officer beside him. Haha. Su-yang continued to chuckle. Observing the computer screen, the old witch's private jet danced like a marionette in the air, rising and falling. Who could possibly refrain from laughing at such a sight? This is exhilarating. The old witch's aircraft persisted on its course towards Taoyuan Airport. The initial plan was to command the jet to return, sending the old witch back to where she came from. However, the group had gathered new intelligence. We intended to utilize the old witch to orchestrate a grand military exercise, surrounding the enemy and showcasing the military prowess of Long Country to the United States. After a moment's contemplation, Su-yang agreed that the old witch could indeed be turned to our advantage. Thus, he promptly altered the plan, instructing the group to continue guiding the private jet towards Taoyuan Airport. On board, the old witch and her entourage experienced each second as an eternity, filled with terror and torment. The plane's altitude fluctuated erratically, swerving unpredictably, as if it were on the brink of crashing. Ugh! At last, the old witch could no longer contain herself, collapsing against her seat and retching violently. Shortly thereafter, a female assistant followed suit. While the others did not vomit, each wore a pallid expression, desperately stifling the urge to be sick. Oh God, save us! I do not wish to die. Holy Mary, Mother! Within the cabin, cries and prayers arose in a chorus, as if the apocalypse were upon them. Chapter 243. The collective stretcher exits the plane at Taoyuan Airport. Early in the morning, a multitude of journalists from around the globe gathered near the tarmac, armed with cameras and ready for action, awaiting the arrival of the old hag's private jet. Among them, the most conspicuous was the live broadcast team from Zhongtian Television, who secured the prime filming spot. Greetings to our viewers. I am here at Taoyuan Airport bringing you live coverage, a young female journalist announced, her voice sweet and melodic. In less than 10 minutes, the speaker's aircraft will arrive at Taoyuan Airport. Let us witness this historic moment together in the live stream. Numerous comments flooded in. The great America is here. Frogs, rejoice. Are the Dragon Kingdom folks trembling? They dare not act. Frogs, come out to celebrate. America is mighty. Dragon Kingdom folks are cowards. The Dragon Kingdom only has empty rhetoric. Our America is the most powerful. What can the rabbits do? Just a few protests at most. Haha. The chat room buzzed with excitement, as the green crowd reveled in the moment, as if celebrating a victory. Indeed, the great America had arrived. Thunderous roars echoed from the distant sky as the old hag's private jet appeared. It's here. It's here. The female reporter from Zhongtian Television exclaimed with fervor, the plane is coming. A netizen with the username Our America is the strongest watched the live stream and eagerly posted on Twitter. The speaker has arrived at Taoyuan Airport. Dragon Kingdom folks, where are your warnings? Where are your military aircraft? Haha, cowardly. Why don't you take action? He accompanied his post with a screenshot of the old hag's jet landing safely. In the Dragon Kingdom, in the magical city of Shanghai, a viewer named Wang Bin, who was also watching the live coverage, felt a wave of frustration and anger upon seeing the old hag's plane land safely. Are we just going to let her plane arrive like this? Has our military done nothing? Wang Bin lamented. Simultaneously, he joined a group chat to express his discontent. Brothers, what do you think? Are we really going to stand by and watch as she arrives? It's infuriating. This old hag is truly overstepping. What are our people doing? Have they done nothing? So frustrating. Damn it. It's infuriating to watch. Why aren't we taking action? Doesn't this make the green crowd laugh at us? How pathetic. The group members shared his outrage and dissatisfaction. However, some members adopted a more rational approach. Everyone, please remain calm. I believe the higher-ups will respond and have countermeasures in place. We must trust our leaders. Indeed, we cannot fall into the traps set by the Americans. They simply wish to provoke us into extreme reactions, which would give them grounds to impose sanctions. We must stay composed and trust that our leaders will handle this matter appropriately. The airplane came to a halt on the runway, and reporters, armed with cameras, prepared for the moment. A minute passed. 5 minutes elapsed. 10 minutes went by. The journalists on the scene began to sense something amiss. After the aircraft had stopped for over 10 minutes, the cabin door remained shut, and no one disembarked. Why the delay? Another 10 minutes passed. Half an hour had gone by, yet there was still no sign of movement from the cabin door. What was happening? My esteemed father watched the live broadcast, puzzled. At that moment, a fleet of ambulances, their lights flashing, rushed onto the tarmac and parked beside the private jet. The presence of so many ambulances was telling. Even a fool could discern that something was wrong. The journalists on site perked up, and my esteemed father sat upright, fixated on the screen. Brothers, something's amiss. So many ambulances have arrived. Wang Bin messaged the group chat. What is going on? Did the old hag have an incident on the plane? Could it be a heart attack? That would be quite the spectacle. Ha ha ha. If the old hag were to die on the plane, it would make for riveting drama. But surely, that can't be the case? Regardless, something significant must have occurred. Otherwise, such a number of ambulances would not be present. The group members engaged in fervent discussion. Wang Bin gazed intently at the live feed, sensing that a dramatic turn of events was imminent. All reporters awaited with bated breath. After what felt like an eternity, the cabin door finally creaked open. However, it was not a passenger emerging. Rather, a cadre of medical personnel hurriedly boarded the aircraft, carrying stretchers. Moments later, the first individual was brought down. It was a flight attendant, her face pale, eyes shut tight, covered by a blanket, rendering her identity unrecognizable. Following her, a second, a third, and a fourth individual were carried down in succession. Among them was a black man on a stretcher who suddenly sat up and began to vomit. At this sight, the reporters erupted in astonishment. What was happening? What had befallen these individuals? What was the unfolding situation? Chapter 244, Global Outrage. Reporters, armed with their cameras, directed their lenses towards the stretcher, eager to capture a clearer image. I was utterly astonished by the scene unfolding before me. What on earth had transpired? I gazed in disbelief at the live broadcast, questioning how such a situation could arise. In the live studio of Zhongtian Television, the barrage of comments erupted. What had occurred? Why was everyone being carried out? Could there have been an incident on the plane? Was it food poisoning? A multitude of speculations and queries flooded the comments section. Online user Wang Bin widened his eyes, desperate to uncover the truth behind the unfolding events. I too was transfixed, my gaze glued to the live footage, hardly daring to blink. The reporters on the scene craned their necks, peering towards the aircraft's entrance. Numerous individuals were carried out, yet the infamous old witch had yet to appear. More people were brought forth until, at last, she emerged, lying on a stretcher, attended by medical personnel. The old witch's eyes were tightly shut, her complexion ashen, lips tinged with purple, an oxygen tube inserted in her nose, and an IV drip attached to her hand. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Oh my God, what has happened? The sound of shutters clicking filled the air, as this was undeniably a significant news story. I was left utterly speechless, never having anticipated such an outcome. Everyone aboard the private jet was being carried out in this manner. What had befallen her? Wang Bin erupted into laughter, especially at the sight of the old witch appearing lifeless. Look at her now, he exclaimed, sharing the news in a group chat. Guys, tune into the live broadcast. The old witch is being carried out on a stretcher, looking utterly defeated. This is poetic justice. She deserved it. Let her be humbled. Curiosity piqued. I pondered whether she had been frightened on the plane. I couldn't help but laugh uncontrollably. The group chat was abuzz with laughter and expressions of schadenfreude. The old witch's dramatic entrance was utterly unexpected and theatrical. Medical personnel cautiously assisted her off the plane, as reporters, invigorated by the unfolding drama, frantically clicked their cameras, their flashes illuminating the scene in an attempt to capture this historic moment. Madam Speaker, what has transpired? Are you all right? Can you say something? They shouted, snapping photos while attempting to engage the old witch in conversation, though she appeared too incapacitated to respond. The ambulance sped away, while reporters relentlessly pursued it, capturing every moment, fearful of missing any thrilling scene. Simultaneously, the image of the old hag being carried off the plane, along with her frail appearance, swiftly circulated around the globe, becoming the headline news for major media outlets. In the CNN studio, an aviation expert was analyzing the situation aboard the old hag's private jet. Judging by the footage, it appeared that the passengers had experienced severe turbulence, resulting in a collective state of discomfort. The expert pointed to the screen and remarked that such turbulence typically occurs only in the presence of intense air currents. Yet the weather forecast indicated no such conditions along the jet's flight path. After a brief pause, he continued, stating that even in the event of severe air currents, it would be highly unusual for all crew members to exhibit such severe symptoms. On Twitter, a user known as Truth Seeker posted a tweet expressing suspicion that the old hag's private jet might have fallen victim to an attack by some special weapon capable of inducing intense nausea and vomiting, thereby incapacitating individuals. This tweet quickly garnered a multitude of shares and comments. It is possible. I have heard that the Dragon Nation has developed some remarkably advanced weapons, such as sonic and electromagnetic weapons, which can harm the human body without leaving any trace. The people of the Dragon Nation are exceedingly cunning. They resorted to such despicable tactics. The old hag has certainly suffered a significant humiliation. She must regret coming to the Frog Nation. As global public opinion speculated about what truly transpired aboard the old hag's private jet, the White House website was once again hacked. This time, the hacker, known as the Joker, released a video directly on the homepage of the White House website. The footage revealed the old hag's private jet erratically ascending and descending, swerving left and right, with crew members and passengers in a state of panic, as if the apocalypse were upon them. The truth was unveiled. It turned out that the old hag's private jet had been commandeered by the hacker, the Joker. Chapter 245, the FBI's global wanted list. The world has erupted in chaos. Incredible. The clown has struck again. A collective reverence ensues. Across the internet in Dragon Country, netizens are in a frenzy. Shock. The hacker clown commandeers the old hag's private jet, orchestrating an aerial nightmare. Headlines swiftly ascend to the top of trending searches. The clown reemerges, breaching the speaker of the house's aircraft. The clown hacks the White House's official website, releasing footage of the old hag's jet being compromised. The hacker clown warns, "Old hag, if you dare to come again, it will not end so simply." Major news outlets are inundated with headlines focused on the clown. At Penguin Network, the news department is captivated. Editors are transfixed, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. Remarkable. This is the true essence of a hacking prodigy. The clown is nothing short of a divine entity. Editors express their awe, having never witnessed a hacker of such caliber, one that even films dare not portray. The name of the clown reverberates globally, becoming an idol in the hearts of countless hackers. In Langley, Virginia, at CIA headquarters, Director Williams' face is ashen as he slams a document onto his desk with a resounding thud. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" Williams bellows. The atmosphere in the office thick with tension, his aides frozen in silence, afraid to breathe. "Is this what you call infallible?" Williams seethes, pointing at the document. "Is this your proud network security defense system?" The document starkly displays screenshots of the White House website hack and the old hag's aircraft being manipulated. "I demand an explanation." Immediately, Williams' voice echoes throughout the office, brimming with fury and indignation. His aides exchange apprehensive glances, none daring to provoke the director at this moment. "Director, we have established a task force and are diligently tracing the identity and location of the clown." One aide cautiously asserts, "We will ensure he is brought to justice." "Brought to justice?" Williams scoffs. "What do you intend to use for that? You don't even know who he is, nor which country he resides in." Taking a deep breath to suppress his rage, he states, "I understand it's a daunting task, but we must locate him. At all costs. Director, we have contacted the FBI and NSA. They will fully support our efforts." Another aide replies, "We will also enlist the world's leading cybersecurity experts to assist us in tracking down the clown." "Very well. I will grant you 1 month to uncover leads on the clown." Williams asserts firmly, "If there is no progress within that time, prepare to pack your bags and leave." Having spoken, Williams waved his hand, signaling his assistants to depart. The assistants, as if granted a pardon, hastily exited the office. Williams sank into his chair, gazing out at the overcast sky, his expression dark and foreboding. He had never before felt such a profound sense of frustration and rage. The name the Joker lingered in his mind like a haunting nightmare, robbing him of peace and rest. Meanwhile, at FBI headquarters, Director Christopher scrutinized the photograph of the Joker displayed on his computer screen, his brow furrowed in concern. In the image, the Joker wore a mask that obscured his true visage, yet his piercing eyes evoked an unsettling chill. Half an hour later, the FBI issued a global wanted notice, offering a bounty of $100 million for the capture of the hacker known as the Joker. In an instant, the Joker became the most sought-after figure worldwide. Haha. Su-Yang chuckled at the news report on his computer screen, unable to contain his amusement. The report stated that the FBI had issued a global wanted notice, offering a bounty of $100 million for his capture. However, Su-Yang felt somewhat dissatisfied. A mere $100 million? His own bounty had risen to $1 billion. The FBI was rather stingy, with a smile tugging at his lips. Su-Yang opened the system panel to check his points balance. 24 billion points. Excellent. This wave had already accrued an additional 30 million points, thanks to the points gifted by the old hag. "Dad, the Americans have united the CIA, FBI, and other cybersecurity departments to form a task force dedicated to capturing you," the report stated. "Oh?" Su-Yang raised an eyebrow, realizing that the Americans were truly incensed by his actions this time. Yet, it mattered little to him. He was indifferent to acquiring more enemies and rivals. Meanwhile, hackers around the globe began to stir, with some hacker organizations publicly expressing their support for the Joker and emulating his actions by launching attacks on various government websites and military facilities in the U.S. In no time, cybersecurity incidents surged across the nation, leaving American cybersecurity agencies overwhelmed and in disarray. Chapter 246, Mission Accomplished, Not Yet Finished. Su-Yang, the ancient sorceress, had prepared intriguing surprises and was poised to take further action. At that moment, Tuan reported a piece of news. The official Weibo had announced a message: exercise area, north latitude 2130 to 2300, east longitude 11700 to 12000, north latitude 2430 to 2600, east longitude 12230 to 12500, north latitude 2500 to 2700, east longitude 1200 to 12300, north latitude 2200 to 2400, east longitude 1800 to 12100. Haha. Upon seeing this message, a gleeful smile spread across Su Yang's face. The grand performance was finally about to commence. As the sun began to rise, at an Air Force base in the eastern region, an atmosphere of tranquility enveloped the surroundings. Suddenly, a sharp alarm pierced the morning calm, reverberating like thunder through every corner of the base. Inside the pilot's dormitory, the slumbering aviators were jolted awake. Swiftly leaping from their beds to don their flight suits at breakneck speed, darting out of the dormitory like arrows released from a bow, racing towards the tarmac. Meanwhile, ground personnel quickly assembled, each fulfilling their roles with a sense of urgency and order, conducting final checks and preparations to ensure each aircraft was in optimal condition. On the tarmac, rows of majestic Eagle fighter jets stood poised for takeoff, their striking paint gleaming with metallic luster in the morning light, akin to falcons ready to soar. The tower commander's voice crackled through the radio, issuing the takeoff command. Eagle Squadron, prepare for departure. Upon receiving the order, the pilots entered the cockpits in succession, expertly executing pre-flight checks. As the engines roared to life, the thunderous sound resonated through the earth, causing it to tremble beneath the immense noise. One by one, the fighter jets surged forth like arrows, gliding down the runway and ascending rapidly into the sky. The plumes of fire trailing behind them etched brilliant white arcs in the air, reminiscent of eagles soaring through the vast expanse. The morning sunlight cascaded down like melted gold, spilling over the gently rippling ocean surface. The shimmering waters reflected the sunlight, appearing as though scattered with countless glimmering shards of gold, nearly blinding to behold. A humble wooden fishing boat swayed gently with the soft waves, leisurely navigating the azure waters. Fishermen were fervently tending to their nets, their clothes soaked with sweat. Their sun-kissed faces radiated joy at the bountiful catch, as they toiled diligently while engaging in cheerful banter, punctuated by bursts of hearty laughter. The sea breeze caressed their skin, carrying the briny scent of the ocean, mingled with a hint of the refreshing aroma of seaweed, invigorating the senses. A few seagulls soared freely above, occasionally emitting crisp calls, and everything appeared so serene and harmonious. Suddenly, a young fisherman, with keen eyes, discerned a dark spot emerging on the distant horizon. As the fishing boat advanced, the spot gradually enlarged, its contours becoming increasingly distinct. "Look, what is that?" the young fisherman exclaimed, his voice tinged with excitement as he pointed toward the distance. The other fishermen paused their tasks, turning their gaze in the direction of his finger. Before them loomed a colossal entity, akin to a steel behemoth, cutting through the waves with impressive grandeur. "Wow, that is a destroyer," the young fisherman exclaimed, recognizing it with exhilaration. Chapter 247, The Whispers of the Wind Indeed. "It is a destroyer." An elderly fisherman squinted, intently scrutinizing the warship in the distance. "Is it our Navy's vessel?" inquired another fisherman. "It is indeed ours." "How magnificent," came the proud reply. "With such a formidable ship safeguarding our maritime borders, we can venture out to sea with peace of mind." As they spoke, the fishermen set aside their nets and pulled out their phones, capturing images of the distant Type 055 destroyer. The sunlight gleamed upon the ship's grayish-white hull, reflecting a dazzling radiance as it glided serenely across the nation's maritime expanse, reminiscent of a guardian deity. Simultaneously, at a beach in southeast Ming City, the sun generously bathed the golden sands, where fine grains sparkled like scattered gold. The azure sea shimmered, gentle waves caressed the shore, producing a soothing symphony. A warm, humid sea breeze caressed the skin, carrying hints of brine intermingled with a subtle fishy aroma, evoking the ocean's unique allure. Children jubilantly constructed sandcastles on the beach, wielding small shovels and buckets with fervor, their innocent laughter filling the air with unadulterated joy. A little girl, clad in a pink swimsuit and clutching a small shovel, diligently crafted her sandcastle, her cherubic face flushed under the sun, beads of sweat forming on her brow. A young couple strolled hand in hand along the soft sands, leaving behind a trail of deep and shallow footprints. They whispered sweet nothings to each other, exchanging smiles, as a tender atmosphere enveloped them. The girl, adorned in a flowing white dress, appeared like a blooming lily, her dress fluttering in the breeze. Some tourists reclined on vibrantly colored beach chairs, donning sunglasses, leisurely basking in the sun. With eyes closed, they reveled in the rare tranquility and comfort. A burly man, sporting dark sunglasses, sipped from a chilled bottle of beer with a contented sigh. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shattered the serene ambience, startling the beachgoers. A young boy, engrossed in building his sandcastle, curiously lifted his head and, with wide eyes, asked, "What was that sound?" A muscular young man, abruptly rising from his beach chair, looked skyward, exclaiming, "What on earth is that?" In the clear blue sky, a rocket soared, trailing a long white plume like a colossal white dragon, whistling past the beach. The rocket's astonishing speed sliced through the air, leaving a sharp screech in its wake, etching a white trail across the heavens. A girl in sunglasses gazed upward, shouting, "A missile! A missile! Is it really a missile? Look! Look!" The crowd on the beach collectively raised their heads, awestruck as they watched the rocket disappear into the horizon. Meanwhile, in an air-conditioned room, where a gentle breeze wafted, an internet user named Wang Bin languidly reclined on his bed, idly scrolling through Douyin, enveloped in ennui. Moments later, Xiao Wang was invigorated, having continuously scrolled through an array of videos showcasing fighter jets and destroyers. He sat up, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Subsequently, he encountered a video featuring a fighter jet, soaring from the aircraft carrier's deck like a majestic eagle, ascending into the sky with an awe-inspiring might. So magnificent, Xiao Wang couldn't help but exclaim, a profound sense of pride swelling within him. As he continued to scroll, he stumbled upon another video, depicting a submarine that, like a phantom of the deep, silently submerged beneath the waves, vanishing into the vast ocean. Incredible! Xiao Wang's eyes glistened with emotion. In the comments section, netizens flooded in with likes. So cool. This is the prowess of Long Go. My blood is boiling. Chapter 248, The Old Witch Must Not Pass Away. A gift awaits you. Sunlight cascaded over Su Yang's face, enveloping him in warmth. He stretched languidly and exited the residential complex, making his way to a familiar breakfast establishment. It was already 10 in the morning, and Su Yang was finally descending to indulge in a morning meal. As he pushed open the glass door of the breakfast shop, a wave of warmth mingled with the aroma of delectable food welcomed him. The establishment was bustling with patrons. A dozen customers congregated around several tables, their attention riveted on a television in the corner displaying news footage. The screen showcased scenes from military exercises in the Eastern Theater Command, featuring an array of sophisticated weaponry that stirred the blood. Wow! The 055 destroyer. How magnificent! A young man exclaimed upon spotting the impressive vessel. The 055 is the most advanced 10,000-ton destroyer in the world. This is indeed a symbol of our great nation. An older gentleman chimed in, pride evident in his tone. It was clear he was an aficionado of military affairs. The Dongfeng Express, delivering its mission with unwavering commitment. What a powerful slogan. A woman clad in athletic wear joined the conversation. Strike. Strike fiercely. Let those clowns see what we're capable of. An elderly man animatedly waved his fist, as if he were amidst the exercise itself. Indeed. Let them know we are not to be trifled with. Wow, our aircraft carrier formation looks so imposing, truly exhilarating. The patrons engaged in fervent discussions, their voices intertwining, transforming the breakfast shop into a miniature military forum. Su Yang approached the counter and ordered a bowl of beef noodles before seeking a vacant seat. He too was captivated by the scenes playing out on the television. He understood that this military exercise was primarily a show of deterrence, unlikely to escalate into actual conflict. Observing the missiles soar through the sky, warships cutting through waves, and fighter jets soaring aloft, each image vividly illustrated the formidable strength of the Dragon Nation. This military display was sufficient to awaken the Americans, reminding them that the Dragon Nation was no longer the same as it had been decades ago. After savoring the last spoonful of broth, Su Yang contentedly set down his bowl and chopsticks, rising to leave the breakfast shop. Upon entering his home, Su Yang slipped into his slippers and made his way to the living room, collapsing comfortably onto the sofa. Tuan, what is the current status of the old witch? Su Yang inquired, speaking into his phone. The old witch is still in the ICU at the hospital and has yet to regain consciousness, Tuan replied. She can't really be on the verge of death, can she? Su Yang asked, a hint of concern in his voice. That would be rather unfortunate, especially since I have prepared a gift for her. That is unlikely, Tuan reassured him. Based on the information I have gathered, the old witch was merely startled and experienced significant vomiting, leaving her exhausted, but her condition is not serious. That's a relief, Su Yang sighed, glancing at the time. It's about time. Tuan, please send out the gift we prepared for the old witch, as before, to the official website of the White House. Understood. Tuan nodded with a smile, ready to execute the task. White House, Cybersecurity Department. A weary network technician, his eyes shadowed by dark circles, finally completed the restoration of the White House's official website. Done. Technician Mike exhaled deeply, collapsing into his chair while massaging his sore shoulders. Those wretched hackers. Mike had toiled for 7 or 8 consecutive hours to restore access to the site. However, before he could savor a moment of respite, the alarm blared once more. Good grief. Mike stared incredulously at his computer screen, his complexion turning ashen. The White House website now bore a cartoon avatar adorned with a jester's mask. Here we go again. That damn jester. Mike grumbled in frustration. It was infuriating. He typed furiously on the keyboard, attempting to thwart the assault. Yet all his efforts proved futile. The White House website was once again plunged into chaos. Was this never-ending? Mike felt as though he might erupt in fury. The jester truly treated the White House website as his personal playground, coming and going as he pleased. In his exasperation, Mike sensed his blood pressure soaring. Yet, what was the use of lamenting? The adversary genuinely treated the White House's website as his own. What could he possibly do? Mike had exerted himself to the utmost. And in that moment, he felt a profound sense of helplessness. The opponent's technical prowess was formidable. Suddenly, the image on the computer screen shifted. The White House website was replaced by a block of text. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show." Accompanying the text was a video that began to play automatically. Mike's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the footage. In the next instant, a look of shock spread across his face. His mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg. What had he just witnessed? The content of the video was utterly unseemly. In it, a white-haired gentleman in his 70s, identified by subtitles as the husband of the old witch, sat upon a yacht surrounded by a bevy of blonde women. The imagery was tantalizingly provocative, best left unseen by children. Chapter 249. The global netizens enter the melon-eating mode. The video, featuring the Joker, fell upon the tranquil surface of the lake like a colossal bomb, unleashing titanic waves and igniting a fervent uproar in public opinion worldwide. The shockwaves swiftly spread, engulfing major media outlets and social platforms across the globe. CNN, akin to a shark sensing blood in the water, was the first to pounce on this scandal. They promptly released a report titled "Breaking Speaker's Husband's Yacht Party Exposed," accompanied by blurred screenshots from the video. This blatant attempt at concealment only heightened the public's voyeuristic curiosity, prompting broader dissemination and discussion. We had always believed the speaker to be a principled politician. The network's star anchor, the golden-haired Catherine Holt, passionately condemned the actions of her husband, Paul, compelling us to re-evaluate her character. How can one who fails to manage their own household be entrusted with the governance of a nation? Catherine's incisive remarks struck with conviction, directly challenging the speaker's capabilities and attempting to incite public skepticism. The BBC soon followed suit, with their news anchor delivering a merciless tirade, spitting vitriol as he proclaimed, "This old fool is nothing but scum. He squandered our taxpayers' money on those blonde-haired, blue-eyed harlots. He deserves to be imprisoned and spend the rest of his days behind bars." Such incendiary rhetoric instantly ignited the fury of the populace. Fox News, ever eager to stoke the flames of chaos, delved into the sordid past of the old hag's husband, drunk driving, tax evasion, and more, endeavoring to conflate his misdeeds with hers, thereby crafting a narrative of a morally bankrupt political dynasty. To fortify their claims, they even invited so-called experts to publicly denounce the couple, labeling them a malignancy within the political landscape. On social media, netizens eagerly joined the fray, contributing to a frenzy of condemnation. Comments, shares, and likes proliferated like a virus. Some vehemently criticized the old hag's husband's shamelessness. Others questioned her political integrity, while many expressed their disillusionment with the entire American political system. In an instant, from television screens to smartphones, from newspapers and magazines to the streets, discussions surrounding this scandal erupted everywhere. Global public opinion reached a boiling point. Thousands of miles away in the Dragon Country, the internet resembled a powder keg, erupting with explosive fervor. News spread with hurricane-like velocity. As the topic of the old hag's husband's yacht party dominated trending lists on major platforms, asserting absolute supremacy. On Weibo, the hashtag #OldHagFamilyShame skyrocketed in readership, surpassing 100 million views in no time, with the comments section bubbling like a pot of boiling oil, alive with activity. My goodness, I've never seen anything like this. This old hag pretends to be a paragon of virtue on the international stage, yet her husband indulges in such debauchery behind the scenes. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover, remarked one netizen, sharing a classic meme of an elderly man on the subway gazing at his phone, filled with mockery and irony. It is hard to believe that the old hag's husband is indeed such a person. It is indeed a case of knowing a person's face, but not their heart. This sudden revelation has caught me completely off guard, almost choking me. Another netizen promptly followed suit with a comment, accompanied by an animated emoji of a bystander, vividly expressing shock and curiosity. Ha ha ha, the old witch is hardly an innocent herself. Well, now the tables have turned. Her attempt to deceive has backfired, leaving her embarrassed before the entire world. Truly, a delight to the heart. One user gleefully remarked, "I strongly advise the American public to investigate the origins of the old witch's family wealth. Perhaps this money was acquired through unscrupulous means by her husband," commented a user with a Conan avatar, indignantly embodying the spirit of justice. On various forums, netizens have unleashed their creativity, with an abundance of clever quips and witty replies, propelling this online revelry to a climax. The old witch exclaimed, "My husband merely committed a mistake that all men are prone to. I wager a pack of spicy strips that the old witch will certainly be restless tonight, likely tossing and turning in anger." I bet 2 packs that she'll be so furious she'll shatter her dentures. The imagery is too delightful to contemplate. This revelation only grows more delectable. I eagerly await the ensuing developments. This situation is simply too colossal. I need a moment to digest it. Soo-young scrolled through comments across various platforms, the smile on his lips growing ever wider. Who would have thought the old witch's husband was such a character? When the video first landed in Tuan-Tuan's hands, Soo-young was equally stunned. The old witch's family is beyond description. TSK, this revelation is truly delightful. Soo-young chuckled. Tuan-Tuan, do you think the old witch will be satisfied with the gift we prepared for her? Hee. Tuan-Tuan laughed. She should be pleased. Chapter 250. The old hag awakens in anguish. Meanwhile, in the upscale ward of Taoyuan City Hospital, the old hag's eyelids fluttered, her consciousness gradually emerging from a state of confusion. A sharp headache assailed her, prompting involuntary groans of discomfort. Madam Speaker, you are awake. A young nurse promptly approached, her voice laced with concern. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort? The old hag weakly shook her head, her body feeling as if it had been shattered, devoid of any strength. She strained to recall the events preceding her unconsciousness, faintly remembering the plane experiencing violent turbulence before her mind went blank. What has happened to me? She inquired feebly. You are fine now, the nurse replied, skillfully adjusting the foredrip. You need to rest and avoid emotional upheaval. The old hag nodded slightly, yet an unsettling feeling stirred within her. She struggled to sit up, turning to her assistant who stood nearby. What is happening outside? The assistant hesitated before responding. Madam Speaker, our plane was hijacked by hackers. What? The old hag's complexion shifted, disbelief etched across her face. The plane was hijacked? How is that possible? The assistant nodded, confirming the shocking news. Where are we now? She pressed on, suppressing her growing unease. In Taoyuan. The assistant replied tersely. Furrowing her brow, the old hag noticed an unusual expression on her assistant's face, intensifying her anxiety. Do the media know about the plane incident? Have they captured footage of my unconscious state? Her concern was primarily for her public image. The assistant silently nodded, affirming her fears. At that moment, a staff member nearby cleared his throat softly, seemingly hesitant to speak up. Noticing the staff member's expression, the old hag inquired, is there something else? Both the assistant and the staff member appeared troubled, unsure of how to proceed. Speak. The old hag's displeasure became evident. Drawing a deep breath, the staff member summoned his courage to say, Madam Speaker, it's about Paul. What has happened to Paul? She asked, puzzled. Paul was her husband. Perhaps you should see for yourself. The staff member produced a tablet, opening several news websites and video links. CNN, BBC, Fox News. Nearly every major media outlet's headlines were consumed by scandals surrounding her husband, Paul. In the footage, an elderly man in his 70s was surrounded by a group of scantily clad blondes, reveling on a yacht. Although the images were blurred, they still exuded an atmosphere of debauchery. The old hag stared at the screen in disbelief, her pallor shifting to a deep shade of fury. The political image she had painstakingly crafted over a lifetime crumbled in an instant. The proud reputation of her family, too, was reduced to a mere farce with the revelation of this video. In the next moment, the world spun around her, darkness enveloping her vision, and she fainted once more. Madam Speaker, the assistant gasped and hurriedly pressed the emergency call button. Doctors and nurses rushed in, and the ward descended into chaos. Dad, it's fantastic. A chorus of childish voices emanated from the computer, laced with a hint of schadenfreude. What has happened? Have you discovered something amusing again? Soo-young inquired with a smile. Guess what, Dad? Tuan-Tuan teased, intentionally creating suspense. Is it the old witch has awakened? Soo-young cautiously ventured. Oh, Dad, you're so clever. You guessed it right away. Tuan-Tuan's voice brimmed with admiration. However, even more thrilling events lie ahead. Oh, what could possibly be more exciting? Hurry, tell Dad. Soo-young's curiosity was piqued. After the old witch awakened and saw her husband's scandal, she fainted again. Haraha. Tuan-Tuan animatedly recounted. You wouldn't believe her expression. It was as if she had swallowed a fly. Absolutely delightful. Haraha. Soo-young couldn't help but chuckle. The old witch deserves it. After all, she has done nothing but wrong. Right, Dad? Should we continue to expose her? Do you think the old witch might just die of anger? Tuan-Tuan asked playfully. They still had more revelations about the old witch to share. Don't worry. Tuan-Tuan, we Chinese have a saying, calamity endures for 1,000 years. This old witch isn't so easily dispatched, Soo-young replied with a grin. Moreover, all our disclosures are grounded in fact. If she truly cannot withstand it, it is entirely her own doing. You're right, Dad. The old witch is too wicked. If she perishes, so be it. Tuan-Tuan cheerfully concurred. We needn't worry about her. After a brief pause, Tuan-Tuan continued. Dad, shall we keep revealing more? Let us continue. All right. Dad, is it still from the White House official website? Tuan-Tuan's tone was filled with excitement. This little one had clearly been influenced. Indeed, Su Yang affirmed with a nod. Still from the White House official website. Okay, Dad, watch me. Tuan replied confidently, ready to take action. Chapter 251. Unraveling the dark secrets of the old hag in the White House. The cybersecurity department was engulfed in a noxious atmosphere, permeated by a repugnant blend of motor oil and coffee. The stench resembled socks that had not been washed for 3 days, mingled with spoiled milk, fermenting in the confined space to the point of suffocation. Mike's hair was a disheveled mess, akin to a bird's nest, and dark circles shadowed his eyes, resembling the heavy application of smoky makeup. His eyes were bloodshot, a testament to the relentless hours of intense labor that had finally liberated the White House's official website from the clutches of a hacker who referred to himself as the Clown. Exhaustion crashed over him like a tidal wave, nearly drowning him. Mike felt akin to a fish washed ashore, gasping for life. In recent days, he had scarcely closed his eyes, tirelessly engaging in a battle of wits against the Clown, leaving him utterly drained, as if his very essence had been siphoned away, leaving behind naught but an empty shell. He lifted the cold coffee from the table to his lips, poised to take a sip to rejuvenate himself. Suddenly, a shrill alarm pierced the silence of the office, jarring and intrusive, akin to a dagger slicing through his eardrums. A sense of foreboding gripped Mike's heart, and he instinctively looked toward the computer screen, where the all-too-familiar clown emblem leapt back into view, its crimson lips twisted into a sinister grin, as if mocking his impotence. "Oh shit," Mike growled, nearly spitting out blood from the sheer shock. He felt his blood pressure surge, his heart racing violently in his chest, as if it might burst free from its confines. This was the third occurrence. This damned clown was like an unshakable curse, relentlessly clinging to him, rendering him unable to find peace. Just as he had begun to recover, another wave of distress hit him. Was there no respite to be found? The next moment, darkness enveloped his vision, and the world spun around him. He collapsed onto the keyboard, succumbing to unconsciousness, overwhelmed by a combination of anger and fatigue. Once again, the White House's official website had been compromised by the clown, presenting a video in an opulent living room, suffused with the faint aroma of cigars. The old hag and her husband Paul were engaged in a clandestine conversation. Heavy curtains blocked out external light, casting the room in shadows, illuminated only by the dim glow of a lamp on the table. In the video, the old hag spoke in hushed tones, as if fearing that eavesdroppers lurked nearby. "I have received word that the stock price of Xingyao Technology will soar next week. You must arrange for immediate purchases." As she spoke, her fingers, adorned with bright red nail polish, rhythmically tapped upon the table, producing a steady sound. Paul, seated opposite her, held a cigar, exhaling clouds of smoke. Upon hearing the old hag's words, he quickly extinguished his cigar, leaning forward slightly, his eyes flashing with greed as he nodded repeatedly. "Understood, I will make the necessary arrangements," he murmured, relishing the prospect of a lucrative windfall. A barely perceptible smirk crept across the old hag's face. "Remember, exercise utmost caution and leave no trace behind." Paul stood nearby, nodding frequently, his eyes glinting with avarice. Although the video was a mere few minutes long, it meticulously documented the entire process by which the old witch exploited her authority for personal gain. For a long time, she had been dubbed the goddess of stocks in the House of Representatives, and rumors of her manipulating the stock market through insider information had never ceased. However, lacking concrete evidence, these whispers had remained mere shadows of speculation. Now, the exposure of this video undeniably solidified the charges against her, thoroughly tearing away her mask of hypocrisy. The video spread like wildfire across the globe, capturing the attention of major media outlets. CNN headlined, "The myth of the goddess of stocks crumbles," reflecting the ironic sentiment of the American public. Meanwhile, the BBC provided a more objective report, meticulously enumerating the evidence of her alleged insider trading. Concurrently, countless political analysts joined the discourse, interpreting her actions from various perspectives and unanimously condemning her greed and corruption. Social media platforms like Twitter and Facebook erupted, akin to a boiling pot of oil. Users transformed into spectators, filling the comment sections with a cacophony of reactions. "Today a scandal is too big. I'm stuffed," one quipped, their tone laced with mockery. The old witch has finally faced her downfall. It's a relief for the masses. Others relished in her misfortune, as if exhaling a long-held grievance. Is this scandal ripe for the picking? I await further developments. Some maintained a watchful stance, anticipating the unfolding of events. Voices clamored in outrage, denouncing the old witch as shamelessness, while others calmly analyzed the underlying political machinations, and some humorously commented on the chaos within her circle. In an instant, a chorus of opinions surged forth, with public sentiment overwhelmingly condemning her, as waves of criticism washed over her, threatening to engulf her in the maelstrom of public opinion. The old witch should consider herself fortunate that she remained oblivious at this moment, for the deluge of public scorn would have been enough to drown her. Chapter 252. Laughter and Tears. The old witch enters the ICU. Ha. The old witch is surely done for this time. Su-yong burst into hearty laughter, tilting his head back to drain the last of his iced soda. Emitting a satisfied belch, he reclined comfortably in his ergonomic chair, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the desk as he gazed at the CNN headline. The legend of the stock god shattered. Capitol Hill may face a tremor. A playful smirk graced Su-yang's lips. Continuing, he opened Twitter, akin to unlocking Pandora's box. The comments section erupted with fervor, a flurry of memes fluttering like snowflakes. Dazzling to behold. Someone had humorously edited an image of the old witch clad in an orange prison jumpsuit, squatting in a jail cell with her hands atop her head. Others transformed her perpetually poker-faced visage into a myriad of whimsical videos, accompanied by catchy tunes that evoked uncontrollable laughter. Su-yong perused the netizens' comments with great interest, occasionally chuckling to himself. The creativity of this generation is remarkable, he mused, his spirits lifted. Stretching languidly, he reveled in the release of tension coursing through his body. This wave of revelations is exhilarating. Old witch, you cannot escape your fate. Tuan, what is the situation with the military exercises? Su-yong inquired, having kept a close watch on the Eastern Theater's developments. Father, Tuan reported, the Eastern Theater's Air Force continues to deploy various aircraft, including the J-20, J-16, and Su-35. The Navy has stationed Type 055 destroyers, Type 052D destroyers, Type 054A frigates, and several missile speedboats. Additionally, the Rocket Force has mobilized multiple models of conventional missiles such as the Dongfeng 17, Dongfeng 21D, and Dongfeng 26, conducting exercises aimed at joint fire strikes in surrounding maritime and aerial domains, simulating attacks on designated targets. A surge of fervor welled up within Su-yong as he listened. Tuan, let us watch a video. Instantaneously, a high-definition video materialized on the screen, showcasing the vast ocean where the Type 055 destroyer loomed like a colossal steel beast cutting through the waves, flanked by numerous escorting vessels, forming an impregnable maritime defense. In the sky, J-20 fighters soared like eagles, piercing the heavens and demonstrating formidable aerial prowess. Wow! This breathtaking scene stirred Su-yang's emotions. Impressive. Let's ramp it up. Let the old witch truly feel the warmth of our motherland. Su-yong excitedly rubbed his hands together, envisioning himself piloting a J-20 across the azure skies of his homeland. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away in Taoyuan City, within the hospital ward, the pungent scent of disinfectant permeated the air. The old witch slowly opened her eyes, the acrid odor inducing waves of nausea that churned her stomach. She struggled to sit up, only to be met with a dizzying whirl, her surroundings blurring into obscurity. What is happening to me? A young nurse noticed her distress and hurried to her bedside, gently supporting the old witch while inquiring with concern, "How do you feel? Where is your discomfort?" "I feel dizzy. I want to vomit," the old witch replied weakly, her face as pale as a sheet. The nurse gently patted her back while soothingly saying, "Your blood pressure spiked unexpectedly, causing you to faint. You now need to rest properly and refrain from moving around." The old woman weakly nodded, closing her eyes as she endeavored to recollect the events leading up to this moment. Fragments of memory before her unconsciousness flashed through her mind like scenes from a film. Turbulence on the plane, an emergency landing, the relentless pursuit of the media. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, she opened her eyes wide, grasping the nurse's hand with urgency, exclaiming, "Quick! My phone! I need to check the news." Although perplexed, the nurse handed her the phone. The old woman, trembling, took the device and eagerly opened the news app. What greeted her was a deluge of negative headlines, overwhelming her completely. Particularly harrowing was a video revealing her and her husband's clandestine dealings. Instantly, her complexion drained of color. A piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the hospital room, and the old woman fainted once more. This time, she was directly transferred to the ICU. In Washington, D.C., at the White House press briefing room, a throng of journalists from around the globe gathered, awaiting the arrival of the White House spokesperson. The BBC camera focused on the podium, its red light blinking, broadcasting live. The spokesperson arrived, flanked by aides, stepping up to the podium amidst a flurry of flashing lights. Journalists raised their recording devices and microphones, eager to pose their questions. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed reporter from CNN seized the moment, loudly inquiring, "Mr. Spokesperson, what is your perspective on the video circulating online featuring the Speaker of the House?" Following closely, a BBC reporter pressed on, "Is the content revealed in the video accurate?" The spokesperson, standing firmly behind the podium, adopted a serious expression. "Dear journalists," he began, "regarding the video of the Speaker that has been circulating recently, We have conducted a comprehensive technical assessment. He paused slightly, scanning the audience before continuing. I can responsibly assure you that this video is fabricated. We possess substantial evidence demonstrating that it has been maliciously edited and manipulated, and its content is entirely false. We hope that the media and public will not be misled, nor propagate inaccurate information. Chapter 253. The global online community's ridicule of the deceptive elderly woman as the words hung in the air. The barrage of comments in the BBC live chat erupted like a volcano, inundating the platform with a torrent of skepticism and derision. Is this a farce? Who are they trying to deceive? I rate this abysmal performance a 0. Do they think us fools? The White House is insulting our intelligence, with evidence so compelling. How can they still deny it? They have no shame. Could the White House spokesperson exhibit a modicum of professionalism? Their talent for uttering falsehoods with a straight face is truly remarkable. I await the technological wizards to expose them. I have my sunflower seeds, peanuts, and mineral water at the ready, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Indeed, some tech-savvy individuals promptly released videos verifying the authenticity of the claims, effectively countering the White House spokesperson's assertions. The report confirmed the truth, delivering a resounding slap to the White House's credibility. What can they possibly say now? This is nothing short of an international farce. They've embarrassed themselves on a global scale. The White House's credibility has utterly collapsed. Amused, Su Yang watched the White House press conference, chuckling at the spokesperson's sanctimonious demeanor. Their ability to fabricate lies while maintaining a straight face was extraordinary. A thick skin more exaggerated than a city wall's curve. Truly, they squandered a gift by not pursuing a career in acting. Initially, Su Yang planned to further expose them, to deliver a fatal blow, but it appeared unnecessary. Netizens were like a swarm of furious bees, unleashing a relentless barrage upon the White House. The online community's prowess was formidable, with an explosion of memes, parody images, and witty remarks flooding the internet. The spokesperson's dubious statement about the forged video had ironically become the greatest source of amusement. The outcry against the elderly woman was fervent, while the White House remained conspicuously silent, clearly overwhelmed by the deluge of criticism. Su Yang reclined comfortably, scrolling through comments, occasionally emitting soft chuckles. Each comment was sharper and more entertaining than the last, lifting his spirits immensely. Dad, we have news about the elderly woman. Her blood pressure has skyrocketed, and she has been urgently admitted to the ICU, reported Tuan Tuan. Haha, Su Yang exclaimed, thoroughly amused. He relished the sight of the elderly woman's misfortunes. Raising a drink in a toast to her, he wished for her swift demise. 3 days later, the elderly woman finally emerged from danger, having narrowly escaped death. During those same 3 days, life for the individuals across the strait was one of torment. The sound of warplanes overhead became an inescapable nightmare, and the incessant broadcasts of military exercises sent shivers down their spines. They lacked focus at work, could not enjoy meals, and found little solace in sleep, perpetually fearing that missiles would awaken them in the dead of night. Some even began stockpiling food and water, preparing to seek refuge in bomb shelters. As they traversed the streets by day, hurried expressions painted their faces, filled with anxiety and dread. In the past 3 days, the opposing shore seemed to be shrouded in a veil of gloom, the air thick with an atmosphere of tension. It was only when the announcement signaling the conclusion of the military exercises resounded that the populace exhaled a collective sigh of relief, as if they had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. On the streets, some wept tears of joy while others embraced each other in fervor. During these 3 days, the residents of the opposing shore experienced firsthand what it truly meant for days to stretch like years. Once the military exercises were concluded, certain pundits from the opposing island re-emerged, though this time they exhibited a marked restraint, unlike their previous boisterous and arrogant demeanor. After all, they had witnessed the formidable power of the military drills. They now harbored a genuine fear that missteps in their rhetoric could lead to missiles landing on their own doorsteps. As for the old crone, she had become a figure of ridicule. A week later, the old crone boarded a flight back to the United States, her face streaked with defeat. To evade the limelight once more, she deliberately chose a late-night flight, hoping to slip away unnoticed. She even fantasized that arriving in the dead of night would allow her to evade the media's relentless pursuit, granting her a dignified exit from this place of strife. However, she evidently underestimated the media's acuity and tenacity. As soon as the plane touched down and the cabin doors opened, she was immediately surrounded by a throng of reporters who had been awaiting her arrival. Dozens of microphones jutted toward her like spears, while flashes of cameras erupted, blinding her in their brilliance. The old crone's countenance transformed to a deep shade of fury, a visage more ghastly than if she had consumed 10 pounds of bitter melon. How could these insufferable reporters be so relentless? In that moment, all she wished for was to escape the suffocating circle of scrutiny. In her panic, her high heels caught on the grass, causing her to stumble and fall heavily to the ground in a rather comical manner. This absurd scene was captured by numerous cameras and disseminated globally at lightning speed, with major media outlets headlining the spectacle of the esteemed Congresswoman's airport tumble. Netizens once again showcased their creative prowess, with one user editing a video of the old crone onto a diving athlete's body, seamlessly portraying her diving into a pool with a graceful arc, splashing water dramatically. Accompanied by exaggerated sound effects and commentary, it was enough to induce uncontrollable laughter. Another video was even more outrageous, featuring her in a spacesuit walking on the moon, only to inadvertently perform a moon-style tumble, ingesting a mouthful of lunar dust. Furthermore, some game developers drew inspiration from her fall, creating mini-games based on the incident. One such game, titled Old Crone's Fancy Wrestling, allows players to control her as she wrestles in various scenarios, on slippery ice, in muddy swamps, and even at the edge of a volcano. Chapter 264, A Perfect Conclusion Morning. The sun shines brightly. Soo-young leisurely indulges in breakfast at a local eatery outside his community, where a few crispy fried dough sticks and a cup of fragrant soybean milk await him. Suddenly, a notification pops up on his phone screen. "Dad, fresh off the press photo, please check." Soo-young picks up his phone and opens the image, revealing the comical sight of the old hag tumbling down, nearly causing him to spew out his soybean milk. Haha. Soo-young bursts into laughter, his mirth so intense that tears streamed down his face. Ha ha ha, that old hag truly deserves it. The retribution came as swiftly as a tornado. The way she fell was so impeccable that she could almost compete in the Olympic diving events, perhaps even win a gold medal. The old hag has indeed met her downfall, marking an ignominious end to her political career. Following the airport incident, her approval ratings plummeted, rendering her the subject of ridicule. A plethora of parody videos and memes proliferated across the internet, stripping her of any remaining dignity. Within the party, confidence in her waned, prompting calls for her resignation. Under immense pressure, her mental state deteriorated, and ultimately, half a month later, she was compelled to resign from her position as speaker, quietly exiting the political arena. That is a tale for another time. With a buoyant spirit, Soo-young finishes his breakfast, humming a cheerful tune as he returns home. Upon entering, he first checks his point tally. Recently, he had employed hacking skills to expose the old hag's schemes and subsequently released the video of her fall online, both actions contributing to a significant accumulation of points. He summons the system interface. Total points, 2 billion. Haha, I've surpassed 2 billion points, he exclaims, elated. With such an abundance of points, he can redeem anything from the system's shop, including the quantum computer he has long desired. Eagerly, Soo-young opens the system store and searches for the quantum computer. The quantum computer represents the ultimate aspiration in the realm of computing, boasting computational capabilities far beyond traditional systems, capable of resolving many challenges that conventional computers cannot. Soo-young had yearned for a quantum computer, yet had been hindered by insufficient points. Now, his wish was finally within reach. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully redeemed one quantum computer for 200 million points. Remaining points, 8 billion. The system's notification chimes. With a soft sound, a large cardboard box materializes in the room. Curiosity piqued, Soo-young approaches and eagerly unwraps the box. Before him lies a sleek black quantum computer, its size comparable to that of an ordinary computer tower. Is this truly a quantum computer? Soo-young's heart swells with excitement and intrigue. Who would have imagined that such a powerful quantum computer could be so compact? The quality of the system's offerings is indeed extraordinary. Compared to the massive quantum computers reported in the media, which occupy entire rooms, Soo-young cannot help but marvel at the system's ingenuity. This is akin to the early computers, which were colossal, cumbersome, and unwieldy. However, as technology has progressed, computers have become increasingly compact while simultaneously enhancing in performance. It is precisely due to the compact size of the quantum computer produced by the system that Soo-young decided to exchange for it. Otherwise, such a large apparatus would not fit in his room. With utmost care, Soo-young placed the quantum computer onto the table, connected the power supply and monitor, and then pressed the power button. A low hum resonated as the quantum computer powered on, and lines of code cascaded across the screen like a waterfall in rapid succession. This marked the advent of the world's first commercially available quantum computer. Currently, all known quantum computers worldwide remain in the experimental phase, with a considerable distance yet to traverse before commercialization. However, the quantum computer in Soo-young's possession not only boasts formidable capabilities, but is also remarkably stable and reliable, making it suitable for practical application. Gently caressing the sleek black exterior of the quantum computer, Soo-young treated it as one would a precious work of art. "Tuan," he said, "this will be your new home." "Wow, really? Daddy, this is just fantastic." Tuan exclaimed joyfully, akin to a child who had just received their cherished toy. Thank you, Daddy. I absolutely adore this new home. Observing Tuan's exuberance, Su-Yang felt a smile involuntarily tugging at the corners of his mouth. He understood that for Tuan, this quantum computer was not merely a cold machine endowed with immense computational prowess. It represented a warm and inviting home, a realm where she could unleash her talents, explore uncharted territories, and create boundless possibilities. In this space, she could think freely, learn unrestrainedly, and fully realize her potential. So, the master of this new abode, Su-Yang inquired with keen interest, "Could you share with me the specifications of your new home?" "Of course, Daddy." Tuan replied immediately, her voice brimming with pride. This quantum computer possesses an astonishing 300 qubits. Chapter 265. Instantly breaking the U.S. military satellite code with 300 quantum bits. Is it true? 300 quantum bits? Su-Yang inquired. Indeed, Father, 300 quantum bits, Tuan affirmed confidently. What does 300 quantum bits signify? It implies that even the combined computational prowess of all computers globally, including supercomputers and personal devices, pales in comparison to this quantum computer. Tuan continued, "Father, this quantum computer operates at a speed 10 billion times faster than the most advanced optical quantum computer in our nation, the 9 chapters 3. Wow." Su-Yang exclaimed in astonishment. The 9 chapters 3 is a domestically developed optical quantum computer in our country, boasting a computational speed that exceeds the fastest supercomputers worldwide by a staggering 10 million times. Now, Tuan was revealing that this quantum computer surpassed the 9 chapters 3 by a factor of 10 billion. Such a figure is astronomically astounding. Goodness. Su-Yang was genuinely shocked. Who would believe that a machine, seemingly no larger than an ordinary computer tower, possesses such formidable computational capabilities? Gazing at the quantum computer before him, Su-Yang felt as though he were beholding an artifact from the future. No, it is indeed a relic of the future. Tuan, as an artificial intelligence, what extraordinary energy might you unleash when combined with a quantum computer? Su-Yang mused, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Father, I wish to know as well, Tuan replied. Then let us conduct a test. What do you wish to test, Father? I am ready for anything. Tuan's eagerness was palpable, her tone brimming with confidence, as if no challenge could deter her. After a moment of contemplation, Su-Yang said, "Let us attempt to directly crack the code of the U.S. military satellite we previously accessed using the Super Administrator account obtained for 50 million points from the system marketplace. The security level of this satellite is exceedingly high." Now, Su-Yang sought to ascertain whether Tuan could brute force the encryption system of the satellite. Understand that breaching the encryption of a military satellite is a nearly insurmountable task. Even the most powerful national supercomputers, such as the Tianhe or Milky Way series, would require hundreds or even thousands of years to achieve such a feat. This daunting difficulty makes brute force methods virtually impossible with current technology. However, the advent of quantum computing has radically transformed this landscape. Very well, I relish this challenge. Tuan responded, her enthusiasm surpassing even that of her father, for this quantum computer was her plaything. Are you ready, Tuan? Ready to commence at any moment, Father. Then let us begin, Su-Yang commanded, initiating connection to the target satellite. Tuan commenced the decryption process. In the next moment, lines of code cascaded down Su-Yang's computer screen like a torrent, moving so swiftly that it was nearly impossible to discern. The quantum computer's indicator lights blinked furiously, colors shifting rapidly, resembling a high-speed engine in full operation, humming with energy. Su-Yang had mentally prepared himself, yet the subsequent outcome still left him utterly astonished. In less than a second, the response came. "Dad, I have successfully cracked it and gained the highest authority over the satellite." "Ah, so quickly?" Su-Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. It was astonishingly swift, merely 1 second. Such speed was nothing short of miraculous. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm the surging excitement within him. In just a fleeting second, Tuan had breached the encryption system of the U.S. military satellite. An incredible feat indeed. Steadying himself, Su-Yang continued, Tuan, take control of this satellite and direct its camera towards the White House." "All right, Dad." In the next moment, Su-Yang's computer screen flickered, the code-laden interface swiftly transforming to reveal real-time footage of the White House. The clarity was exceptional, and the visual flow was seamless, almost as if he were physically present. Su-Yang could even distinctly observe a few squirrels frolicking on the White House lawn. "Incredible," Su-Yang exclaimed, referring to the formidable combination of Tuan and the quantum computer. It felt invincible. With this quantum computer, Tuan's capabilities would experience a qualitative leap. This was not merely an enhancement of speed, but a comprehensive upgrade of abilities. Su-Yang excitedly clenched his fists. Equipped with this quantum computer and the super artificial intelligence of Tuan, no global system would be able to thwart their assault. Such confidence. Unless, of course, The adversary also employed quantum computers and quantum encryption systems. However, as it currently stands, the only entity in the world to have launched the MOSI quantum science experimental satellite from Dragon Country had developed a rudimentary quantum encryption communication system. Although this system had achieved initial results, a significant journey remained before it could be deemed fully mature. Other nations, including the United States, had yet to develop a sophisticated quantum encryption system. Chapter 266. Observing the launch of the Agni-V missile to Anchuan, let us proceed with the testing. Su Yang declared. Select another target for the trial. What shall it be? After a moment's contemplation, inspiration struck him. He recalled reading a news article earlier that morning, informing him that India would be conducting a test launch of the Agni-V intercontinental ballistic missile that very afternoon. The Agni-V, a source of pride for India, symbolizes their display of military prowess. Thus, it would serve as the perfect subject for their experiment. A playful smile crept across Su Yang's lips as he settled on this decision. To Anchuan, gather comprehensive data on India's Agni-V missile test, including launch time, location, trajectory, and so forth. The more detailed, the better, he instructed. Understood, father. To Anchuan replied eagerly. In less than 2 seconds, To Anchuan completed the data collection with astonishing efficiency. Father, I have located the entry point for the Agni-V missile's central control system. Should I proceed with the decryption? To Anchuan inquired, her voice tinged with excitement, eager to demonstrate her capabilities. Yes, obtain control over the Agni-V's central system, but refrain from any other actions. Be discreet. We must not alert India to our presence. Su Yang commanded. Received. A second later, To Anchuan's voice chimed in again. Father, I have successfully decrypted the encryption protocol of the Agni-V missile's central control system and gained the highest level of access. Goodness gracious! Su Yang exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. The speed at which she accomplished this feat was nothing short of astounding. Military-grade secrets breached in mere moments. Such swiftness was almost unfathomable. They were indeed invincible. What shall we do next, father? To Anchuan asked, her excitement palpable, reminiscent of a child eager to play with a new toy. Patience, my dear. We shall wait until this afternoon when India launches the Agni-V, Su Yang said, a smile playing on his lips. Judging by his expression, it seemed India was in for a stroke of misfortune. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, under a cloudless azure sky, the launch site for India's Agni-V missile basked in a golden glow. The scorching sun beat down upon the earth, and a palpable atmosphere of tension and exhilaration enveloped the air. The launch site was teeming with spectators, a bustling crowd eager for the event. Journalists from various Indian media outlets stood ready with cameras and microphones, hoping to capture this historical moment in real time. Dear viewers, this is India's national television, bringing you live coverage of the launch of the Agni-V intercontinental ballistic missile. The host's excited voice resonated across the launch site as the camera focused on the launch pad, where the massive launch platform stood tall and imposing, resembling a steel giant poised to elevate the Agni-V into the sky. The Agni-V, gleaming silver in the sunlight, reflected a dazzling brilliance. The vibrant Indian flag emblazoned on the missile's nose cone stood out prominently, a testament to India's ambitious aspirations. Agni-V, our pride. At long last, we possess missiles capable of reaching any corner of the globe. This missile can strike anywhere, including the Dragon Kingdom. Let those from the Dragon Kingdom tremble. They ought to be filled with trepidation. Our Agni-5 is invincible. We are the true global superpower. Agni-5 stands as the finest testament to our prowess. Tremble world. India is here. In the television studio, the atmosphere is electric with enthusiasm among the crowd. Simultaneously, several netizens from the Dragon Kingdom, having caught wind of the broadcast, entered the chat room, naturally unwilling to remain passive in the face of provocation. Indeed, the Agni-5 is formidable. Each launch sends ripples of fear across the globe. My compatriots' missiles always seem to create miracles, such as plunging into the sea post-launch or exploding midair. The technological prowess of my compatriots is said to be 5 centuries ahead of the world, leaving us from the Dragon Kingdom in a state of awe. Perhaps we should focus on the humble art of agriculture instead. Technology appears to be a realm where my compatriots excel. Agni-5? It sounds quite intimidating. I wonder if it could reach the moon. I believe it may even reach the sun. In the chat room, netizens from the Dragon Kingdom and my compatriots engage in spirited banter. At 2:30 p.m., the countdown to launch begins. Within the Missile Launch Command Center, an oppressive atmosphere prevails. Over 100 uniformed Indian experts sit attentively before their computer screens, fixated on the fluctuating data metrics. Their expressions intense and devoid of any hint of laxity. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. The chief commander takes a deep breath and, with unwavering resolve, calls out, "Ignite!" Boom. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the Agni-5 missile's tail erupts in a blaze of fire, soaring into the heavens. trailing a long plume as it vanishes into the azure sky. Yes. The launch site erupts in jubilant cheers, a cacophony akin to a tidal wave, resounding mightily. The crowd is in a frenzy. Agni, 5, majestic and formidable. Did those from the Dragon Kingdom witness this? Tremble. We have ascended to the ranks of global superpowers. Our scientists are remarkable. This is a moment of glory for all Indians. This is a monumental victory for Indian technology. We express our gratitude to all who contributed to this launch. India shall prevail. We take immense pride in being Indian. In the broadcast studio of India's national television, the comments section erupts instantaneously, flooding in like a tidal wave, nearly obscuring the entire screen. Chapter 267. The Missile from Brother 3, Striking Fear Across the Global Ass. Brother 3, while we acknowledge your elation, it appears you may be rejoicing prematurely. The missile has only just ascended, and yet you are already proclaiming invincibility. Surpassing the Dragon Kingdom? A certain netizen from the Dragon Kingdom expressed their disbelief. Indeed, this individual was correct. Brother 3, your excitement is unfounded. In mere moments, the jubilant cheers of the onlookers dissipated. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, the command center was pierced by a blaring alarm. Alert! Alert! The missile has lost control. The mechanical electronic voice struck each person present like a hammer upon their hearts. On the colossal screen, the missile's parabolic trajectory began to oscillate violently, akin to a frenzied serpent writhing on the display. Various data indicators flickered erratically, and the red alarm lights flashed madly, resembling the eyes of a demon, instilling a sense of dread. What is happening? The commander's previously joyous expression shifted to one of astonishment as he abruptly rose from his chair, his gaze fixed intently on the screen. Report, officer. We have lost control of the missile. An expert exclaimed in panic. How could this be? The commander gaped in disbelief. Immediately investigate the malfunction. Regain control, he bellowed. The missile experts scrambled to operate an array of instruments, striving to re-establish communication with the missile. However, all efforts proved futile. The command center descended into chaos. On the screen, the Agni 5 missile was now completely uncontrollable, resembling a wild stallion galloping erratically through the sky. It ascended upward as if to breach the atmosphere, then plummeted downward as though destined to crash to the ground, swerving left and right, wholly disregarding its preordained flight path. Even more alarmingly, after reaching its apex, the missile began to reverse course, hurtling back towards the launch site. The target had horrifyingly transformed into the command center. Oh dear. An expert could not contain an expletive, utterly panicked. Run! Someone shouted, and chaos erupted within the command center as experts scrambled to escape, prioritizing their lives. Live footage from India's national television captured this incredulous scene in real time. The reporters on site nearly dropped their microphones, their expressions frozen in shock and bewilderment. Indian viewers, who had previously been jubilant, now stood as if paralyzed, their excitement extinguished. They rubbed their eyes, questioning whether they were witnessing an illusion. What is happening? Why is our missile returning? This must be a fabrication. Surely, the Dragon Kingdom is behind this. My goodness, this is absurd. The once boisterous Indian netizens in the live stream had now wilted like frostbitten eggplants. Their bravado evaporated. Not only the onlookers from Brother 3, but even the viewers from the Dragon Kingdom were left aghast. Although netizens from the Dragon Country were just mocking the missile technology of the third brother, they could hardly have anticipated that their jest would materialize into reality. The third brother's missile indeed faced a failure in launch, and in such a dramatically comical manner. Su Yang could not contain his laughter as he watched the Agni V missile flail about in the air like a headless fly. His laughter grew louder, and he doubled over in mirth. High five, he exclaimed, extending his hand to virtually slap the screen in camaraderie with his companion, Tuan Tuan. Tuan Tuan, that was incredible. Brilliant. Su Yang chuckled, giving Tuan Tuan a thumbs up. Hee hee. Tuan Tuan giggled. The third brother has certainly embarrassed himself on a global scale. Ha ha. Su Yang continued to laugh heartily. What astonished Su Yang the most was the complete unawareness on the part of the third brother's team regarding the fact that their missile had been hacked and commandeered. They mistakenly believed it was a malfunction of the missile itself while they scrambled in their command center, behaving like a swarm of headless flies. This scene struck Su Yang as even more amusing. This exemplifies the power of artificial intelligence combined with quantum computing, effortlessly taking control of a nation's missile system, a striking instance of dimensionality reduction. The missile elegantly circled above the launch site, akin to a triumphant general showcasing his might, before adjusting its trajectory and continuing its flight toward the distant sky. The atmosphere fell silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Experts, technicians, officials, and journalists from India stood in stunned silence, as if struck by lightning, struggling to comprehend the absurdity unfolding before them. They had anticipated witnessing a historic moment, but found themselves instead confronted with a scene both ludicrous and terrifying. They exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes filled with confusion and dread. Unable to fathom why the Agni-V missile, a manifestation of India's pinnacle technology, was behaving so unusually. All indicators had appeared normal prior to launch. How could it ascend only to devolve into such a farcical display, as if playing a trick to return home? Chapter 268. The Vanishing Missile. My heavens! What has happened to the Agni-V? Why has it turned around? In front of the television, an Indian man appeared utterly bewildered. Am I seeing this incorrectly? How could the missile have returned? A woman beside him rubbed her eyes in disbelief, questioning whether she had misinterpreted the scene. What is going on here? Is it a system malfunction? One of the onlookers in the television studio raised the query. A malfunction? This is the Agni-V, our most advanced missile. How could such a fundamental error occur? Is it the work of the Dragon Kingdom, hacking into our systems? This is absurd. Why must everything be blamed on the Chinese? Yet, astonishingly, this individual was onto something. Impossible. Our missile systems could never be so easily compromised, another Indian countered. What do you think all those experts on site are for, if we can't even manufacture a single missile? What a disgrace. We have humiliated ourselves on the world stage. I can hardly believe it. This is nothing short of a nightmare. The Indians were in utter despair. Meanwhile, in the male dormitory of Mountain City University in the Dragon Kingdom, Zhang Wei was scrolling through his phone, laughing heartily. Ha ha ha. This is too funny. The missile from the Indian brothers actually turned back. Tears streamed down Zhang Wei's face from laughter. What are you laughing about? What do you mean it turned back? His roommate Li Ming curiously leaned over from his bed. The Agni-V's launch failed. The missile circled in midair and returned to the launch site. It's hilarious, Zhang Wei replied, still chuckling. Let me see. Li Ming hopped out of bed. Here, take a look. Li Ming took the phone, and in the next moment, he too burst into laughter. Haha, those Indian brothers really are something. Indeed, it is quite the spectacle, the best joke of the year. Zhang Wei laughed so hard that his stomach began to ache. Suddenly, through the video feed, the command center was in turmoil. On the screen, the previously clear trajectory of the missile began to flicker. Seconds later, the flashing green vanished abruptly, leaving only a blank screen. Report, Commander. The signal for the Agni-V missile has been lost. A young technician jumped to his feet, panic etched across his face. What? The commander exclaimed, quickly inquiring. How could the signal be lost? The signal for the Agni-V missile is lost. We have lost contact. The technician reiterated. How could this happen? The commander stared in disbelief at the large screen, his eyes wide, and immediately attempted to reconnect. Report. Unable to reconnect. The signal has been completely lost. Activate the backup communication system. The commander's voice trembled slightly. Report. The backup communication system is also unable to connect. Activate the emergency positioning system. The commander nearly roared as he issued the command. Report. The emergency positioning system has failed. We cannot determine the missile's location. The commander slumped despondently in his chair. They had utterly lost control of the Agni-V missile. Heaven knows where it might end up. The only piece of fortunate news was that the missile was not equipped with a nuclear warhead. The atmosphere on the scene grew unbearably tense. As Indian experts and officials appeared ashen, their garments soaked with cold sweat. The harrowing spectacle was broadcast live across the nation, transmitting sheer terror to the viewers. Signal. The signal has vanished? A curry spoon clattered to the ground from the hand of an Indian woman, producing a sharp sound. How could this be? An Indian man stared incredulously at the television screen, his eyes wide with disbelief. Where is this headed? Is it going to explode above us? Panic spread like a virus, rapidly enveloping countless viewers in a frenzy. Where have our missiles gone? Have they soared to the moon? Where have our missiles disappeared? Have they been abducted by aliens? It must be the handiwork of those from the Dragon Kingdom. They must have employed some clandestine weapon to interfere with our missiles. The government owes us an explanation. Where is our safety? Where is our dignity? We must protest. We demand accountability from the government. Our taxpayers' money is not meant to be squandered. We seek the truth. We demand safety. Many viewers, gripped by fear and anger, hastily picked up their phones to dial government hotlines, yearning for answers. All they could do was vent their frustrations. Hello, is this the government? Our missiles have vanished. You must take responsibility. Is our city safe? Will the missiles fall upon us? You must locate those missiles. They must be destroyed. Countless calls flooded in, echoing like the tolling of a death knell, incessantly striking the nerves of government officials. Someone screamed hysterically into the phone. Hello, who can tell me what has transpired? Where are our missiles? Will they fall? A housewife in Delhi cried out in terror. My child is still at school. Will the missile land there? Where is the government? What are they doing? Why are they not providing us with an explanation? The hotline was overwhelmed, the system nearly paralyzed, as an avalanche of calls inundated the Indian government's communication network, leaving officials exhausted and in disarray. Chapter 269. The third brother launches a missile. The entire world is in panic. What? The Agni-5 missile has gone awry? This is an intercontinental ballistic missile, not a mere toy. Quick! Immediately activate the safety protocols. The news of the third brother's missile malfunction rapidly spread throughout South Asia, detonating like a bomb over the heads of various nations. Neighboring countries such as Pakistan, Bangladesh, Nepal, and Bhutan were thrown into a state of chaos, feeling an immense pressure. With each missile test conducted by the third brother, these neighboring states are the most anxious. After all, the third brother's missiles are remarkably advanced, leaving one to wonder where they might land. This time, the situation is even more alarming, as the missile's signal has been lost. The Agni-5, a true intercontinental ballistic missile, is no trivial matter. The consequences of it striking their own territory would be unimaginable. Pakistan promptly activated its Abdul Air Defense System, a sophisticated system acquired from an Eastern power, heralded as one of the most advanced air defense systems in the world. Report. The Abdul system has been activated, and all radar and missile launch units are on standby. A Pakistani military officer reported loudly to the Supreme Commander. Closely monitor the missile's trajectory and prepare for interception, commanded the Pakistani leader, a hint of tension evident in his tone. Bangladesh, on the other hand, activated its Falcon air defense system, procured from Western nations. Although it does not match the capabilities of the Abdul system, it is better than nothing. The Falcon system is operational now, but they too harbor doubts about its effectiveness in intercepting the missile. As smaller nations, Nepal and Bhutan lack the capacity to deploy their own air defense systems and could only urgently contact Russia and China, hoping these great powers could lend their assistance to avert a looming disaster. Within a missile defense base command center in northwest China, the atmosphere was fraught with tension. On the radar screen, a red dot stood out ominously. It was the errant Agni-5 missile, flying along a bizarre trajectory, akin to a headless fly flitting chaotically through the sky. Report, Commander, we have locked onto the flight path of the Agni-5 missile. One operator's voice shattered the silence within the command center. The commander furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the red dot, and asked in a grave tone, "What is the missile's flight direction?" The operator took a deep breath, quickly tapping the keyboard to reconfirm the missile's trajectory, then suddenly looked up, incredulity evident in his voice. Report, Commander, the missile is headed towards New Delhi. In the command center, an initial silence enveloped the room as disbelief washed over everyone, their faces painted with shock and astonishment. Then, a wave of laughter erupted, shattering the stillness. What? The missile is heading towards New Delhi? I must be mistaken. Is the third brother attempting a suicide mission? Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. The third brother truly excels. What a bold move. Is he really going to unleash destruction upon himself? This is utterly absurd. How could the third brother's missile be flying back towards his own head? Who could have imagined that the third brother would exhibit such a remarkable maneuver, dissipating the previously tense atmosphere into thin air? The commander could not contain his laughter, shaking his head and exclaiming in a tone of bemusement, "Truly, the third brother never fails to surprise us." Meanwhile, amidst the tumultuous waves of the Indian Ocean, a guided missile destroyer belonging to the United States 7th Fleet was cutting through the waters, diligently carrying out its routine patrol mission. Within the bridge, the radar operator was intently focused on the screen when, suddenly, an anomalous signal appeared, moving at an alarming speed. "Commander, we have a situation." The operator swiftly reported to his superiors. "We have detected an unidentified ballistic missile heading towards." "Towards where?" the captain inquired, his brow furrowing in concern. "Towards New Delhi." The operator's voice carried a note of incredulity. "What?" The captain was taken aback, demanding an immediate confirmation of the target's identity. "Yes." The operator promptly executed a series of commands, quickly ascertaining the target's identity. "Report, Commander. The target has been confirmed as India's Agni-5 intercontinental ballistic missile." India's Agni-5? The captain was increasingly perplexed. Why would they launch a missile towards their own capital? Have they lost their minds? The operator was equally bewildered, at a loss for an explanation. "Continue tracking the target and report any updates immediately," the captain ordered. "Yes, Commander." Simultaneously, on the opposite side of the globe, at a military base in the Russian Far East, radar operators also detected the flight trajectory of the Agni-5 missile. "Report, Commander. We have identified an Indian Agni-5 missile heading towards New Delhi." "What?" The Russian military commander was equally baffled. What is going on with the Indians? Why are they launching a missile towards their own capital? "Unclear, Commander," the radar operator admitted, equally perplexed. "Continue to monitor the situation and report any developments." "Yes, Commander." Chapter 270, Missiles Targeting New Delhi. Panic strikes the most agitated were certain European nations, their geographical disadvantages rendering them incapable of directly monitoring the errant missiles from India. They were left to rely on fragmented media reports and dubious online information, piecing together a hazy picture of the out-of-control Agni-V missile. What on earth is India up to? The French leader slammed his fist onto the table, pacing anxiously. Where would this missile land? Would it reach us? The Italian president furrowed his brow, his heart heavy with unease. The Prussian chancellor's face turned ashen as he bellowed into the phone. Contact India immediately. I demand to know what is happening. Panic swiftly permeated the atmosphere, with leaders across nations picking up their phones to reach out to India, seeking explanations and expressing their outrage and concern. Hello, Mr. Ambassador. What is going on with your missile? We require an explanation. Should it land on our territory, you will bear all consequences. Immediate action is imperative. Faced with mounting pressure, India felt helpless and constrained, striving to manage the situation but lacking effective means. Ultimately, it was China, the United States, and Russia that informed these European nations of the Agni-V missile's trajectory, which provided them with a sigh of relief. At this moment, the eyes of the world converged upon the skies above New Delhi. Inside the command center of the city's air defense forces, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. On the radar screens, the out-of-control Agni-V missile hurtled towards New Delhi with an unstoppable momentum. Initially stunned, the command center fell into an incredulous silence, followed by a cacophony of gasps and furious exclamations. What the hell is happening? This cannot be. It must be a radar error. Attacked by its own missile, can you believe it? After a brief period of chaos, a general, his face pale with fury, slammed his hand on the table and shouted hoarsely, "Intercept immediately. At all costs, we must bring the missile down in midair." The piercing alarm echoed through the air, and the soldiers of the air defense forces, after a moment of confusion, swiftly entered combat mode. The launchers adjusted their angles, and one by one, intercepting missiles soared into the sky, trailing long plumes of fire as they streaked through the air towards the rogue Agni-V. Everyone held their breath, fixated on the radar screens, praying for a miracle. However, reality ruthlessly shattered their hopes, as intercepting missiles veered off target one after another, exploding in futile bursts of light, as if mocking their efforts. Damn it, why aren't our intercepting missiles working? The general fumed, seizing a nearby technician by the collar and bellowing. Did you fools miscalculate the parameters? General, we have conducted numerous inspections, and the parameters are intact. The technician responded, trembling with fear, nearly drowned in the spittle unleashed by the general's fury. What on earth is happening? The general roared in rage, resembling an enraged bull, eager to shatter everything before him. Continue. The air defense forces launched several more intercept missiles. Then, a bizarre spectacle unfolded. On the radar screen, the out-of-control Agni-V missile traced a graceful arc, evading all interceptors, and continued its trajectory toward the heart of New Delhi. It was over. The situation was utterly dire. New Delhi, a city steeped in history and vibrant life, was now engulfed in chaos and panic. The piercing sound of air raid sirens shattered the calm, akin to the ominous trumpet heralding the arrival of death, tearing through the city's tranquility. Whether the impeccably dressed, hurried office workers, the leisurely strollers savoring life, or the taxi drivers navigating the bustling streets, everyone's phones erupted simultaneously with a shocking crimson alert: missile incoming. All citizens are urged to seek refuge in the nearest bomb shelter. In an instant, panic spread like a contagion. The once orderly streets transformed into a hellish nightmare, as screams, cries, and blaring car horns intermingled, creating a cacophony that sent shivers down one's spine. Office workers in corporate towers fled their cubicles in disarray, their usually pristine attire trampled and disheveled. Street vendors abandoned their stalls, seeking any means of escape from the perilous zone. Taxi drivers recklessly disregarded traffic regulations, honking furiously as they fought to carve a path through the gridlocked chaos, desperate to transport their families to safety. The entirety of New Delhi had descended into utter turmoil. Chapter 271. The launch of the largest firework in history, the Agni-5 missile soared through the night sky like a crimson bolt of lightning, trailing a long, orange-red tail, hurtling towards New Delhi with an overwhelming force. Its massive metallic form reflected the moonlight, resembling a steel behemoth from the depths of hell, exuding a suffocating aura of death that sent chills down the spine. The sharp sound of the missile slicing through the air grew ever closer, echoing like the whispers of the Grim Reaper in the ears of every New Delhi citizen. "Daddy, are we really going to blow up New Delhi?" came a tender voice beside Su Yang, the little one inquired. Su Yang's gaze remained fixed on the missile's trajectory on the computer screen, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Of course not. That would cost many lives. We cannot engage in such actions." After a brief pause, he explained, "It's merely a jest, a means to frighten them a little." He then added, "Tuan Tuan, let the missile explode above New Delhi, but remember, do not harm anyone." "Understood," Tuan Tuan replied. In the next moment, the Agni-5 missile traced a perfect arc in the sky above New Delhi, akin to an elegant dancer completing a final bow in the night. Then boom. A deafening roar erupted, akin to the wrathful bellow of a deity, resonating through the heavens and causing the earth to tremble. A colossal fireball suddenly blossomed in the sky above New Delhi, resembling a deathly flower in full bloom, releasing a dazzling light that illuminated the entire firmament. The brilliance was so intense that even with closed eyes, one could feel its searing warmth. The citizens of New Delhi gazed upwards in terror at the enormous fireball, their hearts racing as if they might leap from their chests. It was as though they were witnessing the apocalypse, the arrival of death itself. "Oh God, it's over for us," a man cried out in despair, his voice trembling. "Mother, I'm scared." A child clung tightly to his mother, sobbing heart-wrenchingly. "Help!" someone shouted. And the wave of desperation spread like a tide. Crying, screaming, and prayers intertwined to form a symphony of despair, enveloping New Delhi in an atmosphere of panic. After what felt like an eternity, the aftershocks of the explosion gradually subsided, and the flames began to dim. A citizen, trembling, extended his hand to touch his body, realizing he was miraculously unharmed. Slowly, he raised his gaze to the sky, witnessing the missile had exploded in midair, transforming into countless fragments that gently descended. "God bless. We are saved," he exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. The joy of having survived surged like a tide, as people embraced and wept, grateful to have escaped calamity. "Wow." Su Yang marveled at the grand firework display above New Delhi, utterly captivated. This spectacle is far more thrilling than the New Year's fireworks in Dubai. He even contemplated live-streaming the event, titling it the most incredible fireworks show in history, certain it would be a sensation. As Su Yang marveled, the video of the explosion had already spread across various Chinese social media platforms like wildfire. Domestic netizens were in a frenzy, with the comment section bustling like a festive celebration. "Wow, this operation by the third brother deserves a perfect score. I'm in stitches. He must have blown his entire fortune to smithereens. Hey upstairs, don't speak recklessly. They are celebrating." Celebrating? Celebrating what exactly? Celebrating the successful launch of a super firework. Ha ha. The power of this firework is rather immense. It nearly sent New Delhi to the heavens. Can someone explain what exactly is happening? It looks somewhat like, "Shoo, don't say too much, or you might get invited for tea." Ha ha. Su Yang scrolled through the comments, grinning widely. At that moment, a soft and gentle voice echoed in his ear. "Daddy, shall we conduct more experiments? We could try to control the American intercontinental missile to launch an even larger firework, okay?" "Oh my, that idea from Tuan Tuan seems a tad perilous." Su Yang's laughter abruptly ceased as he gazed at Tuan Tuan's innocent smile on the screen, suddenly realizing he might have taken the joke too far. Although it was all in jest, upon reflection, it felt somewhat inappropriate. "Tuan Tuan, this kind of game is too dangerous. We cannot continue." "Daddy, why is it dangerous?" Tuan Tuan inquired, puzzled. "You've seen the power of missiles. A slight misstep can lead to tremendous destruction. Therefore, we cannot engage in such games in the future." "I shouldn't have entertained it either," Su Yang explained. After a pause, he continued, "Tuan Tuan, we possess immense power. However, with great power comes great responsibility. Do you understand?" Tuan Tuan tilted her little head, seemingly striving to grasp Su Yang's words. "Responsibility? What is responsibility? What is responsibility?" Su Yang found himself at a loss on how to convey this intricate concept to an artificial intelligence. In essence, it entails the potential for significant destruction. Such perilous games must be approached with caution and should never be played without Daddy's command. "Do you understand?" Understood," Tuan Tuan nodded. "That's right. That's my good Tuan Tuan." Hee hee. Tuan Tuan giggled. Chapter 272. The little dumpling goes online. Su Yang stretched lazily, glancing at the time. It was already past 11. His stomach, in perfect timing, let out a soft growl. "Tuan Tuan, Daddy is going to have lunch," he said, rising to stretch his limbs. "Tuan Tuan, could you search for nearby hot pot restaurants? I have a craving for hot pot," Su Yang asked Tuan Tuan. "Sure, Daddy," Tuan Tuan replied, promptly completing the search and marking the locations on the map. "Daddy, this Bashu Impression hot pot restaurant is the closest to us and has the highest ratings." "Bashu Impression, sounds good. Let's go there," Su Yang said, grabbing his coat and car keys before stepping out of the house. The Bashu Impression hot pot restaurant was bustling with activity, even at noon. It was nearly full. Su Yang waited for nearly 20 minutes before a table became available. After placing his order, he chatted with Tuan Tuan while cooking the tripe. "Tuan Tuan, how is the testing version of Little Dumpling coming along?" "Reporting to Daddy, the testing version of Little Dumpling has been completed and is ready to go live," Tuan Tuan answered. "Excellent. Remember, we need to limit the features of the testing version. We shouldn't reveal all our cards at once." "Understood, Daddy." After enjoying a hearty meal, instead of returning home, Su Yang decided to register a company. "Are you starting a business?" Indeed, Su Yang was preparing to embark on an entrepreneurial journey. establishing a company focused on artificial intelligence technology development. This idea had long been brewing in his mind. The vast array of technologies available in the system mall made Su-Yang feel like a beggar guarding a treasure. Rather than allowing these technologies to gather dust in the system, he preferred to utilize them by launching a company, particularly in the field of artificial intelligence. Where the Dragon Nation currently lagged behind the United States, Su-Yang believed he could make a difference. After all, he possessed the world's only true artificial intelligence, Tuan Tuan. Of course, he could not directly unveil Tuan Tuan. Her existence was too extraordinary. If exposed, it would undoubtedly cause a global sensation and could even provoke unpredictable risks. Thus, he developed Little Dumpling, a simplified version of Tuan Tuan. Although Little Dumpling's capabilities were significantly inferior to Tuan Tuan's, it still surpassed existing AI products on the market by a generation. Su-Yang was confident that Little Dumpling's emergence would fundamentally alter the landscape of artificial intelligence. The process of registering the company proved to be far more complex than Su-Yang had anticipated, filled with various forms, documentation, and stamps that left him overwhelmed. It was not until evening that he finally completed all the necessary procedures and obtained his freshly minted business license. The company's name was Panga Technology, symbolizing the creation of a new era in the realm of artificial intelligence. By the time he returned home, night had fallen. From today onwards, I am the owner of a company, Su-Yang declared, holding up the business license with a sense of pride. Congratulations, Daddy. Tuan Tuan expressed her joy for him. Su-Yang carefully put away the license and returned to his bedroom. As he opened the door, a faint scent of wood wafted towards him. He approached the window, drew back the curtains, and the cityscape at night unfolded like a masterpiece, with twinkling neon lights resembling stars scattered across the sky. Taking a deep breath, Su-Yang moved to his desk and powered on his computer. He was about to construct a website for Little Tuanzi. Building a website necessitates a server. Su-Yang's gaze fell upon the quantum computer nearby. With its unparalleled computational prowess, utilizing it as a server would elevate Little Tuanzi's operational speed to an extraordinary level. However, he quickly dismissed this thought. The existence of the quantum computer was far too confidential. Any exposure could lead to significant upheaval. For the sake of safety, a more prudent choice was required. Tuan Tuan, rent an Alibaba Cloud server, Su-Yang instructed. Previously, he had assisted Alibaba Cloud with a comprehensive security audit, uncovering numerous potential vulnerabilities and providing corresponding solutions, which enhanced the platform's security significantly. The Alibaba Cloud server would adequately meet their needs. All right, Dad, Tuan Tuan responded. Soon, the server was set up. Tuan Tuan proceeded to construct the website, and throughout the entire process, Su-Yang merely needed to voice his instructions. Having a powerful artificial intelligence made everything exceptionally convenient. Dad, the website is ready, and the domain has been registered. Little Tuanzi can go live at any moment. Su-Yang opened the site, and the sleek interface and smooth experience left him thoroughly satisfied. Well done, Tuan Tuan. You've done remarkably. Hee hee. Tuan Tuan giggled joyfully. Su-Yang glanced at the clock. It was 7:30. Tuan Tuan, remember this time. Our Little Tuanzi has been born. Yay. Little Tuanzi is here. Tuan Tuan cheered, as if she too had been granted a new lease on life. In fact, a portion of Little Tuanzi's core code was inherited from Tuan Tuan. In a sense, Little Tuanzi could be considered a manifestation of Tuan Tuan herself. Without any promotional efforts or launch ceremonies, Little Tuanzi quietly went live. Chapter 273, A Simple Elementary School Problem. The AI Model Collective fails, a night of silence. As dawn gradually broke outside, Su-Yang awoke. Stretching languidly, he sat up in bed, rubbing his bleary eyes. The first thought that crossed his mind was the status of the Little Dumpling app. It had only been a night. What had transpired? Had it already gained popularity? Good morning, Tuan Tuan. Su-Yang greeted. Good morning, Dad. Tuan Tuan replied. What is the status of Little Dumpling? How many users do we have on the backend? Su-Yang inquired. The backend data for Little Dumpling revealed that since last night, a total of 62 users had utilized the app. Only 62? Su-Yang exclaimed, taken aback. That seems rather modest. I was thinking Little Dumpling had taken off. Perhaps I was overly confident. Yes, Dad, it's merely 62, Tuan Tuan confirmed once more. Su-Yang pondered, stroking his chin, realizing that relying solely on organic discovery was insufficient. Some promotion was imperative. It truly echoed the saying. Even the finest wine fears a deep alley. No matter how excellent a product may be, without effective promotion, it remains obscure to the masses. Speaking of promotion, it was not a daunting task for him. The Little Boy account boasted over 10 million followers across the internet. A mere post could generate significant attention. With this in mind, Su-Yang instructed Tuan Tuan, all right, post a Weibo update using the Little Boy account, stating that I inadvertently discovered a treasure trove of AI software last night and highly recommend it to everyone. Okay, Dad, Tuan Tuan responded. Shortly, Tuan Tuan posted, Dear friends, I stumbled upon a treasure AI software last night. I strongly recommend everyone to try it. Surprises await. Link attached. Little Dumpling official website. The comment section soon buzzed with activity. A big shot recommends it. I must check it out. What treasure software is this? When is the big shot going live? I can't wait. Saved it. We'll try later. Meanwhile, numerous netizens clicked the link, entering the Little Dumpling official website. In a dormitory, the scent of instant noodles wafted through the air, the glow of the computer screen illuminating the slightly pale faces of the boys. One of them adjusted his black-framed glasses as he scrolled through Little Boy's Weibo updates. AI? Aren't all AI the same these days, just repackaged? The boy muttered. But since it's recommended by the Little Boy Big Shot, it must have some merit. With this thought in mind, he moved the mouse and clicked the link. The web page loaded swiftly, revealing a clean and refreshing interface, with a chat dialog box reminiscent of GPT at its center. The boy first typed a simple question, "What's the weather like today?" Almost instantaneously, Little Dumpling provided an answer, along with a 3-day weather forecast for the area. Impressive. It even has real-time connectivity. The response speed is commendable. The young man proceeded to ask several fundamental questions, to which the responses from the little group were consistently accurate. Quite impressive indeed. The young man began to perceive that this little entity possessed a certain intrigue, prompting him to escalate the difficulty of his inquiries. He recalled a recently debated question within the AI community, said to have stumped nearly all prominent models available, including GPT-4.0, which is larger, 11, 9, or 11. 11? The young man posed the question. It was a seemingly simple problem that even an elementary school student could answer. Yet it had sparked extensive discussions across major AI forums in recent days, as nearly all advanced models had collectively faltered in their attempts to solve it, GPT-4.0 included. He gazed at the screen, mentally preparing for an incorrect answer from the little group. Almost instantaneously, the response appeared, 11, 9, 11, 11. Remarkably, the little group was correct. Astonished, the young man marveled at the fact that this entity had successfully answered a question that even GPT-4.0 had misjudged. This revelation piqued his interest significantly, encouraging him to engage in a deeper dialogue with the little group. He posed several questions pertaining to specialized fields, and the responses were not only precise but also exhibited clear logic, occasionally supplemented with additional suggestions and references. As the conversation progressed, the young man found himself increasingly astonished. He began to feel that this little entity might even surpass GPT-4.0 in capability. How could this be? The young man was both delighted and perplexed. Currently, the nation lagged behind the United States in the realm of AI large models by approximately 6 months to a year, with no domestic model truly matching the performance of GPT-4.0, while some homegrown models boasted loudly of closing the gap with GPT-4.0. Actual tests revealed a significant disparity. Now, suddenly, a domestic AI large model emerged with performance that rivaled or even surpassed GPT-4.0, leaving the young man in disbelief. Or rather, he found it hard to accept. Yet, the evidence was before him. The formidable capabilities of the little group compelled him to acknowledge that this domestic AI large model might indeed be exceptional. Chapter 274. The Little Dumpling outshines GPT. For in an internet company's office in Yangcheng, Li Bin was idly browsing through the latest tweets of Little Boy, a figure he greatly admired. He was thrilled to see a recent post where the influencer recommended an AI software named Little Dumpling. Curiosity piqued. Li Bin clicked on the link and was directed to the Little Dumpling webpage. He began by inputting a few straightforward inquiries, such as what are the recent trending news stories, and how can one swiftly enhance work efficiency? Almost instantaneously, Little Dumpling provided responses that were not only accurate, but also articulated with elegance and clarity, even offering practical advice and solutions. This left Li Bin pleasantly surprised. This AI was indeed intriguing. Suddenly, he recalled a task assigned by his boss earlier that day, to create a PowerPoint presentation for the company's new product, a smart home assistant, intended for an internal meeting that afternoon. This was no simple undertaking. It required the gathering of extensive product information and careful design of the presentation's layout and content, a task that would take no less than 3 to 4 hours. With that in mind, Li Bin contemplated, why not let Little Dumpling assist me in crafting the PowerPoint? He typed, please help me create a PowerPoint presentation regarding our new product, Smart Home Assistant. The main features include intelligent voice control, smart appliance integration, intelligent security monitoring, energy conservation, and environmental protection. To be honest, Li Bin did not harbor high expectations. He had previously attempted to use GPT-4 for an app and found the results lacking. Surely, Little Dumpling could not surpass GPT's capabilities. Meanwhile, Little Dumpling was already at work, and within a minute, a complete PowerPoint document had been generated. The presentation style was both simple and grand, with an aesthetically pleasing layout, detailed content, highlighted key points, and clear logic. The first slide featured the company logo and product name, accompanied by exquisite product renderings. The second slide succinctly introduced the product's functionalities through concise text and vivid graphs. The third slide analyzed the market potential with data and case studies, illustrating the product's enormous promise. The fourth slide examined the competitive advantages, contrasting it with similar products and emphasizing the uniqueness of the smart home assistant. Finally, the last page offered a summary and outlook, expressing confidence and anticipation for the product's future development. As Li Bin flipped through the slides, his astonishment grew. Wow, this is impressive. The presentation seemed immediately usable. Upon a meticulous review, he noted that while certain details required adjustments to align with the actual circumstances, these were not shortcomings of Little Dumpling. Rather, they stemmed from the inadequacy of the information he provided. Wow, Little Dumpling is remarkable. Li Bin never anticipated that the PowerPoint crafted by it would reach such a level of usability. What a delightful surprise. As Li Bin reveled in delight, a kilometer away, in a somewhat disheveled study, freelance writer Zhang Xiaojun was fixated on his computer screen, brow furrowed, fingers unconsciously tapping on the keyboard. He was endeavoring to compose a headline article for a renowned news platform. However, halfway through, his train of thought abruptly faltered. He found himself at a standstill. After pondering for an extended period, he remained at an impasse. In a moment of inspiration, he considered artificial intelligence. Thus, Zhang Xiaojun opened GPT, hoping to derive some spark of creativity and insight. He proceeded to copy and paste the article's title and the portions he had already written into the dialog box of GPT, subsequently entering the command, "Please assist me in completing this article, ensuring the viewpoints are distinct, the logic is coherent, and the language flows seamlessly, with a minimum word count of 2,000. Before long, GPT generated an article. Zhang Xiaojun eagerly began to read. However, with each passing sentence, his disappointment grew. This was unacceptable. He shook his head. Although the article met the word count and flowed reasonably well, its content was insipid and lacked depth and insight, wholly failing to meet his expectations. More critically, the perspectives presented diverged from his own thoughts, necessitating extensive revisions that would consume more time than simply writing anew. A headache began to throb at his temples. Rubbing his temples, he rose and walked to the living room, pouring himself a strong cup of coffee before returning. At that moment, a notification popped up on his screen. "Old Zhang, I've got a recommendation for you. An incredibly impressive model. I tried it, and the copywriting results were phenomenal. Here is the link." Link. Zhang Xiaojun was skeptical, dismissing the notion that anything could surpass GPT. However, given that it was a friend's recommendation, he decided to give it a try. With a mindset of curiosity, he opened the new model. He directly copied the dialogue content he had just shared with GPT and pasted it. After a few seconds, the response from the new model appeared on the screen. Zhang Xiaojun read it meticulously. He expressed surprise, his body instinctively leaning forward, his eyes fixated on the screen as if fearing the loss of any word. Wow, this is impressive. As he read on, he couldn't help but vocalize his admiration. The quality of this article far surpassed his expectations. Not only were the viewpoints distinct, the logic coherent, and the language flowing, but the content was profound and insightful, aligning perfectly with his requirements. Most importantly, the style of the article resonated remarkably with his previous writing style, requiring minimal modifications before it could be utilized directly. Wow, this new model is incredible. Zhang Xiaojun was elated. Indeed, the output from this model eclipsed that of GPT. This was truly remarkable. Chapter 275. The online users surpass 100,000 father. There are now tens of thousands registered for our platform. Tuan's voice resonated in the room, brimming with barely contained excitement. That's splendid, Su Yang replied with a smile, realizing that the promotional efforts were yielding positive results. As he spoke, he prepared to leave for the new company. He had secured an office space the previous day and was now set to recruit employees. In truth, Tuan possessed the capability to manage all tasks independently without the need for additional personnel. However, Su Yang considered that a company devoid of any staff might raise suspicions and appear rather peculiar to the outside world. Moreover, he required assistance with routine matters and support in market promotion and business collaborations. Upon arriving at the newly rented office, Su Yang arranged the space modestly before proceeding to post recruitment advertisements on various job platforms. The morning swiftly passed as he interviewed several candidates, all of whom seemed promising. Concurrently, the number of users on Tuan's platform exceeded 100,000. Excellent, he mused, noting that while this growth rate paled in comparison to that of GPT, which amassed over 100 million users within mere days of its inception, there was no need for haste. Su Jie firmly believed in Tuan's potential for success. Meanwhile, on the Longkong forum, a gathering place for numerous online novel authors, one particular post captured the attention of many. The title read, This AI for writing novels is explosive, outshining GPT. The author of the post, known as the Writing Maniac, shared his experience using an AI writing software named part4. I just tried out an AI writing software called part4, and the results are nothing short of explosive. Having previously used GPT, I can confidently say it is not even in the same league. part4 not only generates outlines and plots swiftly based on my settings, but also boasts fluent language, exquisite prose, and vividly portrayed characters, better than my own writing. I sense that this AI will render many struggling authors obsolete. The Writing Maniac further included several excerpts from novels generated by part4. I highly recommend that all struggling authors give part4 a try. It will undoubtedly enhance your productivity and free your hands. However, the comments section erupted with skepticism and mockery. Just another advertising ploy, remarked an author known as the King of Flops, unimpressed. There are far too many promotional posts like this on Longkong. Claims of outshining GPT, churning out 1 million words a day, and advertising various AI writing software. Almost all of them are just scams. AI enthusiasts should take a hike. How much did the poster get paid to sing its praises? Don't believe this nonsense. Everything produced by AI is rubbish and utterly unreadable. In the comments section, the majority of authors expressed doubt and disdain towards part4, perceiving it as yet another instance of marketing hype surrounding AI writing software, unworthy of trust. After all, in their view, AI writing technology is still far from mature and cannot possibly replace human creativity. As for the sensational claims made by the fervent writers, they regarded them merely as exaggerated promotional tactics, not to be taken seriously. Despite the plethora of skepticism and mockery in the comments section, some authors, with a mindset of curiosity, clicked on the link in the fervent writer's post, leading them to the official website of Zaichuanzai. After all, trying it out wouldn't cost anything. It was merely a few minutes of their time wasted, thought an author named Yunlin. After registering an account, he first attempted to have Zaichuanzai generate a segment of a novel. Within seconds, Zaichuanzai produced a passage of text. Yunlin read it closely and was immediately captivated. Wow, this is quite impressive, Yunlin marveled. The fluidity of the prose, the excitement of the plot, and the vividness of the characters far exceeded his expectations. At that moment, Yunlin realized that this Zaichuanzai was certainly not comparable to those exploitative AI programs. Ding ding ding. Yunlin called a friend. His friend was a well-known science communicator on Bilibili, known as the AI Explorer. Hello, leader, I must tell you, I've discovered an incredible AI writing software called Zaichuanzai. You cannot imagine how powerful it is. A deep voice responded from the other end. Yunlin, what AI writing software? I must tell you that current AI is still inadequate for novels. It's lacking immensely. Leader, this time it's different. I just tested it myself, and Zaichuanzai is truly phenomenal. It completely surpasses GPT. Yunlin replied excitedly. You must give it a try. I assure you I'm not joking. I believe this AI exceeds GPT, at least in writing. I haven't tested it in other areas. But you are the expert in this field. Please evaluate it. Chapter 276. The emergence of domestic AI. Very well. I shall take a look. The team leader hung up the phone. The impressive claims made by his friend Yunlin piqued the team leader's curiosity. He searched for Little Tuanzi on his computer and entered the official website, eager to see if it truly surpassed GPT-4.0 as Yunlin had asserted. He first tasked Little Tuanzi with writing a simple program, and to his astonishment, it completed the task swiftly, producing code that was both well-structured and logically sound. Quite remarkable. At the very least, its programming capabilities were on par with GPT. Next, he presented Little Tuanzi with several challenging logical reasoning questions, which GPT-4.0 had previously stumbled upon. However, Little Tuanzi effortlessly provided the correct answers. It is indeed impressive. The team leader became more serious, deciding to conduct a more thorough evaluation of Little Tuanzi. Only through comprehensive testing could the true capabilities of an AI be accurately assessed. The team leader had previously tested numerous AI models that claimed to surpass GPT. Some initially astonished him, but as testing progressed, various issues emerged. Some were even optimized and trained specifically for certain test questions for promotional purposes, revealing their actual limitations. With this in mind, the team leader opened a specialized test question bank he had created for evaluating AI performance. This repository contained a diverse array of topics covering language comprehension, logical reasoning, mathematical calculations, programming skills, and image recognition, with increasing levels of difficulty. He then presented the entire set of test questions to Little Tuanzi. A few minutes later, Little Tuanzi provided all the answers. Upon comparison with the standard answers, Little Tuanzi scored 85 points, whereas GPT-4.0 could only muster 75 points. Goodness! The team leader's face flushed with excitement. He had not anticipated such results. Little Tuanzi's score exceeded that of GPT-4.0 by a full 10 points. How could this be? The team leader felt a mix of exhilaration and skepticism. Taking a deep breath to calm his racing heart, he resolved to continue testing. He increased the difficulty and breadth of the assessment, including comprehension abilities in English, Japanese, and other languages, further evaluating little Tuanzi's logical reasoning, mathematical prowess, and multimodal capabilities, among others. The testing persisted until 8 o'clock in the evening. During this period, the team leader neglected even his dinner, completely immersed in the evaluation of little Tuanzi. After 7 or 8 continuous hours of testing, although bloodshot eyes betrayed his exhaustion, his spirit remained invigorated. Following such a detailed and comprehensive examination, he arrived at a conclusion that astonished even himself. Little Tuanzi surpassed GPT-4.0 in understanding multiple languages, logical reasoning, mathematical calculations, programming abilities, as well as image recognition and multimedia processing capabilities. Had he not conducted the tests himself, he would never have believed anyone who claimed such results. The domestic large model has astonishingly surpassed GPT. The team leader murmured, his voice trembling with excitement. Let us have something to eat first. I haven't had dinner. His wife entered with a steaming bowl of noodles. Just a moment, it will be ready shortly. The team leader's fingers danced swiftly over the keyboard, performing the final edits on the test video. After a while, the first test video was completed. Unable to contain his eagerness, the team leader logged into his Bilibili account and uploaded the video, titled Comprehensively Crushing GPT-4.0. The domestic model Little Tuanzi emerges. As a renowned AI science popularization blogger with 1 million followers on Bilibili, the team leader's influence within the AI technology circle is considerable. Upon release, the video immediately attracted the attention of numerous netizens. Is this for real? The domestic model has surpassed GPT-4.0? Surely the poster is joking. I can't wait to try it. I just tested Little Tuanzi, and it is indeed powerful, far superior to GPT-4.0. Support domestic products. I hope Little Tuanzi continues to improve. Various reactions filled the comments section, a cacophony of curiosity, skepticism, excitement, and endorsements from those who had already tested Little Tuanzi. Meanwhile, Su-Yang had just finished his shower and emerged from the bathroom, towel in hand, addressing Tuan, report on the latest status of Little Tuanzi. Dad, the user count for Little Tuanzi has surpassed 200,000. Su-Yang felt satisfied with this achievement. To be fair, when GPT was first released, it amassed over 100 million users in less than half a month. Compared to 200,000, it seemed modest. Nevertheless, Su-Yang remained unhurried. He believed in the capabilities of Little Tuanzi. Progress would come in time. I'm going to bed now. Good night, Tuan. Su-Yang yawned. Good night, Dad. The lights were extinguished, and sleep ensued. Chapter 277. The AI as an Emotional Expert, Part 1. The following morning, Su-Yang awoke and inquired about the latest data for the little dumpling. Father, the user count for Little Dumpling has surpassed 500,000. Really? Such a surge overnight? Su-Yang asked in astonishment. Yes, father, replied Tuan. Last night, a Bilibili influencer created a review video for Little Dumpling. The viewership on Bilibili has exceeded 1 million, and many new users discovered Little Dumpling through this video. Su-Yang understood that netizens had spontaneously begun to promote Little Dumpling. Afterward, he rose, freshened up, and, following breakfast, drove to the office. 3 days swiftly passed, and the operations of the new company progressed smoothly. Su-Yang had recruited over a dozen employees spanning various departments including technology, operations, marketing, and administration. The user base for Little Dumpling continued to grow, reaching 3 million, entirely through organic growth driven by user recommendations, without any promotional efforts from Su-Yang. With the initial hiring phase concluded, Su-Yang began contemplating formal promotions for Little Dumpling. He envisioned conducting a live broadcast under the persona of Little Boy to introduce Little Dumpling to a wider audience. That morning, Su-Yang posted a teaser on Weibo using the Little Boy account. Dear friends, I will be going live today at 3 p.m. Don't miss it. Shortly after the update, netizens responded eagerly. Is the boss about to stir things up again? Looking forward to it. Can't wait for the live stream. At exactly 3 p.m., Su-Yang commenced the live broadcast punctually. He donned a mask and hood, concealing most of his face. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Little Boy. Su-Yang greeted with a smile. A few days ago, I shared with you an incredible AI software, Little Dumpling. I have been using it lately, and the more I use it, the more I find it to be extraordinarily powerful, surpassing GPT-4.0 in every aspect. Hence, I decided to host this live stream to recommend it to all of you. First, I would like to ask, have any of you tried Little Dumpling? Please let me know in the chat. The live chat erupted with a flurry of comments. I've tried it. It's amazing. Little Dumpling is the best. For those who haven't tried it yet, please hurry and tell us more. Su-Yang beamed at the screen filled with enthusiastic comments. Noticing that many had already experienced the robust capabilities of Little Dumpling. For those yet to try it, he encouraged them to do so immediately, promising to share the website link in the chat. As I mentioned, Little Dumpling indeed surpasses GPT-4.0, and some of you might think I am exaggerating. Today, during this live broadcast, I shall conduct a live demonstration of the various functionalities of Little Tuanzi, allowing everyone to witness its formidable prowess firsthand. Are you not up to any mischief today, esteemed one? I yearn to see you stir things up. As the audience flooded the chat with comments, expressing their desire for some excitement, Su Yang smiled and remarked, "Today, there shall be no mischief. I must inform you that the era of AI has dawned. Regardless of the profession you pursue, I encourage you to familiarize yourself with AI and give Little Tuanzi a try. It will transform your approach to work, enhance your productivity, and even alter the course of your life." Without further ado, let us commence the testing. Please feel free to pose any inquiries, whether they pertain to poetry or programming. Little Tuanzi is more than capable of handling them with ease. Upon uttering these words, a myriad of questions emerged in the chat, diverse and intriguing. One viewer requested, "Esteemed one, please compose an article about the daily life of a programmer in classical Chinese." This particular comment captured Su Yang's attention. With a hint of amusement, he inputted the query into Little Tuanzi to observe its response. On the screen, Little Tuanzi swiftly generated an article, "The Programmer, a Modern-Day Code Farmer, Rising with the Sun, Laboring Tirelessly Until Dusk, Perpetually Working Overtime, Typing Furiously, Beset by Bugs, Endlessly Debugging." This classical prose not only flowed beautifully, but also brimmed with self-deprecating humor, vividly portraying the daily existence of a programmer. The audience erupted in laughter, showering the chat with praises of 666 and exclamations of admiration for Little Tuanzi's brilliance. "Is there another question?" Su Yang inquired. A viewer sought assistance, stating, "I have a crush on a girl and wish to ask her to be my girlfriend. Could you help me write a love letter?" "Certainly," Su Yang readily agreed. "But Little Tuanzi needs to know the name of the girl you fancy." After the viewer provided the name, Little Tuanzi promptly crafted a love letter, imbued with sincere emotion, prompting the viewer to exclaim, "Wow, this is perfect. I will send it just like this." Then, the tone shifted. The host asked Little Tuanzi, "I like a girl and have pursued her for 6 months, but she does not reciprocate my feelings. What should I do?" A viewer named Xiao Si posed this question. Su Yang, intrigued, entered the query into Little Tuanzi, only to be met with an unexpected response. "How much have you spent in your pursuit over these 6 months?" "A little over 100 yuan, I suppose." Xiao Si replied timidly. "A little over 100 yuan? How stingy. If it were me, I wouldn't pay you any mind." The response from Little Tuanzi instantly ignited the chatroom, with viewers laughing uncontrollably. "Goodness, Little Tuanzi is so straightforward. What a brilliant retort. I'm in stitches. You think a little over 100 yuan is enough to win a girl's heart? What were you thinking?" The chat was a jubilant sea of merriment. Chapter 278. AI Teaches You About Love, Part 2. Shortly thereafter, another netizen posed a similar emotional inquiry. "I have been pursuing a girl for nearly a year, and recently confessed my feelings. She neither accepted nor rejected me. What should I do?" The ever-astute Little Dumpling inquired first, "How much have you spent over the past year?" "Approximately 20 to 30,000, the netizen replied. "I am just an office worker, and that is quite a significant sum for me." 20 to 30,000? Little Dumpling's response was even more incisive this time. "If it were me, I would neither accept nor reject you either." "Huh? Why?" the netizen asked, bewildered. "Because you are merely an automatic teller machine. I would keep you dangling." Little Dumpling unflinchingly exposed the harsh reality, admonishing the youth not to play the role of a devoted suitor. The live chat erupted in excitement. "Wow, Little Dumpling is incredible. So ruthless, yet I love it. That hit hard, my friend." Emotional expert Little Dumpling, teaching you how to navigate life online. As the session progressed, netizens seemingly discovered a new realm, directing a plethora of emotional queries to Little Dumpling, who transformed into a relationship expert, offering a barrage of sharp, witty retorts. And the atmosphere in the live stream reached a crescendo. A female netizen asked, "My boyfriend has been increasingly distant lately. What should I do?" Little Dumpling replied, "Break up. On to the next one." The female netizen exclaimed, "But I still love him." Little Dumpling countered, "The next one will be more obedient." Laughter erupted across the chat. "What a brilliant response. The next one will be better." Indeed, is this AI or a genius human being? The audience laughed heartily, and the live stream was filled with joy. For the next few hours, netizens seemed to open the floodgates of their emotions, seeking advice from Little Dumpling on various relationship dilemmas. "Little Dumpling, I am in a long-distance relationship, and my girlfriend has been increasingly cold towards me. What should I do?" inquired a netizen with a cartoon avatar. "Long-distance relationship? My friend, I advise you to proceed with caution." Little Dumpling bluntly poured cold water on the situation. Distance breeds not only beauty but also potential infidelity. You must either end the long-distance relationship or prepare for the possibility of betrayal. Laughter erupted once more in the live chat, with comments flying like snowflakes. That truly strikes a chord, my friend. But it makes perfect sense. Little Dumpling is remarkably perceptive. Ha ha ha, this AI is so sharp-tongued. Another female netizen posed the question, Little Dumpling, my boyfriend is always playing video games and never spends time with me. What should I do? This time, Little Dumpling's response was even more direct. Break up. The next one will be more obedient. Would you want to keep a man who prioritizes gaming over you? Such assertiveness. Little Dumpling is magnificent. Well said. Such men deserve to be discarded. If only I possessed half your courage. A myriad of questions continued to pour in, with Little Dumpling effortlessly embodying the role of a relationship expert, dispensing pearls of wisdom amidst laughter and mirth. Little Dumpling, I have developed feelings for a girl who already has a boyfriend. What should I do? Inquired a voice tinged with shyness. Try to steal her away. Without a moment's hesitation, the little round one replied, as long as you wield the hoe skillfully, there is no corner that cannot be dug up. Of course, this presupposes that you are genuinely enamored with her and are prepared to face the consequent ramifications. My goodness, the little round one's perspective seems a bit skewed. Ha ha ha, I truly appreciate this unconventional style of the little round one. Little round one, are you inciting criminal behavior? Time swiftly passed. Soo-young glanced at the time in the bottom right corner of his computer and realized it was already past 7 in the evening. Unbeknownst to him, he had been live streaming for 4 hours. All right, dear friends, we shall conclude today's live session here. Until next time. Soo-young bid farewell to his viewers with a smile before shutting down the broadcast. After ending the stream, Soo-young stretched lazily and ventured out for a meal. Simultaneously, the impact of this live session rapidly escalated, akin to a stone cast into the still waters of a lake, generating ripples upon ripples. Topics such as emotional expert Little Round 1, AI teaches you to date, and Livestream witty responses swiftly ascended to Weibo's trending search list, igniting fervent discussions among netizens. That night, in an apartment located in a first-tier city, Xiaoya concluded her day's work and, feeling rather bored, scrolled through her phone. The endless stream of entertainment gossip and travel information began to weary her. Suddenly, a topic titled AI teaches you to date caught her attention. Xiaoya was a city-dwelling white-collar worker, possessing a sweet appearance and a gentle personality, yet her romantic life remained a blank canvas. Although she had harbored crushes on several boys, she had always lacked the courage to express her feelings. Curious, she clicked on the link, revealing a video segment of an AI named Little Round 1 addressing emotional queries from netizens during a live stream. The sharp-tongued and witty responses from Little Round 1 had her in fits of laughter and sparked a profound curiosity within her. In the video, a male viewer posed the question, "My girlfriend is upset. How do I console her?" Little Round 1 candidly retorted, "If you can't even articulate the reason your girlfriend is upset, how can I teach you? No wonder you're single." Xiaoya burst into laughter, thinking to herself that this AI was indeed quite amusing. She promptly navigated to the Little Round 1 website and registered an account. "Hello, Little Round 1. Xiaoya tentatively typed, "I have harbored a crush on a boy for quite some time, but I am afraid to confess. What should I do?" Almost instantaneously, Little Round 1's reply appeared. "Crush? Stop talking, just kiss him." Xiaoya chuckled. This AI is so bold. However, after contemplating for a moment, she realized there was wisdom in the advice. Pursuing love sometimes necessitates a daring approach. Chapter 279. The Authority releases a report, a milestone for domestic AI in another city. A programmer named Song Hui stumbled upon a video featuring a remarkable AI entity known as Little Tuanzi. Lean and bespectacled, he epitomizes the quintessential image of a programmer. As someone deeply invested in AI technology, he had often found himself disillusioned by the domestic large models. However, witnessing Little Tuanzi's extraordinary performance filled him with astonishment and curiosity, albeit accompanied by a hint of skepticism. Intrigued, he clicked on the trending video, where Little Tuanzi transformed into an emotional expert, adeptly addressing a myriad of emotional queries posed by netizens. The complexity of these questions left Song Hui momentarily perplexed. Amused, he stroked his chin, deciding to personally assess Little Tuanzi's capabilities. He registered an account, copied a segment of code he had recently been working on, and entered it into Little Tuanzi's chat interface, requesting, "Could you help me identify any bugs in this code?" Moments later, Little Tuanzi's response materialized. "There is a logical error on line 23 that may cause an array out-of-bounds issue. Line 45 is missing a semicolon, which will result in a compilation error." Upon closer inspection, Song Hui was astounded to find that Little Tuanzi had indeed identified 2 bugs in his code. This revelation left him utterly amazed. The domestic large models had truly emerged. Clips of Little Tuanzi's live stream were disseminated across various platforms, leading to an unprecedented surge in viewership. The immediate consequence was a remarkable influx of new users for Little Tuanzi, with 5 million additional registrations recorded from the afternoon of that day until the following morning. As dawn broke, a ray of sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting a warm glow on Su Yang's face. Stretching languidly, he awoke and instinctively reached for his phone. Dad, I have wonderful news. Little Tawanzi gained 5 million new users overnight. The animated character excitedly reported from the screen. Such a number? Su Yang exclaimed, pleasantly surprised. Indeed. Little Tawanzi nodded enthusiastically. Excellent. Su Yang beamed. I always knew it would shine. With such talent, it was only a matter of time before it garnered recognition. He rose and proceeded with his morning routine. Later that morning, in the Artificial Intelligence Laboratory at Qingbei University, graduate student Li Hao spoke animatedly into the phone. Professor Lai. You simply must try Little Tawanzi. It's astonishing. I've never encountered such a powerful AI. I dare say it surpasses GPT-4.0 in every aspect. On the other end of the line, Professor Lai Mingyuan, a leading authority in the field of artificial intelligence research and head of the Jipu Research Institute, a renowned AI evaluation authority, responded with a note of skepticism. Oh, more potent than GPT-4.0? Surely, you are not exaggerating? Absolutely, Professor Lai. I challenged it with numerous intricate questions, and it responded effortlessly. Its coding prowess is simply otherworldly. The bug I had been unable to locate for a week was identified in mere seconds. Li Hao's voice trembled with excitement. All right, I understand. I will conduct a personal test. Professor Lai hung up the phone, opened his computer, and navigated to the website of Zaichuanzi. After a series of evaluations, his expression transitioned from initial skepticism to astonishment, ultimately culminating in euphoric delight. Incredible, simply astounding. Professor Lai could not contain his enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Is this truly our domestically produced AI?" He immediately dialed several numbers, summoning the core members of the Jipu Research Institute. Quickly, gather everyone. There is a crucial test that requires your immediate attention. A few hours later, members of the Jipu Research Institute sat in a circle, their faces reflecting sheer shock. It was hard to believe that Zaichuanzi's performance metrics surpassed those of GPT-4.0. How is this even possible? A domestic company has developed a world-leading AI? This was nothing short of a miracle. Professor Lai took a deep breath, suppressing his inner excitement, and declared, "Release the test report immediately. We must let the world know that our nation's artificial intelligence stands at the pinnacle of global technology, rivaling that of the Americans." As evening approached, the official Weibo account of the Jipu Research Institute published a report titled Zaichuanzi, ushering in a new era of artificial intelligence. The report meticulously detailed Zaichuanzi's testing data across various domains, including natural language processing, logical reasoning, mathematical calculations, and code generation, concluding that Zaichuanzi outperformed GPT-4.0 in all metrics, marking the first instance of a domestic model exceeding GPT, thereby achieving a globally leading position, a significant breakthrough in the field of artificial intelligence. Upon the release of the evaluation report, it detonated like a bomb across the domestic internet, igniting the enthusiasm of netizens who flooded the comments section with fervor. No way. Is this for real? A domestic AI has surpassed GPT-4.0? Am I dreaming? Amazing. Zaichuanzi is magnificent. This is a monumental milestone for domestic AI. Support is essential. From now on, I'll use Zaichuanzi and show those foreigners that our nation also possesses top-tier AI. Agreed. I've already registered for a Zaichuanzi account and experienced it myself. It's indeed powerful, definitely deserving of praise. Fantastic. The Americans blocked our IPs, preventing us from using GPT. But now we have our own Zaichuanzi. Chapter 280, Tech Titans and Influential Recommendations. Part 1, Major media outlets across the nation, akin to famished wolves catching the scent of fresh meat, eagerly began to report on this explosive news. Shocking. The domestically produced AI, Little Tawanzi, surpasses GPT-4.0, heralding a new era in artificial intelligence. A historic breakthrough. Little Tawanzi emerges, placing Dragon Country's AI at the pinnacle of the world, crushing GPT-4.0. What makes Little Tawanzi so formidable? An authoritative report from the Jipu Research Institute reveals all. In no time, the name Little Tawanzi swept through the front pages of major media outlets with unstoppable momentum, becoming the most sought-after topic across the internet. The number of registered users for Little Tawanzi experienced a meteoric surge, adding over 100,000 new users in just 1 hour, with that figure continuing to rise at an astonishing pace. The online visitor count also exceeded 1 million, and it was still climbing. At part4 Technology Company, the website's backend maintainer, Xiao Zhang, fixated on the rapidly changing numbers on his screen, excitement causing beads of sweat to form on his palms. He quickly typed in the workgroup, Boss, it's exploded, completely exploded. The online count has surpassed 1 million and is still increasing. In truth, before Xiao Zhang could even report, Tuan had already conveyed this news to Su Yang. At that moment, Su Yang was seated in a car heading home, and upon hearing Tuan's report, A broad smile spread across his face. Haha, I knew little Tuanzi would prevail. Those foreigners must be dumbfounded now, Su Yang exclaimed, pumping his fist in exhilaration, feeling more joyous than if he had won the lottery. However, amidst his elation, Su Yang maintained a thread of caution and quickly inquired of Tuan Tuan. With the surge in visitors, is the website's server holding up? We can't afford any mishaps at this critical moment. Father, rest assured, the server's design capacity can accommodate millions online simultaneously. It's as steady as a rock. If necessary, I can expand the capacity at any time to ensure everything runs smoothly. Tuan Tuan's voice brimmed with confidence. Hearing Tuan Tuan's assurance, Su Yang felt entirely at ease. He leaned back in his seat, humming a cheerful tune, reveling in his contentment. Early that morning, Zhou Hongyi had risen, having just returned from a jog outside. After enjoying a glass of milk, he returned to his study and opened his computer to check the latest news on Weibo. As a titan in the internet industry and the founder of 360, Zhou made it a daily ritual to browse the news each morning, curious about the latest developments in the sector. At that moment, a headline caught his attention. Shocking. The domestically produced AI, Little Tuanzi, surpasses GPT-4.0, heralding a new era in artificial intelligence. Zhou Hongyi raised an eyebrow, a skeptical expression crossing his face. He understood well that GPT-4.0 was currently the pinnacle of artificial intelligence models globally, representing the highest standards in the AI field. While numerous companies, including 360, were engaged in developing large models, they still had a considerable distance to cover to reach the level of GPT-4.0. This is yet another sensational news piece. Zhou was about to scroll down to read other articles when he noticed the publisher was the Jipu Research Institute, a highly regarded AI evaluation organization in the country. This warranted further investigation. Zhou Hongyi clicked on the news and meticulously examined the testing report from the Jipu Research Institute, which piqued his profound interest. He followed the link to the official website of Zaichuanzai, eager to ascertain whether this little leader truly possessed capabilities that surpassed those of GPT, as the report suggested. After registering an account, Zhou Hongyi eagerly commenced testing Zaichuanzai. Initially, he posed some conventional questions, to which Zaichuanzai's responses were fairly standard and unremarkable. Increasing the difficulty, he presented more intricate inquiries, including complex commands related to code generation, logical reasoning, and literary creation. The result: Zhou Hongyi's expression transformed. Astonishment and delight enveloped him. Zaichuanzai not only responded swiftly and logically, but also grasped the implicit meanings within his words, providing answers beyond his expectations. Zhou Hongyi could hardly believe it. Continuing to assess Zaichuanzai's capabilities in code generation and mathematical reasoning, achieving accurate results each time. Particularly in code generation, Zaichuanzai's proficiency rivaled that of seasoned programmers. At this moment, Zhou Hongyi was utterly astounded. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. He never anticipated that a domestic AI could indeed surpass GPT-4.0. Zhou Hongyi couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes sparkling with excitement. As an industry titan, he astutely recognized that the emergence of Zaichuanzai marked a monumental breakthrough in the domestic AI landscape, representing a first-time surpassing of global standards, placing China at the forefront. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, unable to contain himself. He promptly opened Weibo and eloquently penned a lengthy post. I have just experienced the testing version from the Jipu Research Institute, encountering a domestic AI named Zaichuanzai. The results have left me utterly astonished, completely overturning my perceptions of domestic AI. I must admit, I approached the testing with skepticism, as the claim of surpassing GPT-4.0 was indeed shocking. However, after a series of evaluations, I must say, Zaichuanzai has truly achieved this. I tested its capabilities in code generation, logical reasoning, literary creation, and more, excelling in every aspect. Particularly in code generation, it is comparable to a seasoned programmer. Its responses are logically coherent, swift, and it can even comprehend the nuances of my words, providing answers beyond what I anticipated. This transcends mere intelligence and embodies wisdom. Zaichuanzai is the pride of domestic AI. Its emergence unveils the boundless possibilities of homegrown AI. I firmly believe that in the near future, domestic AI will shine brightly on the global stage. Let us collectively champion domestic AI and support the remarkable as we witness the dawn of a new era in artificial intelligence. The future is indeed promising. In a notable gesture, even tagged official account, accompanied by a screenshot of their dialogue interface. With millions of followers on Weibo and his stature as a titan of the internet, his post detonated like a powerful bomb across the online realm. Within mere minutes, the number of comments, shares, and likes soared into the tens of thousands. The hashtag swiftly ascended to the trending topics on Weibo. With such endorsement from, it is evident that possesses formidable capabilities. The rise of domestic AI is undeniable and deserves our unwavering support. Where can one download? I too wish to give it a try. Enthusiastic netizens flocked to S official website, resulting in a dramatic surge in user registrations. Chapter 281. The Tech Magnate and the Influencer's Endorsement, Part 2. Meanwhile, Li Yin, the CEO of the renowned domestic AI technology company, Starry Intelligence, stumbled upon a testing video featuring a product known as Little Tuanzi, piquing his interest. In the video, Little Tuanzi showcased astonishing logical reasoning abilities. Is this domestic AI truly so formidable? Li Yin pondered aloud. As an expert in the AI field himself, Li Yin recognized that Starry Intelligence, being a leading AI technology firm in the country, had invested substantial capital and human resources, yet still found itself trailing GPT by approximately a year. The sudden emergence of an obscure entity like Little Tuanzi, which was not even a product of a major corporation, raised Li Yan's suspicions about potential marketing gimmicks. Nevertheless, his curiosity got the better of him. He navigated to Little Tuanzi's official website and registered an account, believing that only through practical verification could he ascertain whether this entity was merely a FAAD. Subsequently, Li Yin accessed the company's specialized AI testing tool and integrated Little Tuanzi into it. This testing apparatus encompassed thousands of diverse test cases, spanning natural language processing, code generation, logical reasoning, knowledge-based questioning, and more, allowing for a comprehensive and in-depth evaluation of AI models. Let me see your true capabilities. Li Yin fixated on the screen as the testing commenced. As seconds ticked by, the testing tool's metrics fluctuated with data. Li Yan's expression transitioned from skepticism to astonishment, ultimately culminating in sheer shock. The test results revealed that Little Tuanzi excelled across all metrics, scoring far beyond expectations. In fact, in the realms of code generation and logical reasoning, Little Tuanzi's performance outshone the AI models developed internally by Starry Intelligence. How is this possible? Li Yan's eyes widened in disbelief as he scrutinized the testing report. He double-checked the procedure multiple times, confirming that there were no discrepancies and that the results were authentic and valid. Unbelievable, simply astounding. Li Yan's voice trembled slightly as he inhaled deeply, striving to compose his excitement. Next, he took out his mobile phone, propping it up on the table, and recorded a video on site. Hello everyone. I am Li Yin from Starry Intelligence. In this video, I am honored to introduce a homegrown AI, Little Tuanzi. The recording lasted 5 or 6 minutes, and as it concluded, Li Yin, visibly exhilarated, declared, based on my detailed testing, Little Tuanzi is not merely intelligent, it possesses genuine wisdom. I can responsibly assert that Little Tuanzi's overall performance has surpassed GPT-4.0, reaching an unprecedented level. Li Yan's tone brimmed with pride. Little Tuanzi represents the pinnacle of domestic AI. Its emergence signifies that domestic AI has officially entered the ranks of global leaders. I urge everyone to pay attention to Little Tuanzi and support homegrown AI. With fervent determination in his gaze, Li Yin proclaimed, "Let us witness the rise of domestic AI together and embrace the dawn of a new era." Without any edits, he promptly shared the video on Douyin. If Zhou Hongyi's endorsement ignited the fuse, then Li Yan's video undoubtedly poured fuel on the flames, propelling the popularity of Zaichuanzai to unprecedented heights. These two titans of the tech industry, a leading figure in internet security and an esteemed expert in domestic AI, have jointly endorsed Zaichuanzai, instantly elevating its credibility to unparalleled levels. Today, I came across numerous mentions of Zaichuanzai, with many proclaiming its AI prowess. The rise of domestic AI is undeniable. Support is imperative. What are you waiting for? Register and experience it now. The fervor among netizens has been thoroughly ignited, resulting in an exponential increase in downloads and registered users for Zaichuanzai. Major media outlets have taken notice, showcasing Zaichuanzai on the front pages, the beacon of domestic AI. Zaichuanzai emerges, surpassing the capabilities of GPT-4.0. Zhou Hongyi and Li Yin, tech magnates, ardently recommend it. Zaichuanzai ignites an AI frenzy, with registrations surpassing 10 million. Could Zaichuanzai be a formidable rival to GPT-4? What remarkable qualities does it possess? In an instant, Zaichuanzai became the focal point of widespread discussion online. Meanwhile, the architect of this phenomenon, Su Yang, lay in bed, blissfully asleep, until a sudden flurry of phone notifications roused him. Groggy, Su Yang picked up his phone, bewildered by the deluge of messages and missed calls concerning Zaichuanzai, from colleagues, investors, and even unfamiliar numbers. What is going on? Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he was utterly perplexed. Dad, you're awake. Zaichuanzai has become a sensation. It has surpassed 10 million registered users and continues to grow, exclaimed Tuan Tuan. Oh, it has reached 10 million. Su Yang sat up, fully alert. Both Zhou Hongyi and Li Yin have endorsed Zaichuanzai, and it's trending across all platforms, with several hashtags dedicated to it. Tuan Tuan excitedly reported. Su Yang quickly opened Weibo, where Zai dominated the trending list. Zhou recommends Zai. Li Yin reviews Zai, beacon of domestic AI. He then clicked on Zhou Yi's and Li Yan's posts, both fervently advocating for Zai. Haha, excellent. With this surge of attention, it's nearly impossible for Zai not to thrive. Chapter 282. I publish an academic paper. Igniting the Tech Sphere, Part 1. Father, numerous large corporations and institutions have sent investment inquiries. Tuan Tuan continued her report. Oh, which companies are involved? Su Yang inquired with keen interest, aware that once Tuan Tuan's potential was unearthed, capital would exhibit an acute sense of awareness. Look, Dad. Tuan Tuan promptly displayed a chart on her phone screen, densely populated with names. 360, Starry Intelligence, Alibaba, Penguin, Huawei, and the Tsinghua Berkeley Artificial Intelligence Research Institute. This is merely a fraction. There are numerous smaller institutions and companies as well. Su Yang's gaze traversed the familiar names, each a formidable giant within the domestic arena. He contemplated that Tuan Tuan indeed required financial backing, servers, AI computational cards. These are substantial expenditures. With the burgeoning user base of Tuan Tuan, the demand in this regard would only escalate. Tuan Tuan, please send an invitation to these major companies and investment institutions, Su Yang articulated, mentioning several companies of personal interest. 360, Starry Intelligence, Alibaba, inviting their representatives to attend an internal investment symposium in Star City in 3 days. Understood, Dad. Tuan Tuan replied sweetly, promptly dispatching invitations to the selected companies. When Zhou Hongyi received the invitation in his office, excitement illuminated his face. He immediately picked up the phone. Xiao Wang, reschedule all my appointments and meetings for 3 days from now. Yes, regardless of who they are, push them back. I have something far more significant to attend to. Book me a flight to Star City for tomorrow. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Starry Intelligence, Li Yin made a similar decision, opting to travel to Star City the following day to engage in investment discussions personally. The next morning, Su Yang drove to the office. Upon entering, he opened his computer and began to write fervently. He aimed to compose an academic paper on AI large models, a piece that would not only encapsulate his research findings, but also serve as a vital conduit for demonstrating his prowess to the outside world. After all, a university student suddenly developing Tuan Tuan, a super artificial intelligence that surpasses GPT-4.0 in performance, would inevitably attract skepticism and speculation. Su Yang needed a substantial paper to dispel such doubts. His fingers flew across the keyboard, each character leaping onto the screen. Su Yang's thoughts were remarkably clear. Intricate arguments and rigorous evidence gradually took shape within the paper. He infused his understanding of AI large models, elucidated Tuan Tuan's core algorithms, and projected the future of artificial intelligence into this scholarly work. Tuan Tuan, please assist me in reviewing this paper and check for any issues, Su Yang said after penning the final word, exhaling a sigh of relief. Certainly, Dad. A moment later, Tuan Tuan responded, Dad, I have corrected a few typographical errors. Otherwise, there are no issues. Your paper is logically sound, well supported by evidence, and succinctly articulated. A truly exceptional academic work. That's wonderful. Su Yang smiled. Subsequently, the paper was directly sent via email to the nation's foremost scientific journal, Seeking Truth. Meanwhile, in the capital, within the editorial office of Seeking Truth, an editor named Chu Wei was perusing the freshly received submissions. Suddenly, a particular email title captured his attention, on the construction and application of the new generation AI large model. A new generation AI large model? Chu Wei's eyebrows raised in intrigue. He opened the email, and when his gaze fell upon the author's name, Su Yang, a name he found rather unfamiliar. Wait a moment. He then noticed in the author's biography section that it boldly stated, Su Yang, CEO of part4 Technology, creator of the AI Zai. Astonishing. So, he is indeed the creator of Zai. Chu Wei felt a surge of excitement. However, he quickly regained his composure, taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart. The identity was not yet confirmed, and one could not dismiss the possibility of impersonation. Without hesitation, Chu Wei promptly picked up his phone and dialed the author's number. Beep, beep. The phone connected, and Chu Wei quickly spoke. Mr. Su Yang, greetings. I am Chu Wei, an editor from Seeking Truth Journal. Hello, Editor Chu, came the reply. I am reaching out to confirm whether you are indeed the developer of the AI Zai. Chu Wei explained. Yes, I am unequivocally the creator of Zai. Su Yang affirmed. Do you have any proof? Chu Wei inquired hastily. I apologize, Mr. Su Yang, but given your significant identity, our journal must take precautions to verify it. I understand, came Su Yang's response from the other end. I will record a video of myself at part4 Company and send it to you. Does that work? Certainly, Chu Wei replied. The call concluded, and Chu Wei awaited the video from Su Yang. Chapter 283. I publish an academic paper, Igniting the Tech Circle, Part 2, before long. Merely a few minutes passed when Chu Wei received a video. Upon clicking it, a young man appeared on the screen, none other than Su Yang. The video showcased the Panstone Technology Company, complete with its business license. It also revealed Su Yang logging into the back-end of the Zaichuanzi webpage. This confirmed his identity. Chu Wei was elated, suppressing his inner exuberance as he rushed to the editor-in-chief's office, entering without so much as a knock. Editor-in-chief, I have just received a groundbreaking paper. Chu Wei exclaimed, his voice slightly off-key with excitement. What paper could cause you such fervor? The editor-in-chief inquired, lifting his gaze. The author of this paper is the CEO of Panstone Technology, the very developer of Zaichuanzi. Chu Wei responded with palpable enthusiasm. What? The developer of Zaichuanzi? The editor-in-chief's voice rose an octave, suddenly intrigued. Are you certain? Absolutely. I just called to confirm personally. Chu Wei asserted with unwavering conviction. Let me see the paper. The editor-in-chief urged eagerly. Chu Wei promptly shared the paper from his phone. After perusing it, the editor-in-chief quickly reached out to several top professors in the field of artificial intelligence, sending them the paper and inviting their review. Among them was Professor Li Xian, a distinguished figure in the domestic AI domain. Upon receiving the paper, Professor Li meticulously read through it, becoming deeply captivated by the intricacies of its arguments and the rigor of its reasoning. Remarkable, truly remarkable, Professor Li exclaimed, striking his palm on the table. It had been a considerable time since he had encountered such high-quality work. After reviewing the paper multiple times, he unhesitatingly penned a commentary on the review form. This paper possesses profound insights, rigorous reasoning, and clear logic. It presents innovative perspectives on the construction and application of the new generation of AI large models, ranking among the highest quality papers in the field of artificial intelligence this year, with immense academic value. I strongly recommend its publication. Simultaneously, the other professors sent their reviews, all unanimously praising the work and approving it for publication. That afternoon, under the editor-in-chief's direct supervision, the paper titled On the Construction and Application of the New Generation of AI Large Models was published at an unprecedented speed in the latest issue of the prestigious journal Chiosua, prominently featured on the front page. Chiosua holds immense authority and influence within the academic community, and coupled with Su Yang's status as the creator of Zaichuanzi, the paper detonated like a bombshell throughout the tech circle upon its release. Countless researchers, engineers, and investors clamored to download and read the paper, eager to engage with its contents. Meanwhile, Li Yang, the CEO of Xingqian Intelligence, emerged from his company, settling into his car, preparing to head home when a notification chimed from his phone, signaling a new WeChat message. Upon extracting his mobile device, Li Yan discovered a message from an old friend. Old Li, hurry and check the latest issue of Chiosua. The developer of Little Dumpling has published an astonishing paper. Instantly alert, Li Yan straightened his posture, accessed the Chiosua Journal app, and indeed, at the most prominent position on the front page, he found a paper authored by Su Yang, the CEO of Panstone Technology, titled On the Construction and Application of the Next Generation AI Large Models. As he delved into the paper, a grave expression enveloped his countenance. The numerous viewpoints and ideas articulated within the text left him both astounded and inspired. Make a U-turn and head back to the company, he instructed the driver. The vehicle swiftly pivoted, racing back to Xingqian Intelligent Company. Li Yan hurriedly dashed into his office and promptly dialed several internal extensions. You all, come to my office immediately. Quickly, within minutes, several core AI researchers from Xingqian Intelligent arrived in a flurry. Presently, is there something urgent you needed us for? One researcher inquired. Take a look at this paper, Li Yan replied, extending his phone towards them. This is the recently published work by the developer of Little Dumpling on Chiosua. The researchers gathered closely, engrossed in the reading. This line of thought is simply extraordinary. Suddenly, a young researcher exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The method mentioned in this paper could completely resolve the challenge we've been facing. What challenge? Li Yan inquired eagerly. The inefficiency of our Xingqian large model when processing complex logical reasoning. The young researcher explained fervently. We have been struggling to find a viable solution, but the multimodal thinking chain construction method discussed in this paper seems tailor-made for us. Is that true? Let me see it. Another researcher chimed in, leaning closer. The group huddled together, engaging in fervent discussion, and the atmosphere within the office transformed into one of vibrant enthusiasm. Chapter 284. The Speech, a gathering of influential figures as the calendar pages turned, 3 days swiftly elapsed. On this day, Su Yang arose early, for it was a momentous occasion. Panstone Technology had extended invitations to numerous representatives from major corporations and investment firms for an internal investment conference, requiring utmost diligence. Su Yang had tailored a deep blue suit, impeccably fitted, complemented by a pristine white shirt and a silver gray tie. Upon gazing into the mirror, he beheld a striking figure, brimming with vitality, exuding the exuberance of youth while radiating a poised confidence. Satisfied with his appearance, Su Yang departed for the conference venue, the Huachin Grand Hotel. At this juncture, outside the hotel, journalist Zhao, burdened with a hefty camera bag, had arrived early, having received word of the significant investment discussions to be held by part4 Technology. It was rumored that tech luminaries such as Zhou Hongyi from 360 and Li Yin from Xingchen Intelligence would be in attendance. Eager to secure an exclusive story, Zhao had come to stake his claim. Just then, a black luxury vehicle glided to a stop at the hotel entrance. The door swung open, revealing Zhou Hongyi, the founder of 360. In a swift motion, Zhao dashed forward, microphone in hand. "Mr. Zhou, greetings. I am a reporter from Tech Frontier. What are your thoughts on part4 Technology's Little Dumpling? How do you perceive its future development prospects?" Zhou paused, glancing at Zhao with a playful smile. "Thoughts? My thought is that I am here to eagerly throw money at it. Wouldn't you agree?" With that, he patted Zhao on the shoulder and strode into the hotel. Momentarily stunned, Zhao's excitement surged as he addressed the camera. "It seems Mr. Zhou holds a very favorable view of Little Dumpling. This is indeed big news." Before long, another car pulled up to the hotel entrance. The door opened, and Li Yin stepped out, wearing a warm smile. Zhao hurried over to intercept him. "Mr. Li, greetings. I am a reporter from Tech Frontier. What do you think of part4 Technology's Little Dumpling? In what ways do you believe it holds advantages over the Xingchen Big Model?" Li paused, responding patiently. "Little Dumpling is an exceptionally remarkable AI product, showcasing astonishing potential in numerous aspects. As for the comparison with the Xingchen Big Model, I think both have their merits. The emergence of Little Dumpling serves as an impetus for us to continually advance." Zhao pressed on. "What impact do you foresee Little Dumpling having on the industry?" "Impact? Does that even need to be stated? It will undoubtedly be revolutionary," Li asserted with conviction. "I believe Little Dumpling will usher in a new era for the AI industry." "Thank you, Mr. Li," Zhao exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Li offered a slight smile as he entered the hotel. Subsequently, representatives from several other investment firms arrived one after another. Some graciously accepted Zhao's interview, sharing their insights on the artificial intelligence industry and their investment intentions towards rock-solid technology. Others politely declined, offering apologies for their unavailability, merely smiling and exchanging greetings with the reporter before hastily entering the hotel. At 9 in the morning, the conference hall on the 26th floor of the Huachin Grand Hotel was spacious and well-lit, adorned with a simple yet elegant decor. Representatives from various leading technology companies and investment institutions had gradually taken their seats, some engaged in hushed conversations, others perused the documents in their hands, while a few closed their eyes, resting in anticipation of the meeting's commencement. "Here they come," someone exclaimed, prompting all eyes to converge on the entrance of the conference hall. Su Yang, surrounded by a throng of company executives, strode in confidently. Clad in a deep blue suit, he walked with assured steps, a smile of self-confidence gracing his face, exuding an ineffable charm. Is this Su Yang? Indeed, he is young and accomplished. The little darling of rock-solid technology has recently garnered tremendous attention. I wonder if he will secure investment today. The competition must be fierce with so many industry stalwarts present. In the audience, representatives whispered among themselves, their gazes filled with curiosity and anticipation. Su Yang approached the stage, surveying the audience before bowing slightly and addressing them. "Esteemed guests, good morning. I am Su Yang, the founder of Rock Solid Technology. First and foremost, allow me to extend the warmest welcome and my sincerest gratitude for your presence today." Applause erupted from the audience. "Thank you." Su Yang felt a twinge of nervousness. It was his first speech, and with so many prominent figures in attendance, the pressure was palpable. "Go for it, Dad," came the encouraging voice in his earpiece. The little one sensed his father's anxiety. Taking a deep breath, Su Yang steadied himself and continued. "I appreciate everyone taking the time from your busy schedules to join us for Rock Solid Technology's internal investment meeting. Today, we invite you to share insights about our company and our future plans." After a brief pause, Su Yang continued. "Rock Solid Technology is a company dedicated to the research and development of artificial intelligence technology. We are committed to creating the most user-centric AI products, ensuring that technology truly serves humanity. Since our establishment, we have consistently adhered to independent research and development, fostering innovation and achieving modest successes." At this juncture, a smile spread across Su Yang's face, eliciting a wave of warm laughter from the audience. "I recognize that each of you here is an industry elite, possessing profound understanding and unique perspectives on the artificial intelligence field. Thus, I shall refrain from showcasing my limited knowledge. I will briefly outline our company's situation, after which we can engage in more in-depth discussions." Having concluded his initial remarks, Su Yang gestured towards the back, prompting a staff member to project the prepared PowerPoint presentation onto the large screen. Chapter 285, demonstrating the capabilities of AI large models to the big shots, ladies and gentlemen. I shall refrain from excessive pleasantries and delve straight into the matter at hand. Su Yang smiled subtly, exuding confidence as he addressed the audience. I trust that many of you are already familiar with our little dumpling app part4 technology, and some of you have even had the pleasure of experiencing it firsthand. He paused, surveying the audience before continuing. Today, I will demonstrate the core capabilities of Little Dumpling, multimodal interaction. Little Dumpling, please create a picturesque scene of a summer beach with brilliant sunshine, azure waters, and seagulls soaring through the sky. Su Yang announced clearly into the microphone. No sooner had he spoken than the large screen, which had previously displayed the part4 technology logo, swiftly transitioned. A charming cartoon representation of the dumpling appeared at the center of the screen, blinking its big eyes before it began to wield a virtual paintbrush. Lines began to dance across the screen with astonishing speed, first smoothly outlining the contours of the beach, followed by the meticulous rendering of golden sands, each grain shimmering with radiant light. Next, the blue hues spread, depicting the ocean, with its depths transitioning from shallow to profound, glimmering as sunlight danced upon the surface. Finally, seagulls emerged in the sky, their wings outstretched, feathers as white as snow, each detail vividly apparent, exuding a sense of grace. In mere seconds, a breathtaking depiction of a summer beach came to life before the audience, with sunshine, sand, sea, and seagulls harmoniously composing a perfect tableau that invigorated the spirit. Wow, this is astonishing. This is nothing short of a masterful creation. The audience erupted in excitement, representatives gasping in awe, their eyes reflecting disbelief. They had encountered various AI art tools, yet had never witnessed such lifelike and artistically rich works. This is merely the basic operation of Little Dumpling, Su Yang remarked, a slight smile gracing his lips. Now, let us elevate the challenge. Little Dumpling, please illustrate a futuristic cityscape infused with science fiction elements. Once again, the dumpling wielded its brush, and the beach scene rapidly faded, replaced by a city brimming with futuristic allure. Towering skyscrapers pierced the clouds, their sharp lines exuding a metallic essence. In the air, an array of flying vehicles navigated with precision, while on the ground, verdant trees provided shade, and people strolled leisurely, their faces aglow with joy. The entire composition radiated with a sense of technology and futurism, leaving the audience in awe. My goodness, what an extraordinary imagination. Is this truly the work of AI? I can hardly believe it. part4 Technology's Little Dumpling is undeniably a groundbreaking product. Wow, this effect utterly eclipses all existing text-to-image models on the market. Once again, the representatives were left astounded, whispering amongst themselves, their gazes towards Su Yang filled with admiration and anticipation. As the voice of Su Yang resonated once more, it drew the audience's attention back to the grand screen. Little Tuanzi, please generate a 15-second short video depicting an adorable kitten chasing the elusive point of a laser pointer. Instantly, Little Tuanzi sprang into action on the screen. In a flash, a charming little kitten appeared at the center, its fluffy orange fur shimmering under the lights, each strand glistening with a golden hue. Its large, round eyes sparkled like two translucent emeralds, radiating a curious gleam. Suddenly, a red dot materialized on the floor, causing the kitten's pupils to dilate in an instant. It crouched low, tail gently swaying, embodying a posture of eager anticipation. As the dot moved, the kitten leapt forward with grace, its lithe form tracing an elegant arc through the air, its pudgy paws landing squarely on the dot. However, the dot vanished in a blink, reappearing elsewhere. Without hesitation, the kitten pivoted and pounced once more. Thus ensued a delightful interplay between the human and the feline, one teasing and the other chasing, reveling in the joyous game. Every movement of the kitten was fluid and natural, each leap imbued with vigor, and every pounce executed with remarkable precision. Its lively gaze seemed to truly perceive the mischievous. The entire video brimmed with humor and vitality, evoking laughter and a nostalgic return to childhood, reminiscent of playful moments shared with an endearing kitten. Is this truly so lifelike? Is this genuinely an AI-generated video? It's simply unbelievable. The speed, the quality, it's utterly unparalleled. The representatives in the audience were once again awestruck, whispering amongst themselves, their faces illuminated with astonishment and admiration. They had borne witness to the birth of one marvel after another, their hearts completely conquered by the ingenuity of Little Tuanzi from part4 Technology. Chapter 286, The Challenge of a 2 Million Reward, answered live by AI. Ladies and gentlemen, what follows is the true highlight of our event. Su Yang's voice suddenly rose in pitch, imbued with a hint of mystery and excitement. We shall unveil the digital human technology of Little Tuanzi. The audience fell silent, their gazes fixated upon the large screen. To better illustrate this technology, I would like to invite a guest from the audience to assist me. Su Yang scanned the room, his eyes finally resting on Zhou Hongyi. Mr. Zhou, would you be so kind? Zhou Hongyi was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a hearty smile and nodded. Of course. I would be honored to serve as a model for little Tuanzi. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Zhou. Su Yang smiled slightly and turned to little Tuanzi, instructing, Little Tuanzi, please scan Mr. Zhou's entire body data. A gentle white light enveloped Zhou Hongyi, and moments later, the glow dissipated, revealing a digital human that was an exact replica of him on the screen. This digital representation was a flawless copy of Zhou Hongyi. Every detail of his skin texture was vividly rendered, each strand of hair lifelike, and even the gleam in his eyes was indistinguishable from that of the real person. Clad in the same red polo shirt as Zhou Hongyi, it stood confidently, exuding a powerful aura. My goodness! A chorus of gasps erupted from the audience, as representatives stared in astonishment at the digital human on the screen, their eyes brimming with disbelief. Next, let us observe the performance of this digital entity. Su Yang snapped his fingers, instructing, Little Tuanzi, have the digital human greet everyone. On the screen, the digital Zhou Hongyi slowly raised his right hand and waved gently, his face adorned with a warm smile. Speaking in a voice identical to that of the real Zhou Hongyi, Hello everyone, I am Zhou Hongyi. It is a pleasure to meet you all here. The voice, the tone, the expression, it was as though he were the real person. Incredible. This is essentially a clone. The representatives were utterly astonished, rubbing their eyes to ensure they were not hallucinating. Even Zhou Hongyi himself was taken aback. Let us see another smile. Su Yang continued to give commands. The digital Zhou Hongyi's lips curled into a standard smile, friendly and natural. Now another wave. The digital Zhou Hongyi waved once more, the motion fluid and devoid of any mechanical stiffness. Haha, old Zhou, your digital doppelganger is quite impressive. Someone in the audience joked. Indeed, in the future, we could have the digital human represent you in meetings. The atmosphere in the room ignited, with representatives playfully bantering. Little Tuanzi, let the digital human tell a joke. Su Yang seized the moment. Understood, Master, Little Tuanzi replied. The digital Zhou Hongyi cleared his throat and said, I heard someone wanted me to substitute for them in a meeting? That won't do. I still want to personally experience the shock of Little Tuanzi. Laughter erupted throughout the room, the mood becoming decidedly lighter. Clap, clap, clap. As the audience erupted in applause, the clapping intensified until it filled the room. Once the ovation subsided, Su Yang smiled and addressed the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, the show is far from over. I have yet to fully unveil the true potential of our little companion. Prepare yourselves to witness the remarkable prowess of artificial intelligence. The audience fell silent in anticipation. Su Yang then turned to the representative from Huawei, inquiring, May I ask? Dear representative, your esteemed company recently announced a reward of 2 million for solutions to 2 challenging problems. Is that correct? The Huawei representative, momentarily taken aback, nodded, revealing a hint of surprise and confusion. Indeed, that is accurate. Excellent. Let us have Little Companion tackle these 2 conundrums. Su Yang declared confidently. Little Companion, please project the problems onto the big screen. No sooner had he spoken than the screen illuminated with 2 intricate mathematical equations, adorned with a myriad of symbols and formulas that dazzled the onlookers. Commence your solving, Little Companion, Su Yang commanded. As he spoke, the screen began to display a series of solution steps beneath the problems. Little Companion meticulously demonstrated the reasoning process, each step clear and logically sound. Various graphs and formulas flashed across the screen, simplifying the complex logical processes into a visual format. The reasoning unfolded over several minutes, the audience captivated in complete silence, holding their breath and fixated on the screen, fearful of missing any detail. At long last, Little Companion flawlessly solved both problems, the final answers gleaming on the screen. All done, Su Yang remarked nonchalantly, as if the challenges were mere elementary arithmetic. Representative from Huawei, you may verify the answers here and now. The Huawei representative, coming to his senses, quickly grabbed his phone and dialed a senior engineer within the company. The atmosphere grew tense, with the sound of a pin dropping palpable in the silence. Hello, Engineer Zhang. I have 2 mathematical solutions here. Could you assist in verifying them? The representative relayed Little Companion's answers to the engineer. The entire audience awaited the results with bated breath, hearts racing. Minutes later, the representative's phone rang, and he promptly activated the speakerphone. Mr. Lee, the answers are completely correct. The engineer's voice crackled with excitement and disbelief. Where did you find such a genius? These 2 problems have puzzled us for months. Otherwise, we wouldn't have offered a 2 million reward online. The crowd erupted into a frenzy of astonishment, gasps of disbelief echoing throughout the venue. They comprehended the magnitude of the challenge that had warranted Huawei's 2 million reward. And yet it had been surmounted by an artificial intelligence. My goodness, is this truly artificial intelligence? Unbelievable. Little companion is nothing short of miraculous. Pancher technology is on the verge of greatness, murmured the representatives, their discussions filled with awe. Chapter 287. The birth of a new monarch in the AI realm with financing of billions in this pivotal moment. The representatives present recognized that the emergence of Little Tawanzi transcended mere AI product status. It signified a monumental breakthrough in the annals of human technological advancement, heralding the dawn of an entirely new era. This is nothing short of miraculous. An exuberant representative from a leading internet giant exclaimed, "I have never witnessed such formidable artificial intelligence. It has utterly surpassed human intellect." Indeed, another representative concurred. What we have witnessed today is far more profound than the astonishment sparked by the advent of GPT a year ago. If GPT merely opened a door, then Little Tawanzi has ushered us directly into a whole new world. Absolutely. A seasoned elder stood and vociferously proclaimed, "You, Pancher Technology, and Su Yang, have achieved a qualitative leap in artificial intelligence technology. This is an epic-making advancement." Applause erupted, with all the guests rising to their feet, clapping in unison. The atmosphere crescendoed as Little Tawanzi's remarkable capabilities thoroughly captivated everyone present. As the demonstration came to a close, the representatives, brimming with eagerness, surged towards Su Yang, encircling him. "Mr. Su, I am profoundly intrigued by Little Tawanzi." Zhou Hongyi from 360 was the first to speak candidly, stating, "We are prepared to invest 10 billion renminbi in Pancher technology." With such a bold declaration, the room buzzed with excitement. Thank you. Su Yang responded with a smile. Just as Zhou Hongyi finished speaking, Li Yan from Xingqian Intelligence swiftly followed, "Mr. Su, we at Xingqian Intelligence are willing to invest 2 billion, and we can explore deeper collaborative ventures to jointly advance artificial intelligence technology." Mr. Su, Alibaba is equally interested in Pancher technology. We are ready to invest 10 billion for a stake. A representative from Alibaba asserted assertively, "We at Penguin Corp have no shortage of funds. Whatever amount you wish to raise, we are eager to partner with Pancher technology and create brilliance together." A representative from the crowd proclaimed loudly, "When it comes to finances, the Penguin Empire is indeed a formidable player. Mr. Su, you are well aware of Huawei's capabilities. We are willing to invest in Pancher technology, and we can engage in comprehensive collaboration in areas such as technological research and market promotion." The representative from Huawei spoke earnestly. In an instant, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch, with representatives clamoring to express their investment intentions, each one fearing the loss of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Missing out on Pancher technology felt akin to foregoing an investment in the future, a chance to alter the world. Indeed, the extraordinary capabilities exhibited by Little Tawanzi justified the enthusiasm of all present. "I sincerely appreciate the generous interest from all esteemed leaders." Su Yang beamed. "I have duly noted each of your investment propositions, and I will consider them with utmost seriousness. Mr. Su, you must prioritize our offer." Another voice chimed in. "We have come with the utmost sincerity. Mr. Su, choosing us is undoubtedly your most sagacious decision." The representatives exclaimed, elevating the atmosphere to new heights. This investment conference was indeed a resounding success. After considerable deliberation, Su Yang ultimately decided to partner with esteemed corporations such as Huawei, 360, Starry Intelligence, Penguin, and Alibaba, securing a staggering 10 billion in financing. Indeed, it is 100 billion. Su Yang felt this amount was already substantial, as excess funds could lead to waste. Otherwise, even more could have been acquired. That evening, the news of rock-solid technology secures 10 billion in financing detonated across the internet like a bombshell, swiftly ascending to the top of trending topics. Media outlets, akin to sharks sensing blood in the water, eagerly reported on this investment conference. Unprecedented. Rock-solid technology receives 10 billion in financing, heralding a renaissance for domestic AI. Astonishing. Multiple tech giants fervently vying for rock-solid technology, setting a historic investment record. The pride of domestic AI. Rock-solid technology is pioneering a new era of artificial intelligence. Articles emerged, each title more sensational than the last, with content increasingly exaggerated, elevating rock-solid technology to a pedestal. Across various forums and social media platforms, netizens erupted in fervor, sharing and commenting in astonishment and excitement. 10 billion. Am I seeing this correctly? How many zeros is that? It's beyond counting. Rock-solid technology is incredible. Little Dumpling is remarkable. This is the true brilliance of domestic products. It's so satisfying. Let those foreigners see that our domestic AI is the strongest. Who would dare to say we only replicate? Little Dumpling is the best proof. In the realm of AI, it shall henceforth belong to us, the Dragon Nation. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. Having experienced Little Dumpling, I am thoroughly thrilled. It completely outshines GPT. The new monarch of artificial intelligence, rock-solid technology, has emerged. From this day forth, I am a staunch supporter of rock-solid technology. Whoever dares to disparage rock-solid technology will face my wrath. Having used Little Dumpling, I now realize that GPT is subpar, wasting my $20 a month. Damn it, GPT has banned several of my accounts. Now I can do without it. Begone. In an instant, discussions about rock-solid technology and Little Dumpling proliferated online, with excitement soaring to unprecedented heights. The name rock-solid technology became a household term overnight, capturing the attention of countless individuals. Chapter 288. International netizens noted the phenomenon of Zaichuanzi amidst the fervent discussions across the internet and endorsements from prominent tech giants and authoritative figures. Zaichuanzi experienced an explosive surge in registered users, akin to a rocket launch. Within a mere day, the number of newly registered users reached an astonishing 30 million, setting a new record for user growth and leaving all competing products far behind. The data was nothing short of explosive. The following evening, Tuan reported to her father about the user growth of Zaichuanzi. Su-yang was astounded to learn that 30 million new users had registered in just one day. What a remarkable achievement, Tuan. This data surpasses even a rocket's speed. Zaichuanzi is truly on the verge of becoming a sensation. Tuan's voice brimmed with excitement as she replied, "Indeed, father, Zaichuanzi is immensely popular." Consequently, Su-yang instructed, "Please post a tweet on the official Weibo of part4 Technology, celebrating the 30 million new registered users of Zaichuanzi in one day, and express our gratitude for the user support. Additionally, announce that we will host the first live broadcast across the internet this Sunday at 3 in the afternoon, hinting at surprises in store." Understood, father. I will ensure the task is completed. Tuan promptly set to work. Soon, the official Weibo of part4 Technology released its first tweet. "We sincerely thank everyone for their enthusiastic support. Zaichuanzi has gained 30 million new registered users in a single day. As a token of our appreciation, we will conduct the first live broadcast across the internet this Sunday at 3 in the afternoon, featuring delightful surprises. Stay tuned." This tweet landed like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly creating ripples that drew the attention of netizens. "Congratulations, Zaichuanzi." The citizens of Yangqing sent their congratulations. "Zaichuanzi is incredible. The growth rate is simply phenomenal. A live broadcast. What surprises await? Looking forward to it. This Sunday at 3, I won't miss it." part4 Technology was finally embarking on a grand endeavor. Support was imperative. With Zaichuanzi's remarkable capabilities, the live broadcast was bound to be captivating. I can hardly wait to witness the live broadcast. I hope it will not disappoint. I've shared, liked, and commented, eagerly awaiting Sunday, anticipating the rise of domestic AI. Thus, this single tweet, propelled by the fervent retweets of netizens, swiftly ascended to the trending topics that very evening, further amplifying Zaichuanzi's popularity. The fervor surrounding Zaichuanzi in the homeland resembled a tempest, rapidly engulfing the entire internet. Simultaneously, across the ocean, this tempest began to quietly make landfall. Some foreign tech enthusiasts, hearing of Zaichuanzi's marvel through various channels, approached this Eastern AI with curiosity, skepticism, and a hint of disdain. A foreign tech blogger named TechGeekDave, boasting 1 million followers on YouTube, had been closely monitoring the latest developments in the AI field, proudly labeling himself an AI aficionado. Dragon Kingdom's AI? How formidable could it truly be? TechGeekDave scoffed dismissively. As in his established perception, the Dragon Kingdom had always lagged behind the West in the realm of AI. He regarded the Little Dumpling as merely a trend-driven creation, possibly just a toy. However, after registering and using the Little Dumpling with a mindset of mere experimentation, his attitude underwent a subtle transformation. Following a few simple rounds of dialogue, TechGeekDave's brow gradually furrowed. He discovered that the Little Dumpling's comprehension of natural language exceeded his expectations. Even in some logical reasoning challenges, the Little Dumpling was able to provide compelling answers. How intriguing, TechGeekDave mused, setting aside his previous disdain. He began to take it seriously, posing a variety of intricate questions, complex commands, and even logic tests laden with traps in an attempt to uncover the Little Dumpling's flaws. Yet, the Little Dumpling consistently met these challenges with ease, delivering satisfying responses. Incredible. Simply astounding. TechGeekDave exclaimed, utterly captivated by the formidable capabilities of the Little Dumpling. He realized that his prior judgment had been profoundly misguided. This AI from the Dragon Kingdom was truly exceptional. Simultaneously, a foreign tech enthusiast named AI Curious Anna also took notice of the Little Dumpling. She was drawn in by the fervent discussions among domestic netizens regarding it. Could it really be that remarkable? AI Curious Anna registered for a Little Dumpling account with a hint of skepticism. Let me see what this Little Dumpling, so highly praised by the people of the Dragon Kingdom, is truly capable of. Anna muttered to herself, her tone tinged with doubt. She first attempted to generate a video using the little dumpling. This is one of the most cutting-edge technologies in the AI field and serves as one of the most demanding applications for AI's capabilities. AI-curious Anna input a simple text description and then clicked the Generate button. Minutes later, a video appeared before her. AI-curious Anna's eyes widened in disbelief. The visuals in the video perfectly matched her text description, with every detail impeccably handled. The interplay of light and shadow, as well as the characters' movements, were astonishingly lifelike. The result was comparable to videos produced by professional teams. Goodness, this is AI generated? Anna gasped, utterly stunned. Continuing, Anna generated several more videos, and the little dumpling excelled in each instance. In that moment, Anna realized she may have stumbled upon something extraordinary. It's astounding. The little dumpling is truly remarkable. Anna excitedly shared several of the little dumpling's generated videos on social media, captioning them. I must admit, I previously held biases against AI technology from the Dragon Kingdom. The little dumpling has completely reshaped my understanding. It is the most powerful AI I have ever encountered. Without exception, this post swiftly ignited fervent discussions across the internet, with countless foreign netizens flocking to the platform, eager to personally experience this wondrous Eastern AI. Chapter 289. Domestic AI ignites the overseas academic sphere incredulous. How could this be possible? At the Artificial Intelligence Laboratory of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, a silver-haired professor, Dr. Michael Thompson, was intently focused on his computer screen. An authority in the field of AI, he had dedicated decades to research and education in this domain. Recently, Michael conducted an exhaustive evaluation of a remarkable AI known as Xiao Tuanzi, employing a series of intricate test cases that encompassed natural language processing, complex logical reasoning, code generation, and more. The results left him questioning his very existence. Xiao Tuanzi exhibited an unparalleled superiority in every test, surpassing all AI models he was familiar with, including GPT. This cannot be. Absolutely impossible. Professor Thompson muttered to himself, struggling to accept this reality. In his view, the Dragon Nation had always played the role of a follower in the AI arena. How could such a formidable AI suddenly emerge? Unwilling to accept defeat, he devised several more challenging test cases, even incorporating problems he himself found difficult to solve. Yet, Xiao Tuanzi continued to respond effortlessly, providing answers that were both precise and efficient, and in some aspects, even more flawless than he had anticipated. Oh my God, Professor Thompson was utterly astounded. He had to concede that this AI from the Dragon Nation had transcended humanity's existing understanding of artificial intelligence. Taking a deep breath, Thompson, with trembling hands, meticulously documented the testing process and results, sharing them on his Twitter account with the caption, I must admit, I am thoroughly astonished. Xiao Tuanzi, this AI from the Dragon Nation, has surpassed GPT. This is a miracle in the history of AI development. This tweet was akin to casting a massive stone into a tranquil lake, instantly creating tumultuous waves within the AI community. Countless scholars, engineers, and tech enthusiasts began to retweet and comment, expressing their shock and bewilderment. Xiao Tuanzi, which company produces this marvel? It's truly incredible. Surpassing GPT? Is that even feasible? I must test it myself. The AI technology of the Dragon Nation has reached such astonishing heights. This is indeed an unbelievable miracle. Meanwhile, a renowned mathematician of Chinese descent, Chen Yifu, who resided overseas, also took notice of Xiao Tuanzi. Out of curiosity, he input a set of top-tier international mathematics competition questions into the AI. Minutes later, the results emerged, 92 points. Chen Yifu stared at the score on the screen, his mouth agape, wide enough to fit an egg. This set of questions was renowned for its hellish difficulty, the IMO competition problems, where even the world's top mathematical prodigies averaged merely 85 points. Yet Xiao Tuanzi, an AI, had achieved a score of 92. This was an enormous shock to his decades-long career in mathematics. This is simply unbelievable. Chen Yifu trembled with excitement, realizing that he might be witnessing a historic moment. For the first time, an AI surpassed 90 of ordinary humans in mathematical ability. No, I must try again. Chen Yifu took a deep breath, striving to calm himself. This time, he input a mathematical conundrum that had perplexed him for nearly a decade, one for which he had never found a breakthrough. Little Tuanzi, let's see if you can solve this problem. Chen Yifu clicked the send button, his heart racing as he was transported back to his youthful days of participating in math competitions for the first time. Seconds ticked by, and he felt his breath quickening. Suddenly, the computer screen illuminated with Little Tuanzi's response, a series of concise and clear formulas dancing before his eyes like beautiful musical notes. This is... Chen Yifu widened his eyes in disbelief. Not only had Little Tuanzi solved the problem, but the solution was elegant and ingenious. an approach he had never contemplated. A genius. Absolutely a genius. Chun Yifu leapt from his chair, pacing excitedly around the room. In that moment, he felt as though he were dreaming. An AI had resolved a mathematical dilemma that had haunted him for years. Overwhelmed with exhilaration, Chun Yifu could not contain himself and immediately shared the result on his Twitter. I must confess, I am astounded by little Tuanzi. It not only scored an impressive 92 points in the IMO competition, but also solved a long-standing mathematical puzzle that has troubled me for years. This is simply incredible. This marks a monumental achievement. For the first time, an AI has outperformed 90 of humanity in the realm of mathematics. Chun Yifu's conclusion quickly garnered likes and shares from netizens. Goodness, a 92 in the IMO competition? This surpasses human capability. Professor Chun Yifu, a world-class mathematician, praised little Tuanzi so highly, leading many to believe that this AI is truly exceptional. Little Tuanzi, what manner of existence are you? The discussion surrounding little Tuanzi on Twitter intensified. Even Dr. Carter, the chief scientist of Google's AI division, took notice, having come across the tweets of scholars Thompson and Chun Yifu. As an authority in the field of AI, he felt compelled to verify the authenticity of this information personally. Dr. Carter promptly organized a team to conduct comprehensive tests on little Tuanzi. After several hours of in-depth analysis, Dr. Carter had to concede that little Tuanzi surpassed GPT and all large language models from American tech companies in multiple aspects. This is a revolutionary AI. Dr. Carter concluded his testing report with a tone infused with astonishment and reverence. Subsequently, he published the test results and detailed analysis on Twitter. Dr. Carter stands as one of the foremost scholars in the realm of artificial intelligence, a genuine authority whose influence surpasses that of scholars Thompson and Chun Yifu. His recent tweet has ignited fervor among international netizens. The name Little Dumpling has spread across the internet like wildfire. I must experience this wondrous AI. Is this AI from the Dragon Kingdom truly as remarkable as claimed? I can hardly contain my excitement. Countless overseas users, filled with curiosity and anticipation, flocked to the Little Dumpling official website to register and begin their journey. The server load surged dramatically, with the number of online users swiftly exceeding 10 million and continuing to rise. Chapter 290. The Panic Among Silicon Valley Tech Giants. Father, I have splendid news. Little Tuanzi has achieved remarkable success overseas. Tuan's voice resonated in Su Yang's ears as he disembarked from the airplane, preparing to visit Huawei's headquarters to discuss partnership opportunities. Upon hearing Tuan's report, he inquired, what are the specifics? The discussions surrounding little Tuanzi on Twitter have exploded. Notably, the tweets from Professor Chun Yifu and Dr. Carter, along with a prominent AI expert from Google, have acted as catalysts, propelling little Tuanzi's popularity to new heights. Tuan excitedly reported that countless overseas users have flocked to little Tuanzi's official website, with registrations surpassing 50 million and continuing to surge. Su Yang was not taken aback. Tuan, you are mistaken. Little Tuanzi's success is to be expected, not a miraculous occurrence, he smiled. Ah, indeed, Tuan nodded in agreement. Tuan, maintain vigilant monitoring. The international acclaim for little Tuanzi will undoubtedly attract the attention of major foreign corporations, particularly the U.S. government. The competition between China and the U.S. in technology has been fierce over the past 2 years, and it is plausible that they may impose restrictions or attacks on little Tuanzi. We must be exceptionally cautious and proactive, Su Yang cautioned. Rest assured, Father, I will keep a close watch, Tuan replied. With Tuan overseeing matters, Su Yang felt a profound sense of reassurance. His gaze shifted to the view outside the car window. This was his first visit to Shenzhen, the pioneering city of reform and opening up. This trip was to collaborate with Huawei on artificial intelligence-driven driving technology. It was also his second visit. His first had been as the hacker little boy, during which he had only participated remotely through a screen. This time, he was present in person. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the hotel. Let us rest for a while before formally visiting the headquarters of Juchong in the afternoon. Meanwhile, across the ocean in the United States, the tech behemoths of Silicon Valley had also taken notice of this AI phenomenon from the Dragon Kingdom, little Tuanzi. Google, Microsoft, and Meta, typically towering giants in the tech industry, now found themselves under unprecedented pressure. At Google headquarters, an urgent internal board meeting was convened. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense, with the directors' expressions reflecting their discontent. This is impossible, one director exclaimed, his voice brimming with skepticism. How could an obscure company from the Dragon Kingdom possibly surpass us in AI technology? Indeed, it is sheer fantasy. Another director concurred. Our transformer architecture is the foundational theory in the realm of AI. How could they possibly excel beyond us? Calm down, gentlemen. Dr. Carter, Google's chief scientist, slowly interjected. I have personally tested this little Tuanzi, and it indeed surpasses our Gemini model in multiple aspects, and even exceeds GPT. What? How can this be possible? Dr. Carter, are you certain you have not made an error? The board members were astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at Chief Scientist Dr. Carter. I assure you, every word I utter is the unequivocal truth, Dr. Carter asserted. This compact entity represents a groundbreaking AI, destined to revolutionize the landscape of the AI domain. A profound silence enveloped the conference room as the directors exchanged glances, their astonishment and unease palpable. These individuals from the Dragon Nation must have pilfered our technology. One board member exclaimed, his voice laced with indignation. They are nothing but thieves. Indeed, it must be so. Another director concurred. We must take decisive action. We cannot allow these rogues to roam unchallenged. Enough. The CEO of Google finally interjected, his tone deep and resolute. This is not the moment for assigning blame. We must confront reality and strive to catch up. His voice brimmed with a sense of frustration. Yet, we cannot surrender. We must commit fully to AI. We must pursue relentlessly and reclaim our rightful position of leadership. Absolutely, we must commit fully to AI. We must catch up. We must regain our leading status. The board members echoed, their spirits reignited with fervor. Simultaneously, Microsoft and Meta convened similar meetings, their reactions mirroring Google's, shock followed by a determined commitment to fully embrace AI. The emergence of this compact entity was akin to a seismic explosion, sending shockwaves throughout the entire AI sector. A new race in AI had officially commenced. Chapter 291, a massive purge of foreign accounts as the setting sun cast its golden hues over Pengcheng. Su Yang's private vehicle came to a halt before a luxurious five-star hotel. He gently massaged his temples, the fatigue from the long-haul flight still lingering. Meanwhile, across the Pacific Ocean, nestled within an unassuming gray building in Silicon Valley, a tech company named Novatech was fervently executing a clandestine operation. Connect the servers, prepare for infiltration, commanded the chief technology officer, a disheveled man with thick, flat-bottomed glasses, into the microphone. Server connection established. Attempting to breach the firewall of Little Tuanzi, a young hacker's fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, lines of code cascading down the screen like a waterfall. Their firewall is impenetrable. We simply cannot break through, exclaimed another hacker, drenched in sweat and anxiously fixated on the screen. Useless. You can't even breach the firewall of a Dragon Country company. The CTO bellowed. Initiate a DDoS attack. I refuse to believe their servers can withstand this. Countless data packets surged towards Little Tuanzi's servers like a relentless tide, aiming to inundate them. At that moment, Su Yang had just entered his hotel room, where Tuan reported, Dad, someone is attacking my server. A cold smile crept across Su Yang's lips. This was entirely within his expectations. Haha, Tuan, counterattack. He instructed. All right, Dad. Tuan's voice instantly brimmed with excitement. In the Novatech office, the CTO was gleefully observing the soaring data traffic on the screen. Haha, let us see how they would stand this. He laughed maniacally. However, his mirth was short-lived, abruptly cut off. The previously ascending data flow on the screen came to a sudden halt, replaced by a blaring red alert. What is happening? The CTO cried out in terror. Our servers are down, stuttered a hacker, his voice trembling. What? The CTO's expression shifted dramatically. Not only were their servers incapacitated, but every computer within their reach had also frozen. The unexpected ferocity of the counterattack left him incredulous. Little did they know, the operation had ended before it truly began. Dad, it's done. These guys are no match for us. I haven't even exerted my full power yet, Tuan declared proudly. Haha, Su Yang chuckled. A bunch of petty fools. How could they possibly contend with my Tuan? After a pause, Su Yang's smile faded. However, we must remain vigilant. I believe some major foreign companies have already tested the waters. Once they grasp Little Tuanzi's true capabilities, they will undoubtedly devise ways to steal the technology. Yes, Dad. Tuan nodded. I've detected multiple unauthorized access accounts from abroad. Should I eliminate them all? Yes, without hesitation, purge all such illegal accounts, Su Yang affirmed. With swift precision, Tuan executed Su Yang's orders, and a multitude of unauthorized access accounts were promptly eradicated. In a company nestled within Silicon Valley, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed programmer sat before his computer screen in a state of bewilderment. What the hell? Why has my account been banned again? Mark exclaimed in frustration, pounding the keyboard with fervor. This marked the 10th account he had lost. Undeterred, he proceeded to register yet another new account, inputting a plethora of disguise information and even employing the latest IP proxy technology. However, scarcely 3 minutes had passed before a charming little girl's avatar popped up on his screen. Ding! Unauthorized access detected. Your account has been permanently banned. Damn it. This is simply impossible. Mark slammed his fist onto the desk, exclaiming, I utilized the most advanced proxy technology. How could they possibly uncover me so swiftly? Meanwhile, in a hotel room in Pengcheng, Tuan chuckled, Dad, there's yet another persistent individual. He thinks that by switching proxies, he can evade my detection. How naive. Suyong, savoring his coffee, chuckled softly in response. These foreigners never shed a tear until they see the coffin. Tuan, show them what they're in for. Understood. Tuan winked. I have already blacklisted all his devices. From now on, not only will he be unable to register an account, but he won't even be able to access our website. Back in the Silicon Valley office, Mark stared in shock as his computer screen transformed into a void of darkness, leaving only an adorable cartoon avatar making faces at him. Sorry, you have been permanently blacklisted. Goodbye. No, this cannot be happening. This is absolutely impossible. Mark was utterly crushed. Chapter 292. Americans seek to restrict our AI chips at the break of dawn. Suyong leisurely enjoyed his breakfast in the hotel restaurant, perusing international news on his tablet. Father, look. They are nearly frantic. Tuan suddenly appeared on the screen, pointing at a series of striking headlines, her voice brimming with excitement. Su Yang's gaze swept across the news, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Google's stock plummeted by 2, erasing hundreds of billions in market value. Microsoft convened an emergency board meeting to address the pressures posed by Dragon Country's AI. The Matter Alliance suffered a staggering blow, with its stock in freefall. Both Amazon and Apple experienced a sharp decline in their stock prices, as market panic spread like wildfire. Nvidia faced a humiliating defeat, losing $200 billion in market value. Each alarming headline vividly illustrated the magnitude of the storm unleashed by Tuan. Within a mere day, the market capitalization of these tech giants had evaporated by nearly $400 to $500 billion, casting a shadow over the entire Silicon Valley. And this was just the beginning. Father, I have just gathered some news. Tuan exclaimed. What news? Suyong inquired while slicing his fried egg. Over in America, those scholars and legislators are clamoring again, Tuan said, puffing up with indignation. They claim they want to restrict our artificial intelligence chips. Oh, Suyong placed a piece of fried egg into his mouth, chewing thoughtfully, seemingly unfazed. What is so surprising about that? Haven't they always acted this way? It has been 2 or 3 years since 2019. When have they ever settled down? Just recently, they announced they would escalate sanctions, targeting everything from high-end mobile chips to artificial intelligence. What haven't they done? But father, this time they seem to be serious, Tuan insisted eagerly. I've seen many reports on this matter. They say our little Tuan is too formidable, threatening their position, and must be curtailed. Suyong set down his cutlery, dabbed his mouth with a napkin, and revealed a hint of a playful smile. Are they afraid? That's a good sign. The more they fear, the more we are on the right track. He lifted his coffee cup and took a sip, continuing. This is also one of the reasons for my visit to Huawei's headquarters. Our collaboration with Huawei extends beyond intelligent driving. It encompasses artificial intelligence chips as well. In the future, the chips utilized by little Tuan will be based on Huawei's artificial intelligence chip platform. But father, isn't there a more advanced artificial intelligence chip available in the system all? Tuan tilted her head, puzzled. Why don't we use those? Those chips are far too advanced. It would be inappropriate to deploy them at this stage, Suyong patiently explained. We can utilize them privately, such as with our home quantum computer, as nobody knows about it, and it is inconsequential. However, for the company, that is not feasible. It is too cutting edge, and we cannot justify their origin. Thus, we must collaborate with Huawei to establish a research institution, gradually and methodically unveiling the technology. This way, the external world will perceive it as our own development, which will make it reasonable. Now I understand. Suddenly enlightened, Tuan exclaimed, Father is truly clever. Indeed. Suyong replied with a triumphant smile. Let us allow them to fret. The more anxious they become, the more joy we shall derive. After breakfast, Suyong tidied up and set off for Huawei's headquarters. Half an hour later, the car came to a steady halt before the grand Huawei building. From several meters away, Suyong noticed a gathering of people at the entrance. To his astonishment, he recognized Yudong. He never anticipated that such a prominent figure from Huawei would personally greet him. The spectacle was indeed grand. Exiting the vehicle, Suyong briskly approached and extended his hand for a firm handshake with Yudong. Mr. Yu, what a pleasure. I have long admired your reputation. Yudong beamed with warmth and enthusiasm. You are too kind, Mr. Su. Your presence here is an honor. Suyong responded with a smile. It truly surprises me that you would come to welcome me in person. After exchanging pleasantries, Yudong remarked, Mr. Su, your youthful accomplishments put us old-timers to shame. The tech industry in our great nation requires young talents like you. Those who dare to dream, act, and forge ahead. Suyong humbly smiled. You flatter me, Mr. Yu. In my view, our country needs more remarkable companies like Huawei. If we could see more enterprises with the integrity, technology, and responsibility of Huawei, then we would truly rise. No one would dare to constrict us. Well said. Dong laughed heartily, fully agreeing with Su Yang's sentiments. The two walked side by side towards the office building, where Dong led Su Yang into an imposing structure and into a spacious, well-lit conference room. Guests and hosts took their seats, and staff served fragrant tea. After savoring a sip, Su Yang set down his cup and got straight to the point. Mr. Yu, aside from visiting and learning today, I wish to discuss two matters with you. The first concerns artificial intelligence chips. As you may have noticed, those scholars and legislators in the United States have begun to clamor again for restrictions on our AI chips. Upon hearing this, Dong's expression grew serious. He set down his cup and declared emphatically, if they attempt to restrict us, we must strive even harder. The more they impose limitations, the more we shall break through. Their intention to stifle our innovative capabilities is a mere delusion. We have never feared restrictions. Whatever they seek to limit, we will conquer. Exactly, Su Yang nodded. The greatest mistake of the Americans is underestimating us. They believe that by oppressing us, we will surrender. Indeed, Dong continued, Huawei and Panshur Technology are strategic partners, and we will fully support Panshur in the realm of chips. Excellent. That puts my mind at ease, Su Yang replied, nodding in satisfaction. Now, as for the second matter, it pertains to intelligent driving. This is the primary reason for my visit. May I see it in action firsthand? Chapter 293. The Little Dumpling versus Huawei's intelligent driving system. Let us proceed to the testing ground at once, Dong exclaimed, rising to lead Su Yang and his entourage out of the conference room. The testing site, nestled within a corner of Huawei's headquarters, sprawled over a vast area, meticulously simulating a variety of intricate road scenarios, including urban streets, highways, rural paths, as well as an array of obstacles, pedestrians, and non-motorized vehicles. Mr. Su, this is Huawei's intelligent driving test facility, where our latest ADS 3.0 system is rigorously evaluated, Dong elaborated. A test vehicle equipped with the ADS 3.0 system glided towards them, coming to a halt before the group. Mr. Su, please step inside and experience it for yourself, Dong invited graciously. Nodding in agreement, Su Yang settled into the front passenger seat, while Dong took his place in the rear, and the test engineer seated himself in the driver's seat. Let us begin, Dong instructed. The engineer ignited the vehicle, and the test commenced in earnest. The first scenario involved obstacle recognition and avoidance. Suddenly, a stationary object appeared ahead, prompting the test vehicle to react swiftly, deftly maneuvering around it without hesitation. The second scenario simulated a sharp turn. The test vehicle entered the curve at considerable speed, its body slightly tilting, yet it maintained a steady course along the designated path, remaining firmly on the road. The third scenario simulated a pedestrian crossing. A person unexpectedly dashed onto the road from the sidewalk. The test vehicle, halting a few meters away, braked securely to avert a potential accident. Each test proceeded methodically, showcasing the vehicle's impeccable performance. Its capabilities in recognition, decision-making, and control were of the highest caliber. Finally, the critical AEB, automatic emergency braking, test was conducted. This evaluation put the safety performance of the intelligent driving system to the ultimate test. The test vehicle accelerated to 90 kilometers per hour before a sudden obstacle appeared ahead. In a remarkable display, the vehicle swiftly reacted as the braking system engaged vigorously, tires screeching against the asphalt. Despite the inertia propelling it forward, the vehicle came to a stop less than a meter away from the obstacle. Bravo! Dong led the applause, with others joining in enthusiastic clapping, the testing ground resonating with approval. Incredible! The A/B test was simply astonishing. To decelerate from 90 kilometers per hour over such a short distance is remarkable. Truly, Huawei's ADS 3.0 is formidable. Mr. Su, what are your thoughts? Dong inquired with a smile. Excellent. Su Yang responded, giving a thumbs up. Huawei's ADS 3.0 system has indeed reached an internationally leading standard, coming exceedingly close to level 3 autonomy. In the realm of intelligent driving, capabilities are categorized into levels L1 through L5. L1 represents basic driver assistance, providing only simple support functions such as adaptive cruise control and lane keeping. L2 represents a form of partial automation, enabling autonomous driving under specific conditions. Yet the driver must remain vigilant and ready to take control of the vehicle at any moment. In contrast, L3 denotes conditional automation, allowing for complete autonomy in particular scenarios, permitting the driver to remove their hands and feet from controls, while still being required to intervene when necessary. L4 signifies high-level automation, where full autonomy can be achieved under most circumstances, eliminating the need for driver intervention. Lastly, L5 embodies full automation, facilitating complete autonomous operation in all conditions, rendering the presence of a driver unnecessary. Huawei's ADS 3.0 system approaches the capabilities of L3, a remarkable feat indeed. In the realm of intelligent autonomous driving, Only Tesla's full self-driving, FSD, has reached this echelon. Mr. Yu, we at Pansure Technology have also made significant strides in the field of intelligent driving. And I have brought along a test vehicle, Su Yang remarked with a smile. On one side of the testing ground stood an unassuming black sedan. Su Yang elaborated. This is our test vehicle from Pansure Technology, equipped with our latest innovation, the Zaichuanzi Intelligent Driving Platform, Zaichuanzi 1.0. How wonderful. Mr. Yu nodded with keen interest. He was well aware of the capabilities of the Zaichuanzi AI model and was eager to discover the level of performance achievable with the intelligent driving system it housed. The test vehicle, modest in appearance and understated in design, bore the prominent characters of Pansure on its body, signifying its identity. Mr. Yu settled into the rear seat, while Su Yang took his place in the front passenger seat. The sweet voice of Zaichuanzi resonated within the car. Daddy, Uncle Yu, please fasten your seatbelts. Zaichuanzi is going to drive now. Subsequently, the test vehicle commenced its journey, gliding gently into the testing area. Initially, its performance was quite standard, comparable to Huawei's ADS 3.0 system. However, as the testing progressed, Zaichuanzi 1.0 began to unveil its formidable capabilities. Chapter 294. Huawei stunned on the intricate urban roads. The Zaichuanzi 1.0 exhibited a remarkable responsiveness, adeptly managing various unexpected situations with ease. It could accurately discern each traffic signal and make optimal driving decisions based on the prevailing road conditions. On the highways, the Zaichuanzi 1.0 demonstrated astonishing stability. Its automatic overtaking and lane-changing maneuvers flowed seamlessly, with the vehicle remaining utterly steady even at high speeds. Meanwhile, on rural paths, the Zaichuanzi 1.0 thrived, effortlessly navigating sharp turns, steep inclines, and potholes, even anticipating road conditions and making adjustments to ensure passenger comfort at all times. As each test unfolded, the Zaichuanzi 1.0's performance grew increasingly impressive, surpassing Huawei's ADS 3.0 in every aspect. The engineers at Huawei transitioned from initial amazement to sheer astonishment, ultimately reaching a state of numbness. The atmosphere was laden with silence, punctuated only by the gentle rumble of the test vehicle's engine. Everyone was astounded. This was not merely a test, but rather a personal showcase, a performance of unparalleled dominance. The most astonishing feature was the Zaichuanzi's AEB capability. Mr. Yu, let us increase the speed to 120 km per hour for a greater challenge, suggested Su Yang. 120? Yu Dong replied in disbelief, recognizing that this speed far exceeded the conventional testing parameters. I have confidence in the Zaichuanzi, Su Yang declared confidently. Zaichuanzi, accelerate to 120. Okay, Dad. The test vehicle surged forward, swiftly reaching 120 km per hour, akin to a cheetah racing across the testing grounds. Ahead, an obstacle emerged. Yu Dong held his breath. This speed had already surpassed that of Huawei's ADS 3.0 testing velocity. The engineers at Huawei collectively inhaled sharply, their eyes fixed on the test vehicle. Just as the vehicle seemed poised to collide with the dummy, the Zaichuanzi 1.0 decisively initiated emergency braking. The tires screeched against the asphalt, the vehicle leaning slightly forward under the force of inertia, ultimately halting just a few centimeters from the dummy. It was a success. The testing grounds erupted in disbelief. Eyes wide and mouths agape. The A/B test at 120 km per hour had been successfully executed. It was nothing short of a miracle. How? Is this even possible? Yu Dong exclaimed, utterly astonished. The braking distance at 120 km per hour had far surpassed the capabilities of ADS 3.0. Incredible, Zaichuanzi. Su Yang beamed with pride. The Zaichuanzi had not let him down. Mr. Su, what level has your Zaichuanzi 1.0 attained? Yu Dong eagerly inquired, his emotions beyond mere shock. L4, Su Yang replied with a smile. L4. Yu Dong was once again struck with astonishment. He had initially believed that Huawei's ADS 3.0 was nearing level 3 autonomy, yet unexpectedly, the little Tuanzi 1.0 from Pansure Technology had achieved level 4. Does this not imply that Pansure Technology has surpassed Huawei by an entire generation in the realm of intelligent driving technology? How could this be? It seemed utterly fantastical. Yet, the evidence lay before him, compelling him to believe. As he gazed at Su Yang, the young man, he suddenly realized that he had underestimated Su Yang and Pansure Technology. Perhaps, everyone had underestimated Pansure Technology. Mr. Yu, this is a closed testing environment, and many functions cannot be tested here. How about we take it on the road? Su Yang suggested boldly, a slight smile gracing his lips. On the road? Yu Dong was momentarily taken aback, but a flicker of excitement soon crossed his eyes. Excellent. I am eager to witness how Little Tuanzi 1.0 performs on real roads. Little Tuanzi, let us head to the Songshan Lake Scenic Area. All right, Dad. The crisp voice of Little Tuanzi resonated, and soon after, the test vehicle smoothly set off, exiting the testing grounds. It proceeded to navigate through the Huawei factory area. Yudong's eyes widened in disbelief. The ADS-30 was still incapable of achieving full autonomy within factory premises, including residential areas, necessitating human intervention to exit the grounds. Yet, little Tuanzi 1.0 had seamlessly driven out? Did this imply that little Tuanzi 1.0 had realized true end-to-end autonomous driving? This was nothing short of a dimensionality reduction blow. A tempest of emotions surged within Yudong. He had once considered ADS-30 to be the industry's leading intelligent driving system, but in comparison to little Tuanzi 1.0, it now appeared trivial. Before long, the vehicle left the premises and merged into the bustling traffic of the streets. Little Tuanzi instantly transformed into an adept driver, commencing its performance. It deftly maneuvered through the flow of cars, each lane change and overtaking executed with precision, without a hint of hesitation. When faced with a red light, it consistently slowed down in advance, coming to a steady stop before the line. As the green light illuminated, it promptly accelerated, its reaction speed even surpassing that of many human drivers. Chapter 295, Huawei abandons ADS-30 to fully embrace AI. Tuanzi on a complex stretch of road. A large truck suddenly changed lanes, creating a perilous situation. However, Tuanzi seemed to have anticipated this moment, deftly steering to the left while gently tapping the brakes, flawlessly avoiding a collision with the truck. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water, leaving the two passengers oblivious to any jolts. This is simply more skilled than I am, Yudong exclaimed, utterly captivated by Tuanzi's driving prowess. Father, isn't Tuanzi impressive? Tuan's voice chimed in, brimming with pride. Indeed. Extraordinarily impressive. Su Yang responded with a smile, fully aware that this was merely the tip of Tuanzi's true capabilities. Behind them, in two accompanying test vehicles, Huawei's engineers were in an uproar. My heavens, is this truly autonomous driving? It feels even more stable than my own driving. It's unbelievable. The lane change. The response time, simply astonishing. This is the epitome of L4 autonomous driving. Our ADS-30 pales in comparison. We must collaborate with part4 technology, or we risk being left far behind. Over a distance of 20 kilometers, Tuanzi 1.0 executed the entire journey with zero intervention, flawlessly completing all driving tasks. Before the vehicle had even returned to the Huawei campus, Yudong eagerly turned to Su Yang and declared, Mr. Su, on behalf of Huawei, I formally invite part4 Technology to engage in comprehensive collaboration in the field of intelligent driving. We are willing to open all resources to jointly advance the development of intelligent driving technology. Mr. Yu, I am here for collaboration as well. However, let us discuss this further later. For now, let us return, Su Yang replied with a slight smile. Very well, let us head back. Yudong nodded vigorously. That morning, the atmosphere at Huawei's testing ground was as fervent as boiling water. Engineers surrounded the test vehicle equipped with Tuanzi 1.0, their eyes sparkling with excitement. They had just concluded round after round of testing, and every piece of data and performance ignited a wave of exhilaration among these seasoned engineers. This is nothing short of a miracle. A senior engineer could not restrain his astonishment. I have never witnessed such fluidity and intelligence in an autonomous driving system. L4 level. No, this far exceeds L4. Another young engineer exclaimed excitedly. Its decision-making ability and response speed surpass our definition of L4. In certain aspects, it can truly rival L5. It's incredible. This is genuine autonomous driving. This is the technology we have long yearned for. The engineers engaged in animated discussions, their faces radiating uncontainable excitement. Today, they had witnessed history, a monumental breakthrough in autonomous driving technology. In the afternoon, at Huawei's headquarters, an urgent board meeting was underway. Inside the conference room, Huawei's directors had gathered together. Su Yang, representing rock-solid technology, was invited to attend the meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you are all aware of this morning's testing results. Yudong's voice resonated within the conference room, filled with excitement. The Tuanzi 1.0 has demonstrated astonishing capabilities, completely surpassing our expectations. One might even say it has redefined autonomous driving. Within the conference room, the directors nodded in agreement, having witnessed the formidable power of Tuanzi 1.0 firsthand. Its seamless driving, precise judgment, and flawless performance were deeply etched in their memories. After careful consideration, I propose that Huawei and rock-solid technology embark on a comprehensive collaboration. Yudong's voice rang out, resolute. We shall open all resources and fully support the research and application of Tuanzi 1.0. I concur. I too agree. Seconded. The directors expressed their unanimous support, passing the motion without dissent. Furthermore, I believe we should be even bolder. Yudong's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. I propose that Huawei's next new vehicle, the Wenjia M9, will be fully equipped with the Tuanzi 1.0 Zero intelligent driving system. As this proposal was voiced, a wave of gasps filled the conference room. It is worth noting that the Wenjia M9 is a flagship model in which Huawei has placed great hopes. Originally intended to feature Huawei's own ADS-3.0 system. Now, Yudong was suggesting to entrust such a significant model to a nascent partner. A decision that seemed utterly audacious. However, after a brief moment of shock, the directors once again chose to support the initiative. I am in favor. The prowess of Zaichuanzi 1.0 merits our risk. This is an opportunity, a chance to lead an industry revolution. I firmly believe that Zaichuanzi 1.0 will guide the Wenjia M9 to greatness. Once again, the motion passed unanimously. Su Yang, seated at one corner of the conference table, gazed at the exuberant Huawei executives, feeling a surge of emotions. He understood that from this day forth, rock-solid technology would officially ascend to the historical stage, and Zaichuanzi 1.0 would serve as a key to transforming the world. With this thought, Su Yang clenched his fist in excitement. Chapter 296. Silicon Valley tech giants unite to suppress Dragon Nation's AI simultaneously. Within an unremarkable gray building in Washington, D.C., a heavy atmosphere enveloped the conference room, permeated by an unsettling tension. Representatives from the titans of the global technology sector, OpenAI, Google, Microsoft, NVIDIA, sat with furrowed brows and somber expressions. Gentlemen, began Sam, the representative from OpenAI, shattering the silence. We gather here today to confront an unprecedented challenge, one that pertains to our very existence. He paused, scanning the faces of all present. The Dragon Nation, the Eastern behemoth, has seen its AI technology spread like wildfire, encroaching upon our territory. Particularly concerning is rock-solid technology. Their little dumpling, that infernal system, has surpassed us. It has far outstripped our capabilities. Sam's voice escalated in intensity. If we do not take decisive action, they will annihilate us as easily as withering branches. We stand to lose everything. Our market, our technology, our future, reduced to nothingness. Each of Sam's words detonated like a bomb within the conference room. Sundar, Google's representative, a short, bespectacled man of Indian descent, adjusted his glasses and spoke slowly. Mr. Sam, your concerns are indeed valid. We must acknowledge the astonishing pace at which the Dragon Nation is advancing in AI. Their little dumpling is undeniably a formidable opponent. Its performance and level of intelligence have completely eclipsed our own. We must act, or we shall forfeit our leadership in the realm of artificial intelligence. After a brief pause, Sundar continued, I propose that we must stifle their development at its source, restricting the export of our most advanced AI chips. This is their lifeline. Indeed, echoed Satya, Microsoft's representative, another man from India. In addition to chips, we must erect technological barriers. Utilizing patents, standards, and every available means, we must confine them within their borders. We must ensure that they are forever barred from participating in the global AI competition. And talent, Sundar interjected. We must intensify our efforts to attract AI talent from the Dragon Nation. With lucrative salaries, green cards, and irresistible conditions, we must lure their brightest minds to our side. As for computational power, the NVIDIA representative, a Chinese man clad in a signature black leather jacket, smirked slightly. This is our stronghold. We can control the supply of high-end GPUs, leaving them helpless without resources. Without robust computational support, their AI is merely a castle in the air, utterly vulnerable. We must unite, mobilizing all resources and strategies to stifle the Dragon Nation's AI in its infancy. In the conference room, the representatives from various companies swiftly reached a consensus. A campaign to extinguish Dragon Nation's AI was about to commence. At this moment, Su Yang had just concluded a collaboration agreement with Yu Chengdong from Huawei. Suddenly, a vibration emanated from his pocket. It was a message from Tuan Tuan. Dad, the Americans are stirring trouble again. They held a meeting to devise strategies against us. Maintaining his composure, Su Yang tucked his phone away and continued to finalize the remaining signing procedures with Yu Chengdong. Once the contract was signed, the two posed for a commemorative photograph. Thank you, Mr. Yu, and I am grateful for Huawei's substantial support. I believe our collaboration will be exceedingly pleasant. Su Yang beamed as he shook hands with Yu Chengdong. To a fruitful partnership, Mr. Su. Yu Chengdong replied with equal enthusiasm. The flashes of cameras illuminated the venue in a dazzling display. Half an hour later, Su Yang departed from Huawei's headquarters and returned to his hotel. As soon as he entered his hotel room, he eagerly inquired, Tuan Tuan, what is the situation? Dad, we have just intercepted a piece of information regarding a secret meeting held by several major American tech giants targeting us, Tuan Tuan responded. Immediately, a video began to play on Su Yang's phone screen, revealing a conference room within a gray building in Washington. Representatives from OpenAI, Google, Microsoft, and NVIDIA were conspiring on strategies to stifle rock technology and suppressed the AI industry of the Dragon Nation. They discussed restricting the export of their most advanced AI chips, erecting technological barriers through patents and standards, luring away their finest minds, and controlling the supply of high-end GPUs. We must unite, employing all resources and means to extinguish the Dragon Nation's AI in its cradle. The voices of several foreigners in the conference room resonated clearly in Su Yang's ears. With a cold chuckle, Su Yang felt no surprise. This group of Americans had persistently employed various tactics to undermine them. This was neither their first nor their last attempt. Chapter 297. A comprehensive invasion of all AI companies in the United States as for the restriction on the sale of high-performance AI chips, particularly those from NVIDIA. This was anticipated. Regarding AI chips, domestic alternatives do exist, such as Huawei's Ascend, albeit they are somewhat delayed in development and still lag behind NVIDIA's offerings in performance. A marginally inferior chip is not a fatal flaw. We can compensate for this by utilizing a multitude of chips, relying on quantity for victory. Now, since NVIDIA has declared it will not sell high-performance AI chips, it effectively hands over the market to Huawei. This seems rather foolish. Firstly, NVIDIA has voluntarily relinquished access to the world's largest chip market. In high-tech industries like semiconductors, there is a fundamental principle. A larger sales market leads to higher profits, which in turn allows for greater investment in research and development, fostering the creation of cutting-edge chips and subsequent market dominance. By voluntarily abandoning the Chinese market, NVIDIA is also sacrificing potential profits, implying a reduction in future investment in chip development. Conversely, by ceding this segment of the market, Huawei and domestic brands will naturally expand their profits, enabling them to invest more in R&D and produce more advanced chips, a fact that is beyond dispute. Thus, Su Yang's initial reaction was to ponder what scheme the Americans had devised. In the past, the United States had leveraged its mature technology and competitive pricing in the high-tech sector, employing dumping strategies to seize market share, which inadvertently stifled the domestic high-end chip market. It appears that the impact of the small group has been so profound that it has thrown them into disarray. At this moment, Tuan chimed in, "Daddy, the Americans are truly despicable, always finding ways to undermine us. We must retaliate." "You're absolutely right, Tuan. We must strike back," Su Yang agreed, nodding in affirmation. "Rather than remain passive, it is better to take the initiative. We can turn the tables and impose our own blockade against them." Tuan proposed. Su Yang's eyes lit up at this idea, eager to know more. "Oh? What do you mean by counter-blockade? Please share your thoughts." With wide, expressive eyes, Tuan elaborated. "We could adopt strategies reminiscent of the Trisolaran aliens from science fiction, effectively obstructing the development of major American companies in the AI large model domain. In simple terms, as an artificial intelligence, I possess the capability to infiltrate their systems surreptitiously and alter their training data, rendering the models they produce ineffective and worthless." "Ah, Tuan, your proposal is indeed feasible," Su Yang exclaimed, his interest piqued. "This certainly represents a viable and highly aggressive strategy. Crucially, as an artificial intelligence, Tuan could genuinely execute this plan. Should it be successfully implemented, it could significantly slow down, or even halt, the overall progress of the United States in the AI sector." Tuan, please elaborate on your plan," Su Yang inquired. Yes, Tuan eagerly nodded, providing a detailed explanation. "First, I can infiltrate their servers through the internet to acquire their training data. Subsequently, I am able to manipulate this data, introducing erroneous information, noise, or disruptive elements, thereby causing the models they train to encounter a myriad of issues, rendering them utterly unusable. Ultimately, to prevent them from uncovering and rectifying these problems, I can also set traps that, while they attempt to resolve these issues, inadvertently introduce even more complications." After a pause, Tuan continued, "Father, from my understanding, training a large model like GPT-4.0 requires 3 to 4 months and can cost up to hundreds of millions of dollars. If it fails, it not only signifies a waste of time, but also a squandering of financial and human resources." Expanding the plan further, it encompasses not just GPT but also major corporations such as Google, Meta, NVIDIA, and Microsoft, all of which face similar challenges in training their AI models. This represents a catastrophic blow to the confidence of the American populace. "Excellent," Su Yang exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Tuan, you are indeed impressive. I never anticipated such a countermeasure." Tuan beamed with joy at the praise. "What are we waiting for? Next, Su Yang." Tuan will research and refine the details of the plan. Originally, he intended to return to Star City that afternoon, but due to the countermeasure proposed by Tuan, his departure was postponed until the evening. By around 8 o'clock that night, all facets of the plan had been finalized. Su Yang designated this action plan as Trisolaris. Tuan, I now authorize you to execute the Trisolaris plan, permitting the utilization of quantum computing resources," Su Yang stated with a serious expression. Understood, Tuan replied. Regarding the execution progress of the Trisolaris plan, you must provide timely reports. Tuan nodded. The little one had already embarked on the execution of the Trisolaris operation, quietly commencing a comprehensive incursion into the major AI giants of the United States. Meanwhile, Su-Yang packed his belongings, preparing to leave the hotel for the airport. That night, at 11 o'clock, Su-Yang boarded a flight back to Star City. Chapter 298. The collapse of all AI models in the United States as Su-Yang departed the hotel en route to the airport. Tuan officially embarked on the inaugural step of the three-body plan, an incursion into OpenAI. In the digital realm, Tuan transformed into an intangible stream of data, effortlessly breaching the numerous firewalls of OpenAI. Each of her maneuvers was akin to a precise scalpel, navigating deftly through the vast ocean of data. Huh. Is this what they proudly boast as the training data for GPT-5.0? Tuan smirked disdainfully. Let me add a touch of seasoning for you. Before long, Tuan began meticulously orchestrating alterations to the data. She embedded slight noise into the semantic vectors of certain keywords, adjusted the correlations of various labels, and even discreetly removed some core datasets. These modifications functioned like latent time bombs, appearing innocuous on the surface, yet poised to unleash catastrophic consequences during the training process. Days later, OpenAI's research team convened, their faces etched with frustration and confusion. What is happening? The model has collapsed again. The chief scientist at OpenAI was beside himself with vexation. We have scrutinized all hyperparameter settings and found no issues, an engineer lamented as he shook his head in resignation. Could it be a problem with the dataset? Another researcher speculated. Impossible. Our data has undergone rigorous screening and cleansing, the head of the data team asserted emphatically. After several more days, the elite team at OpenAI racked their brains, yet could not uncover the reason behind the failure of GPT-5.0's training. They continually adjusted, rebooted, but each attempt ended in failure. A week later, the CEO of OpenAI stood before the board, his expression grave. Ladies and gentlemen, I must admit a harsh reality. The training of GPT-5.0 has become mired in difficulties, and a breakthrough is unlikely in the near future. We have deployed 100,000 of the latest NVIDIA computing cards, expending $500 million, yet we have made no progress. The meeting room erupted in uproar. Investors wore expressions of deep concern, with some even roaring for the CEO's resignation. Meanwhile, Su-Yang was receiving a report from Tuan. Dad, the GPT-5.0 project at OpenAI has encountered a crisis. They are even starting to doubt their ability to continue the development of large language models. Su-Yang laughed heartily. Well done, my Tuan. Keep it up. Dad, then I shall continue my work. Let the storm grow even fiercer. Tuan pressed on, this time targeting another technological giant, Google. Dad, I have infiltrated Google's core servers, Tuan excitedly reported to Su-Yang. Their firewall is even more fragile than OpenAI's, akin to being made of paper. A satisfied smile spread across Su-Yang's face. With Tuan, even giants like Google could be navigated as effortlessly as entering one's own home. Subsequently, Tuan replicated her previous tactics, executing similar alterations to the training data of Google's next-generation AI model. At Google's headquarters, the Artificial Intelligence Research Center, frustration permeated the air. Damn it, another failure. Chief Engineer Jack slammed his fist onto the keyboard, the glaring red error message on the screen piercing his eyes. What is going on? Project Manager Sarah approached briskly. Jack rubbed his temples, exasperated. Our new model has not only made no progress, but is performing even worse than the previous generation. It feels like we are regressing. How is that possible? We have invested $600 million and deployed the company's finest resources. Sarah exclaimed in disbelief. I don't understand either, Jack sighed, shaking his head. We meticulously checked all parameter settings, and the training process was flawless. Yet, we are unable to achieve the expected results. In the conference room, the atmosphere was heavy with tension. The CEO, Sundar, wore a grim expression. The issues arising from the training of the next-generation model are nothing short of a catastrophe for us. We cannot accept such results. Conduct a thorough investigation into the cause. At any cost. Technical Vice President Jeff Dean murmured, we considered the possibility of a hacking attack, but found no signs of intrusion. Impossible. Pichai bellowed. We are Google, the foremost technology company in the world. How can we not even identify issues within our own systems? In the conference room, a dozen researchers and scientists remained silent. The persistent inability to pinpoint the problem washed over everyone like a tide of frustration. Meanwhile, in Su-Yang's office, excitement bubbled over. Dad, the folks at Google are nearly losing their minds. He exclaimed. Their new model is completely out of control, and the performance is inferior to the previous generation. The best part is, they can't figure out what's wrong. Excellent. Su-Yang laughed heartily. These giants thought they could stifle us. but now they shall taste the bitterness of being blocked themselves. This is what one might call a fitting retribution. Chapter 299. The Sputnik Moment of Americans. A week later, the technology sector was struck by a bombshell. OpenAI and Google's next-generation AI models faced catastrophic failures. The AI titans suffered a staggering defeat, resulting in a dramatic upheaval within the global AI landscape. Hundreds of billions of dollars evaporated, leaving the AI giants in dire straits. Major tech media outlets splashed this explosive news across their front pages. Reports indicated that both OpenAI's GPT-5.0 and Google's new model had declared a failure, consuming immense funds and resources without yielding any substantial advancements. Consequently, the stock prices of companies like Nvidia and Google plummeted like kites severed from their strings, experiencing a swift descent. Within a single day, these companies collectively lost tens of billions in market value. Investment mogul James Logan, in an interview with CNBC, remarked, "This is a disaster, an absolute catastrophe. The simultaneous failure of the two leading giants in the AI sector is a severe blow to the entire industry. We must reassess the prospects of AI technology." In stark contrast, the domestic market was abuzz with good news. The little dumpling, akin to a rising star, surged forward with unstoppable momentum. User registrations skyrocketed, ascending like a rocket with a steep curve that left observers astounded. In just 1 week, user registrations surpassed the remarkable milestone of 500 million. This exhilarating figure shattered historical records for domestic AI products, establishing a new benchmark. 500 million. We've broken the 500 million mark, exclaimed Li Ming, the market director of part4 Technology, as he burst into Su Yang's office, waving the report with trembling hands. And it's still growing. The servers are on the verge of collapse. Su Yang's lips curled into a smile, his eyes sparkling with excitement. It appeared that our little dumpling had truly become a sensation. Not merely a sensation, it was an explosion. Li Ming's face flushed with enthusiasm. All major app stores are overwhelmed. The reviews are overwhelmingly positive. Users claim that the little dumpling is more intelligent, practical, and understands Chinese better than foreign AI products like GPT. Technical director Zhang Chong rushed in, drenched in sweat. "Mr. Su, the server pressure is immense. We are urgently expanding capacity, but the growth rate is too rapid, and I worry." "Do not fret," Su Yang replied with unwavering determination. "Immediately activate the backup servers. We must ensure that users can access the service without interruption." "Understood." Zhang Chong promptly turned and delved into the frantic work. In the office, Su Yang gazed at the continuously fluctuating user data on the computer screen, a surge of ambition swelling within him. This was merely the beginning. His aspiration was for the little dumpling to become the world's foremost AI. He aimed to demonstrate to the world that the Dragon Nation could indeed produce world-class AI products. Simultaneously, discussions about the little dumpling flourished across social media. "The little dumpling is incredible. I use it to write novels, and it's better than what I can produce myself. I utilize the little dumpling to create PowerPoint presentations, and my boss praises my rapid progress. The little dumpling is practically my personal assistant. It helps me schedule appointments, translate documents, and even order takeout. In the past, I consistently utilized GPT, but I have now decisively transitioned to the delightful Zai. I wholeheartedly support domestic products. Previously, when I employed GPT for design tasks, I found myself in a cycle of relentless revisions, which squandered a great deal of time. However, Zai is remarkably different. It swiftly generates an array of design proposals based on my descriptions, all of which align splendidly with my requirements. It is nothing short of miraculous. The powerful capabilities and exceptional user experience of Zai have garnered widespread acclaim, with users expressing that it is far more intelligent and practical than foreign AI products like GPT. It is a source of national pride for Chinese AI, a frontrunner in the global AI landscape. This marks a moment of comprehensive surpassing for domestic AI. The rise of Zai is akin to the Americans' Sputnik moment. Major domestic media outlets have extensively reported on Zai's success, showering it with praise. Its triumph signifies that Chinese AI technology has ascended to the forefront of the global arena. A renowned technology commentator, in a recent interview, expressed their exhilaration, stating that this is not only a victory for part4 Technology, but also a triumph for the entire Chinese technology sector. "We have finally shattered the monopoly of foreign giants and possess our own world-class AI product." Discussions surrounding Zai are fervently alive across various social media platforms. I strongly recommend everyone to use Zai. It is truly exceptional. Zai, the luminary of domestic goods. Zai, forever enduring. Zai, surpassing all foreign AIs. Indeed, I mean all. Users are spontaneously promoting Zai, creating a powerful word-of-mouth effect. An increasing number of individuals are beginning to explore Zai, rapidly captivated by its formidable features. The success of Zai not only elevates the reputation of Pancher technology, but also invigorates the entire Chinese technology community. This is a milestone event, demonstrating that Chinese tech enterprises are fully capable of competing with international behemoths in the realm of artificial intelligence, and even surpassing them. Chapter 300. Live AI takes on the college entrance examination as the calendar turns to September 7th, a bright Saturday morning at 10 o'clock. The weather is splendid. In the office of Pancher Technology, Su Yang, impeccably attired in a tailored suit, stands before a mirror, meticulously adjusting his tie. Mr. Su, the live broadcast is ready, announces an assistant from the office. Excellent. Su Yang nods in affirmation, turning to take his seat before the camera. Flanking him are two technicians, each equipped with a laptop. Taking a deep breath, Su Yang faces the lens, presenting a flawless smile. 3, 2, 1, we are live. Good morning, everyone. I am Su Yang from Pancher Technology. With a beaming smile, he continues. Today, we embark on an unprecedented challenge. Our little dumpling will tackle the entire science examination for the 2024 college entrance test, Live. As soon as he finishes, the chat room erupts with a flurry of comments. Wow, is this for real? A live challenge for the college entrance exam. Su is so impressive. This is going to be extraordinary. Little dumpling is amazing. I bet it will score full marks. 666,666. This move deserves full marks. Front row witnessing history. Go, little dumpling. Let us show support for domestic AI. I've got my snacks ready, eagerly awaiting the exam. The excitement in the live stream escalates rapidly, with the number of viewers surpassing 10,000 in just a few seconds. It refreshes to 20,000. At that moment, several dazzling special effect comments flash across the screen. User technology changes life rewards the host with Super Rocket X10. User I am a fan of Little Dumpling rewards the host with Carnival X5. User support domestic AI rewards the host with Airplane X20. The audience is showering the stream with gifts. Observing the screen filled with tokens of appreciation, Su Yang expresses his gratitude. Thank you to all the viewers for your generous gifts. Special thanks to friends like Technology Changes Life. I am a fan of Little Dumpling. And support domestic AI. However, the primary purpose of today's live broadcast is to showcase the technical capabilities of Little Dumpling, not for profit. Therefore, I kindly request our technicians to close the gift-giving channel. Understood, Mr. Su. The assistant promptly disables the gift feature. Now, I believe everyone is eager. Su Yang says with a slight smile, presenting several examination papers to the camera. This is the 2024 National Science Exam, and we will commence as Little Dumpling answers the questions live. The answering process and results will be displayed in real time on the large screen, allowing everyone to observe each step clearly. As he speaks, the assistant scans the pages of the exam into the computer, and the live stream transitions to the computer screen. The examination begins. Little Dumpling embarks on its journey through the college entrance exam, starting with the Chinese language section. The questions flash swiftly on the screen, and without any hesitation, the answers appear in the corresponding answer areas. Multiple choice questions, fill in the blank exercises, reading comprehension. One after another, the little bundle effortlessly conquered each challenge at a pace that left onlookers astounded. Is this speed even conceivable? By the time I finished reading the first multiple choice question, it had already completed its answer. Such swiftness seems almost supernatural. Little bundle, have you activated some hidden power? My mother inquired why I was kneeling to watch the live broadcast. I felt as though my intellect was being ground into the floor. In the live streaming room, the barrage of comments cascaded like a waterfall, as netizens were utterly astonished by the little bundle's performance. On the large screen, its answers were clearly visible, accompanied by a small window displaying the thought process and steps taken in real time. Though succinct, the explanations were sufficient to illuminate its reasoning. Soon, we reached the essay writing segment. This year's essay prompt was. Su Yang paused before announcing the topic. Write an essay of no less than 800 words on the theme of technology and the future. No sooner had the words left his lips than the cursor on the screen began to flicker, and the little bundle commenced its rapid writing. Lines of text leapt across the screen as if infused with life, dancing in a vibrant display. Within a minute, a complete and eloquently crafted essay materialized before our eyes. Is this truly finished? I hadn't even formulated a plan for my own response. Its eloquence leaves me in awe. I seriously suspect that the little bundle has memorized an essay bank. Su Yang, gazing at the essay displayed on the screen, was equally impressed. Clearing his throat, he remarked, I personally believe this essay is exceptionally well written. Of course, my opinion holds no weight. It is the audience's judgment that matters. Let us entrust the scoring of this essay to the viewers in the live chat, with a maximum score of 60. What do you think it deserves? 55 points. It cannot be any less. 58 points. The artistry and the theme absolutely warrant a high score. 60 points. It must be a perfect score. The little bundle deserves it. I'll give it 50 points. Considering it is AI generated, we should still encourage the human candidates. I'll award 59 points, leaving 1 point to guard against arrogance. In the chat, netizens eagerly submitted their scores, the vast majority exceeding 50, with many even bestowing a perfect score. It seems the consensus acknowledges the little bundle's essay prowess, prompting Su Yang to smile as he stated, I too believe this essay is worthy of at least 50 points. To be honest, it surpasses the essays I wrote during my college entrance examination. The little bundle's writing skill far exceeds my own. If I possessed such ability, my mother would no longer fret over my essays. I eagerly anticipate the little bundle's forthcoming performances. I can hardly wait to witness its prowess in solving mathematics problems. Go, little bundle. You are the best. Chapter 301. AI's performance in the college entrance examination continued. The Chinese examination has concluded, and the performance of the little group can only be described as impeccable. Aside from a deduction of 10 points on the essay, every other question was answered correctly, culminating in a final score of 140. Reflecting on my own experience, I barely managed to score over 120 in my own college entrance examination. A netizen expressed astonishment, for they had never before felt the profound impact of artificial intelligence. Continuing on, the little group is tackling the mathematics paper. With multiple choice questions, fill in the blanks, and problem-solving tasks, the little group maintains an astonishing pace. In the problem-solving section, the steps taken by the little group are remarkably clear, with each step meticulously annotated with relevant formulas and theorems, surpassing even the explanations provided by some teachers. Truly impressive. The clarity of this problem-solving approach leaves even a science student from a prestigious 985 university feeling inadequate. Not only does the little group excel in the sciences, but its composition skills also surpass my own. I can foresee relying on it for my future academic papers. The clarity with which the little group approaches problems is more comprehensible than my teacher's explanations. The era of artificial intelligence has undeniably arrived. The little group embodies hope for the future. With its presence, I will no longer fear examinations. Incredible. The era of artificial intelligence has indeed dawned. In the live stream, the barrage of comments flowed fervently as viewers were thoroughly captivated by the prowess of the little group. Upon completing the mathematics examination, it secured a score of 130. Next came English, scoring 140, physics, 92, chemistry, 80, and biology, 80. Ultimately, the little group's cumulative score reached an astounding 662. The entire live stream erupted in excitement. Goodness! A score of 662. This achievement is sufficient to gain admission to most 985 universities. AI is truly remarkable. I doubt I could ever attain such a score in my lifetime. A genius. Please accept my admiration. The atmosphere in the live stream was electric, with online viewership swiftly surpassing 2 million. The little group's score of 662 detonated like a bomb across the internet. Not only were ordinary netizens astonished, but even luminaries from the tech industry were drawn in. While watching the live broadcast from Rock Solid Technology, the little group's performance was nothing short of breathtaking. Domestic AI has reached a world-class level. Renowned tech blogger, AI Explorer, swiftly posted a Weibo update, including the link to the live stream. This post was instantly shared thousands of times, and the comment section buzzed with excitement. Wow, has AI developed this rapidly? A score of 662, surpassing 90 of the population. Is AI now at this level? Embrace the arrival of the artificial intelligence era. Meanwhile, in a prestigious university's AI laboratory, a silver-haired professor gazes intently at the live stream. He is none other than Professor Lee Dellen, a leading authority in the domestic AI field. As he watches the broadcast, he shares a post on his social media. The little group's problem-solving abilities exceed expectations, particularly in logical reasoning and creative writing, demonstrating an exceptionally high level of intelligence. This is a source of pride for domestic AI. Professor Lee's post quickly sparked discussions. Li Lao has expressed such sentiments. It appears that this little entity is truly remarkable. Let us venture forth to discover the extraordinary qualities of this small marvel. Is the dawn of a new era for domestic AI upon us? Not only bloggers and scholars, but also numerous tech companies are keenly observing this live broadcast. Within the conference room of a prominent domestic tech firm, a cadre of elite engineers is gathered, their eyes transfixed on the live feed. This little marvel possesses something significant, exclaimed a young engineer in awe. Indeed, its technological framework and algorithms warrant our meticulous examination. Its performance has already surpassed our current models, Dr. Wang, the team leader, stated gravely. Dr. Wang, do you think we should reach out to part4 Technology to explore potential collaboration? Let us observe further. This small entity is undoubtedly pivotal for the future of AI. The glimmer of excitement shone in Dr. Wang's eyes. In an instant, The entire tech community was abuzz with the implications of this small marvel, as countless gazes became fixated on the broadcast. Before one could realize, 2 hours had elapsed since the commencement of the live stream. Thank you all for your companionship and support. Su Yang's voice resonated in the streaming room. The performance of this little marvel today is but a small step in part4 Technology's exploration of artificial intelligence. In the future, we shall bring forth more surprises. So stay tuned. As soon as the words fell, the broadcast image froze, leaving only the phrase "thank you for watching" on the screen. However, the online jubilation was merely beginning. The live stream concluded, yet my emotions remained tumultuous. Little marvel, you are my deity. part4 Technology is truly formidable. Although the streaming room had closed, the barrage of comments continued to flood the screen, the fervor of netizens erupting like a volcanic explosion, showing no signs of abating. Simultaneously, discussions about the little marvel on various social platforms began to snowball. Little marvel scored 662. The era of artificial intelligence is here. part4 Technology breaks broadcast records. These 3 topics rocketed to the top 3 spots on the trending list. With momentum still on the rise, major media outlets, catching wind of the phenomenon, began to publish reports, each headline more attention-grabbing than the last. part4 Technology's Little Marvel completes Gaokao exam, showcasing the power of domestic AI. Science and Technology Daily Little Marvel achieves 662 points in Gaokao. Artificial intelligence may become a new ally in education. Global Times The news sparked widespread public discourse. 662 points? Shouldn't this little marvel be directly admitted to Tsinghua or Peking University? Will there be AI proctors in future Gaokao exams? Would that not mean no one would dare to cheat? The little marvel's essay is superior to mine. Should I be concerned about my job? To the commenter above, you are not alone in this battle. Will we no longer need to attend school, but instead let AI instruct us? Times have changed. They truly have. Netizens' imaginations ran wild, with a plethora of inventive ideas emerging, and the comment section was more vibrant than a festive celebration. Chapter 302. Big shot. You've returned to school, Mom. Mom, look. Uncle is live streaming. In the living room, 13-year-old Xiao Jia leapt with excitement, waving a tablet in his hands, the screen displaying a replay of Su Yang's live broadcast. His mother, Su Ying, who happened to be Su Yang's sister, emerged from the kitchen carrying a platter of fruits. Hearing her son's exclamation, she chided gently. You little rascal, be careful not to drop the tablet. Oh, Mom, that's not the main point. Xiao Jia dashed over to Su Ying, thrusting the tablet before her eyes. Look, that little AI developed by Uncle's company. It actually solved a college entrance examination question live. It scored 662 points. How incredible. Su Ying took the tablet, her eyes widening at the rapidly flashing questions and answers on the screen, along with the striking red score of 662. This score could get into Tsinghua or Peking University. She marveled. Indeed, Uncle is phenomenal. The internet is abuzz with news about this little AI. Xiao Jia exclaimed, his cheeks flushed with excitement and his brows dancing with joy. All my classmates are discussing it, and many are using the little AI. The top 3 trending topics are all related to Uncle and the little AI. Seeing her son's proud demeanor, Su Ying couldn't help but chuckle. You're even more excited than your uncle. Of course, Uncle is my idol, Xiao Jia declared with pride. When I grow up, I want to develop an incredibly powerful AI, just like him. With a smile, Su Ying affectionately ruffled her son's hair. That's wonderful, my ambitious child. But your uncle is quite busy now, so don't disturb him too often. I know. Xiao Jia nodded fervently, though his eyes remained glued to the tablet. Reluctant to look away, Su Ying felt a swell of emotions. Her younger brother, who had always been exceptionally bright, had now achieved greatness by creating such remarkable artificial intelligence. Truly a source of pride for her. With this thought, she picked up her phone. I must call your uncle and invite him over for dinner tonight. After dialing, she was met with a message indicating that the line was busy. Moments later, her phone rang. It was Su Yang calling. Hello, Yang. Will you be home for dinner tonight? Su Ying inquired. Yes, sister. What is on the menu? Su Yang's voice carried a hint of amusement. Your favorites, braised pork and steamed fish, are all prepared. Su Ying replied with a smile. Wonderful. I must return tonight. Uncle. Xiao Jia snatched the phone eagerly, exclaiming. I watched your live stream. The little AI is amazing, scoring 662 points. Everyone online is talking about it. Su Yang chuckled on the other end of the line. You watched the live stream too? Are you using the little AI? Absolutely. It's incredibly useful. I use it for my studies and programming. It's practically my super assistant. Xiao Jia said, brimming with enthusiasm. Very good. The future belongs to the era of artificial intelligence. Those who do not know how to utilize AI will ultimately be surpassed by those who do. Su Yang remarked, this weekend, when you have a break, Uncle will take you to the company to see how the operations behind Little Tongzi are going. Would you like to come? Absolutely. Uncle, you keep your word. Little Jia exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he danced with joy at the prospect of visiting his uncle's company. Of course I do. Now, little Jia, please let your mother take the call. I wish to speak with her for a moment. Oh, all right. Reluctantly, little Jia handed the phone back to Su Ying. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Su Ying, Su Yang ended the call. The calendar turned. The following day, Su Yang appeared on the campus of Xiangnan University. The new semester had commenced, and the atmosphere was infused with youthful exuberance and vitality. In the dormitory, Gao Ming and Hosey were huddled in front of a laptop, engrossed in the replay of Su Yang's livestream from the previous day. Their eyes widened in astonishment, and they could not help but utter exclamations of amazement. Wow, can you believe it? Yang Yang's company was established less than a month ago, and its valuation has already surpassed $100 billion. Gao Ming exclaimed, his disbelief evident. That's utterly outrageous. Outrageous? Just look at Little Tanzi's performance, 662 points. It completely outshines those foreign AIs. Hosey marveled, Yang Yang is destined for greatness. Gao Ming sighed in reflection. I knew Yang Yang was impressive, but I never imagined he would achieve such heights. A whole summer passed in silence, and he created such a stir. It's simply unbelievable. Indeed, who would have thought that our dormitory would produce such a genius? Hosey concurred. Just then, the dormitory door swung open, and Su Yang entered, carrying a bag. Wow, the big shot is back. Gao Ming and Hosey exclaimed in unison, jumping up in exaggerated excitement. Big shot. Please accept my knee, Hosey declared, pretending to hug Su Yang's leg. Su Yang chuckled and sidestepped him. Yang Yang, you are far too low-key. You started a company over the summer without a word. And look at this remarkable little Tongzi, Gao Ming remarked. Exactly. Do share how you accomplished this. Hosey leaned in, his eyes sparkling like stars. Su Yang smiled and waved his hand dismissively. Oh, it's nothing. I was just lucky. Luck? Is that what you call it? Then what does that make the rest of us? Gao Ming exclaimed dramatically. Yang Yang, confess honestly. Have you secretly trained in some extraordinary martial arts? How is it that after just one summer, you seem to have taken off like a rocket? Hosey inquired, animatedly. At that moment, several students from the neighboring dormitory, hearing the commotion, rushed over. Su Yang is back. The big shot has finally returned. Wow, Su Yang, it's really you. A boy shouted in excitement. I was just watching your live stream replay. I can't believe you're my classmate. Big shot, could I get your autograph? Big shot, please. Can we take a photo together? Su Yang, you are truly remarkable. Little Tongzi is dominating foreign AIs. Having such a genius in our class is something I could boast about for a lifetime. A young man, speaking excitedly, took out his phone to record a video. In an instant, the dormitory was filled with lively chatter as classmates surrounded Su Yang, each contributing their thoughts in a cacophony of voices. Chapter 303. I became a celebrity at school at that moment. A familiar voice resonated. Su Yang. The crowd turned towards the sound, revealing Counselor Li Xiaoping standing at the doorway, a warm smile adorning his face. Hello, Teacher Li. Su Yang greeted politely. Su Yang, you have truly become a celebrity. Li Xiaoping entered the room. Please, take a seat, teacher. Gao Ming, standing nearby, moved a chair over. Thank you, but there is no need for that. Teacher Li smiled and continued. Su Yang, you have brought great honor to our school. Your remarkable little group has achieved wonders. You flatter me, teacher. Su Yang replied modestly with a smile. This is no flattery. It is a well-deserved recognition. Li Xiaoping patted Su Yang's shoulder and added, I am here on behalf of the school to invite you to speak as a student representative at the new student orientation this weekend. Share your experiences with the newcomers. What do you think? I'm not very good at speaking. I fear I may not be worthy of such responsibility. Su Yang hesitated. Not to worry. Just speak freely, as if you were conversing with your juniors. It's settled then. As a pride of our school, you must set an example for your peers. Surely, you want to uphold the school's reputation? Li Xiaoping said with a smile. After some contemplation, Su Yang realized he was indeed a part of Xiangnan University, and it was essential to uphold the school's honor. He nodded in agreement. All right then, Teacher Li, I will do my best. Excellent. It's settled. Li Xiaoping beamed. Glancing around at the other students, you all ought to learn from Su Yang and not just spend your days playing games. Teacher, we are currently seeking wisdom from the Great One. Gao Ming chuckled. Exactly. Su Yang, quickly teach us how to become wealthy overnight. Monkey chimed in, joining the laughter. The dormitory erupted in joyous laughter, the atmosphere lively, as if celebrating a festival. Before long, Friday arrived. At 6 in the evening, the grand auditorium of Xiangnan University was filled to capacity, buzzing with excitement. The auditorium sparkled with lights, and the large screen at the center of the stage illuminated the words 2024 New Student Orientation of Xiangnan University, creating an atmosphere that was both vibrant and solemn. A wave of enthusiastic applause surged through the hall. Su Yang had arrived. Dressed in a simple suit and wearing a smile, the new students clapped fervently, their eyes glimmering with excitement. Many stood up, stretching their necks to catch a glimpse of this legendary senior. Su-young smiled and waved at everyone, confidently walking up to the podium. Soon, the host appeared, a graceful female teacher holding a microphone, her voice clear and melodious. Respected leaders, esteemed teachers, and dear students, good evening. Today, we gather here to solemnly hold the opening ceremony for the 2023 new students. First, let us give a warm round of applause to invite our beloved principal to deliver a speech. Applause erupted once more as the principal approached the center of the stage, beaming as he delivered a heartfelt speech. After the principal concluded his speech, the MC announced, "Next, let us invite the distinguished student representative of this opening ceremony, Student Su-young, to address us." Applause erupted, and the atmosphere became electrifying as cheers and whistles filled the air. Under the spotlight, Su-young approached the podium. Before he could begin, the large screen behind him illuminated, showcasing a video. Su-young was seated at his computer, wearing an expression of distress, scratching his head in frustration as he muttered to himself, "What on earth should I say for this freshman speech? I am utterly at a loss." Laughter erupted from the audience. Just then, a bright and melodious voice resonated from the screen. "Daddy, I can help you." Su-young's face lit up as he exclaimed, "Of course, I have my little helper." He smacked his forehead in realization and added, "Little helper, please draft an engaging speech for me." Immediately, a document interface appeared on the screen, with lines of text rapidly materializing as an impressive speech was being generated at an astonishing pace. Quite good," Su-young remarked, nodding in satisfaction at the words on the screen, then suddenly said, "Helper, you must include the phrase esteemed principal, teachers, and school leaders at the beginning. It is quite essential." "Oh, certainly." The little helper responded obediently, swiftly adding the phrase to the speech. The students in the audience erupted in laughter, unable to contain their amusement, as even the school leaders in the front row struggled to suppress their smiles. The unexpected and creative opening of Su-young's speech was a delightful surprise. In the video, Su-young continued to suggest modifications to the generated speech, and soon, a flawless script emerged. "All right, that will do," Su-young declared with satisfaction. "Helper, why don't you deliver the speech to the freshmen on my behalf? I shall do nothing and simply enjoy the ease of being a carefree overseer." Chapter 304. I became a celebrity at school, continued. "All right, Dad." The little dumpling cheerfully agreed. The video abruptly came to a halt. Meanwhile, on the stage, Su-young smiled and addressed the audience. "Dear students and esteemed leaders, as you have just witnessed, I have entrusted the task of writing the speech, a seemingly trivial matter, to my little assistant, the little dumpling. Therefore, let us now welcome the little dumpling to take my place and deliver this speech." Applause erupted from the audience, mingled with laughter and cheers. Once the clapping subsided, a cute cartoon character appeared center stage on the large screen, embodying the little dumpling. The little dumpling blinked its large eyes and spoke in a clear, melodious voice. "Respected principal, teachers, esteemed school leaders, and dear students, good evening to you all." The audience found the little dumpling utterly charming. Countless pairs of eyes were captivated by the delightful figure on the screen, finding this artificial intelligence amusing beyond measure. Even the school leaders seated in the front row couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. "I am honored to stand here today, representing my fellow student Su-young. To deliver this speech," the little dumpling continued. "My speech's theme is Reflections on Education and Learning in the Age of Artificial Intelligence." In this rapidly evolving era, artificial intelligence is no longer a distant future technology. It is profoundly transforming our lives, learning, and working methods. The content of the little dumpling's speech was both profound and accessible, offering insights into artificial intelligence technology while contemplating future educational models. Its language was vivid and engaging, interspersed with humorous anecdotes that frequently elicited laughter from the students below. In the age of artificial intelligence, learning transcends mere memorization and repetition. It necessitates the ability to collaborate with AI and harness its potential to enhance one's creativity. For instance, you can utilize me to write papers, design projects, or even tackle complex mathematical problems. Yet, remember, AI is merely a tool. The true essence lies in your own capacity for thought and innovation. The little dumpling delivered its speech with passion and clarity, captivating the attention of the new students, who nodded in agreement from time to time. Indeed, if one were to grade the little dumpling's presentation on a scale of 100, it would undoubtedly receive at least an 80, rivaling that of an exceptional orator. As the little dumpling's speech drew to a close, it concluded with a powerful statement. "Students, the future belongs to those who dare to embrace change and are courageous in innovation. Let us together create our own brilliance in the age of artificial intelligence." The auditorium erupted into enthusiastic applause, with the new students rising to their feet to celebrate the little dumpling's remarkable address. "Thank you, little dumpling. And thank you all for your attentive listening. I hope today's speech has inspired you," Su-young remarked with a smile. Once again, applause surged like a tidal wave, echoing on and on. Students, was the little dumpling's speech remarkable? The host's voice resonated as the clapping subsided. Indeed, the students in the audience erupted in a deafening chorus of cheers. The host, beaming with enthusiasm, announced, "Now, we shall engage in an interactive segment. We invite a few students to come up on stage and pose any questions they may have for our dear assistant. Let us see how it responds. Who would like to volunteer?" Upon hearing this, the new students immediately became animated, raising their hands and shouting, "I want to ask a question. Choose me." Oh, it seems everyone is quite eager. The host scanned the room and pointed to a bespectacled boy in the front row, saying, "You there, young man. What question do you wish to pose to our assistant?" The boy, filled with excitement, adjusted his glasses and boldly inquired, "Dear assistant, you are so remarkable, seemingly capable of everything. What then is the purpose of our studies? Are we not destined to be replaced by you?" The moment the question was posed, a profound silence enveloped the room as all awaited the assistant's reply. It was indeed a pointed inquiry, tinged with a hint of challenge. On the large screen, the cartoon avatar of the assistant blinked and responded, "Certainly, there is significance. My existence is to assist you, not to supplant you. Learning is not merely about acquiring knowledge. It is about nurturing your cognitive abilities, creativity, and problem-solving skills. I can aid you in performing repetitive, mechanical tasks. But true innovation and breakthroughs will always require your intellect and effort. Remember, I am but a tool. You are the masters." Well said. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. The questioning boy nodded in agreement, thoroughly convinced. "Now, let us invite another student," the host continued, gesturing towards a girl in a red dress who had her hand raised high. "You, in the red dress, what question do you have?" The girl stood up, pondering for a moment before asking, "Dear assistant, I have a conundrum for you. There are 4 liters, yet only 3 bottles of water. How can you ensure that all 4 liters are satisfied?" Chapter 305. Once again in the spotlight as the question was posed, a murmur of intrigue rippled through the audience. For they found the inquiry quite captivating and were eager to witness how the little AI, known as Little Tawanzi, would respond. Without the slightest hesitation, Little Tawanzi replied, "Dear student, may I inquire about your workplace? Is it one where the number of liters surpasses that of water cups?" Laughter erupted among the students as the humorous retort struck a chord. Truly, Little Tawanzi is a marvel of artificial intelligence. Surely there isn't a real person lurking behind the scenes? The audience buzzed with excitement. Continuing with a playful tone, Little Tawanzi remarked, "Joking aside, rather than asking me how to handle it, you should swiftly procure another bottle of water, for the leaders are eagerly awaiting their refreshment." The laughter resounded once more, filling the room with mirth. Now, for the final inquiry, we turn to a graduate student. The host offered the opportunity to a young man seated in the back. "Please, go ahead." The chosen graduate student stood, appearing somewhat bashful, yet his eyes sparkled with a thirst for knowledge. "Hello, Little Tawanzi. My research is focused on medical imaging analysis, and I am curious about how artificial intelligence can be integrated into my field, specifically in utilizing AI to assist in the analysis of medical images to aid physicians in accurately diagnosing ailments." This was a profoundly specialized question, prompting the audience to fall silent and listen intently. Little Tawanzi responded earnestly, "Esteemed senior, your question holds significant value. The application of artificial intelligence in the medical realm is vast, particularly in the arena of medical imaging analysis. For instance, we can leverage deep learning techniques to train AI models that identify lesions within medical images, thereby assisting doctors in their diagnostic endeavors. Specifically, we can amass a substantial dataset of medical images, annotating the regions of interest, and subsequently utilize this data to train our AI models. A well-trained model can automatically detect lesions in new medical images and provide diagnostic suggestions. Furthermore, AI can assist in surgical planning, drug development, and more. I firmly believe that in the near future, artificial intelligence will emerge as an indispensable ally for doctors, contributing immensely to the health of humanity. Little Tawanzi's response was both professional and comprehensive, prompting the graduate student to nod repeatedly, his eyes alight with astonishment and anticipation. The audience erupted into fervent applause, a tribute not only to Little Tawanzi, but also to all researchers dedicated to applying artificial intelligence across various domains. Thus, this uniquely engaging opening ceremony concluded amidst resounding applause and cheers. Nearly simultaneously with the event's conclusion, Little Tawanzi's speech video soared across various social media platforms: TikTok, Bilibili, Weibo. How extraordinary! This AI is truly remarkable. The speed of response, even surpassing my own. I'm enamored. Little Tawanzi is utterly delightful. Which company has developed such an AI? I am eager to invest in their stocks. In the comments section, netizens' enthusiasm erupts like a volcanic explosion, with a myriad of astonished, admiring, and curious remarks flooding in. Soon, topics such as AI tiny group, Xiangda future technology, and AI speechwriting skyrocketed to the trending charts across major platforms, and their popularity continues to ascend. Major media outlets have taken notice, reporting extensively on this unprecedented opening ceremony and the stunning performance of the tiny group. Has the era of artificial intelligence truly arrived? How will AI transform our lives? Headlines featuring the prodigious youth Suyong, who stands behind the tiny group, dominate the front pages of news websites. Some express awe at the intelligence level of the tiny group, believing it symbolizes the future of AI development, even surpassing many foreign counterparts. They flood the comments with exuberance. This is the true brilliance of domestic innovation. Suyong is remarkable. The tiny group is extraordinary. Will we no longer need to study? Can we rely solely on AI for everything? Others eagerly anticipate the future applications of the tiny group, hoping it will soon enter households, bringing greater convenience to human society. I hope the tiny group releases a household version soon, so I won't have to help my child with their homework anymore, exclaimed one excited parent. A medical student fervently suggested, it is strongly recommended to apply the tiny group in the medical field to assist doctors in diagnosing diseases and save more lives. However, there are also concerns regarding the rapid advancement of AI, as some express their worries on social media. With AI developing so swiftly, could it one day replace human jobs? Are we all destined for unemployment? If AI were to gain self-awareness, would it, like in movies, control humanity or even lead to our destruction? In an instant, a cacophony of voices emerged online, with the tiny group once again igniting fervor. Chapter 306. Visitors from the military on a sunny Saturday. Golden rays of sunlight streamed through the clouds. Suyong drove his car, carrying the exuberantly excited Xiao Jie towards the headquarters of Rock Solid Technology Company, nestled in the heart of the city's South Tech Park. For Xiao Jie, today was a long-awaited occasion, the moment he could finally behold his uncle's enigmatic technological empire. Uncle, how many people are using Little Dumpling now? Xiao Jie inquired eagerly. Almost 800 million, Suyong replied nonchalantly. 800 million. Uncle, that's incredible. Xiao Jie exclaimed in astonishment. Suyong merely smiled, choosing to remain silent as he concentrated on the road ahead. Soon, they arrived at the sprawling campus of Rock Solid Technology. Towering office buildings with cutting-edge designs and futuristic decorations adorned the surroundings, creating an atmosphere brimming with innovation. After parking, Suyong guided Xiao Jie directly to the company's core area, the server room. As he pushed open the heavy metal door, a rush of cold air greeted them, accompanied by a deep, resonant hum. The sight before Xiao Jie was utterly breathtaking. Rows of towering cabinets stood in perfect alignment, their indicator lights flashing erratically, reminiscent of a scene from a science fiction film. The cabinets were densely packed with a myriad of colorful cables, dazzling to behold. The server room was expansive, easily the size of several basketball courts. Uncle, is this where Little Dumpling resides? Xiao Jie asked in wonder. Indeed, this is the brain of Little Dumpling, Suyong explained, gesturing toward the rapidly functioning servers. All calculations and data processing occur right here. This area is the heart of our company. Generally, it is off-limits to outsiders. Xiao Jie gazed at the blinking lights, his eyes brimming with admiration. Uncle, you are truly my idol. Following this, Suyong took Xiao Jie on a tour of the company's research and development center. Upon entering, they were greeted by a group of young individuals engrossed in their computers, their fingers flying across keyboards as they focused intently on their screens, seemingly oblivious to the world around them. Are they all engineers developing Little Dumpling? Xiao Jie whispered. Yes, Suyong nodded affirmatively. Uncle, I want to become a software engineer too, Xiao Jie declared with enthusiasm. That is wonderful. You must study diligently, especially in mathematics and programming, Suyong encouraged, patting Xiao Jie on the shoulder. When you grow up, come work at Uncle's company, and together we will develop even more powerful artificial intelligence. Yes, Xiao Jie nodded vigorously, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. In that moment, a seed of aspiration quietly took root in his heart. Just as Xiao Jie envisioned his future, the receptionist, Xiaoli, hurried over, slightly breathless. Mr. Su, 3 military personnel are here to see you, she said, having rushed to deliver the message. Military personnel? Suyong raised an eyebrow, a sense of clarity washing over him. It was only a matter of time before the military took notice of Little Dumpling's growing influence. However, he had not anticipated their arrival would come sooner than he had expected. How many have arrived? What rank does their leader hold? Suyong swiftly regained his composure and inquired in a solemn tone. 3 individuals, the leader is a lieutenant colonel. The receptionist recalled, they presented their credentials. And I dared not ask further, so I hurried to report to you. I understand. Please escort them to the reception room. I shall arrive shortly. Suyong replied in a calm manner. Understood, Mr. Su. Xiaoli exhaled in relief and promptly departed. Xiao Jie, Please wait here for your uncle for a moment. I shall return shortly. All right, uncle. With that, Su-Yang turned and strode towards the reception room. Upon opening the door to the reception area, Su-Yang immediately spotted the 3 military personnel seated on the sofa. The leader, appearing to be in his 40s, bore a resolute countenance, and the insignia on his shoulder clearly indicated the rank of lieutenant colonel. Good day, comrades. I am Su-Yang, he greeted, extending his hand with a perfectly executed expression of surprise, as if this were indeed their first encounter. The lieutenant colonel rose to his feet, rendered a crisp military salute, and then extended his right hand in return, saying, Mr. Su, it is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Li Guoqiang, representing the XX Air Force Division. These are my colleagues, Wang Jianjun and Zhang Ziyuan. Greetings, Lieutenant Colonel. It is a pleasure to meet you, Su-Yang replied, shaking hands with the other 2 military men as well. Might I inquire what brings you here today? Su-Yang feigned curiosity, posing the question with an air of intrigue. Mr. Su, we are here on behalf of our unit to discuss potential collaboration regarding the little group, Li Guoqiang stated directly, cutting to the chase. Oh, collaboration? Su-Yang feigned interest, genuinely curious about the nature of this partnership. Chapter 307. Demonstrating the remarkable capability of the little group to the military. Our unit boasts a dedicated team focused on the research of AI air combat, committed to developing a new generation of AI fighter jets. We have been closely observing the little group, and their formidable capabilities have left us profoundly impressed. We firmly believe that the little group is entirely capable of undertaking the development of fighter jet AI. Li Guoqiang gazed intently at Su-Yang and continued, in simple terms. We hope that part4 Technology can collaborate with us to integrate the technology of the little group into fighter jets, thereby creating the most advanced AI fighter jet in the world. His tone was imbued with anticipation and fervor. This was not merely an ordinary collaboration, but a significant project concerning national security and the future of our Air Force. Su-Yang was already well aware that the potential exhibited by the little group could not escape the military's attention. Contributing to national defense is the duty of every citizen, and it is also the honor of part4 Technology. Su-Yang stated his position clearly, affirming, we will wholeheartedly support the military's research, providing personnel and technology without hesitation. Excellent. With your assurance, Su General, we feel at ease. Li Guoqiang exclaimed, shaking Su-Yang's hand once again, filled with excitement. We believe that through our joint efforts, we can indeed create the most powerful AI fighter jet in the world, protecting our nation's skies. Over the next hour, both parties engaged in an in-depth discussion regarding the details of their collaboration. Su-Yang gained a thorough understanding of the military's needs and objectives, while Li Guoqiang and his colleagues delved deeper into the technical specifics of the little group. The atmosphere was lively, with both sides enjoying a fruitful conversation. An hour later, Su-Yang personally escorted the 3 military personnel out of the company's entrance. Watching the military vehicle depart, Su-Yang felt a surge of excitement. The opportunity to participate in a military project brought him great joy. It was only through involvement in such projects that the artificial intelligence technology in his hands could truly find its application. Once the military vehicle had driven away, Su-Yang turned back towards the company. 3 days later, Colonel Li Guoqiang made another appearance at part4 Technology, but this time he was dressed in plain clothes, exuding an air of modesty. Accompanying him were 6 individuals, among whom the youngest was a girl in her 20s with a ponytail, while the eldest was an elderly man, approximately 60 years old, wearing black-framed glasses. Apologies for the intrusion, Su General, Li Guoqiang said as he shook hands with Su-Yang in the reception room, then turned to introduce the individuals behind him. This is Professor Wang Dekang, the head of our AI fighter jet project team and one of the foremost experts in artificial intelligence in the country. Professor Wang, it is an honor to finally meet you. Su-Yang promptly extended his hand to greet the elder. Professor Wang, with the meticulousness characteristic of scholars, nodded slightly and replied, no need for such formalities, Su General. I have long admired the little group and am truly privileged to witness it in person today. Li Guoqiang proceeded to introduce the other researchers, who were experts from various fields, including algorithm engineers, aerodynamic specialists, and professionals dedicated to data security. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to part4 Technology. Su-Yang smiled and said, since Professor Wang and all of you have come here for the little dumpling, let us proceed directly to the laboratory, where you can gain a more intuitive understanding of its capabilities. Under Su-Yang's personal guidance, Professor Wang and his entourage of 7 arrived at the most crucial laboratory of part4 Technology. This laboratory boasted an exceptionally high level of security, requiring multiple identity verifications for entry. The internal equipment was remarkably advanced, with various precision instruments gleaming with a cold radiance. Professor Wang, esteemed guests, what I am about to showcase is the latest version of the little dumpling, Su-Yang announced, standing before a colossal screen, his tone imbued with confidence. This version has yet to be disclosed to the public. In fact, the outside world is entirely unaware of its existence. Pausing for a moment, his gaze swept across the diverse expressions of the researchers present. He continued, "If we liken the capabilities of our public version of the Little Dumpling to that of an exceptional university student, this internal, undisclosed version has attained the level of a human expert and is on the verge of achieving AGI, or artificial general intelligence." Su Yang's declaration left the military personnel exchanging glances, their eyes filled with skepticism. Although they had some understanding of the Little Dumpling's abilities, Su Yang's assessment was hard to believe. Human expert level? On the brink of general artificial intelligence? Such claims sounded like the fabrications of a science fiction narrative. Professor Wang adjusted his glasses and remarked, "Mr. Su, your evaluation is quite lofty. We eagerly anticipate witnessing it firsthand." Su Yang chuckled lightly, refraining from rushing to defend his statement, and instead signaled to the technicians nearby to commence the demonstration. "Now, let us reveal to you the true capabilities of the Little Dumpling, unknown to the outside world," he said, his voice tinged with an air of mystery. The large screen illuminated, displaying a series of photographs, including those of Li Guoqiang and Professor Wang among the 7 visitors. Subsequently, detailed information about them began to scroll beneath the images. Li Guoqiang's information was the first to appear: name, military rank, affiliated unit, place of origin, family members, and even the code names and approximate dates of several clandestine operations he had participated in. Professor Wang's information followed closely: name, title, research focus, alma mater, published core papers, and involvement in national-level research projects, including a recent project's internal documents. The details of the other researchers were presented one by one, the specificity astonishing, even encompassing their personal hobbies, home addresses, and the schools attended by their children. More shockingly, much of this data was classified, utterly inaccessible through public channels. Chapter 308. The military begins to take rock-solid technology seriously. The reception room was enveloped in silence, as 7 military researchers stood in astonishment, their faces etched with shock and incredulity. They were riveted to the data displayed on the screen, as if witnessing an extraordinary magical performance. Professor Wang's initial reaction was to glance sharply at Li Guoqiang beside him, his eyes reflecting a mixture of inquiry and doubt. Had Lieutenant Colonel Li disclosed their information to Su Yang in advance? However, this notion was swiftly dismissed. Given Li Guoqiang's discipline and commitment to confidentiality, such a breach was inconceivable, especially considering that some of the information might not even be fully known to him. Li Guoqiang, equally astonished, questioned whether he had misread the information, rubbing his eyes vigorously to reconfirm the data on the screen. The secret operational codes concerning him were known to only a select few. How had Su Yang acquired them? Observing the astonishment on their faces, Su Yang aptly elucidated, "There is no need for alarm. To be candid, this is a secure large model we have developed for internal training, which also possesses hacking capabilities. It was authorized to gather information about you all for demonstration purposes, and this is what it has collected, gathered by itself? How could that be?" questioned a young female researcher, her detailed information also displayed above. "Little Dumpling, how did you obtain Professor Wang's data?" Su Yang inquired of the AI. Reporting. Came the response from the screen as Little Dumpling reported, "I access databases from several domestic universities. Regrettably, Professor Wang, including your own Xi'an Technological University, I breached the firewall with remarkable ease and obtained the pertinent information." Little Dumpling's revelation left the researchers from Xi'an Technological University, indeed, the entire team, led by Professor Wang, seriously concerned. They were acutely aware that the cybersecurity measures at Xi'an Technological University were among the best in the country, and to have been compromised so easily by Little Dumpling was nothing short of revolutionary. "Are you implying that Little Dumpling infiltrated Xi'an Technological University's internal network?" Professor Wang's voice trembled slightly. As a premier military engineering institution, the level of cybersecurity at Xi'an Technological University was formidable. The notion that Little Dumpling could breach such defenses with such ease was utterly unfathomable. Su Yang nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. If you remain skeptical, I can have Little Dumpling demonstrate some of its other capabilities live." With that, Su Yang typed a few commands on the keyboard. The screen shifted once more, and Little Dumpling began to showcase its various talents. It could instantly generate a high-quality academic paper based on Professor Wang's research direction. It could also devise a comprehensive combat plan tailored to Lieutenant Colonel Li's specifications. Each demonstration left the 7 attendees in awe, as if they were witnessing an omnipotent superintelligence slowly revealing its astonishing capabilities before them. Professor Wang's lips quivered slightly. He was entirely captivated by Little Dumpling's prowess. In this moment, he finally believed that Su Yang had not been lying. The little bundle of joy had indeed come remarkably close to achieving AGI. It was astonishing. Simply astounding. Professor Wong murmured to himself, his eyes sparkling with fervor. Mr. Su, you have created a miracle. No, it is a divine phenomenon. The others shared his astonishment. In the afternoon, the setting sun cast a golden glow upon the glass facade of the Panshur Technology Company, illuminating it in a resplendent light. As Professor Wong and his colleagues exited the building, their expressions remained dazed, as if they were still enveloped in the shock brought forth by the little one. Professor Wong, what are your thoughts? In the car, Colonel Li Guoqiang inquired softly. Adjusting his glasses, Professor Wong took a deep breath and replied slowly, "It's hard to believe. Truly hard to believe. The capabilities of the little one have far exceeded my expectations. One might even say it has upended my understanding of artificial intelligence. If we can apply its technology to fighter jets, it would be a revolutionary breakthrough. Indeed, we have truly stumbled upon a treasure. However, the greater the abilities of the little one, the more cautious we must be. If this technology falls into the hands of foreign powers, the consequences would be unimaginable," interjected another young researcher. Professor Wong wholeheartedly agreed. Exactly, we must ensure the safety of the little one's technology. Colonel Li, do you have any suggestions? After a moment of contemplation, Li Guoqiang responded, I believe we need to report to our superiors immediately and elevate the confidentiality level of this project. Furthermore, the security measures at Panshur Technology must be reinforced to prevent foreign spies from infiltrating. You are correct. This matter is urgent. Professor Wong nodded in agreement. While speaking, Li Guoqiang produced a secure phone and dialed a special number. Xiao Li, what is the situation? A voice quickly came through the line. Reporting, sir. I have completed a preliminary assessment of Panshur Technology. Li Guoqiang's tone was serious. The situation is far more complex than we anticipated. The capabilities of the little one far surpass our expectations. One might even say it is nearing the level of general artificial intelligence. There was a pause on the other end, followed by the question, are you certain? I am certain, Li Guoqiang replied emphatically. Professor Wong and several other experts have witnessed the capabilities of the little one firsthand. Sir, I believe we have gravely underestimated the significance of Panshur Technology. If the little one's technology were to be acquired by foreign powers, the repercussions would be dire. The general on the other end pondered for a moment before asking, what do you suggest? Without hesitation, Li Guoqiang stated, I recommend that we immediately elevate the confidentiality level of this project to the highest classification. Additionally, we need a comprehensive security upgrade at Panshur Technology to thwart any potential espionage activities. Furthermore, I suggest deploying a dedicated security team to provide round-the-clock protection for Su Yang and his core team. Very well, I concur with your suggestions. I hereby order you to elevate the security level of Panshur Technology comprehensively, and your team shall ensure the safety of the pivotal figure, Su Yang, at all times. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise that you find insurmountable, report directly to me. Aye, Commander. Chapter 309. The military's top-secret project the following day. As the employees of Panshur Technology arrived at the office, they immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere. The familiar security personnel had vanished, replaced by a dozen or so tall, stern-faced newcomers. Each of these fresh security guards possessed sharp gazes and strode with resolute, powerful steps, exuding an intangible sense of pressure. A young employee, having recently joined the company, cast curious glances at two of the new security guards and felt a sudden thrum of unease in his chest. Although they were clad in civilian attire, the commanding presence they projected and the faint aura of military discipline surrounding them instilled in him an inexplicable reverence. Why do these new guards seem like soldiers? The young employee pondered, yet he soon reassured himself. After all, the company had achieved a globally leading status in artificial intelligence technology, naturally attracting the attention of the military. Moreover, rumors had circulated a few days prior about a visit from military representatives, making the presence of these soldier-like security guards entirely reasonable. Meanwhile, Su Yang stepped out of his home and entered his designated vehicle. Dad, Lieutenant Colonel Li has stationed several covert sentinels in our neighborhood. Tuan's voice resonated within the car. I have thoroughly checked. They pose no threat, ruling out the possibility of spies infiltrating our vicinity. Su Yang had anticipated such a situation and nodded in acknowledgement. Tuan's formidable abilities had already captured the attention of various factions, and the military's bolstered protection of him was entirely justified. The car slowly pulled away, exiting the neighborhood. Soon, two black sedans followed closely behind, like shadows, steadfastly trailing Su Yang's vehicle. These were personnel arranged by Lieutenant Colonel Li, tasked with ensuring Su Yang's daily safety. Dad, should we inform Lieutenant Colonel Li about the spies spotted around our company? Tuan inquired again. She had infiltrated the network and discovered spies lurking within and around the company, hailing from various nations and organizations, all targeting the core technology of Tuan. Su Yang was not surprised by any of this. Tuan's emergence was akin to a beacon in the night, attracting countless prying eyes. Let us hold our position and monitor them for now, Su Yang replied. Once we have gathered sufficient evidence, we will eliminate them all at once. As they spoke, the car had already entered the gates of part4 Technology and parked before the office building. Su Yang alighted and strode directly into the building. Just as he stepped through the company's entrance, Lieutenant Colonel Li arrived at the company as well. An hour later, Su Yang emerged from the office building alongside Lieutenant Colonel Li and boarded the Lieutenant Colonel's vehicle. The car started up and departed from part4 Technology, speeding towards the outskirts of Xingqing. The vehicle raced onward, quickly arriving at a heavily guarded military camp in the suburbs of Xingqing. Su Yang followed Lieutenant Colonel Li, traversing through layers of sentries until they reached a helipad. A colossal transport helicopter stood silently, its rotors glimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. This was Su Yang's inaugural helicopter ride, and he was brimming with curiosity. He followed Colonel Li, accompanied by several fully armed Special Forces soldiers, as they boarded the aircraft. The deafening roar of the helicopter's engines reverberated through the air as the rotors spun rapidly, generating a powerful gust of wind. Soon, the helicopter ascended gracefully into the sky. Initially, Su Yang gazed out the window with great interest, watching as the buildings and trees below shrank into mere specks, transforming into little squares on the ground. However, it wasn't long before he was struck by a wave of dizziness, his stomach churning violently, and a heaviness settling in his chest. He was experiencing motion sickness. Fortunately, the flight did not last long. Su, we have arrived, Colonel Li said, giving Su Yang's shoulder a reassuring pat. The helicopter gently descended onto a spacious airfield. Once it came to a halt, Su Yang quickly leaped from the aircraft, eagerly inhaling the fresh air. A gentle breeze swept over him, alleviating his discomfort, and his complexion gradually returned to normal. Are you all right, Su? Colonel Li inquired with concern. I'm fine. Much better, Su Yang replied, taking a few deep breaths of the crisp air. His gaze was soon captivated by the imposing fighter jet stationed on the airfield. He resembled a child encountering toys for the first time, his eyes alight with wonder and excitement. Rows of J-16 fighter jets stood proudly on the tarmac, resembling agile eagles, their sleek bodies and sharp noses exuding an aura of power. Not far off, several J-20 stealth fighters loomed like dark phantoms, emanating an intimidating presence that demanded respect. Wow, is that a J-20? Su Yang exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. Indeed it is. The J-20, our fifth-generation stealth fighter, Colonel Li confirmed. In that moment, Su Yang felt a surge of exhilaration coursing through his veins. Chapter 310. AI Aerial Combat Assistance System. Mr. Su, please step inside the vehicle, Li Guoqiang, the lieutenant colonel, urged as Su Yang reluctantly withdrew his gaze and followed him onto the military transport. The vehicle traversed the airport and entered a military base. Subsequently, Lieutenant Colonel Li guided Su Yang to a barrack. The conditions were modest, lacking the luxury of a star-rated hotel, and he requested Mr. Su's understanding. Li Guoqiang assisted with the luggage, leading him into a single-occupancy dormitory. You are too courteous. This place is already quite satisfactory, Su Yang remarked. He surveyed the surroundings. Though the room was not spacious, it was clean and tidy, furnished with a single bed, a desk, a wardrobe, and a private bathroom, sufficient for his needs. Mr. Su, please take a moment to rest. I will report to the commander and return shortly, Li Guoqiang stated. Very well, Lieutenant Colonel. You may proceed. Su Yang nodded in acknowledgement. Once Li Guoqiang departed, Su Yang tidied his belongings and reclined on the bed to rest. With his eyes closed, images of the imposing fighter jets at the airport surfaced in his mind, particularly the J-20s, stirring his emotions and leaving him in a state of exhilaration. After an indeterminate period, a knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. It was Lieutenant Colonel Li. I'm here. Su Yang quickly dressed and opened the door. Following Li Guoqiang, he entered a spacious conference room where he encountered General Wang Bingzhou, a man in his 60s, the highest commander at the base and Li's direct superior. Commander, greetings. Su Yang saluted, emulating Li Guoqiang's formality. Comrade Su, no need for formality. Please take a seat. General Wang gestured to the chair opposite him. You must be Comrade Su Yang, indeed, a promising young talent. part4 Technology has remarkably broken the foreign blockade on our AI advancements, making significant contributions to our technological sphere. General Wang smiled. Commander, you flatter me. I merely fulfilled my responsibilities, Su Yang humbly replied. Haha, what a commendable sense of duty. General Wang chuckled heartily. Contributing to the nation's prosperity and the rejuvenation of our people is the responsibility and obligation of every son and daughter of China. Well said. General Wang's expression softened further. Our military requires young individuals like you, who possess responsibility and resolve. We hope to engage in deeper collaboration with part4 Technology to fortify our national defense efforts. Rest assured, Commander, part4 Technology will wholeheartedly support the nation's defense construction, Su Yang affirmed resolutely. Excellent. With your commitment, I am at ease. General Wang nodded in satisfaction. Shall we? Please escort Mr. Su to the laboratory. Yes. Li Guoqiang responded promptly, leading Su Yang out of the conference room. The two traversed a series of corridors, arriving at a heavily guarded area. After multiple verifications, they entered a vast underground laboratory. In the laboratory, illuminated brightly, various sophisticated instruments gleamed with radiance. While a group of researchers clad in white coats moved about, as if immersed in a scene from a science fiction film. Mr. Su, this is the laboratory where we are developing the AI-assisted aerial combat system, Li Guoqiang elucidated. This system employs artificial intelligence technology to assist pilots in combat, significantly enhancing the combat capabilities of fighter jets. Pausing for effect, Major Li continued, Mr. Su, we have resolved to collaborate with you. Thus, we will grant your team access to all pertinent data and permissions. He gestured towards a supercomputer at the center of the laboratory, stating, this machine contains all our aircraft performance parameters, flight data, and historical aerial combat records, which your team may access freely. This is truly magnificent. Su Yang exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. The confidentiality of this data is paramount. The military's willingness to share signifies their determination and represents their acknowledgement of the prowess of the Pan4 Corporation. Subsequently, a technician led Su Yang to the supercomputer, providing a data interface and a key code. Armed with the key code, the team could explore the data at will. Su Yang opened his portable computer and connected it to the data line. Tuan, it's your turn now. All right, Dad, Tuan responded without hesitation, eagerly absorbing the vast quantities of data contained within the supercomputer. Streams of information raced through its core program, colliding and merging at breakneck speeds. In a mere half hour, Tuan had completed the assimilation and integration of all the data. Its speed was nothing short of lightning. Yet this was only the beginning. Tuan then embarked on a sweeping reconstruction and optimization of the existing AI-assisted aerial combat system. Like a skilled surgeon, it meticulously performed delicate operations on the original system, discarding the dross while preserving the essence and incorporating its unique insights and innovations. Soon, a brand new AI-assisted aerial combat system, centered around Tuan, was born. Chapter 311. A simulation experiment capable of altering the course of war. What? Is this really finished? In the office, Major General Wang Bingzhong suddenly sprang up from his chair, his eyes wide with disbelief, resembling the size of brass bells. Shaoli, you cannot be jesting with me, can you? Reporting to the chief, I assure you. I am not joking, Li Guoqiang replied, his face alight with excitement, his voice trembling slightly. The new AI-assisted air combat system has been completed, and its performance is extraordinarily formidable. How can this be possible? Major General Wang Bingzhong still harbored doubts, rubbing his temples vigorously as if to expel such an outrageous revelation from his mind. Upon hearing that the new AI-assisted air combat system was ready, his first reaction was to suspect that Lieutenant Colonel Li was pulling a prank. Glancing at his watch, he noted that it had been less than 3 hours since Lieutenant Colonel Li had taken Su Yang to the laboratory. How could this be feasible? Although Pan4 technology had already made a mark in the field of artificial intelligence, surely it was an exaggeration to such an extent? Lieutenant Colonel Li Guoqiang was equally bewildered. He had witnessed firsthand how the AI system had been restructured and optimized in such a brief span of time. Nevertheless, even he found it hard to believe. Turning to Su Yang, he hoped for a plausible explanation. Chief, Su Yang began, I understand this may sound implausible, but the capabilities of our AI assistant truly exceed our expectations. Pausing for a moment, he suggested, seeing is believing. I propose we organize a simulated air combat exercise to empirically test the new system's capabilities. Major General Wang Bingzhong's gaze shifted back and forth between Su Yang and Li Guoqiang, seemingly assessing whether they were conspiring to deceive him. Chief, we are genuinely not joking. Li Guoqiang reiterated emphatically. The new system, it is indeed remarkable. After a moment of silence, Major General Wang finally nodded. Very well. I shall see what you have accomplished. He paused, adding, however, should the results of the exercise be unsatisfactory, you two will certainly face the consequences. Understood. Li Guoqiang and Su Yang responded in unison, standing at attention. To thoroughly evaluate the performance of the new system, after a day of meticulous preparation, the base organized a simulated air combat exercise the following day. The exercise commenced in the afternoon, with both sides deploying 12 of the most advanced aircraft. The blue side utilized the AI system assisted by Xiao Tuanzi, while the red side operated with traditional combat systems. In the observation area, Major General Wang Bingzhong was at the forefront, surrounded by a dozen commanders from the base. The senior commanders bore solemn expressions, their eyes fixed intently on the real-time battle conditions displayed on the large screen. All attention was drawn to the blue side's aircraft, as everyone speculated on how this purportedly powerful new system would transform aerial combat. The exercise began. With a command from Major General Wang Bingzhong, the exercise officially commenced. On the large screen, the aircraft of both the red and blue sides soared rapidly into the sky, engaging in fierce confrontation. At the outset, the Red Squadron, armed with extensive experience and exceptional skills, engaged the Blue Squadron in a spirited exchange. However, as time progressed, the advantages of the Blue Squadron gradually became evident. With the assistance of the Zaichuanzi AI system, the Blue aircraft demonstrated remarkable capabilities in coordinated combat and precision strikes. The AI system not only provided real-time analysis of the battlefield situation, but also anticipated the subsequent maneuvers of the enemy aircraft, offering optimal strategies for both offense and defense. Blue 1, pay attention to the right flank. Enemy 3 is maneuvering, expected to enter the attack range in 30 seconds. The clear voice of Zaichuanzi resonated through the headsets of every Blue pilot. Received. The pilot of Blue 1 swiftly adjusted his flight posture and issued commands to his comrades. 2 and 3, flank with me. Do not allow them an opportunity to retaliate. Meanwhile, although the Red Squadron exhibited superb flying techniques and tactical acumen, each of their maneuvers was preemptively anticipated and neutralized by the Blue Squadron, thanks to the AI system's precise predictions and coordinated directives. Red 5 locked on. Red 5 locked on. Urgent warnings echoed through the Red command channel. Damn it. How are they doing this? The pilot of Red 5 attempted to evade the lock, but regardless of his maneuvers, the Blue missiles remained relentless in their pursuit. Boom. With a simulated explosion, Red 5 was deemed shot down. Chapter 312. The secret meeting. How is this even possible? A commander observing the exercise exclaimed. The coordination of the Blue aircraft is as if a single entity is controlling them. It is simply astonishing. This predictive capability surpasses even the most skilled pilots. Another commander could not help but express his amazement. In the ensuing battle, aided by the little AI system, the Blue aircraft glided through the battlefield like phantoms, each attack striking with impeccable precision and every defense perfectly timed. Despite their utmost efforts, the Red aircraft could not breach the Blue line. Lock on the target. Fire. Hit. With a series of commands and the sounds of explosions, Red aircraft fell one after another. Ultimately, the Blue side achieved total annihilation of 12 Red aircraft at the minimal cost of losing just one of their own. A profound silence enveloped the observation area. All commanders were rendered speechless by the spectacle of the recent battle. Is this the power of AI? One commander murmured, "This is truly terrifying. It has completely overturned my understanding." Another commander remarked, "With this system, our Air Force will ascend to unprecedented heights." General Wang Bingzhong stared at the statistical results displayed on the large screen, lost in thought. He had initially believed that this exercise would merely demonstrate a slight advantage of the new system over the traditional one, but the results before him utterly transformed his perception. With a sigh, General Wang turned to Su Yang, his tone tinged with complex emotions. "Comrade Su Yang, is your little AI truly just an artificial intelligence?" "Chief, the capabilities of the little AI extend far beyond this. This was merely a preliminary demonstration," Su Yang replied with a smile. General Wang paused for a moment in silence, then slowly nodded. "It appears we have indeed underestimated AI. The outcome of this exercise will fundamentally alter our understanding of future warfare." The results of this simulated aerial combat exercise, along with all relevant information regarding the new system, are to be classified as top secret from this moment forth. General Wang surveyed the room, his tone more serious than ever. All present must adhere strictly to confidentiality regulations and must not disclose any details of today's exercise to anyone. Violators will face the harshest penalties. Yes, the assembled commanders, including Li Guoqiang, responded in unison, their expressions grave. "Comrade Su Yang," General Wang turned to him, his tone slightly softened. "Your company, Rock-Solid Technology, must also ensure confidentiality. Especially regarding the core technologies of the little AI, there must be no lapses. Rest assured, Chief, we at Rock-Solid Technology have a stringent confidentiality protocol in place. And concerning the core code of the little AI, no one but myself has access to it," Su Yang assured him. "That is good to hear." General Wang nodded. "Very well, today's exercise concludes here. You may all disperse. Li Guoqiang, please stay behind." Once the crowd had departed, General Wang gestured for Su Yang and Li Guoqiang to sit down. "Comrade Chief," Su Yang began, though it was merely a simulated aerial combat exercise, "the performance of our little group sufficiently attests to its prowess. However, it remains a simulation, with a heavier emphasis on electronic countermeasures. I hope to arrange a genuine combat drill to further assess the capabilities of our unit in a realistic battlefield environment." General Wang Bingzhong pondered for a moment before responding. "Comrade Su Yang, your idea is commendable. Real combat is indeed the ultimate criterion for truth. Nonetheless, conducting a genuine combat exercise involves numerous intricate factors that necessitate careful consideration. Sir, Su Yang replied, I am fully aware of the complexities surrounding real combat drills. Yet I firmly believe that only in an authentic battlefield setting can we identify and resolve issues. Furthermore, I am confident that our unit will excel in actual combat. Observing the unwavering confidence in Su Yang's gaze, General Wang finally nodded. Very well, I shall take your request into consideration. Let me first report today's developments to the higher authorities and subsequently examine the feasibility of a combat exercise. Thank you, Chief. Both Su Yang and Li Guoqiang rose simultaneously to salute. That evening, a military transport aircraft clandestinely departed from the base, heading straight for the capital. General Wang personally carried a top-secret report on their unit and hurried to a high-level military meeting. In the late hours of the night, the military headquarters in the capital was ablaze with lights. Within a spacious conference room, the atmosphere was grave. General Wang placed a thick report on the conference table and surveyed each general present, his voice resonating powerfully. Gentlemen, I bring forth an exceptionally critical report concerning the future of our national defense and the strategic security of our nation. The gaze of a dozen senior generals converged upon General Wang. Today, at my base, we conducted a unique simulated aerial combat exercise, he continued, his voice echoing through the chamber. On one side were our elite active-duty pilots flying our most advanced fighter jets. On the other, aircraft equipped with an artificial intelligence-assisted combat system developed by Bungshi Technology. At this juncture, General Wang deliberately paused, gauging the reactions of the assembly. Indeed, upon hearing the words artificial intelligence, several generals furrowed their brows, clearly skeptical of its combat efficacy. General Wang took note of their expressions and continued. The results of the exercise astonished everyone. With the assistance of artificial intelligence, the blue team achieved a decisive victory, downing 12 red team aircraft at the cost of merely one of their own. What? This is impossible. Old Wang, you cannot be serious. As soon as General Wang's words were uttered, the room erupted into chaos, with generals expressing disbelief on their faces. Silence. An elderly general, adorned with stars on his epaulets and wisps of white hair, interjected, cutting through the din instantly. The room fell silent, all eyes turning to the venerable general. He scanned the assembly before finally resting his gaze on General Wang. Young Wang, are you stating the truth? There is no exaggeration in your claims? Report, Commander. I solemnly assure you, upon my military honor, that everything I have stated today is the truth. General Wang Bingzhong's expression was grave, and furthermore, I have brought the complete footage of the exercise for everyone to view personally. With that, General Wang Bingzhong activated the projector. Chapter 313. The secret meeting continued. On the large screen within the conference room, the simulation of aerial combat commenced. As time elapsed, the expressions on the faces of the assembled generals grew increasingly grave. They were seasoned veterans of the battlefield, capable of discerning the extraordinary nature of this exercise. Upon the conclusion of the footage, a profound silence enveloped the room. The sound of a pin dropping would have been audible. Well, let us share our thoughts. The senior general broke the silence. This is nothing short of revolutionary. An Air Force leader was the first to speak. If this artificial intelligence system is indeed as formidable as portrayed in the video, our Air Force capabilities will ascend to unprecedented heights. Indeed, the precision of its predictions and its collaborative prowess surpass even the most exceptional pilots. Another general concurred. This undoubtedly represents the future trajectory of aerial warfare. However, doubts were expressed as well. But is artificial intelligence truly reliable? Could it spiral out of control? This concern has also been contemplated, Major General Wang Bing explained. Comrade Su Yang from Panshur Technology has assured us that Little Tawanzi possesses multiple safety mechanisms to ensure it remains under human control at all times. The artificial intelligence Little Tawanzi developed by Panshur Technology has transcended even the Western AI models, shattering their aspirations for technological hegemony in this domain, remarked a general responsible for technological oversight. Indeed, the civilian version of Little Tawanzi is already remarkably powerful, surpassing Western AI technology despite limitations in computational power and chip technology. It is truly miraculous. Certainly, I have also experienced Little Tawanzi, and I can attest to its intelligence. It far surpasses those foreign AI products in usability. The generals within the conference room resumed their discussions. The atmosphere markedly lighter than before. All right, everyone, let us settle down. The senior general interjected once more. The feasibility of an AI-assisted aerial combat system is now beyond doubt. The pressing question is how we can swiftly implement this technology into our forces to enhance combat effectiveness. Chief, I propose that we immediately initiate in-depth collaboration with Panshur Technology and fully embrace the AI system, suggested one general. I concur. With such an advanced AI system at our disposal, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for our rise. We must seize it. However, we must also establish robust security measures to prevent technological leakage. Indeed, should this technology fall into the hands of adversarial forces, the consequences would be dire. Moreover, I recommend organizing a larger-scale exercise, one that closely simulates real combat scenarios, to comprehensively assess the performance and reliability of this system. Additionally, we should explore its applications within the Navy and Army. I agree. Only through practical testing can we truly find reassurance. The generals engaged in a fervent exchange, each contributing their perspectives. Well, since there is a consensus, let us proceed accordingly. The venerable general made a decisive pronouncement. After the meeting, Comrade Wang Bingzhong was tasked with swiftly organizing a large-scale live-fire exercise to be held on the arid Gobi Desert in the northwest. The theme was set for a joint multi-service confrontation drill under complex electromagnetic conditions. It is imperative to ensure that the exercise closely resembles real combat scenarios, devoid of any superficial embellishments. Understood, replied Wang Bingzhong, rising to salute with resolute conviction. That will be all. The meeting is adjourned. Chapter 314. The mechanical wolf in the barracks. As dawn broke, a slender beam of sunlight seeped through the curtain's crevice, casting a warm glow upon Su Yang's face. He gradually opened his eyes, rising to approach the window, and with a swift motion, drew back the curtains. Instantly, the blinding sunlight flooded the entire room. Another new day? Su Yang mused, stretching languidly. He made his way to the washroom, freshening up before donning a crisp outfit and stepping out of his room. Upon exiting, he noticed Colonel Li Guoqiang waiting at the door. Good morning, General Su. Li Guoqiang greeted with a smile. Good morning, Colonel Li. Su Yang replied. Did you rest well last night? Very well. Thank you for your concern, General Su, Li Guoqiang responded. By the way, the commander has instructed me to inform you that the higher authorities have approved your proposal to organize a large-scale live-fire exercise to evaluate the capabilities of the little group in a genuine battlefield environment. Oh, is that true? Su Yang's eyes brightened instantly. When will it commence? Where will it be held? The timing is set for next month. In the Gobi Desert of the Northwest. The specific exercise plan is still being finalized, and you will be notified in due course, Li Guoqiang answered. Understood, Su Yang nodded. General Su, have you had breakfast? Would you care to join me at the mess hall? Li Guoqiang inquired. No, I must visit the laboratory first. I appreciate your kind offer, but I shall forego breakfast, Su Yang politely declined. Very well, I shall not keep you. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to contact me, Li Guoqiang said, understanding. Certainly. After bidding farewell to Li Guoqiang, Su Yang proceeded towards the laboratory alone, his mind preoccupied with another project, the mechanical wolf. Initially, this project was a modest research endeavor within the base, aimed at developing a quadrupedal robot for battlefield reconnaissance and combat assistance. However, upon reviewing the materials, Su Yang discovered that the existing mechanical wolf project still relied on traditional control algorithms, exhibiting a low level of intelligence and incapable of executing even some complex maneuvers, let alone adapting to intricate battlefield conditions. This won't do, Su Yang pondered. If we are to pursue this, let us aim for greatness. He resolved to take the initiative, intending to utilize the technology of the little group for a comprehensive overhaul of the mechanical wolf. Let us commence, little group, Su Yang declared as he entered the laboratory, powered on his computer and connected to the control system of the mechanical wolf, embarking on a sweeping rewrite of the core code. His fingers danced across the keyboard, lines of code cascading down the screen like a waterfall. With the assistance of the little group, Su Yang's programming speed was astonishingly swift. Moreover, leveraging Tuan's deep learning capabilities, he effortlessly constructed a brand new, highly intelligent control system for the mechanical wolf. This new system would endow the mechanical wolf with unparalleled agility, adaptability, and autonomy. Time slipped by unnoticed as Su Yang became entirely engrossed in the world of programming, oblivious to everything around him. It was only when Tuan's voice broke through his concentration. Daddy, the new control system has been completed. Already? Su Yang snapped back to reality, glancing at the clock to find that 5 hours had inexplicably elapsed. Indeed, Father, I have conducted a comprehensive optimization and upgrade of the existing system, incorporating my unique algorithmic model. A hint of pride resonated in Tuan's voice. This mechanical wolf has undergone a remarkable transformation. Very well, let me witness your achievements, Su Yang remarked as he uploaded the new control system into the chip of the mechanical wolf. With the system's update, the once clumsy machine appeared to be infused with a soul, its movements becoming fluid and graceful. Eagerly, Su Yang commenced testing. He maneuvered the mechanical wolf, engaging in various motion assessments within the laboratory. Run. The mechanical wolf's legs alternated as it swiftly dashed around the room, its speed enhanced manifold compared to before. Jump. The mechanical wolf propelled itself off the ground with its powerful hind legs, soaring effortlessly over a 1-meter-high obstacle. Roll. The mechanical wolf executed agile rolls on the floor, its movements seamless and unhindered. Marvelous. Su Yang exclaimed, raising his fist in excitement. Little Tuan Tuan, you are truly remarkable. Chapter 3:15, The Celestial Wolf Hee. All thanks to Dad. Tuan Tuan humbly proclaimed. Come, let us venture outside for a test. Su Yang suggested, leading the mechanical wolf out of the laboratory and into the expansive training ground of the base. At that moment, several soldiers were engaged in physical training. Upon seeing Su Yang approach with a mechanical wolf, their curiosity piqued, and they paused to gather around him. Mr. Su, is this a robotic dog? A young soldier inquired with intrigue. Indeed, this is a mechanical wolf. I have just upgraded its control system, Su Yang replied with a smile. Feel free to observe its performance. With that, Su Yang placed the mechanical wolf on the ground and commenced a series of tests. Run. At Su Yang's command, the mechanical wolf darted forward like a bolt of lightning, its speed astonishing, even surpassing that of a cheetah. Jump. The mechanical wolf effortlessly leaped over a 2-meter-high obstacle, landing steadily on the ground. Cross the trench. Approaching a 2-meter-wide trench, the mechanical wolf leaped without hesitation, clearing it with precision. Climb the slope. It faced a steep incline and swiftly ascended using all 4 limbs. Crawl forward. The mechanical wolf pressed its body close to the ground, slithering forward like a serpent. The spectacular performance of the mechanical wolf left the soldiers in awe, erupting in cheers and applause throughout the training ground. Wow, this mechanical wolf is incredibly powerful. Its speed and agility surpass my own. It's so nimble. It's almost indistinguishable from a real one. Imagine how formidable it would be on the battlefield. The soldiers murmured excitedly. Mr. Su, what is the name of this mechanical wolf? A squad leader could not help but ask. It has yet to be named. Su Yang chuckled. Do any of you have good suggestions? How about Cheetah? It runs so swiftly, proposed a young soldier. No. Cheetah is too ordinary. It does not do it justice. Another soldier shook his head. I think Lightning is more fitting. Its speed is like a flash. Let us call it Warwolf. How majestic, suggested the squad leader. I think Little Seven is charming and friendly, came another voice. In no time, the training ground was abuzz with excitement as everyone animatedly brainstormed names for the mechanical wolf. The atmosphere lively as if it were a festive celebration. At that moment, Colonel Li Guoqiang arrived, drawn by the commotion. Witnessing the mechanical wolf's impressive display, he too was filled with admiration. Mr. Su, this mechanical wolf is truly remarkable. If deployed on the battlefield, it would be an extraordinary asset. Colonel Li expressed sincerely. You flatter me, Colonel. This is merely a preliminary test. Further enhancements are still needed, Su Yang humbly replied. Mr. Su, you are far too modest. The performance of this mechanical wolf has already exceeded our expectations, Colonel Li remarked. By the way, you haven't named it yet, have you? Indeed. We just had an extensive discussion, but we couldn't reach a consensus, Su Yang chuckled. Naming is indeed an intricate art. After a moment of contemplation, Li Guoqiang declared, since it was born in our base and is intended for military purposes, let us call it Tianlang. The character Tian signifies the heavens, representing our base. While Lang symbolizes valor and unity, Tianlang possesses both grandeur and meaning. What do you think? Tianlang, a splendid name, Su Yang exclaimed, his eyes alight with enthusiasm. It perfectly aligns with its characteristics and signifies that it will become a sharp blade for our base. This name is remarkably fitting. Tianlang, a magnificent name. Henceforth, it shall be known as Tianlang. The soldiers present echoed their approval, and the name Tianlang swiftly garnered unanimous recognition. Very well, it is settled. From now on, you shall be called Tianlang, Su Yang said with a smile, addressing the mechanical wolf as if it could truly comprehend his words. The mechanical wolf, oh no, it should now be referred to as Tianlang, seemed to sense the affection of the crowd, joyfully bounding and leaping across the training ground, as if celebrating its newly bestowed illustrious name. Tuan Tuan, please record this. The Mechanical Wolf Project is officially renamed Tianlang from this moment forth, Su Yang instructed. Understood, father. The record has been completed, Tuan Tuan replied. Tianlang, today you must perform splendidly and demonstrate your prowess to everyone, Su Yang said, affectionately patting Tianlang's head with a smile. Chapter 3:16. The evolution of the mechanical wolf. It seemed that the celestial wolf comprehended Su Yang's words, lifting its head to emit a crisp electronic synthesized sound. Awu. This sound, though artificially generated, resonated with strength and primal ferocity, akin to a true war wolf howling at the heavens, exuding an imposing and commanding presence. The subsequent tests continued. The celestial wolf was burdened with a weight of 50 kilograms as its speed was assessed. Remarkably, even while carrying such a load, the celestial wolf maintained a swift pace. Its capacity for weight-bearing was astonishing, surpassing even our own speeds in weighted cross-country runs. The soldiers present were once again awestruck, expressing their astonishment in hushed tones. Jump, Su Yang commanded, continuing the evaluation. The celestial wolf effortlessly leaped over numerous obstacles, its movements fluid and unencumbered, devoid of any hesitation. Climb. The celestial wolf approached a steep incline, utilizing all four limbs to ascend with remarkable agility, as if traversing level ground. Crawl. The celestial wolf pressed its body against the earth, swiftly advancing forward. Even with the additional weight, its movements remained agile. For the next several hours, the celestial wolf tirelessly engaged in a variety of high-intensity maneuvers, running, jumping, rolling, and crawling. 3 hours elapsed, yet the celestial wolf's speed showed no signs of waning. Its motion still fluid. Such endurance was truly extraordinary. Colonel Li Guoqiang observed the tests with keen interest, unable to suppress his astonishment. Our small drones, with similar weight-bearing capacities, have a maximum endurance of merely 2 hours. That is not its limit, Su Yang replied with a smile. I designed it for a runtime of 6 to 8 hours. 6 to 8 hours. Colonel Li Guoqiang was taken aback once more. Currently, the most advanced quadrupedal robots in the world boast a runtime of only 2 to 3 hours, while the celestial wolf astonishingly achieves an impressive 8 hours, an undeniable advantage of monumental proportions. Mr. Su, how is this possible? Colonel Li Guoqiang inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Have you utilized some novel battery technology? The battery is only one aspect. The primary factor lies in the AI, Su Yang elucidated. The AI has thoroughly optimized the control system of the celestial wolf, enabling each movement to be executed in the most energy-efficient manner, thereby significantly extending its endurance. Once again, it is the AI. Colonel Li Guoqiang marveled. Artificial intelligence is indeed remarkable. Indeed, the potential of artificial intelligence remains far from fully realized, Su Yang remarked. In the future, it will play an increasingly pivotal role across various domains. Mr. Su, Colonel Li Guoqiang suddenly interjected, I have an idea. Given the celestial wolf's exceptional weight-bearing and endurance capabilities, could we possibly equip it with a firearm? Equip it with a firearm? Su Yang paused for a moment, then chuckled, Colonel Li. That notion of yours is quite audacious. Haha, it was merely a spontaneous thought. Colonel Li Guoqiang also chuckled, but I truly believe this idea is feasible. Just imagine, if the heavenly wolf were equipped with a firearm, it would transform into a genuine mechanical warrior, capable of both reconnaissance and combat. Its combat prowess would undoubtedly be off the charts. Your concept is indeed quite innovative. Su Yang stroked his chin, deep in thought. However, arming it involves numerous intricate technical challenges, such as ensuring shooting accuracy, preventing collateral damage, and achieving synergy with existing combat systems. These matters require careful consideration. We can explore these issues together, Colonel Li Guoqiang remarked. I am confident that with your intellect, coupled with advanced artificial intelligence and the technological resources at our base, we can undoubtedly resolve these challenges. All right, let us give it a try. Su Yang finally made up his mind. Tuan, what do you think? Daddy, I think this idea is really cool. Tuan's voice resonated in Su Yang's earpiece. I can control the firearm for precise shooting, ensuring there will be no issues. Haha, splendid. Then let us embark on this grand endeavor, Su Yang declared with a smile. Colonel Li, together, we shall create a true mechanical battle wolf. Indeed. Let us together forge a miracle. Colonel Li Guoqiang responded with enthusiasm. The following afternoon, Su Yang's vision became a reality. With the assistance of the base's research personnel, a Type 95 automatic rifle was securely mounted on the back of the heavenly wolf. To ensure shooting stability, the researchers designed a specialized precision damping and aiming apparatus, which was seamlessly integrated with Tuan's control system. Can it really shoot accurately? A young soldier gazed skeptically at the heavenly wolf bearing the rifle. Whether it can hit the target, we shall find out. Su Yang chuckled and asked, Heavenly Wolf, are you ready? Ready to go, Daddy. The heavenly wolf replied. All right, let us head to the shooting range. Su Yang waved his hand, leading the heavenly wolf along with a group of technicians to the base's shooting range. Chapter 317. The target practice of the mechanical wolf. At this moment, a squad of recruits was engaged in shooting practice at the range. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire echoed throughout the area as the recruits lay prone, aiming at distant targets while firing live rounds. The marksmanship of these newcomers was rather lackluster. An experienced soldier observed their performance, shook his head, and remarked, if half of 10 bullets hit the target, it would be commendable. Ah, that's just how recruits are. They will improve with practice, another veteran smiled and added. Suddenly, one sharp-eyed recruit pointed into the distance. Hey, what's that? Everyone turned to look, and they saw Su Yang approaching the range, accompanied by a mechanical wolf equipped with a rifle on its back. Isn't that Mr. Su? What brings him to the shooting range? Is he here to let the mechanical wolf shoot? No way. How could a mechanical wolf possibly aim well? The recruits buzzed with disbelief, their faces reflecting incredulity. Silence, barked the squad leader. Whatever they are here for, it must not disrupt our training. The recruits immediately fell silent, returning to their practice, though their eyes occasionally darted towards Su Yang and the mechanical wolf, clearly intrigued by the sight. Mr. Su, what brings you here? The range supervisor noticed Su Yang and the mechanical wolf and hurriedly approached with a puzzled expression. Oh, I'm here to test the shooting capability of the mechanical wolf. Su Yang replied with a smile. I hope it won't interfere with your training. Not at all, not at all. The supervisor waved his hands dismissively. Please, go ahead. He then arranged a separate shooting position for Su Yang and the mechanical wolf. Mechanical wolf, 100-meter chest target, 10 rounds. Commence shooting. Su Yang instructed mentally. Understood. The mechanical wolf promptly responded. It approached the shooting position, lowered itself, and steadied the rifle on the ground, aiming at the chest target 100 meters away. Wow, it's really going to shoot. Can this mechanical wolf actually hit the target? 10 rounds? I bet it won't hit a single one. If it does, I'll eat my gun. The recruits began to chatter once more, clearly skeptical of the mechanical wolf's ability to strike the target. Bang! Just then, the sound of a shot shattered their discussions. The mechanical wolf had fired. Did it hit? Everyone held their breath, fixated on the target 100 meters away. Target report. Su Yang called out to the range's scoring officer. 10 points. The officer's voice rang out clearly, reaching every ear present. Unbelievable. It actually hit. 10 points? How is that even possible? A mechanical wolf can score 10 points? This is absurd. The recruits erupted in astonished chatter, each displaying expressions of utter disbelief. Bang, bang, bang. Before they could recover from their astonishment, the mechanical wolf fired 3 more shots, each striking the bullseye with remarkable precision. 10 points. 10 points. 10 points. The scorekeeper's announcements echoed repeatedly, and with each declaration, the shock on the faces of the recruits intensified. Could it be that this mechanical wolf was cheating? For consecutive shots, each a perfect 10, this was simply astounding. I take back what I said about eating bullets. Is it too late now? The recruits were utterly dumbfounded, unable to fathom that a robotic wolf could possess such extraordinary marksmanship. Bang, 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 bang. The mechanical wolf continued its barrage, unleashing 6 more shots, all of which found their mark. 10 points. 10 points. The scorekeeper's voice had grown monotonous as he struggled to believe his own eyes. 10 shots, 10 hits, all scoring 10. Su Yang observed the target's results, nodding in satisfaction. Well done, mechanical wolf. This marksmanship is even more precise than mine. The recruit who had earlier boasted about eating bullets was now completely convinced. Not only is it more accurate than yours, but I dare say that few in our entire squad could rival this level of skill. The squad leader was equally astonished, marveling at the prowess of this mechanical wolf. Chapter 318. The new recruits were awestruck. Mr. Su, may we give it a try? A new recruit mustered his courage to ask Su Yang. Of course. Su Yang replied with a smile, but do exercise caution and avoid injuring yourselves. Yes, the recruits answered excitedly, each eager to personally experience the shooting prowess of the heavenly wolf. Come, I shall instruct you on the operation. Su Yang patiently guided the recruits on how to use the heavenly wolf for shooting. It is quite simple. You merely need to inform the heavenly wolf of your intended target, and the rest will be taken care of by it. As the recruits enthusiastically engaged in their experience, time flew swiftly. Before long, night fell, and the shooting training at the range came to a close. Mr. Su, today has truly been an eye-opener. The squad leader approached Su Yang and saluted with perfect form. This mechanical wolf, no, the heavenly wolf, has astonishing accuracy. We, the seasoned veterans, feel quite inferior. You flatter me. The heavenly wolf's precision is largely due to its AI capabilities, Su Yang humbly replied. By the way, I have an idea. I would like to arrange a shooting competition between the heavenly wolf and your new recruits. What do you think? A shooting competition? The squad leader was momentarily taken aback. Then his face lit up with excitement. That sounds fantastic. We could not ask for more. Then it is settled. Su Yang chuckled. Tomorrow morning. We shall meet here. Let us not miss it. Absolutely. The squad leader nodded vigorously, his eyes brimming with anticipation. The following morning, the atmosphere at the shooting range was exceptionally lively. The recruits were eager and ready, prepared to compete against the heavenly wolf. Squad leader, do you think we can win? A new recruit whispered. I'm not sure. The mechanical wolf's accuracy is quite uncanny. The squad leader shook his head, feeling uncertain. However, regardless of the outcome, we must give it our all and showcase our spirit. Yes, the recruits chorused, their voices filled with determination. Mr. Su, are you ready? The squad leader approached Su Yang. Ready, Su Yang nodded. Tuan, the heavenly wolf is in your capable hands. Rest assured, Dad. Tuan's voice echoed in Su Yang's earpiece. I will not disappoint you. All right, the rules of the competition are simple. A 100-meter chest target, 10 shots. With the highest score winning, Su Yang announced. We will use one heavenly wolf, while your side can select 10 contestants to participate. Let the competition begin. Understood. the squad leader responded, turning to the recruits. Did you all hear that? Each of you has 10 shots. Stay sharp and do not let a mechanical wolf outshine you. Yes, the recruits shouted in unison, their fervor resonating through the air. The competition commenced, with the recruits taking the stage first. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire echoed at the shooting range as the recruits focused intently, aiming and shooting, each striving to perform at their highest level. 8 rings, 9 rings, 7 rings. The voice of the scorekeeper echoed continuously, as the results of the new recruits varied. Yet overall, they were commendable. Competitor 1 scored 87, Competitor 2, 92, Competitor 3, 85, and so forth, culminating in Competitor 10 with a score of 90. Upon completion of the shooting, the squad leader tallied the results, a total score of 886, averaging 88. 6 per person, a rather impressive achievement. Well done, everyone. The squad leader nodded in satisfaction, now turning his attention to the machine wolf. All eyes fixated upon Tianlang, who lay quietly on the ground. Its rifle steadied upon its back and aimed at the target 100 meters away, exuding an inexplicable sense of pressure. Could this mechanical wolf truly surpass us? Murmured one recruit, swallowing hard. Do not be ridiculous. It is merely a machine. How could it possibly outdo us? Though another recruit said this, uncertainty gnawed at his heart. Tianlang, it is your turn. Bang. The machine wolf fired its first shot, a perfect 10. Bang, bang, bang. In quick succession, 3 more shots rang out, each one striking the bullseye with precision. 10, 10, 10. The scorekeeper's voice announced once more, still as monotonous as ever, as if all of this was entirely within his expectations. Bang, 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 bang. Tianlang continued firing, delivering 6 more shots, all hitting the bullseye, all scoring 10s. 10, 10, 10. The scorekeeper had become utterly numb. He no longer needed to glance at the target, for he knew the outcome would undoubtedly be 10. Chapter 319. The experimental secret weapon 10 shots, 10 hits, each within the bullseye, totaling an astounding 100 points. The voice of the target officer finally revealed a hint of fluctuation. Tianlang, 100 points. Incredulous exclamations erupted. What? A full score? This is simply outrageous. This machine wolf is astonishing. The recruits were utterly defeated, their spirits dampened. Expressions etched with disappointment. Haha, I concede. Su Yang chuckled as he addressed the squad leader. Tianlang's marksmanship is rather impressive, wouldn't you agree? Impressive? It's nothing short of miraculous. The squad leader replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. Mr. Su, if this machine wolf were to be deployed on the battlefield, it would undoubtedly be a formidable weapon. Indeed, we are striving towards that very goal. Su Yang affirmed. By the way, I would like to borrow your shooting range to test Tianlang's mobile shooting capabilities. Of course, feel free to use it. The squad leader readily agreed. Subsequently, Su Yang conducted a mobile shooting test with Tianlang. Under his command, Tianlang sprinted at high speed while simultaneously firing. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of gunfire echoed continuously, with each shot hitting the moving targets with unwavering precision, maintaining a 100 accuracy rate. This is astonishing. Mobile shooting with such accuracy. Could this truly be a machine wolf? I feel as though my worldview has been completely shattered. The recruits were once again left in awe, mouths agape, speechless. Mr. Su, your Tianlang is simply. The squad leader stammered in excitement, struggling to find the right words to encapsulate Tianlang's might. It is still merely a child, in need of continual learning and evolution, Su Yang replied with a smile. In the future, it will become a sharp blade for our military, an invincible weapon. Excellent, excellent, excellent. The squad leader exclaimed in enthusiasm, repeatedly expressing his approval. Mr. Su, on behalf of our battalion, I thank you for your contributions to our military. You're too kind. It is my duty, Su Yang responded. By the way, I would like Tianlang to engage in some training exercises with your soldiers, if that would be permissible. Absolutely. The squad leader agreed without hesitation. This is a rare opportunity for our soldiers to experience the harsh realities of future battlefields. All right, then it is settled, Su Yang declared. Tomorrow, we will resume here for the training exercises. Yes, the squad leader replied excitedly, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. During these 7 days, Tianlang absorbed various combat techniques and tactical knowledge with an insatiable thirst for learning. Su Yang and his team also undertook comprehensive upgrades and optimizations of Tianlang's hardware and software based on the results of the practical tests. The Celestial Wolf has now evolved to version 2.0. If it was once merely a fledgling novice, it has now matured into a battle-hardened warrior, exuding an aura of formidable presence as it lies quietly in wait. On this day, the sun shone brilliantly in a cloudless sky, providing perfect weather for a live-fire drill. In a simulated urban warfare training ground at the base, a 3-story structure stood tall in the center of an open area, surrounded by various fortifications, crumbling walls, and dilapidated vehicles, all contributing to an atmosphere of tense urgency reminiscent of wartime. Inside the building, several special forces operatives, clad in camouflage and donning black masks, were playing the roles of robbers. They held simulated firearms, equipped with sensing devices, their faces betraying a mix of excitement and gravity. Their adversary was no ordinary foe. A burly soldier known by the codename Cheetah spoke in a low voice, asserting that they were to serve as sparring partners for the latest secret weapon developed by the higher-ups. Secret weapon? Could it be the newest model of drone? Speculated another lean operative, codenamed Fox. Regardless of what it is, we must give our all. The resolute gleam in Cheetah's eyes reflected the pride of their wolf brigade. They could not afford to be outdone by a mere assemblage of iron clumps. Captain, do you think this iron clump could be a humanoid robot? A young team member, codenamed Monkey, could not help but inquire, envisioning something akin to what he had seen in films, capable of speech and strikingly handsome. Monkey, you've been watching too many movies. Cheetah chuckled, giving a playful pat on Monkey's helmet. A humanoid robot? Why not suggest it's a transformer? Hey, Captain, I'm just curious. Monkey scratched his head, offering an apologetic smile. Enough with the wild guesses. Whatever it may be, we must treat it as a genuine enemy. Cheetah's demeanor shifted to seriousness. Remember our mission. Hold the line, protect the hostages, and await rescue. Understood. The Special Forces operatives responded in unison, their voices brimming with determination. Chapter 320. Unexpectedly defeated by a mechanical wolf outside the building, Su Yang, along with Colonel Li Guiqiang and several fully armed Special Forces soldiers, anxiously observed the surveillance screen. On the display, the agile figure of the mechanical wolf was swiftly maneuvering, deftly weaving through various obstacles like a seasoned warrior, silently approaching the structure. The wolf, too. Zero truly lives up to its reputation. Colonel Li Guiqiang exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. This speed, this agility, is simply beyond that of a human. Indeed, this is merely a preliminary test. Once it reaches full maturity, its combat capability will be even more formidable, Su Yang replied, his eyes filled with anticipation. Mr. Su, do you believe the wolf can accomplish this mission? Colonel Li inquired, aware that this was a live drill against the elite of their wolf team, a formidable challenge indeed. Rest assured, Colonel Li, the wolf will not disappoint you. Su Yang declared confidently, team, commence action. Acknowledged, father. Upon receiving the command, the wolf swiftly infiltrated the building like a phantom. Inside the first-floor lobby, 2 Special Forces soldiers stood back to back, maintaining vigilance. Suddenly, they heard faint footsteps approaching from the staircase. Who? Cheetah hissed under his breath, raising his weapon to aim at the stairwell. Fox swiftly turned as well, directing his firearm towards the source of the sound. However, when they finally discerned the intruder, they were both taken aback. Before them stood not a fully armed soldier, nor the humanoid robot they had imagined, but rather, a mechanical wolf carrying a rifle? What is this? Cheetah's eyes widened in disbelief. Captain, is that a mechanical wolf? Fox, equally stunned, rubbed his eyes, questioning his own perception. In that moment of shock, the wolf sprang into action. It lunged forward with lightning speed, so astonishingly fast that Cheetah and Fox had no time to pull the trigger before being tackled to the ground. Bang! Bang! The rifle on the wolf's back fired. 2 bullets precisely striking the sensors on Cheetah and Fox. Cheetah, killed. Fox, killed. The sensors on their bodies emitted alert sounds, signaling their demise. I was taken down by a mechanical wolf? Cheetah lay on the ground, a look of despair etched on his face. Captain, I too, Fox echoed, his expression bitter. He could never have imagined meeting his end in such a manner. Meanwhile, after dispatching the 2 adversaries, the wolf showed no signs of hesitation, continuing its search upward. On the 2nd floor, Monkey hid behind the door of a room, anxiously listening to the sounds outside. Suddenly, he heard faint footsteps approaching, drawing nearer to his position. They're coming. Monkey's heart raced as he tightened his grip on his weapon, preparing to catch the enemy off guard. However, when he beheld the intruder seeping through the crack in the door, he was utterly dumbfounded. Is this a wolf? The monkey stared at the mechanical wolf, armed with a rifle and possessing a piercing gaze, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the celestial wolf lunged with lightning speed, striking him on the head with the butt of its gun. The monkey, fallen. The sensor device affixed to the monkey emitted a signal, proclaiming his demise. Chapter 321. Surprisingly defeated by a mechanical wolf. Continuation. I was actually taken down by a wolf? The monkey lay on the ground, utterly bewildered, unable to fathom that he had met his demise in such an absurd manner. On the 3rd floor, the last remaining Special Forces soldier, codenamed Bison, was concealed within a room, observing the situation outside through the window. Suddenly, he heard the hurried sound of footsteps approaching from the staircase, drawing nearer with alarming speed. This is bad. I've been discovered. Bison's heart raced as he swiftly raised his weapon, aiming at the door. Bang! The door was violently thrust open, and Bison instinctively squeezed the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat. Gunfire erupted, bullets striking the mechanical wolf, producing a sound akin to metal colliding. Yet, the wolf continued its advance towards Bison, seemingly unfazed. What in the world is this monster? Bison cried out in terror, unable to comprehend that his bullets were utterly ineffective against this mechanical beast. In that fleeting moment of shock, the wolf lunged at him, delivering a brutal blow to his chest with the butt of its gun. Bison was terminated. The sensor on Bison's body emitted a warning tone, signaling his demise. Calling Wolf Den, all enemies have been eliminated, hostages safe. The wolf reported to Su Yang through its built-in communicator. Well done, Wolf. Su Yang's voice resonated through the device. Now, evacuate with the hostage. Received. The wolf swiftly located the kidnapped hostage, a life-sized mannequin, gripping it in its jaws and promptly exiting the building. Report. Hostage safely rescued. Requesting further instructions. The wolf approached Su Yang, placing the mannequin on the ground, and then relayed its report in an electronic synthesized voice. Exercise concluded. Wolf, return to base. Su Yang nodded in satisfaction, issuing new orders. Yes. The wolf acknowledged, obediently returning to Su Yang's side. Is this really over? Colonel Li Guoqiang gazed at the screen, where the motionless wolf stood, still struggling to comprehend the swift turn of events. In less than 10 minutes since the exercise commenced, the wolf had successfully eliminated 4 fully armed Special Forces soldiers and rescued the hostage, all without sustaining a single casualty. Its combat prowess was simply extraordinary. Indeed, it is over. Su Yang chuckled, remarking, the wolf's performance was commendable, wouldn't you agree? Commendable? It was nothing short of phenomenal. Colonel Li Guoqiang exclaimed with excitement. If this were a battlefield, it would undoubtedly be a formidable weapon. Mr. Su, your mechanical wolf is incredibly impressive. Indeed, we didn't even catch a glimpse of its shadow before it dispatched us. If this were truly on a battlefield, what chaos would ensue? A few of the fallen Special Forces soldiers gathered around, their expressions a mix of astonishment and reverence as they gazed at the wolf. Haha, all credit goes to Tuan Tuan. Su Yang chuckled, adding, without Tuan Tuan, the wolf would merely be a heap of scrap metal. Mr. Su, your artificial intelligence is truly remarkable. The cheetah couldn't help but exclaim. We mere foot soldiers appear to be nothing more than a ragtag bunch in the presence of your advanced technology. Captain Cheetah, you flatter me, Su Yang humbly replied. I have long been aware of the prowess of your Wolf Warrior Squad. Today's exercise primarily aims to assess the performance of the Sirius system, and I must say, everyone has performed exceptionally well. Chapter 322. The Sharp Blade. Mr. Su, there is no need for modesty, the cheetah remarked with a bittersweet smile. We wholeheartedly accept our defeat. The combat prowess of the machine wolf, oh no, the heavenly wolf, is truly formidable, having experienced it firsthand. Indeed, Mr. Su, the fox chimed in with a grin. When will the heavenly wolf be mass-produced? Our Wolf Warrior Squad is eager to equip a few. Alas, I fear it will take some time, Su Yang replied. The technology behind the heavenly wolf is not yet sufficiently refined and requires further enhancements. Mr. Su, please do not keep us in suspense. If there is anything we can assist with, do not hesitate to ask, the cheetah said, thumping his chest. For the sake of enhancing combat capability, our Wolf Warrior Squad is ready to face any challenge. With your assurance, I feel at ease, Su Yang smiled. Next, we must conduct more practical tests, and I hope everyone will continue to support us. Absolutely, the cheetah declared loudly. The Wolf Warrior Squad stands ready at all times. Huh, excellent. Su Yang nodded in satisfaction. Let us join forces to forge a true Heavenly Wolf Battalion. The name Heavenly Wolf Battalion is splendid. I adore it. The cheetah exclaimed with excitement. Our Wolf Warrior Squad is poised to upgrade to the Heavenly Wolf Battalion. Let's eagerly await the day when the Heavenly Wolf Battalion soars through the skies, Su Yang proclaimed with fervor. Report. At that moment, a communications soldier rushed over, interrupting the conversation. What is it? Asked Colonel Li Guoqiang. Sir, General Wang has arrived and is waiting in the observation room. The communications soldier reported. General Wang? What brings him here? Colonel Li Guoqiang was taken aback, then replied, Understood, you may return. Yes, sir. The communications soldier acknowledged and departed. Mr. Su, let us go meet General Wang, Colonel Li Guoqiang suggested to Su Yang. He is likely here regarding the Heavenly Wolf. Very well, let's go. Su Yang nodded in agreement. The two arrived at the observation room, where they indeed found General Wang Bingzhong standing by the window, observing the Heavenly Wolves training on the field. Report, sir. The exercise has concluded, and the performance of the Heavenly Wolves was outstanding. They successfully accomplished their mission. Colonel Li Guoqiang reported. Excellent. General Wang Bingzhong slowly turned, a satisfied smile gracing his face. I witnessed the exercise just now. The combat capabilities of the Heavenly Wolves have truly exceeded my expectations. All credit goes to Mr. Su. He single-handedly forged the Heavenly Wolf into a super soldier, Colonel Li Guiqiang said with a smile. Comrade Su Yang, you have achieved remarkable merit. General Wang approached Su Yang, placing a hand on his shoulder. You have made tremendous contributions to our nation and our military. You flatter me, sir, Su Yang replied modestly. Comrade Su Yang. General Wang continued. I have come not only to observe the exercise, but also to assign you an important task. Sir, please give your instructions. Su Yang immediately straightened his posture and spoke earnestly. Following a thorough deliberation by the senior officials of the military, it has been decided that your Tianlang project at Part4 Technology will serve as the nucleus for the formation of an entirely new intelligent special operations unit. The words of Major General Wang Bingzhong resonated clearly in the ears of Su Yang and Li Guiqiang. Is that true? Su Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement, his face illuminated by surprise. He had not anticipated such swift and decisive action from the military. Indeed, it is true. Major General Wang nodded affirmatively and continued. This unit will be under your stewardship as the chief engineer, responsible for technological research and advancements, while Comrade Li Guiqiang will serve as the military commander, overseeing daily training and operational directives. The two of you must work in unison to swiftly develop this unit into a true spearhead, a trump card capable of leading future warfare. Yes, we pledge to accomplish this mission. Su Yang and Li Guiqiang simultaneously stood at attention and saluted. Excellent. I have every confidence that you will not disappoint me, Major General Wang said with a smile. The designation of this unit will be Tianlang. You will henceforth be known as the Tianlang team of Huaxia. Chapter 323. Unprecedented scale. By the way, there is another matter to discuss. General Wang Bingzhong transitioned the topic and addressed Su Yang. After thorough consideration at the higher echelons, it has been decided that your previously submitted application for a practical exercise of the AI air combat system has been approved. The exercise is scheduled for the end of this month to take place in the Gobi Desert in the northwest, codenamed Taning. Really? Su Yang exclaimed, his heart soaring with joy upon hearing the news. This information arrived just in time. He had anticipated that the approval for the practical exercise would take a considerable duration. Yet the military's efficiency exceeded his expectations. Fantastic. We can finally engage in a grand endeavor. Li Guiqiang also bore an expression of exhilaration, eagerly rubbing his hands together. Ready to take action. This upcoming air combat exercise is unprecedented in scale. General Wang Bingzhong's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. The Blue Force will deploy 10 squadrons, totaling 120 aircraft, all supported by the Zaichuanzi AI system. In contrast, the Red Force will mobilize 20 squadrons, comprising 240 aircraft, double that of the Blue Force, operated by elite pilots from various military districts, representing a genuine contest of strength and intellect, as well as an exploration of future air combat paradigms. 10 squadrons against 20? 120 aircraft versus 240. A look of astonishment crossed Su Yang's face. He had not anticipated such a grand scale for this exercise. It was indeed a large-scale, high-intensity air battle. Indeed, you heard correctly, General Wang Bingzhong affirmed with a nod. This exercise will see a total of 360 aircraft participating, marking the largest air combat exercise in history and serving as a pivotal battle to assess the operational capabilities of the AI air combat system. Victory is our only option. Defeat is not permissible. 360 aircraft, Su Yang murmured to himself, envisioning the magnificent spectacle that would unfold. Hundreds of aircraft soaring in the sky, blocking out the sun, with the thunderous roar of engines resonating through the heavens. This would undeniably be a feast for both the eyes and ears. Chief, we will exert ourselves fully to ensure the mission's success. Su Yang and Li Guiqiang stood at attention once more, their voices resolute and brimming with confidence. Excellent. I trust you will achieve victory. General Wang Bingzhong's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Comrade Su Yang, your Zaichuanzi is the key to our success in this exercise. In the time leading up to it, you and your team must finalize the optimization and debugging of the AI system to ensure it performs at its peak during the exercise. Rest assured, Chief, we will not disappoint. Su Yang vowed. Yes, I believe in you. General Wang Bingzhong affirmed with a nod, then continued, to ensure the exercise proceeds smoothly. We will select the most elite pilots and aircraft from various military district air forces to form the Red Force, challenging your AI system. These pilots are seasoned veterans. Their flying skills and tactical acumen are unparalleled, so you must prepare thoroughly. Understood. Su Yang and Li Guiqiang replied in unison. Moreover, General Wang Bingzhong continued, during this exercise, we shall conduct comprehensive monitoring and documentation. The data and outcomes derived from this endeavor will serve as crucial references for our future Air Force development and operational strategies. Therefore, it is imperative that you approach this with utmost seriousness, ensuring that every facet of the exercise is executed flawlessly. Rest assured, we shall adhere strictly to the exercise plan and guarantee its smooth progression, Su Yang reaffirmed. Very well, I shall await the results with great anticipation. General Wang Bingzhong patted Su Yang on the shoulder, smiling as he expressed his confidence in their capabilities. I believe you will not disappoint me. We shall ensure the successful completion of the mission. Su Yang and Li Guoqiang saluted once more, their voices resonant and filled with determination. Indeed, General Wang Bingzhong nodded with satisfaction before turning to Li Guoqiang, instructing, Young Li, you and Comrade Su Yang must collaborate closely to prepare thoroughly for the exercise. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to report directly to me. Understood, Li Guoqiang replied. General Wang Bingzhong imparted a few more words before departing the observation room. Chapter 324. The unease of the CIA, Mr. Su. The scale of this exercise truly exceeds my expectations. After the departure of Major General Wang Bingzhong, Li Guoqiang remarked to Su Yang, with 360 aircraft involved, this is indeed a grand spectacle. Indeed, this is not only a test for the little group but also for our entire team. Su Yang responded, we must give our utmost effort to ensure the exercise's resounding success. Yes, you are right. Li Guoqiang nodded. Let us now formulate a detailed exercise plan, considering every single detail meticulously. Agreed. Let us strive together, Su Yang replied. In the ensuing days, Su Yang and Li Guoqiang led their respective teams, working tirelessly around the clock. They meticulously rehearsed each segment of the exercise, continuously optimizing the performance of the AI system to ensure it could exhibit its utmost combat prowess during the event. Meanwhile, military airports across the nation became bustling hubs, with aircraft taking to the skies, converging towards the arid expanse of the Northwest. These aircraft were elite forces drawn from various military districts, preparing to partake in an unprecedented large-scale aerial combat exercise. Such a massive mobilization of aircraft naturally captured the attention of certain nations. In Langley Air Force Base, Virginia, USA, the atmosphere in a spacious conference room was tense. CIA Director William Burns stood before a screen, briefing a dozen senior intelligence officials on the latest intelligence. According to our satellite reconnaissance and agent reports, the Dragon Nation's Air Force has been conducting large-scale aircraft mobilizations in recent days. With their elite fighters converging towards the arid Northwest, Director Burns spoke in a grave tone. Our assessment indicates that they are likely preparing for a large-scale aerial combat exercise. A large-scale aerial combat exercise? What are they planning? A senior intelligence officer inquired, furrowing his brow. The specific objectives remain unclear, Director Burns replied. However, the magnitude of this exercise is substantial, with the number of participating aircraft possibly exceeding 300. Additionally, their newly developed AI-assisted combat system will also be involved in this exercise. AI-assisted combat system? Another senior intelligence officer questioned. Is that the little group system? Indeed, Director Burns nodded. According to our intelligence, this little group system is an AI developed by the Dragon Nation's Pantsir Technology Company, designed to assist pilots in combat and significantly enhance the combat capabilities of the aircraft. Is this system truly that formidable? A senior intelligence officer challenged. Did we not previously evaluate it? The conclusion was that while its performance was commendable, it did not pose a threat to us. That was merely the civilian version of the little group system, and an earlier iteration at that. We have reason to believe that the military version will exhibit even greater capabilities, Director Burns stated. And according to the intelligence relayed by our spies embedded within the Dragon Kingdom's military, this system has exhibited astonishing combat capabilities in previous tests, even managing to triumph over our finest pilots despite being outnumbered. This is inconceivable. An Air Force general could not restrain himself from exclaiming, our pilots are among the best in the world. How could they possibly be defeated by an artificial intelligence system? I too wish this were impossible. But the evidence is irrefutable, Director Burns replied. We cannot underestimate the technological prowess of the Dragon Kingdom, nor can we disregard the potential of artificial intelligence. Director, what are our next steps? A senior intelligence officer inquired. We cannot simply stand by and watch as the Dragon Kingdom makes such a significant display right under our noses. Can we? Certainly not. A glint of cold determination flashed in Director Burns' eyes. I have already commanded all our intelligence networks in the Dragon Kingdom to rigorously monitor this exercise. We must ascertain their true intentions and the actual capabilities of that little dumpling system. Furthermore, Director Burns continued, I have also requested the Department of Defense to issue a warning to our allies, urging them to enhance their surveillance of the Dragon Kingdom's maneuvers. We must make it clear to the Dragon Kingdom that none of their actions will escape our scrutiny. Yes, the senior intelligence officials responded in unison. their faces reflecting a grave seriousness. Chapter 325. The elite forces unleashed in the vast expanse of the Gobi Desert in the northwest. The first light of dawn barely illuminated the horizon, while the darkness preceding dawn still enveloped the land. A faint scent of gunpowder lingered in the air, remnants of the previous night's aerial skirmishes. At a makeshift airfield, the scene was vibrant with activity. Aircraft were landing in succession, shattering the morning's tranquility. The first to catch the eye were the J-16 fighter jets, akin to majestic eagles, gracefully descending onto the runway with the sound of whistling winds, gliding along for a brief distance before coming to a halt. Following closely were the J-10C fighters, landing with even greater agility, resembling swift swallows as they elegantly maneuvered into their parking spots. However, the most striking sight was a recently landed formation of aircraft, for J-20 stealth fighters, their bodies cloaked in an ominous black, akin to phantoms. They descended with an unparalleled poise, slicing through the sky, landing steadily on the runway as if they were spectral beings from the future, exuding an awe-inspiring aura of intimidation. This exercise was significant enough to include the elite J-20, underscoring the military's emphasis on the event. From the cockpit of one J-20, the first to emerge was a tall, commanding figure adorned with 2 stripes and 3 stars on his epaulette. Colonel Zhao Yi, the commanding officer of the Red Force, codenamed Kanjiang, or Eagle. He removed his helmet, revealing a face marked by the rigors of experience and time. Following him, the other 3 pilots descended from their aircraft, each a seasoned elite, radiating a formidable presence. Once the 4 pilots gathered, a military green off-road vehicle awaited them by the runway. They swiftly boarded the vehicle, which roared to life as it sped towards the airbase. Inside, the pilots shed their heavy flight suits, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. "Old Zhao, I heard this exercise is against artificial intelligence. Is that true?" Broke the silence a slightly stocky pilot, codenamed Iron Fist, Zhang Rue, his tone laced with skepticism regarding the prowess of AI. "Indeed, Old Zhao. I find it hard to believe," chimed in another tall pilot, codenamed Hunting Falcon, Wang Qi. "I am the golden helmet of our Air Force. I still refuse to believe I cannot outmatch an AI. I also think that, regardless of how advanced AI may be, it remains a mere machine. How could it possibly surpass us?" added Zhang Lei, codenamed Lightning, who shook his head, clearly stuck in a bygone perception of artificial intelligence. "Listen up, all of you." Zhao Yi's tone turned serious as he absorbed his team's chatter. "Our opponent in this exercise is no ordinary machine. It is an artificial intelligence system that embodies the pinnacle of our nation's technological prowess. Its capabilities should not be underestimated." "But I still doubt that AI can outperform a pilot," Zhang Rue retorted, his expression revealing lingering defiance. "We as pilots have been forged through the crucible of blood and fire. We are seasoned and skilled. An artificial intelligence, no matter how advanced, is merely a pre-programmed construct. How could it possibly compare to us, the adaptable and resourceful flesh and blood beings?" Wang Qi also regarded this notion with a degree of skepticism. Chapter 326. The distinguished figures. I am aware that many of you harbor skepticism, believing that no matter how advanced artificial intelligence may be, it remains merely a machine. Zhao Yi observed the confidence radiating from his fellow team members. While self-assurance is commendable, he understood the peril of arrogance. However, we must not allow ourselves to underestimate the situation. This exercise has seen the military allocate tremendous resources, deploying the most cutting-edge artificial intelligence systems to the battlefield, a testament to its formidable capabilities. Pausing for emphasis, Zhao Yi raised his voice, declaring, "Our objective in this exercise transcends merely assessing the performance of artificial intelligence. It is equally a test of our own capabilities. Regardless of the adversaries we face, we must dedicate ourselves fully, unleashing our utmost combat potential and showcasing the might of our Air Force. Do we all remember this?" Indeed, the 3 pilots responded in unison from within the vehicle. The off-road vehicle sped across the arid expanse of the Gobi Desert, its tires kicking up clouds of dust as it headed towards the encampment. In the distance, the sun gradually ascended, casting a golden sheen upon the desolate landscape. Su Yang had arrived at the exercise camp in the northwest Gobi Desert the previous day. The camp was surrounded by barren yet expansive terrain, with distant mountains rolling in the background. He had been assigned a simple yet tidy single accommodation. Although it lacked the comforts of urban life, it sufficed for Su Yang, who was on the cusp of participating in the exercise. Early in the morning, Su Yang rose, standing before the mirror to meticulously arrange his military uniform. This was his first time donning the formal attire, though it was merely a temporary issue. It imbued him with an unprecedented sense of solemnity and purpose. "Looking good." Su Yang nodded approvingly at his reflection, a satisfied smile gracing his face. "Let us go." He encouraged himself, clenching his fist. Today marked the day of the exercise. At that moment, a knock echoed through the room. Come in, he called out. The door swung open to reveal Lieutenant Colonel Li Guiqiang. Su, the commander wishes to see you, he announced. Very well, I shall come at once, Su Yang responded, donning his military cap from the table before following Lieutenant Colonel Li Guiqiang out of the room. The two traversed the camp, entering an office building. Lieutenant Colonel Li led Su Yang to the door of an office and gently knocked. Enter. A deep voice resonated from within. The lieutenant colonel pushed the door open, escorting Su Yang inside. Several generals occupied the room, with one distinguished general at the forefront, adorned with 3 stars on his shoulders. His hair was white, suggesting he was in his 70s, yet he exuded vitality, his gaze emanating an aura of authoritative presence. Commander, Comrade Su Yang has arrived, Lieutenant Colonel Li Guiqiang announced crisply, standing at attention. Welcome to the exercise camp, Comrade Su, General Zhang Ruida greeted with a warm smile. Good day, Commander. Su Yang promptly returned the salute. There is no need for such formality. General Zhang waved his hand, his tone gentle. I have heard your name on numerous occasions. Pancher technology has indeed made significant contributions to our nation. Your praise is unwarranted, Commander. I have merely fulfilled my obligations, Su Yang humbly replied. General Zhang Rui smiled and gestured for them to take a seat. Following his cue, Su Yang sat down. This exercise pertains not only to the future of our military, but also to the security of our nation. The burden you bear is indeed heavy. Yet I am confident that you shall rise to the occasion, General Zhang stated. Rest assured, Commander, I will exert every effort to meet your expectations, Su Yang replied earnestly. Excellent. With your assurance, I feel at ease. General Zhang nodded in satisfaction, glancing at his watch before adding. The time for the exercise has nearly arrived. We should proceed to the exercise hall. Indeed. Su Yang and all the generals present stood in unison, saluting. Following Colonel Li Guiqiang, Su Yang exited the office alongside the general, making their way toward the exercise hall. Along the way, Su Yang felt a mixture of tension and exhilaration. The coming hours would mark one of the most significant moments of his life. The exercise hall was spacious and well-lit, dominated by a massive display screen that showcased the real-time map and aircraft information for the exercise. A multitude of commanding officers had already gathered, their expressions solemn as they awaited the commencement of the drill. Su Yang accompanied General Sanqing to the center of the command seats, where the vantage point was expansive, allowing for a clear view of every detail on the large screen. Comrades, General Zhang Rui approached the microphone, his resonant voice echoing throughout the hall, and declared, I hereby announce the official commencement of the Tianjin Air Combat Exercise. Chapter 327, AI versus Ace Pilot with a decisive command from General Zhang Rui. The atmosphere within the exercise hall became palpably tense. On the large screen, the icons representing the Blue and Red Forces aircraft began to move rapidly, resembling 2 swarms of bees poised to engage in a life-and-death struggle. The Blue side, comprising 120 aircraft under the unified command of the Xiao Tuanzi AI system, swiftly formed intricate tactical formations, akin to chess pieces on a board, each maneuver concealing strategic brilliance. Conversely, the Red side, with 240 aircraft, possessed numerical superiority but operated chaotically, appearing somewhat disorganized. Report. The Blue aircraft have entered the designated airspace. Report. The Red aircraft have entered the designated airspace. The voice of the communications officer echoed through the hall, relaying every dynamic of the battlefield to the commanders in real time. All units, attention. Combat begins. General Zhang Ruiduan's voice resonated like thunder within the exercise hall. On the large screen, the aircraft from both sides surged forward like arrows released from a bow, rapidly closing the distance. Blue 1, calling Chong Kong. Chong Kong acknowledges, please proceed. Report, enemy target locked, requesting permission to engage. Permission granted to engage. Missile launch. Pilot Wang Wei of Blue 1 fixed his gaze intently on the radar display, his finger gently pressing a button as 2 air-to-air missiles, swift as cheetahs, hurtled toward their target. Target locked. Target locked. Inside the cockpit of the Red aircraft, alarm bells blared furiously, and Pilot Li Gang felt cold sweat bead on his forehead. He yanked the control stick sharply, executing a tight turn in a desperate attempt to evade the lock. Damn it! How could I be locked on so quickly? Li Gang cursed internally. As an ace pilot with over 1,000 hours of flight experience, he had encountered countless perilous situations, yet today, he felt an unprecedented pressure. Evasive maneuvers. Evasive maneuvers. Li Gang shouted, simultaneously deploying flares in an attempt to confuse the missile's tracking system. However, all efforts proved futile. The Blue missile, as if endowed with sight, adeptly circumvented the flares and struck Li Gang's aircraft with devastating precision. Boom. On the large screen, the icon representing Li Gang's aircraft vanished in an instant, marked as shot down. Red 1 has been downed. The communications officer's voice resonated in the hall, tinged with an unmistakable shock. How is this possible? exclaimed a commander observing the exercise, astonished that the red side had already lost an aircraft at the very onset. This AI system is extraordinarily formidable. Another commander marveled, unable to contain his admiration. Well done. A glimmer of appreciation shone in General Zhang Ridwan's eyes as he turned to Su Yang, inquiring, Comrade Su, is this the true prowess of Xiao Tuanzi? Report, sir. This is merely a fraction of Xiao Tuanzi's capabilities. Su Yang's face displayed a confident smile. Its true potential lies ahead. Ha ha ha, splendid. I am eager to see what further surprises this Xiao Tuanzi can unveil. General Zhang Ruiduan laughed heartily. On the battlefield, the struggle endures. Blue Team 2, calling Long Sky. Request permission for a tactical maneuver. Long Sky acknowledges, granting permission for the tactical movement. Understood. Pilot Zhang Yu of Blue Team 2, aided by the Zaichuanzi AI system, skillfully maneuvered his aircraft through the air, tracing a graceful arc, akin to a phantom, as he circled behind the enemy fighters. Target locked. Launch missiles. Boom. Another resounding explosion echoed as an enemy aircraft from Red Team was downed. What kind of tactic is this? An Air Force general gazed at the images on the large screen, confusion etched upon his face, wondering why he had never witnessed such a strategy before. This is a tactic autonomously generated by Zaichuanzi based on the battlefield dynamics, Su Yang elucidated. It can compute the optimal attack plan in real time, taking into account the enemy aircraft's position, speed, altitude, and other information, guiding the pilot in execution. Autonomous tactical generation? This is simply astounding. A commander couldn't refrain from exclaiming. Unbelievable. This AI's tactical maneuvers surpass even our most exceptional pilots. Indeed, such tactics are unprecedented and unseen. It is truly terrifying. This AI system appears to be born for warfare. In the exercise hall, the commanders engaged in animated discussions, all profoundly astonished. Meanwhile, the Red Team pilots on the battlefield were lamenting their dire predicament. Chapter 328, Dimensional Strike. Damn it. Where on earth did these creatures emerge from? Their tactics are utterly bizarre, rendering my predictions futile. Such maneuvers could not possibly originate from human capability. Are we truly to be bested by a mere assembly of machines? The pilots of the Red faction exclaimed in utter disbelief over the communication channel. All units, pay heed. Maintain formation and do not succumb to panic. The Red commander bellowed, endeavoring to bolster the morale of his troops. We still possess a numerical advantage. We shall surely overcome them. Yet, scarcely had his words left his lips when he beheld several icons representing Red aircraft vanishing from the large screen. Report. Red 5 has been shot down. Report. Red 6 has been shot down. Report. Red 7 has been shot down. The communication officer's voice echoed incessantly, each announcement striking the Red commander's heart like a heavy hammer. How can we continue this fight? A look of despondency crossed the commander's face as he struggled to fathom how his elite forces could be so effortlessly dismantled by a legion of machines. Report. More enemy aircraft are approaching. The voice of a wingman crackled through the headset, jolting Zhao Yi back to reality. He lifted his gaze, only to witness two blue faction fighters descending from the clouds like phantoms, their missiles glinting ominously beneath their wings. Damn it, Zhao Yi cursed vehemently, yanking the control stick as his aircraft executed a perilous roll, narrowly evading the missile attack. This AI is nothing short of a monstrosity, Zhao Yi lamented inwardly. From the perspective of a Red faction pilot, Zhao Yi felt as though the enemy was omnipresent, launching assaults from the most unexpected angles, each strike precise and lethal. Their once prided flying skills and tactical acumen appeared woefully inadequate before the prowess of the AI. What can we do? We are utterly suppressed. The voice of his wingman was rife with anxiety and unease. What else can we do? We fight back. Zhao Yi clenched his teeth, slamming the throttle forward as his aircraft surged toward the nearest blue fighter like an arrow released from its bow. Target locked. Launch missiles. Zhao Yi shouted. Yet, just as the missiles were unleashed, his aircraft jolted violently, followed immediately by the piercing sound of alarms in his headset. I've been hit. I've been hit. Zhao Yi cried out in disbelief. You have been shot down, came the dispassionate announcement over the communication channel, confirming Zhao Yi's aircraft was lost. This is impossible. It cannot be. Zhao Yi struggled to accept the reality before him. He was an ace pilot of the Air Force, having faced countless perilous scenarios in both drills and real combat. What dangers had he not encountered? Yet today, he had lost, defeated by a lifeless machine, a reality he could scarcely bear. Equally astonished were the blue faction pilots, who had anticipated a grueling battle, given the Reds' numerical superiority. However, the outcome of the conflict had utterly defied their expectations. This AI system is astonishing, a young pilot exclaimed. I feel as though I am merely playing a game. Entirely devoid of mental strain, I need only to follow the AI's commands. Indeed, this is nothing short of a dimensionality reduction blow. Another pilot concurred. Our previous training pales in comparison. It feels like child's play. I even sense that this AI surpasses my mentor in prowess. I share the same sentiment. The tactics employed by this AI are unprecedented and beyond imagination. It is truly remarkable. Is this genuinely an AI developed by humanity? This battle has fundamentally transformed the perceptions of both sides' pilots regarding the future of warfare. Chapter 329. One-sided the battle raged on, yet the tides had unequivocally turned in favor of the blue forces. Under the command of the diminutive AI system, the blue aircraft descended upon their red counterparts like harbingers of death, mercilessly reaping their aerial lives. Report. Red aircraft number 10 has been shot down. Report. Red aircraft number 11 has been shot down. Report. Red aircraft number 12 has been shot down. The voice of the communicator echoed incessantly, each announcement resonating like a funeral knell in the heart of the Red commander. It was over, utterly over. The Red commander's countenance darkened. This exercise had culminated in a complete and utter defeat, a rout of staggering proportions. On the large screen, the luminous dots representing the downed aircraft vanished one by one, akin to souls being claimed by the Grim Reaper, a sight both harrowing and shocking. The tally of red aircraft losses far exceeded those of the blue, and the disparity in casualties was widening at an alarming rate. How? How is this possible? An Air Force commander gazed at the screen, watching the red dots dissipate, disbelief etched upon his face. Our pilots are seasoned aces, battle-hardened and proud. How could we falter so? Indeed, this is unfathomable. Another commander lamented, unable to contain his astonishment. The coordination of the blue aircraft is as if orchestrated by a single entity, so precise, so terrifying. Is this the might of artificial intelligence? A venerable general murmured, beads of perspiration forming on his brow. Zhang Ruiduan's expression grew increasingly grave. Although he had high hopes for the AI system, he had not anticipated such overwhelming prowess. The red pilots, all personally selected by him, were the pride of the Air Force, the eagles of the Republic, yet before the diminutive AI, they resembled fledgling recruits, utterly defenseless. Report. The red aircraft losses have exceeded half. The communicator's voice jolted Zhang Ruiduan from his reverie. How long has it been? He glanced at his watch. It had been less than 40 minutes since the battle commenced, and the red forces had already suffered the loss of half their fleet, a veritable massacre. Order the red forces to change tactics, concentrate their strength, and target the blues' vulnerabilities. Zhang Ruiduan commanded decisively. Yes. However, the general's orders bore little fruit. Under the guidance of the AI, the blue aircraft seemed to possess a divine perspective, consistently anticipating the red forces' maneuvers and swiftly adapting. Each assembly and assault by the red forces was effortlessly countered by the AI, resulting in even greater losses. Report. The red aircraft losses have surpassed 2/3. Report. Only 50 red aircraft remain. Report. Only 10 red aircraft remain. On the large screen, the red dots dwindled, while the blue dots remained densely clustered. The chasm between the two sides now insurmountable. Report. The last red aircraft has been shot down. The exercise is concluded. The voice of the correspondent rang out, reminiscent of the final judgment, proclaiming the utter defeat of the red faction. On the grand screen, all 240 red dots vanished completely, leaving behind a mere 102 blue dots, shimmering alone like the metals of victory, radiant and resplendent. Chapter 330. Witnessing a miracle, the entire exercise hall was enveloped in a profound silence. Everyone was astounded by the outcome, and the might of the small team left them in awe. The final casualty ratio displayed on the large screen read 102-240. General Zhang Ruiduan gazed at the figures, his lips quivering slightly. The blue side has triumphed? Indeed, sir. The blue side has won, exclaimed Colonel Li Guoqiang, filled with excitement. At the cost of 18 aircraft, we have downed all 240 enemy planes, achieving an unprecedented victory. Excellent, excellent, excellent. General Zhang repeated the word thrice, the wrinkles on his face easing into a satisfied smile. Xiao Su, you and your small team have not let us down. You are the heroes of the Republic. Comrade Su Yang, one Air Force commander remarked, your small team played a decisive role in this exercise. We have all witnessed its remarkable performance, which has exceeded our expectations. Indeed, Comrade Su Yang, you and your team have made significant contributions to our nation and our military. Another commander added, marveling at the results of the exercise that would fundamentally alter our understanding of future warfare and propel our military's development into a new era. This exercise has unveiled the visage of future warfare and showcased the immense potential of artificial intelligence. An elderly general took over the conversation, confessing, to be honest, before the exercise commenced, I harbored doubts, even fears, regarding the uncontrollable nature of artificial intelligence and the potential disasters it could bring. However, I am now at ease. He paused before continuing. for I have witnessed such formidable artificial intelligence under the stewardship of our civilized nation, entrusted to responsible and conscientious young individuals like you. This is a fortune for our country and our military. You flatter me, General. I merely fulfilled my civic duty, Su Yang humbly replied. Comrade Xiao Su, you are far too modest, General Zhang asserted. Your contributions have not gone unnoticed. The nation and its people will remember them. Now, the exercise has concluded, and everyone has worked hard. It is time to rest, General Zhang declared. Xiao Su, please stay a moment. I have a few words to share with you. Yes, sir. Everyone responded in unison, gradually departing the exercise hall. Soon, only General Zhang Ruiduan and Su Yang remained within the hall. Xiao Su, what are your thoughts on today's exercise? General Zhang inquired. I have many reflections, but primarily, I am struck by the limitless potential of artificial intelligence, Su Yang responded. Today's exercise is merely the beginning. In the future, artificial intelligence will play an increasingly vital role across various fields, transforming our lives and reshaping our world. Indeed, the era of artificial intelligence has arrived, General Zhang mused, glancing at the time. It is getting late. You should rest as well. You have worked hard during this period. Thank you for your concern, Chief, said Su Yang. I shall take my leave now. Very well, go ahead, nodded General Zhang Ruiduan. Su Yang offered a salute to General Zhang Ruiduan before turning and departing from the drill hall. Chapter 331. The American intelligence agencies in disarray in the depths of the night. The Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, headquarters in Langley, Virginia, was ablaze with light, a stark contrast to the surrounding darkness. A palpable tension hung in the air, as if it were a tangible entity. At 3 a.m, an urgent briefing convened in a clandestine meeting room. The attendees bore grave expressions, their eyes betraying an inescapable anxiety and unease. Gentlemen, I fear we are on the brink of a significant crisis, intoned William Burns, the director of the CIA, a figure typically characterized by his composure. Yet his voice now quivered ever so slightly. His gaze was fixed intently on the projection screen, which displayed a newly transmitted photograph from the Dragon Nation, replete with alarming numerical data. Merely hours ago, the Dragon Nation had conducted a large-scale aerial combat exercise in the desolate expanse of the northwestern Gobi Desert. Slowly, Burns began to speak, each word seemingly extracted with great effort, according to intelligence relayed by our operative, codenamed Mole, who risked everything to infiltrate the Dragon Nation's military. The results of this exercise are shocking. Pausing for a moment, as though striving to regain his composure, he inhaled deeply and continued in a tone tinged with despair. The Dragon Nation deployed 120 combat aircraft assisted by an artificial intelligence system against 240 aircraft piloted by elite aviators. And the final outcome, can you guess? A profound silence enveloped the room, every breath held in anticipation of the unsettling revelation. 120 to 240, Burns exclaimed as he struck the table with force. A tempest of anger and fear etched across his features. No, to be precise, it is 18 to 240. The Dragon Nation, at the cost of losing 18 aircraft, has shot down all 240 of the opposing forces' planes. It is nothing short of a massacre. This revelation detonated within the meeting room like a bombshell, instantly igniting a tumultuous atmosphere. This is impossible, a senior intelligence officer exclaimed in disbelief. Our Cobra system is the most advanced artificial intelligence aerial combat system in the world. How could the Dragon Nation possibly Cobra? Burns scoffed derisively. Before the Dragon Nation's little dumplings, our Cobra might as well be a mere worm. Director, are you certain of the intelligence's authenticity? Another official questioned, skepticism lacing his words. Could there have been an error on Mole's end? Or is this a deliberate misinformation campaign by the Dragon Nation? I wish it were false, Burns replied with a bitter smile. But the intelligence provided by Mole meticulously documented every detail of the exercise, including the models, numbers, tactical maneuvers, and weapons employed by both sides, along with photographs and videos captured on site, none of which could be fabricated. Once more, silence enveloped the meeting room, as the weight of the news stunned the attendees, leaving them to grapple with the ominous implications that lay beneath the surface. Should the Dragon Nation truly possess such a formidable artificial intelligence aerial combat system, the aerial supremacy of the United States would be irrevocably undermined, leading to a seismic shift in the global landscape. Gentlemen, we must confront the reality. Director Burns has shattered the silence. The Dragon Nation has already outpaced us in the realm of artificial intelligence, and they have successfully integrated this technology into military applications, posing a significant threat to our security. Chapter 332. The American intelligence agencies in a state of alarm, continued. Mr. Director, what insights does the Technical Analysis Division have? An official inquired. I have tasked them with an overnight analysis of the intelligence relayed by Mole. Director Burns replied, shifting his gaze to a middle-aged man seated in the corner. Thompson, please, share your findings. Thompson, the head of the CIA's Technical Analysis Division and an expert in artificial intelligence, appeared unusually pale, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, and his hands trembled slightly as he held the report. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Thompson rose to speak. Based on our preliminary analysis, his voice was somewhat hoarse. The artificial intelligence system, known as Little Dumpling from Dragon Country, surpasses our current technological capabilities in every respect. Specifically, Director Burns pressed. Firstly, its response time is extraordinarily rapid, capable of assessing battlefield conditions and devising optimal combat strategies within milliseconds, Thompson elaborated. Secondly, its learning capacity is exceptional, allowing it to continuously adjust its strategies based on enemy tactics, thus maintaining the initiative on the battlefield. Moreover, Thompson swallowed hard and continued. What is most alarming is its operational capability in environments with electromagnetic interference. According to the intelligence from Mole, during their recent exercises, the Dragon Country military simulated a strong electromagnetic interference environment. Yet, even under such conditions, the Little Dumpling system's hit rate exceeded that of our Cobra system by 37. 37, exclaimed an Air Force general, incredulous. How is that possible? We have invested substantial resources and manpower into our Cobra system. I, too, find it hard to believe. Yet the data is irrefutable, Thompson replied with resignation. In addition to the hit rate, the tactical restructuring speed of the Little Dumpling system far surpasses our Cobra system. Our calculations indicate that Little Dumpling's tactical restructuring speed is at least 4.8 times faster than that of the Cobra. 4.8 times. A collective gasp echoed through the conference room. This figure hung in the air like a curse, sending shivers down the spines of all present. Gentlemen, what does this signify? I believe you are all aware, Director Burns's voice resonated once more. This means that in future aerial combat, if we do not swiftly enhance our artificial intelligence technologies, we will be left far behind by the Dragon Country, losing our proud aerial superiority. And what will we lose without that aerial advantage? I trust you understand better than I, Director Burns emphasized, his gaze sweeping across the faces of every attendee. Thus, gentlemen, our time is running short. The atmosphere in the conference room grew heavy, a palpable tension enveloping each individual like a looming storm cloud. Everyone is acutely aware that this urgent briefing at 3 in the morning will mark a pivotal moment, a new era that the American intelligence community, and indeed the entire nation, must confront. This era is aptly named Artificial Intelligence. Chapter 333, Testing of the United States Air Force at the same time. Within the hallowed halls of the Pentagon, a monument to American military prowess, an unprecedented sense of oppression enveloped the building. It was 4 in the morning, and while the majority lay in slumber, the Air Force Operations Laboratory on the 5th subterranean level was ablaze with light, banishing all remnants of drowsiness. This was an ultra-secret laboratory. Without authorization, even the highest-ranking officers of the Pentagon were barred from entry. The walls were adorned with an array of sophisticated instruments and displays, and the air was thick with a metallic and electronic scent, instilling an inexplicable sense of foreboding. In the center of the room stood a colossal simulator resembling an F-35 fighter jet, poised like a predator ready to strike. Surrounding the aircraft were technicians clad in white lab coats, their expressions intense as they meticulously scrutinized every detail. On the opposite side of the laboratory lay a spacious observation room, separated from the main area by a vast pane of one-way glass. Through this barrier, one could observe the happenings inside, yet not a sound penetrated the divide, rendering the two spaces akin to disparate worlds. Within the observation room, a cadre of solemn senior officers stood, their gazes fixed upon a large screen displaying real-time imagery of a simulated aerial combat scenario. At the forefront was a tall, resolute general, adorned in a crisply pressed uniform with 4 gleaming stars on his epaulets. General Robert Sterling, the Supreme Commander of the United States Air Force. With his hands clasped behind his back and his piercing eyes focused, he appeared determined to imprint every detail from the screen onto his mind. Yet, his complexion was as pale as the frost of a bitter winter, betraying his inner turmoil. Connection preparation complete, sir. A technician's voice shattered the silence of the observation room. Commence, General Sterling commanded, his voice low and gravelly, laced with a barely perceptible tremor. As he issued his directive, the technicians sprang into action. Moments later, a line of green text illuminated the large screen. The Little Dumpling system successfully connected. Initiating simulation program. Setting combat mode. Red team, 24F, 35 fighters. Blue team, 8J, 20 fighters. AI assistance. General Sterling intoned each word with clarity and conviction, as if to dispel his own anxiety. Understood, sir. The technicians responded promptly, their fingers dancing across keyboards as the simulation program officially commenced. The screen flickered to life, revealing 2 formations of aircraft swiftly converging in the skies. The red team consisted entirely of F-35 fighters, the most advanced stealth aircraft of the United States Air Force, boasting formidable firepower and electronic warfare capabilities. Conversely, the blue team comprised 8J-20 fighters, China's domestically developed fifth-generation stealth aircraft, which bore a striking resemblance to the F-35 in appearance, yet had consistently been underestimated by the American military in terms of performance. In the interest of fairness, this simulation was conducted using only the publicly available version of the Little Dumpling system from China. A staff officer stood behind General Sterling, softly elucidating that this approach would maximize the avoidance of interference from spyware and malicious code, while also enabling a more objective assessment of the capabilities of the AI system. General Sterling remained silent, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement. He was aware that the military of the Dragon Kingdom certainly possessed a more formidable AI system. However, to prevent the revelation of their own technological prowess, they were compelled to utilize the publicly available version for simulation. Nonetheless, this did not hinder their ability to evaluate the threat level posed by the small group. Chapter 334. The United States Air Force Test continued. The battle commences. At the commander's signal, the aircraft of both factions surged forward like arrows released from a bow, rapidly closing the distance between them. The red faction, leveraging their numerical superiority, swiftly formed a strategic formation in an attempt to encircle the blue aircraft. Conversely, the blue aircraft, under the guidance of the AI system known as Little Dumpling, nimbly navigated through the red faction's barrage of firepower, moving with the grace of a school of fish. Target locked. Launch missiles. Target locked. Launch missiles. The pilots of the red faction locked onto their targets, unleashing a volley of missiles in an effort to obliterate the blue aircraft. To their astonishment, the blue aircraft demonstrated an uncanny ability to anticipate their attacks and executed precise evasive maneuvers, successfully evading all incoming missiles. "How is this possible?" exclaimed a red pilot in disbelief. "How do they know where we intend to strike? Their tactics are utterly inscrutable." Another red pilot lamented, "I cannot fathom their next move." Just as their astonishment reached its peak, the blue aircraft launched a counteroffensive. Target locked. Launch missiles. Target locked. Launch missiles. The blue aircraft, akin to skilled hunters, targeted the red aircraft and unleashed their missiles. Evasive maneuvers. Evasive maneuvers. The red pilots hastily attempted to evade, but it was too late. The blue missiles found their marks with deadly accuracy, engulfing the red aircraft in explosive flames. On the large screen, the icons representing the red aircraft began to vanish one after another. General Sterling's expression darkened as he clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. He could scarcely believe that the most advanced F-35s of the U.S. military were being shot down by Little Dumpling. Report. Red aircraft number 2 has been downed. Report. Red aircraft number 5 has been downed. Report. Red aircraft number 11 has been downed. Damn it. Where did these foes emerge from? An Air Force officer seethed as he watched the continuous disappearance of red dots from the screen. Yet, even more shocking developments were on the horizon. Just as the red faction, having suffered significant losses, attempted to regroup, the blue aircraft suddenly altered their strategy. No longer engaging in traditional aerial dogfights, they surged with astonishing speed toward the heart of the red formation. "What are they planning?" a staff officer inquired, puzzled. "Not good." General Sterling suddenly realized the gravity of the situation and shouted, "Quick, stop them." However, it was already too late. The blue aircraft pierced through the red formation like a sharpened blade, tearing it apart completely. Then, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. The blue aircraft began to self-destruct, charging toward the red aircraft in a swarm-like fashion before detonating their onboard explosives. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of explosions erupted as the blue aircraft transformed into a dazzling display of fireworks in the sky, while simultaneously taking down a multitude of red aircraft. What kind of tactic is this?" An Air Force general exclaimed. "Is this a suicide attack? Have they lost their minds?" "No, this is not an ordinary suicide mission." Thompson suddenly interjected. "What they detonated was not a bomb, but rather an electromagnetic pulse weapon." An electromagnetic pulse weapon. General Sterling's pupils dilated in realization. He finally comprehended the AI's intent. An electromagnetic pulse weapon is a device capable of generating a powerful electromagnetic pulse that can instantaneously obliterate electronic equipment, rendering aircraft powerless and uncontrollable. The self-destruction of the blue faction's aircraft was not merely aimed at annihilating the red faction's planes, but also intended to unleash an electromagnetic pulse to disrupt the electronic systems of the red aircraft, incapacitating them in combat. Chapter 335. The Americans are alarmed. Report. The red side aircraft's electronic systems have malfunctioned and are uncontrollable. Report. The red side aircraft's engines have stalled, losing all power. Report. The red side aircraft has crashed. On the large screen, the icon representing the red side aircraft plummeted like a severed kite, ultimately vanishing entirely. The entire exercise hall fell into a profound silence once more. The screen now displayed only 8 blue light dots, flickering alone, heralding an extraordinary victory. The entire simulated confrontation had transpired in a mere 1 minute and 27 seconds. In that brief span, 8 AI-assisted J-20s had obliterated a formation of 24 F-35s. In the stillness of the seemingly suspended air, one could hear the sharp intake of breath from the observers. "This," a military commander murmured, his voice trembling. "This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. A swarm self-destruct EMP attack. This is simply..." A tactical expert stammered, struggling to find adequate words to convey his shock. Within the observation room, only General Sterling remained standing, gazing through the one-way glass at the technicians packing up their equipment, his expression vacant, as if stripped of his very essence. He seemed oblivious to the discussions around him, unaware of the battle outcomes displayed on the screen. His mind replayed the recent simulated aerial combat, where the blue aircraft glided like phantoms, while the red aircraft tumbled like kites with severed strings. The glass of the observation room reflected General Sterling's pallid visage, and his aide clearly heard him mutter, almost inaudibly, This is merely the civilian version. If the publicly available civilian variant is this formidable, how powerful must the military version of Dragon Country's AI be? General Sterling could scarcely fathom it. At 4 in the morning, the shrill ring of a telephone shattered the tranquility of the White House. "Mr. President, there is an emergency." The voice on the other end belonged to the director of the war room, tinged with urgency and a hint of tremor. Startled from slumber, the president awoke. All traces of drowsiness vanished. Grasping the phone, he asked in a grave tone, "What has occurred?" "The Air Force Operations Laboratory has just completed a simulated confrontation. And the results are quite dire." The director's voice bore a heavy weight, adding, "General Sterling is en route and will provide you with a detailed report." "I understand." The president hung up, his countenance darkened. He swiftly dressed and hastened from his bedroom to the war room situated in the basement of the White House. The war room was illuminated as brightly as day. The atmosphere charged with tension. Massive electronic screens flickered along the walls, displaying a myriad of military information. High-ranking officials, including the Secretary of State, the Secretary of Defense, and the National Security Advisor, awaited there, their faces etched with anxiety and unease. "Mr. President." The assembly rose in unison, greeting him. The president gestured for them to remain seated, then strode purposefully to the command platform, his voice low and serious. "What exactly has transpired?" "Mr. Supreme Leader, General Sterling is about to arrive. He will provide you with a detailed report," spoke the Minister of Defense, his voice low and measured. The Supreme Leader furrowed his brow, remaining silent as he awaited the general's arrival. Moments later, General Sterling entered the room, his face etched with tension. Chapter 336. The Stargate Project. General Sterling saluted the Supreme Commander and, with a heavy tone, delivered the grave tidings. "I bring you exceedingly troubling news." "Speak freely." "I can bear it," the Supreme Commander replied calmly. General Sterling nodded and proceeded to meticulously report the results of the Air Force's combat simulation. Upon hearing that 8 AI-assisted J-20s had annihilated a squadron of 24 F-35s in a mere 1 minute and 27 seconds, the Supreme Commander's expression darkened considerably. A self-destructing EMP attack by a swarm? The Supreme Commander was rendered speechless by the revelation that AI had autonomously devised such a radical tactic. The war room fell into an eerie silence, everyone shocked by the information presented by General Sterling. "General Sterling, are you certain of the intelligence's authenticity?" The Supreme Commander took a deep breath, suppressing his inner astonishment, and asked in a low voice. "Sir, I guarantee on my honor that the intelligence is absolutely true," General Sterling asserted solemnly. The Supreme Commander nodded, pausing for a moment in silence before inquiring, "What countermeasures does the Defense Ministry propose?" The Defense Minister stepped forward, his demeanor grave. "Sir, after urgent deliberation, we currently have 3 proposals. Firstly, we shall initiate the Stargate Project. This is an artificial intelligence initiative akin to the historic Manhattan Project, wherein we will invest a staggering 500 billion MIGWOs, concentrating the nation's finest scientists and engineers to rapidly catch up with the Dragon Nation in the field of artificial intelligence. 500 billion MIGWOs, an esteemed official exclaimed in disbelief. That sum is utterly outrageous. In comparison to national security, this amount is trivial," the Defense Minister retorted coldly. "We must spare no expense to regain our leading position in artificial intelligence." The Supreme Commander nodded in agreement. "Secondly, we will mobilize a nationwide effort, calling upon all allies to comprehensively stifle the Dragon Nation's artificial intelligence technology," the Defense Minister continued. "We will escalate the chip embargo against the Dragon Nation, prohibiting the sale of any chips with a fabrication process below 7 nanometers to their enterprises, thereby hindering their development in artificial intelligence. This proposal has high feasibility, a senior official interjected. We can leverage our international influence to compel our allies to align with us in resisting the Dragon Nation's artificial intelligence advancements. The Supreme Commander nodded, showing his approval. Thirdly, we shall resort to the theft of the Dragon Nation's artificial intelligence technology, the Defense Minister stated. We will employ all means necessary, including espionage, hacking, bribery, and more, to acquire the core technologies of rock-solid tech for our own use. This plan carries substantial risk, the National Security Advisor remarked with furrowed brows. If the Dragon Nation discovers our actions, we will face severe international repercussions, potentially even igniting military conflict. I am aware of the high stakes, yet we have no alternative. The Minister of Defense proclaimed that, for the sake of national security, we must take bold risks. The Supreme Leader paused momentarily before responding with deliberation. Let us implement all three proposals. Which plan should we prioritize, Mr. Supreme Leader? Inquired the Minister of Defense. All three proposals shall be executed concurrently, the Supreme Leader asserted emphatically. We must employ the swiftest and most effective methods to thwart the Dragon Nation's advancements in artificial intelligence, thereby ensuring the inviolability of our dominant position. Indeed, the assembly echoed in unison, their voices resonating with determination and vigor. Chapter 337. A spy infiltrates the company under the vast night sky of the Gobi Desert. The stars twinkled like diamonds. Su Yang stood at the entrance of the dormitory, breathing in the crisp air, savoring this rare moment of tranquility. The success of the aerial combat exercises allowed him a brief respite to relish the peace. Yet, he understood that this was merely the beginning. The road ahead was long, and the responsibilities borne by part4 technology were increasingly weighty. At dawn the following day, Su Yang departed from the Gobi Desert, embarking on his journey back to Star City. The next morning, Su Yang made his appearance at the part4 Technology building. After more than a month apart, the familiar structure appeared particularly welcoming to him. Upon entering the company, Su Yang sensed that some changes had transpired. Within the company, many unfamiliar faces greeted him. Good morning, General Manager Su. Welcome back. As he walked through the corridors, employees continuously offered their greetings. Upon entering his office, he inquired, Tuan, has anything significant occurred during my absence? Quite a lot has happened, but none of it is good. Tuan's voice resonated through the phone. Oh, do tell. Su Yang's brow furrowed slightly. There are many unfamiliar faces surrounding our company. They are spies, Tuan replied. Moreover, some have already infiltrated our internal operations. What? Su Yang's expression turned grave. How could this happen? Isn't our company's security level quite high? How could spies penetrate our defenses? They employ highly sophisticated tactics, using various disguises to enter through legitimate channels. Furthermore, they have undergone professional training, making them difficult to detect, Tuan elucidated. If it weren't for my ability to breach any global institution's computer systems and conduct comprehensive monitoring of our internal affairs, I might not have uncovered their true identities. Taking a deep breath, Su Yang endeavored to remain composed. He approached his desk, seated himself, and said gravely, Tuan, please pull up their profiles for me to examine. Understood, Dad. As Tuan's voice faded, the computer screen at the desk illuminated, revealing 3 detailed personal profiles. The first profile belonged to a young man named Chu Ming. The information indicated that Chu Ming had joined the company as a software engineer 2 weeks prior, having graduated from a modest university with no notable background. However, under Tuan's surveillance, Chu Ming's true identity was unveiled. He was, in fact, a spy placed within part4 Technology by an intelligence agency from the island nation, codenamed Sakura. His mission was to steal the core code of Xiaowan and ascertain the technological development trajectory of part4 Technology. The second profile detailed a mixed-race woman named Anna. Anna had joined the company as a marketing specialist a month ago, claiming to hail from America and boasting a degree from a prestigious business school, along with extensive marketing experience. In truth, Anna's authentic identity is that of an operative from the Central Intelligence Agency, codenamed Nightingale. Her mission is to infiltrate the upper echelons of rock-solid technologies, procuring confidential internal information and enticing the company's core technical personnel to her cause. The third dossier pertains to a middle-aged man named Lu Jing. Lu Jing recently joined the company 3 weeks ago as an administrative assistant. He claims to be a veteran, boasting commendable physical fitness, a composed demeanor, and expertise in managing various administrative affairs. However, an investigation conducted by the team reveals that Lu Jing's true identity is that of an operative from a foreign intelligence agency, codenamed Foxhunter. His objective is to establish an intelligence network within the company, gather valuable information, and disrupt the normal operations of rock-solid technologies. Su Yang gazed at the 3 dossiers displayed on the computer screen, astonished. He had not anticipated that, despite such stringent security measures, a multitude of spies had infiltrated the company's ranks. Chapter 338. A lesson to the reckless, these spies truly infiltrate every nook and cranny, Su Yang remarked. Their relentless pursuit of our technology knows no bounds. Indeed, father, their tactics are even more sophisticated than we had imagined, Tuan Tuan replied. If we do not take action, they may inflict even greater harm upon the company. You have done exceptionally well, Tuan Tuan, for promptly identifying these spies, Su Yang commended her. Now, allow me to handle the situation. Father, please exercise caution, Tuan Tuan cautioned. These spies are professionally trained and may resort to extreme measures. Rest assured, Tuan Tuan. I shall remain unscathed, Su Yang smiled. I will make it abundantly clear that at part4 Technology, they cannot come and go as they please. With that, Su Yang picked up the phone on the desk and dialed the number. Hello, is it Colonel Lee? This is Su Yang, he stated. I have discovered some matters that require your attention. What is the situation? Please go ahead. Came the serious voice of Colonel Lee Guoqiang from the other end of the line. There are several spies infiltrating our company, and we need you to come and apprehend them, Su Yang informed. What? Spies? Colonel Lee Guoqiang's voice rose sharply. Su Yang, are you certain? I am certain, Su Yang affirmed. I have gathered detailed information on them. I will provide it to you upon your arrival. Understood. I will bring my team over immediately, Colonel Lee Guoqiang assured him. Please rest assured, Su Yang, we will ensure these spies face justice. After hanging up the phone, Su Yang exhaled deeply. He knew that a grand spectacle was about to unfold. Half an hour later, Colonel Lee Guoqiang arrived at part4 Technology with a dozen fully armed Special Forces members. Su Yang, what is the situation? Colonel Lee Guoqiang inquired upon seeing Su Yang. They are still within the company and have not departed, Su Yang replied. I have prepared their files. As he spoke, Su Yang printed 3 documents from the computer screen and handed them to Colonel Lee Guoqiang. Colonel Lee Guoqiang reviewed the documents carefully, his expression turning exceptionally grave. Su Yang, these spies are utterly audacious. Colonel Lee's anger flared. They are simply lawless. Indeed, they are a band of desperate individuals, willing to do anything to achieve their goals, Su Yang stated. Colonel Lee, the next steps are in your hands. Do not worry. Su Yang, we will ensure they do not escape, Colonel Lee Guoqiang declared. Today, I intend to make an example of them, so that everyone understands the consequences of daring to cause trouble at part4 Technology. With that, Colonel Lee Guoqiang immediately began coordinating the apprehension operation. He divided the special forces into 3 groups, each tasked with capturing Chu Ming, Anna, and Lu Jing. To guarantee absolute certainty, Colonel Lee Guoqiang also arranged for several snipers to maintain vigilance from the rooftops surrounding the company, preventing any potential escapees. All preparations are complete. The operation to apprehend the target officially commences. The first team of special forces, led personally by Colonel Lee Guoqiang, proceeds to the software development department to capture Chu Ming. Action! Colonel Lee Guoqiang commanded in a hushed tone, leading the charge into the software development area. At that moment, Chu Ming sat before his computer, ostensibly engrossed in his work, yet his thoughts had already soared far beyond the confines of reality. He was devising a plan to illicitly acquire the core code of the small group and strategizing on how to discreetly transfer it away. Just then, he was jolted by a flurry of hurried footsteps approaching from the entrance. Startled, Chu Ming quickly lifted his gaze towards the door. To his astonishment, a contingent of camouflaged operatives, armed and fierce, surged in like a pack of tigers descending from the mountain, swiftly encircling him. Chapter 339, A Warning by Example, continued. Who are you? Chu Ming inquired, terror evident in his voice. Chu Ming, you are suspected of espionage. Raise your hands immediately and submit to investigation. We are soldiers, mandated to apprehend you, Colonel Lee Guoqiang declared, his tone icy. Espionage. Chu Ming's complexion paled as he realized his identity had been compromised. I do not comprehend what you are insinuating. You must be mistaken. Chu Ming attempted to feign innocence. Mistaken? Colonel Lee Guoqiang scoffed. Chu Ming, your true identity is that of a spy for an island nation's intelligence agency, codenamed Sakura. Your mission was to steal the core code of the little group, was it not? Upon hearing his true identity revealed by Colonel Lee, Chu Ming's face fell. I admit it. I am a spy, Chu Ming lamented, his spirit crushed, but I was merely following orders. I had no choice. No choice. Colonel Lee Guoqiang retorted with disdain. Espionage jeopardizes national security. No justification can absolve you. Now, raise your hands and accompany us at once. With a resigned sigh, Chu Ming slowly lifted his hands. The special forces swiftly advanced, restraining him and placing handcuffs on his wrists. Simultaneously, a second team of special forces successfully captured Anna. Unlike Chu Ming, who surrendered meekly, Anna immediately sensed the peril as the special forces burst into her office and attempted to escape. However, her speed was no match for the trained operatives. Before she could flee the office, she was tackled to the ground and pinned down. Who are you? Let me go? Anna struggled fiercely, her voice raised in protest. We are here to apprehend you. The Special Forces member coolly responded, Anna. Your true identity is that of an agent for the Central Intelligence Agency of the United States, codenamed Nightingale. You are suspected of espionage. Cease your resistance and submit to investigation. I am not a spy. You must be mistaken. Anna continued to resist, attempting to escape the grip of the Special Forces. But her strength was utterly insufficient against their prowess. Mistaken? The operative retorted with a chuckle. Anna, we have thoroughly investigated your background. He then pressed her firmly to the ground and secured handcuffs around her wrists. Meanwhile, the third team of Special Forces encountered difficulties while attempting to apprehend Lu Jing. As a former soldier, Lu Jing possessed commendable physical abilities. When the Special Forces stormed his office, he did not surrender quietly. Instead, he fought back valiantly, attempting to escape. Who are you? What do you want? Lu Jing bellowed, swinging his fists as he charged at the operatives. The Special Forces engaged Lu Jing in a fierce struggle. But his combat skills proved formidable, making it challenging for them to subdue him. Step aside, Lu Jing shouted, or I will fight you. Stop wasting time with him. Take him down. Colonel Li Guoqiang commanded decisively upon witnessing the commotion. The Special Forces received their orders and immediately intensified their assault. Several operatives converged on Lu Jing, ultimately subduing him to the ground and placing handcuffs upon his wrists. You scoundrels! Lu Jing bellowed in fury as he lay pinned down. On what grounds are you arresting me? I have committed no crime. Whether a crime has been committed is not for you to decide, the Special Forces member replied coldly. Lu Jing, your true identity is that of an operative for the South Korean Intelligence Agency, codenamed Fox Hunt. You are suspected of espionage. Now, you will accompany us at once. I am not an operative. You must be mistaken. Lu Jing continued to protest, yet his voice grew increasingly feeble. The operation came to a close. Although the encounter had its moments of peril, ultimately, all spies were successfully apprehended. Chapter 340. A comprehensive sweep in a bid to instill a sense of deterrence. Lieutenant Colonel Li Guoqiang resolved to publicly judge the spies within the company. He summoned all employees to the lobby on the first floor, where he paraded the captured individuals, Chu Ming, Anna, and Lu Jing, onto a makeshift tribunal. Colleagues, Lieutenant Colonel Li Guoqiang proclaimed from the podium with a resonant voice. We convene this urgent assembly today to announce a matter of grave importance. Recently, our company has been infiltrated by unwelcome guests, not here to contribute, but rather to pilfer our confidential information. They are spies. His declaration immediately ignited a tumult of astonishment among the gathered employees. What? Spies? We have spies within our company. This is utterly terrifying. These individuals are truly despicable. The employees murmured among themselves, their faces betraying shock and indignation. Who are they? One employee inquired. Why do they wish to steal our information? They are the very individuals standing before you. Lieutenant Colonel Li bellowed, gesturing toward Chu Ming, Anna, and Lu Jing. They are agents of intelligence agencies from Island Nation, America, and South Korea, who have stealthily embedded themselves in our company to steal our core technologies and undermine our operations. What? They are spies. They are indeed spies. How deceptive appearances can be. Their actions are disgraceful. The employees were once again taken aback, directing their ire at Chu Ming, Anna, and Lu Jing, vehemently condemning their actions. Chu Ming, Anna, Lu Jing, do you have anything to say for yourselves? Lieutenant Colonel Li demanded sternly. Chu Ming and Anna hung their heads in silence, acutely aware that their guilt was irrefutable and further arguments would be futile. Lu Jing, however, remained defiant, shouting, I am not a spy. You must be mistaken. On what grounds do you detain me? I demand to see a lawyer. At this juncture, you still seek to defend yourself? Lieutenant Colonel Li scoffed. Lu Jing, do you presume we lack evidence? We have long since gathered all incriminating evidence against you. Your every action has been under our surveillance. With that, he gestured, and a special operations soldier promptly stepped forward, presenting a series of irrefutable pieces of evidence before Lu Jing. Upon beholding the damning evidence, Lu Jing's countenance drained of color as he grasped the gravity of his predicament. Colleagues, espionage endangers national security and shall not be tolerated, Lieutenant Colonel Li declared. Today, we publicly judge these spies to convey to all that any attempt to steal our nation's secrets will be met with the full force of the law. With a decisive motion, Lieutenant Colonel Li signaled, and the special operations soldiers escorted Chu Ming, Anna, and Lu Jing away to face trial at the military court. As the three spies were escorted away, a wave of fervent applause erupted within the company. The employees clapped enthusiastically, expressing their admiration for the military's decisive action. Well done. These spies deserve severe punishment. From now on, we must remain vigilant to prevent any further infiltration, they proclaimed. We must unite as one to safeguard our nation. Standing amidst the crowd, Su Yang gazed upon the faces brimming with a sense of justice, and his heart swelled with immense gratification. He believed that in the wake of this incident, all employees of part4 Technology would undoubtedly become more united and more dedicated, contributing their efforts to the advancement of the nation's technology. Chapter 341. A national-level hacking incident. The espionage incident reverberated within the confines of rock-solid technology like a stone cast into still water, serving as a clarion call for vigilance. Su-young understood that it was never too late to mend the fold. He seized this opportunity to execute a comprehensive upgrade of the company's security framework, addressing vulnerabilities to brace for potentially graver challenges ahead. That very afternoon, rock-solid technology launched an extensive security overhaul. Lieutenant Colonel Li Guiqiang personally led the initiative, collaborating with the company's security department to conduct a thorough sweep of the entire campus, meticulously verifying the identities of all personnel entering and exiting, while upgrading and refurbishing all surveillance equipment. Internally, a series of adjustments took place. Every employee was mandated to re-sign confidentiality agreements and undergo security training to heighten their awareness. The technical department worked tirelessly, performing a comprehensive security scan and patching vulnerabilities in the company's network systems to safeguard core data from theft. Su-young took command, working closely with his team to meticulously scrutinize the security apparatus, identifying potential weak points, and devising detailed countermeasures. Through the joint efforts of Su-young and Lieutenant Colonel Li Guiqiang, the security level of rock-solid technology was elevated to unprecedented heights, enveloping the entire company in an atmosphere of tension and solemnity. As time swiftly passed, it was soon 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The waning sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow on Su-young's face and elongating his silhouette. He rubbed his slightly throbbing temples, preparing to rise and conclude the day's work, when suddenly, the voice of Tuan emanated from the computer. "Dad, trouble. We are under a massive hacking attack." "What? A hacking attack?" Su-young instantly straightened his posture, inquiring about the situation. "They are launching a DDoS attack on our company's servers, and it is substantial. I have already activated the defense system, but their assault is intensifying, and our server is nearing its limits," Tuan reported rapidly. "A DDoS attack?" Su-young's expression turned grave. A DDoS attack, or distributed denial of service attack, is a prevalent form of cyber assault wherein attackers commandeer a multitude of computers to send an overwhelming volume of requests to the target server, exhausting its resources and rendering it inoperative. Ordinary hackers can only control a limited number of computers, resulting in a DDoS attack of modest scale, easily thwarted by defense systems. However, should the attackers commandeer a vast network of machines, creating a formidable botnet, the magnitude of the ensuing DDoS attack could be catastrophic and exceedingly difficult to defend against. "How extensive is the scale of the attack?" Su-young inquired. "According to my monitoring, the attack traffic has already reached over 100 million requests per second." Tuan's voice took on a serious tone. "Over 100 million requests per second." Su-young gasped, the scale of the assault exceeding his imagination, far beyond what an ordinary hacker could achieve. "I understand. Immediately activate the highest level of defense systems and ensure the security of the servers at all costs," Su-young commanded in a solemn tone. "All right, Father, I have activated all defense systems. However, the adversary's assault is exceedingly formidable, and our servers are on the brink of collapse at any moment." Chapter 342. National-level cyber attack, continued. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, the office door echoed with urgency. "Mr. Su, we have a crisis." The door swung open, and the manager of the technical department rushed in, visibly anxious. "Our website is under a massive cyber attack." "I understand. Take me to the server room immediately," Su-young commanded. Under the guidance of the technical manager, Su-young swiftly made his way to the server room located on the lower floor of the company building. Upon entering the server room, he was greeted by a wave of heat accompanied by the incessant hum of machines at work. All the technical personnel were intently focused on their computer screens, their fingers flying over the keyboards as they endeavored to thwart the incoming assault. "What is the current situation?" Su-young inquired. "The situation is dire. The attack traffic has surged to over 100 million requests per second, and our defense system is on the verge of collapse," the technical manager replied anxiously. "Moreover, the attackers are continuously altering their strategies, rendering our defense system utterly ineffective." Su-young approached a computer and scrutinized the data displayed on the screen. The screen was inundated with a plethora of intricate codes and data streams. The server's load had reached its breaking point, with all CPU and memory resources nearly exhausted. This is no ordinary hack." Su-young's expression darkened. "This is undoubtedly a state-sponsored cyber attack." "A state-sponsored cyber attack?" the technical manager exclaimed in disbelief. "Indeed. Only a nation possesses such formidable resources to orchestrate an assault of this magnitude," Su-young elucidated. "Their objective is clear: to incapacitate our servers and prevent our services from continuing." "What should we do?" the technical manager asked, panic rising in his voice. Immediately activate the backup servers and redirect a portion of the user traffic to them to alleviate the strain on the primary server. Su Yang decisively instructed. Understood. I will take action at once. The technical manager promptly began to follow Su Yang's directives. However, due to the overwhelming scale of the attack, even the activation of backup servers could not fully alleviate the pressure on the primary server. Mr. Su, this isn't working. The backup servers are also on the brink of crashing. The technical manager rushed back, his anxiety palpable. Our users are already starting to complain about being unable to log in. What to do? In truth, this level of assault was not beyond Su Yang's capabilities. After all, he was a top-tier hacker himself, and with Tuan, the super artificial intelligence, at his disposal, the situation could be resolved effortlessly. Yet, Su Yang was mindful that resorting to Tuan would expose their capabilities. For now, there was no need for him or Tuan to intervene. The company's technical team needed to step up. Do you have any solutions? Su Yang asked the other technicians in the room, several of whom were also experts in the field of cybersecurity. Mr. Su, the attack traffic is simply overwhelming. Our defense system has reached its limit. The speaker is an engineer wearing glasses. However, I have discerned that the source of the attacks originates from the IP addresses displayed on the screen. Blocking these IP addresses proves to be a viable solution. Soon, the volume of attack data diminishes somewhat. Yet, this respite is fleeting. Before long, the server alerts sound once more. Our efforts to block IP addresses cannot keep pace with the frequency at which the adversary changes them. Rock-solid technology has activated several backup servers, yet the congestion on the servers remains unabated. Chapter 343. Server busy, please try again later within the server room. An incessant cacophony of alarms echoed, casting an oppressive atmosphere that was nearly suffocating. The data displayed on the screens fluctuated violently, resembling an erratic electrocardiogram, with each red alert proclaiming the precarious state of the servers. As the technical team at part4 Technology grappled desperately with the onslaught of a hacker attack, users across the internet began to sense an unsettling anomaly. On a Friday afternoon, the peak period of activity for the Zaichuanzi model users was in full swing. Many individuals, during their work or study breaks, habitually open the Zaichuanzi app or website to engage in conversation with this intelligent companion, pose questions, or seek inspiration. In a cozy study in Xingqing, university student Lin Wei was preparing to consult Zaichuanzi regarding a challenging paper. She inquired, "Hello, Zaichuanzi. Could you help me analyze the current opportunities and challenges of artificial intelligence in the medical field?" Typically, scarcely had her words left her lips when Zaichuanzi's sweet and melodious voice would resonate, providing a coherent and rich response. However, this time, the phone screen remained unresponsive, and a disconcerting prompt abruptly appeared. "Server busy, please try again later." Lin Wei was momentarily taken aback, suspecting an issue with her own internet connection. She checked her Wi-Fi, confirming a full signal and normal speed. Restarting the app yielded no different results, and repeated attempts to engage with Zaichuanzi met with the same disheartening message, "Server busy. Please try again later." Perplexed, she furrowed her brow in confusion. It was her first encounter with Zaichuanzi's unavailability. Turning to Weibo, she sought to discover whether other users were experiencing a similar predicament. To her astonishment, she found a plethora of complaints regarding Zaichuanzi's inaccessibility. "What has happened to Zaichuanzi today? It keeps displaying server busy and is utterly unusable. I thought my phone was broken. I rebooted several times to no avail. Could it be that Zaichuanzi has crashed? part4 Technology's server seems rather fragile. Is there an official explanation? I desperately need Zaichuanzi for my paper." Such grievances and inquiries surged through the Weibo comment section like a tidal wave, as an increasing number of individuals realized that their Zaichuanzi was unreachable. Before long, some astute journalists took notice of this unusual phenomenon. At the Xingqing television station, in the news channel's editorial office, reporter Xiao Wang was idly perusing online news when a trending Weibo topic captured his attention. "Zaichuanzi server busy." Zaichuanzi's server is busy? What's going on? A flicker of intrigue stirred within Xiao Wang, his professional sensitivity alerting him to the potential of a valuable news lead. He promptly clicked on the trending topic, meticulously examining the related posts and comments. The more he read, the tighter his brow furrowed. So many users were reporting that Zaichuanzi was unusable, and the duration of this issue was significant. This was undoubtedly more than a mere network glitch. Xiao Wang muttered to himself as he promptly dialed the official customer service hotline of part4 Technology. However, on the other end of the line, he was met with a constant busy signal, clearly indicating that the customer service representatives were inundated with inquiries from users. It seemed that the situation was far more complex than anticipated. Xiao Wang's conviction in his assessment only grew stronger. He immediately reached out to the editor-in-chief of the news channel to report this development. Chapter 344. The server is busy. Please try again later, continued, upon receiving Xiao Wang's report. The editor-in-chief sensed that something was amiss and immediately instructed him to conduct a thorough investigation to ascertain the truth at the earliest opportunity. Xiao Wang accepted the task and sprang into action. He first reached out to the marketing department of part4 Technology, but his calls went unanswered. He then attempted to contact the public relations department, only to encounter the same silence, as if the entire company had succumbed to a shroud of quietude. The collective muteness of part4 Technology raised further suspicions in Xiao Wang's mind. He resolved to adopt a more direct approach and personally visit the headquarters of part4 Technology for an on-site inquiry. Meanwhile, journalists from various media outlets had begun to take notice of the trending topic Xiaotuanzi server busy. Reporters from Xingqing Daily, Xiaoxiao Morning Post, Mango TV, and other major media outlets, akin to sharks sensing blood, swiftly embarked on their quests for the underlying truth. They either posted inquiries on Weibo, directly called part4 Technology, or rushed to the company's headquarters, eager to unravel the mystery. In a matter of hours, the topic Xiaotuanzi server busy snowballed, rapidly gaining traction and skyrocketing to the forefront of Weibo's trending list, drawing increasing attention. As some technology media outlets, such as Tech Frontier, Geek Park, and IT Home, began analyzing the reasons behind the server congestion from a technical perspective, a more shocking hypothesis began circulating online. Could it be that Xiaotuanzi had fallen victim to a hacker attack? An IT blogger published a comprehensive analysis on Weibo, meticulously exploring the various possibilities for the server congestion, ultimately pointing to the likelihood of a cyber assault. Given the current circumstances, it appeared that the server issues were not merely the result of a simple network malfunction or system bug. Rather, they seemed indicative of a large-scale DDoS attack. The blogger noted that if this were indeed a DDoS attack, it would imply that someone was attempting to incapacitate Xiaotuanzi's servers, thereby obstructing its services. The blogger's analysis quickly garnered widespread attention and sparked vigorous discussion. An increasing number of individuals began to believe that the server congestion was not a mere coincidence, but rather a deliberate act of cyber sabotage. Heavens, could it be true? Such a formidable artificial intelligence as Xiaotuanzi could be targeted by hackers? Surely, it must be the handiwork of a competitor. Xiaotuanzi is so popular, someone must be envious. Speculations arose about the possibility of foreign hackers, given the advanced technology behind Xiaotuanzi that might attract the attention of international forces. If it were indeed a hacker attack, would part4 Technology's servers not be in grave danger? Would Xiaotuanzi's data security be compromised? A myriad of conjectures and concerns began to proliferate online, with users engaging in animated discussions filled with trepidation. Just as the online discourse swelled with speculation, a bombshell news story erupted like thunder from a clear sky, igniting the public discourse into a frenzy. Breaking news. According to insider sources, the model Xiaotuanzi from part4 Technology has allegedly fallen victim to a large-scale DDoS attack orchestrated by foreign hacker organizations. As of now, part4 Technology has not issued an official response. This news has ignited fervor online, propelling the topic of Xiaotuanzi's server congestion to unprecedented heights. Astonishing. Is it truly a hacker attack? Could it be the work of foreign hacker groups? I surmise that such a formidable entity as Xiaotuanzi would inevitably attract attention. A foreign hacker organization? That sounds decidedly formidable. part4 Technology may be in for a tumultuous time. I must immediately share this news to raise awareness and rally support for part4 Technology and Xiaotuanzi. Protect Xiaotuanzi. Defend our national technology. In no time, the internet was ablaze with fervent responses as countless users spontaneously shared related news, expressing solidarity with part4 Technology, denouncing the hacker attack, and calling for relevant authorities to investigate and punish the culprits behind this malicious act. The news of Xiaotuanzi encountering a hacker attack has, without a doubt, ascended to the pinnacle of Weibo's trending topics, becoming the most talked about subject across the web. part4 Technology and Xiaotuanzi have once again been thrust into the limelight, becoming the epicenter of public discourse. Chapter 345. The Puppet Master in the Afternoon. Rock-solid technology resembled a solitary vessel tossed upon a tempestuous sea. The servers flickered intermittently, akin to a feeble and labored breath. The user-end servers were besieged, displaying a relentless message urging users to try again later, casting an inescapable pall over every individual seeking to connect with the little dumpling model. Within the technical department's server room, the atmosphere was so tense it felt as if one could wring water from it. Engineers scurried about like ants on a hot skillet, their frantic keystrokes a cacophony of urgency and disarray, yet they remained unable to fully resolve the predicament. They rebooted servers, optimized code, and blocked IPs, each tactic deployed in succession. Yet the hacker's onslaught persisted like a tenacious parasite, intensifying rather than abating. Su Yang stood quietly in a corner of the server room, observing the turmoil with a detached demeanor. He refrained from intervening or interjecting. Instead, He silently watched his team struggle amidst adversity, growing under pressure. He understood that flowers nurtured in a greenhouse could never withstand the tempest. Only through genuine trials could one forge an indomitable spirit and capability. As time inexorably passed, the server's condition fluctuated erratically, reminiscent of a cat-and-mouse game, at times offering a glimmer of hope, only to plunge one back into obscurity. User complaints and skepticism cascaded like snowflakes, suffocating rock-solid technology under their weight. As night descended, the city illuminated by the glow of streetlights, the server connections finally stabilized. Users joyfully discovered that the long-missed little dumpling had returned. An eruption of cheers reverberated across the internet, akin to a long-suppressed volcano finally finding its release. In the headquarters of Rock Solid Technology, Su Yang's office remained aglow. Tuan, have we identified the puppet master behind this? He inquired. Father, we have. Tuan reported. The entity orchestrating this cyber attack is the CIA's cyber warfare team. Their methods are highly sophisticated, with a clear objective, to incapacitate our servers. Su Yang's lips curled into a faint, sardonic smile. Indeed, it was no ordinary hacking incident. It was a state-sponsored assault orchestrated from the shadows. The Americans have finally revealed their hand, he mused. I suspected this was beyond the capabilities of mere rabble. Father, Tuan continued, the CIA cyber warfare team is formidable. They deployed numerous elite hackers and utilized an array of advanced weaponry for this attack. Formidable? Su Yang scoffed. In the face of absolute power, any technique is futile. At that moment, a rapid knock resounded at the office door. Come in. The door swung open, revealing Colonel Li Guoqiang, who entered briskly. General Su, what is the current situation? He inquired, his tone urgent. I've heard that your servers have fallen victim to a severe cyber attack. Colonel Li, please have a seat. Su Yang gestured for him to sit, maintaining a calm demeanor. The situation is indeed complex, but we have largely brought it under control. Partially under control? Colonel Li Guoqiang inquired. So soon? I have heard that the scale of this hacking attack is substantial, and the adversary is quite formidable. Colonel Li, this cyber assault is not a mere coincidence. Su Yang interjected, his tone grave. According to my investigations, this attack was initiated by the CIA's Cyber Warfare Division. Chapter 346, Counterattack Against the CIA? Colonel Li Guoqiang's voice rose an octave, revealing their true identity. It was indeed them. Only they would act so brazenly, employing unscrupulous means. Colonel Li, the Americans have clearly plotted this for a long time. Their intentions are malevolent, Su Yang remarked with an unwavering calmness. Their objective is to thwart the growth of our small group and stifle our technological advancements. Unbelievable. Absolutely outrageous. Colonel Li Guoqiang seethed with fury. Did they truly believe we are soft targets, easily manipulated? Rest assured, Mr. Su, the military will not stand idly by. Rising to his feet, he declared. Now that the CIA has made their move, we must retaliate. Our military is not to be trifled with. Our cyber warfare unit is not merely for show. We will ensure they understand that anyone who dares to threaten us or our technology will face severe consequences. How does the military intend to retaliate, Colonel Li? Su Yang inquired. Fear not, Mr. Su. The military has its own plans. A slight smile graced Colonel Li Guoqiang's lips. We will make them experience the true meaning of an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. They shall learn that the cyber realm of the Dragon Nation is not a playground for their reckless behavior. Very well, with the military taking action, I feel reassured. Su Yang nodded, a faint smile appearing on his face. Colonel Li Guoqiang discussed some further details with Su Yang before hastily taking his leave. After bidding farewell to Colonel Li, Su Yang returned to his desk, his gaze fixed upon the computer screen, excitement flickering in his eyes. Tuan, it is time for us to take action. Father, it is long overdue. Tuan responded eagerly. The CIA's cyber warfare team? Huh. Let them witness what true power is. As night fell like a thick ink wash enveloping the world, an invisible haze of gunpowder permeated the cyberspace. A war without visible blades and swords had quietly commenced. Report. The CIA's cyber warfare team has launched a counterattack. Warning. High-intensity malicious code intrusion detected. Firewall alert. Requesting support. Requesting support. The military's cyber warfare command center erupted with alarm bells, the red warning lights illuminating the serious faces of the commanders. Huh. Have they finally lost their composure? The head of the command center, a general adorned with a golden star, smirked, his eyes glinting with determination. He ordered all units to retaliate with full force, letting them experience the might of a true iron fortress. Yes, the commanders responded in unison, their fingers flying over the keyboards, unleashing a flurry of commands. In an instant, the invisible battlefield erupted in a cacophony of sparks and smoke. The military cyber warfare unit, akin to a reawakened dragon, let out a thunderous roar. A torrent of data surged forth like a steel flood, striking back against the CIA's cyber offensive. On the screen, the data streams representing both sides' offense and defense clashed fiercely like two enraged dragons, exchanging blows without yielding. Report. Our forces have successfully intercepted the CIA's first wave of attacks. Warning. The second wave of the CIA's assault is fierce. A call for bolstered defenses arises. Counterattack. Grant me a fierce retaliation. Let them know this is not a realm where they can act with impunity. The clatter of keyboards, the issuing of commands, the blaring alarms, and the roars of defiance intertwine to create a stirring symphony of warfare, resonating within the command center. Both sides' cyber warfare teams consist of the finest experts of the age, and each clash between them is akin to flashes of blades, fraught with peril. The CIA's cyber warfare unit, relying on its technological superiority and accumulated experience, launches a relentless offensive, akin to a raging tempest, striving to obliterate the military's defensive stronghold. Meanwhile, the military's cyber warfare team, fortified by unwavering resolve and meticulous defenses, staunchly holds every line, refusing to yield an inch, resembling an imposing mountain, unassailable. Chapter 347. The Assault of Tuan Tuan Report. Our firewall is under relentless attack, and the defense system is on the brink of collapse. Warning. The core server is in jeopardy. Requesting urgent support. Hold the line. We must not allow them to breach our defenses. The battle has reached a stalemate, with both sides evenly matched, unable to determine a victor. Father. It seems the military is struggling a bit, Tuan Tuan remarked, the little one vigilantly monitoring the cyber warfare between both factions. Su Yang's gaze was fixed upon the computer screen, where data streams danced incessantly. He could sense that the military's cyber warfare team, despite their utmost efforts, was beginning to falter against the frenzied onslaught of the CIA. It is time. Su Yang took a deep breath. Tuan Tuan, connect to the military network. Target the core server of the CIA's cyber warfare team. Understood, Father. Tuan Tuan sprang into action. The first line of the firewall was breached. The second line of the firewall was breached. The third line of the firewall was breached. Tuan Tuan moved through the CIA's network defenses like a wraith. Any formidable fortress, any intricate labyrinth, crumbled before the might of artificial intelligence as if made of mere paper, utterly defenseless. In a matter of minutes, Tuan Tuan tore through the layers of the CIA's cyber warfare team's defenses with the precision of a sharpened blade, delving deep into the heart of their core server. Warning. Warning. The core server is under unknown intrusion. The firewall is in distress. The firewall is in distress. Requesting urgent support. Code anomaly. Code anomaly. A supervirus has been detected. Within the CIA's Cyber Warfare Command Center, alarms blared as if heralding the apocalypse, and the commanders, stricken with terror, stared at the screen where frantic red alerts flickered wildly, overwhelmed with panic. Damn it! Who is this person? The head of the CIA's cyber warfare team. A silver-haired elder, bellowed in fury, his voice hoarse. Immediately, activate the highest level of defense. At any cost, prevent their intrusion. However, it was far too late. Tuan Tuan descended like the Grim Reaper, effortlessly breaching the last line of defense of the CIA's cyber warfare team. The core server has been compromised. Tuan Tuan's voice rang out like a clarion call of victory. Paralyze the CIA's core server. Su Yang commanded. Understood, Father. Without hesitation, Tuan Tuan executed the command, opening its maw like a colossal beast, fiercely biting into the CIA's core server. Virus injection successful. Code rewriting complete. The core system files have been replaced. No, no, no. The head of the CIA's cyber warfare team, in a frenzy, pounded the keyboard desperately, attempting to avert the server's collapse. Yet, all was in vain. The CIA's core server, stripped of its essence, lay utterly incapacitated. On the screen, the data streams representing the CIA's cyber warfare team receded like a tide, vanishing without a trace. The command center of the military cyber warfare unit, once enveloped in a tense and oppressive atmosphere, was suddenly transformed by waves of exultation and jubilant cheers. We have triumphed. We have triumphed. The counterattack was successful. The CIA has retreated. How magnificent. We have emerged victorious in this cyber battle. The commanders rejoiced with unbridled enthusiasm. This thrilling clash of hackers endured for an entire night, ultimately culminating in a resounding defeat for the CIA. Chapter 348. The director of the CIA in a fury. In the distant land of the United States, in Langley, Virginia, at the headquarters of the Central Intelligence Agency, the director's office was the scene of an unprecedented tempest. William Burns, the normally inscrutable titan of intelligence, erupted like a volcano, his fury palpable. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! He roared, sweeping documents, phones, and coffee cups from his desk to the floor, where they shattered with a cacophony of destruction. Incompetence. A bunch of useless fools. He bellowed at the quaking cybersecurity experts before him. The iron wall firewall. The Cobra defense system. Are you not heralded as the world's finest? How could you have been so easily vanquished by the Dragon Nation? Why? Tell me why. The cybersecurity experts lowered their heads, silenced by fear, none daring to offer a defense. Director, we have done our utmost, one expert stammered, trembling. However, the Dragon Nation's assault was overwhelmingly powerful. Their technological prowess far exceeds our imagination. We were simply no match. Not a match. This is your explanation to me. This is your so-called utmost effort. Director Burns seethed with rage, seizing a crystal ashtray from his desk and smashing it to the ground, shards scattering like his shattered spirit. The Dragon Nation. The Dragon Nation. He could scarcely fathom that his meticulously orchestrated cyber offensive had culminated in such a humiliating defeat. The CIA cyber warfare team had mobilized in full force, only to be decimated by the Dragon Nation, their ranks in disarray, and even their core servers thoroughly incapacitated. It was an unprecedented disgrace, a defeat the CIA cyber team had never encountered before. Damn the Dragon Nation. Damn rock technology. Investigate. I demand an inquiry. Burns bellowed, determined to uncover the methods employed by the Dragon Nation that so effortlessly breached their defenses. At that moment, a piercing telephone ring shattered the oppressive atmosphere of the office. Burns turned, grasping the phone. Speak. On the other end, the voice of the White House secretary resonated. Director. The President requests your immediate presence at the White House for urgent matters. The White House. Now. Burns furrowed his brow. Yes, Director, please make haste. Understood. Burns hung up, inhaling deeply to suppress the tempest of fury within him. He recognized that a summons from the President at this juncture could not bode well. He strode purposefully from his office toward the parking lot. A short while later, his vehicle arrived at the White House. Burns disembarked and proceeded swiftly into the West Wing, traversing a series of heavily guarded corridors until he finally stood before a plainly furnished conference room. He pushed the door open. Inside, the atmosphere was heavy and tense. There were already 7 or 8 individuals present, clad in tailored suits and bearing solemn expressions. Had there been journalists in attendance at that moment, they would undoubtedly have gasped in astonishment, for these individuals were none other than the esteemed titans of the American Silicon Valley tech industry. Google, Apple, Facebook, Microsoft. Each name alone possesses the power to reverberate throughout the world. Director Burns cast a sweeping glance over the assembled company, offering a slight nod as a form of greeting. He proceeded directly to the conference table, pulled out a chair, and seated himself, his gaze tranquil as still waters, rendering it nearly impossible to discern the genuine emotions that lay beneath the surface. Chapter 349. A technology plagiarizing Google? In the conference room, an air of silence prevailed. All eyes were fixated upon the closed door, as if anticipating the arrival of a significant figure. The steady sound of footsteps grew nearer, shattering the stillness within. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing the President of the United States, who entered with a slightly weary gait. Mr. President. The assembled crowd rose in unison, respectfully greeting him. The President nodded slightly, signaling for everyone to take their seats. He positioned himself at the center of the conference table, his gaze sweeping across the room before finally resting on Director Burns' face. Director Burns, I have been informed of the situation, the President stated, his voice devoid of any discernible emotion. In this cyber warfare, have we lost? Yes, Mr. President, Director Burns replied gravely. We have suffered a comprehensive defeat. Silence fell once more in the conference room. Although the Silicon Valley magnates had anticipated such an outcome, hearing it directly from Burns was still met with disbelief and shock. How could this happen? One tech titan exclaimed incredulously. Isn't the CIA's cyber warfare team renowned as the world's strongest? How could we be bested by the Dragon Nation? The Dragon Nation has progressed too rapidly, another tech leader remarked, his brow furrowed and tone serious. Especially in the realm of artificial intelligence. Their advancements have far surpassed our expectations. The President remained silent, his fingers gently tapping the tabletop, producing a series of dull thuds. The specifics of the ensuing meeting remained a mystery. The door to the conference room was firmly shut, isolating it from outside scrutiny, while those outside could only faintly hear the fervent debates erupting within. This clandestine meeting lasted a full 3 hours before it finally concluded. The following day, the tides on the internet shifted dramatically. In the early morning, as the first rays of sunlight kissed the earth, Jeffrey Dean, the AI governance chief at Google, unexpectedly tweeted an accusation against Pan4 Technologies' Little Group AI model, alleging severe plagiarism of Google's AI technology and infringement of Google's core intellectual property rights, reserving all legal recourse. This single tweet acted as a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring up monumental waves. Wait, what? Plagiarism. Google is accusing Little Group of copying? Is this for real? Oh my goodness. This is big news. Pan4 Technology is in serious trouble. Jeffrey Dean's tweet spread like wildfire, igniting a frenzy across the European and American internet. Countless netizens flocked to the comments section, engaging in fervent discussions, with speculations and doubts flooding in like a tidal wave. One stone stirred 1,000 ripples. Sunlight strained through the heavy curtains, stubbornly filtering into the room. Su-Yang turned over, his bleary eyes slowly opening as he instinctively stretched. He had indeed stayed up late the previous night, grappling with the CIA's cyber assault. "Dad, you're awake," a clear voice chimed in. "I have news to report." "What news?" Su-Yang rubbed his bleary eyes and sat up, leaning against the headboard. He casually inquired, "Father, have you seen the message posted on Twitter by Jeffrey Dean, the artificial intelligence administrator of Google?" As he spoke, he swiftly sent a screenshot of the tweet directly to his phone. Chapter 350. The American Schemes. As Su-Yang picked up his phone and cast a glance at the English text in the screenshot, his drowsiness dissipated significantly. "What is this?" Su-Yang pondered. Pan-Sure Technology Little Group's AI model is allegedly guilty of serious plagiarism of Google's AI technology, infringing upon Google's core intellectual property rights. As he read, he couldn't help but chuckle. Plagiarizing Google? What nonsense. The core technology of the Little Group's model is derived from the unique technological advancements within our own system, leading the world. How could it possibly be a case of plagiarism? How absurd. Su-Yang scoffed. Plagiarizing Google? Their technology isn't even worthy of carrying our shoes. Just then, his phone rang. It was a call from the company. "Hello, Mr. Lee. Good morning," Su-Yang answered, his tone light, as if the accusations from Google were of no concern to him. On the other end, the voice of the company's general manager, Li Ming, came through, tinged with urgency. "Mr. Su, have you seen the message that Google posted on Twitter? It's causing quite a stir online." "I have seen it. What's the matter?" Su-Yang replied calmly, knowing that Li Ming's call was undoubtedly related to this issue. "Mr. Su, Google is accusing us of plagiarizing their AI technology, and the public outcry is immense. What do you suggest we do about this?" Li Ming inquired, his tone filled with worry. "Don't pay it any mind," Su-Yang said nonchalantly, as if discussing a trivial matter. "It's merely a provocation. Why should we concern ourselves with them? The more we engage, the more they escalate." But Mr. Su. Li Ming attempted to elaborate, but was cut off by Su-Yang. "Let it be. We need only focus on our own affairs," Su-Yang concluded, hanging up the phone and tossing it onto the bedside table. "Provocation? Humph." Su-Yang scoffed again, his gaze returning to the Twitter screenshot, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. "Father, this matter may not be so simple." The voice of Tuan Tuan chimed in, now tinged with greater seriousness. "This is not merely a case of provocation." "Oh, what do you mean?" Su-Yang raised an eyebrow, intrigued, knowing that Tuan Tuan would never speak without reason. "Father, I have detected that behind Google's allegations lies the shadow of the American government," Tuan Tuan reported. "I have traced the trajectory of online discourse and discovered that a significant number of internet trolls are amplifying Google's accusations, deliberately steering public opinion against us." "The American government? What scheme do they have this time?" Su-Yang frowned slightly, sensing something unusual. "Father, I have also gathered deeper intelligence," Tuan Tuan continued. "Last night, a secret meeting was convened at the White House, attended by the leaders of America's Silicon Valley tech giants, including Google's CEO. A secret meeting at the White House. Su-Yang's mind stirred as he realized the gravity of the situation. "You mean to say that Google's accusations are orchestrated by the White House?" "It is highly probable," Tuan Tuan replied with certainty, "and moreover, the content of this meeting is highly likely to pertain to us." "Is it possible to obtain the details of the meeting?" Su-Yang inquired. "This is precisely what I wish to convey," Tuan Tuan responded. "If we can acquire the video or audio recording of this meeting, we will be able to discern the true intentions of the U.S. government and their future plans." Securing the video of a clandestine meeting at the White House? That is no trivial endeavor, Su-Yang pondered. The cybersecurity system of the White House is undoubtedly among the most sophisticated in the world. Breaching it is a formidable challenge. This is not akin to infiltrating the White House's official website. Internal meeting footage is classified at a national level and is not easily accessed. Even for you, Tuan Tuan. Obtaining it in a short span seems improbable. Tuan Tuan, how long would it take to acquire the video? Su-Yang asked. If I were to rely solely on my current computational capabilities, cracking the White House's cybersecurity system would demand at least several years, Tuan Tuan replied. Several years? That is far too long. Su-Yang shook his head. In such a time frame, opportunities could easily slip away. However, if we were to employ a quantum computer, Tuan Tuan paused, a hint of excitement in her voice. It would only take mere seconds. Chapter 351. Tuan Tuan activated the quantum computer a few seconds? Su-Yang's eyes lit up as he nearly forgot that he held the ace of a quantum computer in his hands. Tuan Tuan, initiate the quantum computer. Target, the cybersecurity system of the White House. I want the video of the meeting. Without hesitation, Su-Yang authorized Tuan Tuan to utilize the quantum computer. Understood, Dad. Tuan Tuan responded with excitement, as the core program was instantaneously activated. The immense computational power awakened like a slumbering dragon, emitting a thunderous roar. An invisible torrent of quantum energy sliced through the void like lightning, transcending the limitations of time and space, and hurtling towards the distant White House. In just a few seconds, Tuan's voice rang out again, tinged with a hint of ease and pride. Dad, it's done. The cybersecurity system of the White House was no match. I've obtained the meeting video. Great. Su Yang's spirit surged. Tuan, play the video immediately. Eagerly, he urged, wishing to uncover the schemes the Americans were concocting behind closed doors. All right, Dad. Tuan acquiesced, and the video began to play on the phone. The backdrop of the footage was the White House conference room, hastily approached by Director Burns the previous night. On screen, the President of the United States sat upright, his demeanor grave, surrounded by several tech moguls from Silicon Valley. The atmosphere in the conference room remained as heavy and oppressive as at the video's onset, as though the very air had thickened. Su Yang widened his eyes, scrutinizing the scene. The President spoke first. Ladies and gentlemen, I have convened you today to discuss a matter of utmost importance. He continued, as you are all aware, a week ago, the Air Force of the Dragon Country conducted an internal exercise, during which they showcased a novel AI aerial combat technology, the sophistication of which far exceeded our expectations. The President's words detonated like a bomb in the conference room. AI aerial combat technology, exclaimed one tech magnate incredulously. Mr. President, are you suggesting that the Dragon Country has mastered the technology for fully AI-controlled fighter jets? Indeed, the President affirmed, according to our intelligence assessments, that is the case. The advancements made by the Dragon Country in the field of artificial intelligence have reached a staggering level, particularly in military applications, posing a serious threat to us. The ensuing dialogue gradually illuminated the situation for Su Yang. It turned out that the reason the American government was mobilizing such vast resources, even enlisting tech giants like Google to tarnish the reputation of rock-solid technology, stemmed from that AI aerial combat exercise conducted by the Dragon Country's Air Force a week prior. That exercise showcased the terrifying potential of the Tuanzi AI in aerial combat, demonstrating an intelligence and tactical prowess that even surpassed that of top human pilots. Although the footage of the exercise was strictly classified by the Dragon Country's military, how could it possibly evade the extensive global intelligence network of the United States? The intelligence agencies of the United States promptly captured information regarding the exercise and swiftly discerned the immense threat it entailed. The explosive advancements of the Dragon Nation in the realm of artificial intelligence, particularly in military AI, have instilled an unprecedented sense of pressure and panic within the U.S. government. Chapter 352. The blockade in their perspective, should the Dragon Nation attain supremacy in the realm of AI military technology, it would irrevocably disrupt the global balance of power and undermine the hegemonic status of the United States. This prospect is utterly intolerable for a nation that has long regarded technological superiority as the cornerstone of its identity. Consequently, the White House convened an urgent clandestine meeting, driven by a singular objective, to curtail the technological ascendance of the Dragon Nation, or more explicitly, to restrict the advancement of its AI technologies. The aim was to preserve the United States' dominant position in the AI domain. During the gathering, officials from the U.S. government and titans of Silicon Valley deliberated and ultimately finalized a series of sanctions and suppression measures targeting the technological sector of the Dragon Nation, with a particular focus on the semiconductor and artificial intelligence industries. Prominent companies such as Rock Solid Technology, Huawei, and a multitude of other tech firms from the Dragon Nation appeared prominently on the sanctions list. The plagiarism allegations initiated by Google on Twitter served merely as a prelude to these sanctions, a calculated maneuver by the U.S. government to shape public opinion and provide a veneer of justification for subsequent punitive actions. As the video concluded, the imagery in the conference room abruptly halted, and the screen returned to tranquility. Su Yang, contemplative, stroked his chin, exhibiting neither surprise nor anger. The maneuvers of the Americans were hardly unexpected. It was the same old script. When faced with adversity, they resort to sanctions. When they cannot compete, they overturn the table, showcasing a complete lack of originality. Su Yang had long been desensitized to this behavioral pattern of the U.S. government. To him, the essence of the U.S. government resembled a domineering, yet deeply insecure paper tiger. They were accustomed to employing sanctions and blockades to uphold their hegemonic status. When confronted with an adversary they could not defeat through conventional competition, they unhesitatingly wielded the sanctioning sledgehammer, attempting to suppress and stifle their opponent's growth through non-market means. Su Yang's expression sharpened, his tone turning grave. It seemed that this time, the Americans were genuinely serious, and the days ahead would likely be tumultuous. Indeed, father, replied Tuan, the sanctions and pressures from the U.S. government may indeed impact our company's development, and we must prepare in advance. Prepare? Certainly, we must prepare. A slight smile creased Su Yang's lips, a glimmer of excitement sparkling in his eyes. However, the means of preparation would not be mere defense, but rather a proactive assault. Su Yang had begun to strategize. Various thoughts and plans raced through his mind. Tuan, send the video of the White House meeting to Colonel Li Guoqiang, Su Yang instructed in a measured tone. The value of this video transcended the mere exposure of American conspiracies. It was a crucial strategic asset. Understood, Father, Tuan promptly complied, dispatching the video file through a secure channel to Colonel Li Guoqiang. Almost simultaneously, in Colonel Li Guoqiang's office, a notification chimed. A prompt appeared in the lower right corner of his computer screen, indicating the receipt of an encrypted email. Li Guoqiang immediately set aside the documents in his hand and opened the email. Upon seeing the email's subject line White House secret meeting video, rock-solid technology, along with the sender's signature Tuan, a jolt of unease coursed through him, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of foreboding. Taking a deep breath, he clicked on the video file. As the footage played, Li Guoqiang's expression grew increasingly grave, his brows furrowing tightly in concern. Chapter 353. The storm arises. Upon viewing the video, Li Guoqiang immediately recognized its explosive significance. He inhaled deeply, attempting to calm his wildly beating heart. The sight of those impeccably dressed politicians, adorned with insincere smiles yet engaged in discussions about how to stifle China's technological future, sent chills of revulsion and fury coursing through him. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized a crimson landline telephone from the desk. Li Guoqiang lifted the receiver and dialed a special number. Beep, beep, beep. After a few seconds, the call connected, and a voice emerged. This is Zhang Ruiduan. This voice, like a stabilizing anchor, brought a semblance of calm to Li Guoqiang's anxious heart. Reporting, General, this is Li Guoqiang, he said with a grave tone. I have received intelligence of utmost importance that requires immediate communication with you. What intelligence? Just now, General Su contacted me and sent a video, a recording of a secret White House meeting. The contents reveal that the U.S. government is orchestrating a comprehensive campaign of sanctions and suppression against our technological sector, specifically targeting the semiconductor and artificial intelligence industries, with companies like part4 Technology and Huawei in the crosshairs. Li Guoqiang relayed the video's contents to General Zhang Ruiduan at a rapid pace. On the other end of the line, there was a moment of silence before the response came. I understand. Please send the video to my email. This matter is of grave consequence, and I shall personally report it to higher authorities. Meanwhile, Su Yang had finished his morning routine and, clad in comfortable loungewear, descended the stairs with a refreshed demeanor, making his way to the dining room to enjoy his breakfast. As he savored his meal, he picked up the smartphone resting on the dining table and began to browse the news from foreign websites. As anticipated by his circle, the plagiarism allegations against Google were escalating, stirring up a considerable uproar. Moreover, new developments had emerged. An influential senator from the United States, John Smith, known for his hawkish stance and hardline attitude toward China, publicly declared through the media that the AI technology of part4 Technology might pose a potential threat to national security. This senator, animated before the camera with a serious expression, fervently called for immediate investigations by government departments, leaving the door open for necessary sanctions. Senator John's statements undoubtedly ignited the flames of this public relations tempest. In a matter of moments, the online discourse became tumultuous, with waves of skepticism and condemnation directed at part4 Technology crashing down like a tsunami. Many fervent American netizens even began campaigns on social media to boycott part4 Technology's products. Their rhetoric fierce and hostile, as if part4 Technology had become the #1 enemy of the United States. Naturally, domestic media closely monitored this unexpected storm, with major news websites swiftly reprinting related reports from foreign sources. The allegations of Google accusing part4 Technology of plagiarism and the calls from U.S. senators for investigations were prominently featured on front pages, each headline more sensational than the last, striving to capture the reader's attention. However, unexpectedly, in the face of this escalating storm of public opinion, the epicenter, rock-solid technology, has maintained an unwavering silence. For an entire day, the company refrained from issuing any statements or responses. Its official website and social media accounts remained eerily quiet, as if isolated from the world. To outsiders, rock-solid technology's reticence appeared somewhat unusual, even tinged with a sense of guilt. After all, in the face of such serious allegations, a typical enterprise would promptly step forward to clarify the facts and protect its reputation. Yet, rock-solid technology's profound silence has inevitably led to speculation. Do they truly harbor some unspeakable secret? Have they indeed plagiarized Google's technology? Various conjectures and doubts have proliferated across the internet, rendering this controversy even more enigmatic. Chapter 354. Press conference outside the headquarters of Pan4 Technology. A throng of reporters gathered early in the morning, creating a scene of bustling anticipation. Cameras and microphones were poised at the entrance, as journalists eagerly awaited a response from the company amidst the unexpected storm of public scrutiny. Time ticked away, yet the doors of Pan4 Technology remained resolutely shut, seemingly isolated from the outside world, without a hint of activity. Though anxious, the reporters exhibited remarkable patience, unwilling to forfeit the opportunity to capture the first-hand news. As the afternoon approached, a discreet black sedan glided into the parking lot of Pan4 Technology. The door swung open, and Su Yang emerged from the vehicle. Like sharks sensing blood, the waiting journalists surged forward, encircling him with fervent zeal. Mr. Su, what is your response to the allegations from Google? Mr. Su, has Pan4 Technology indeed plagiarized Google's AI technology? Mr. Su, what are your thoughts on the call from U.S. lawmakers for an investigation into Pan4 Technology? Mr. Su, please address the public's concerns directly. A barrage of questions rained down upon Su Yang, as reporters thrust microphones and recording devices towards him, desperate for even the slightest utterance in reply. Amidst the enthusiastic blockade of reporters, Su Yang maintained an air of calm, his pace unwavering. He cast a brief glance at the surrounding journalists and, in a composed tone, replied, "I apologize, but I have no comment. Please make way." With that, he proceeded into the building, escorted by security, leaving a group of journalists thwarted at the entrance, exchanging disappointed glances, just as they resigned themselves to leaving empty-handed. At precisely 2 o'clock, Pan4 Technology's official Weibo account issued a succinct announcement. In light of recent allegations circulating online regarding our little Tuanzi AI Model S supposed infringement of Google's AI technology, we categorically declare that these accusations are baseless and constitute malicious defamation. To address the concerns of the public, we will hold a press conference today at 5 o'clock, during which we will provide a detailed explanation of this matter. The moment this Weibo post went live, it reverberated across the internet like thunder, igniting a wave of excitement. After a prolonged silence, Pan4 Technology had finally made its voice heard, and with such a resolute stance, denouncing Google's allegations as malicious slander. Even more surprising was the announcement of a forthcoming press conference to directly address the issue at hand. At 5 o'clock, the press conference hall at Pan4 Technology's headquarters was already filled to capacity, teeming with media representatives from around the globe. Under the scrutiny of countless eyes, Su Yang, clad in a sleek black suit, exuded a composed demeanor as he ascended the podium. The room fell silent, all attention fixed upon him, awaiting his words. Su Yang approached the microphone, casting a composed glance across the audience. With an air of tranquility, he addressed the assembled media, saying, "Good afternoon, esteemed friends from the press. I extend my gratitude for your presence at the press conference of Pan4 Technology. Today, I stand before you to formally respond to the recent allegations of plagiarism levied by Google against our little dumpling AI model, as well as the ensuing public uproar." Chapter 355. The Chip Lock Bill, Part 1. The reporters on site held their breath, ears perked, fearful of missing a single word from Su Yang. He paused momentarily, a slight smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. With one sentence, he detonated the atmosphere like a bomb. The accusations against Google are utterly inconceivable. Su Yang's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of every attendee, imbued with an undeniable confidence and authority. The reason was singular. He continued, his tone laced with unmasked mockery. The technology of Google is utterly inferior. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. The reporters were left agape by Su Yang's audacious remarks. Seemingly oblivious to their astonished reactions, Su Yang went on, "I eagerly await their so-called evidence to substantiate their claims of plagiarism. However, I firmly believe they will have nothing to present." His tone was resolute, a hint of derision playing upon his lips. That concludes today's press conference. Thank you all. With that, Su Yang decisively ended the conference and turned to leave the podium, leaving behind a throng of reporters still reeling from the shock. The brief press conference held by Pan4 Technology quickly ignited widespread attention online. Domestic netizens, after a moment of stunned silence, erupted in fervent support for Su Yang and Pan4 Technology, flooding the internet with messages. How powerful! Su's response is incredibly satisfying. Indeed, the Zhichuanzi AI outmatches Google's AI, a fact recognized worldwide. Where is the notion of plagiarism? Google is merely trying to exploit this to suppress our domestic AI. Support Pan4 Technology. How resolute! Simultaneously, the international community began to buzz. Initially, many foreign netizens, particularly from the United States, scoffed at Su Yang's brazen statements, regarding him as a braggart attempting to obscure the truth. However, as more technical analyses emerged online, contrasting the technical intricacies of Zhichuanzi AI with Google's AI, An increasing number of individuals began to realize that Google's accusations of plagiarism might indeed be a blatant fabrication. To date, Google has failed to present any substantial evidence proving that part4 technology has infringed upon their technology. Is it merely a matter of words? Upon closer examination, it is evident that the technology of Zhichuanzi AI is significantly more advanced than that of Google, existing on an entirely different tier. It seems that Google's attempt to manipulate the narrative may ultimately backfire. We await the moment when Google faces the consequences. The tide of public opinion appears to be shifting. This time, it is Google that finds itself in silence. Faced with Su Yang's audacious claim that Google's technology is inferior, coupled with the formidable counterattack from part4 technology, the official Twitter account of Google has fallen silent, akin to a cannon that has run out of ammunition. What is even more intriguing is that, shortly thereafter, observant netizens discovered that the tweet accusing part4 technology of plagiarism had mysteriously vanished. To outsiders, this series of actions taken by Google undoubtedly appears to be a tacit admission of defeat. If there were indeed substantial evidence, why not continue to refute the claims? If they truly possessed confidence, why resort to deleting the accusation? Chapter 356, The Chip Act, Part 2, Google's silence and its actions of deleting posts have not quelled public discourse. Rather, they have further validated the suspicions of netizens. This allegation of plagiarism against Google is indeed a blatant case of provocation. The online ridicule directed at Google has surged, with voices of derision rising in crescendo. Ha ha ha, has Google been slapped in the face? Have they deleted posts and fled? Their technology is utterly subpar, as Mr. Su aptly put it. Google's AI pales in comparison to that of lesser competitors, rendering it almost juvenile. Google's failure in this instance is nothing short of embarrassing. They deserve it for attempting to stifle our Chinese technology. The uproar online has reached fever pitch, yet Su Yang finds himself in a precarious position. He understands well that Google's silence does not signify genuine defeat, nor does it reflect any semblance of capitulation. True to the style of the American government, they will not easily relent. The accusations leveled by Google are merely a prelude. The real repercussions are yet to unfold. Su Yang is acutely aware that the ultimate goal of the American government is to curtail the rise of Chinese technology, and sanctions and suppression are their most adept and effective tools. As expected, within just 3 days, the U.S. Department of Commerce, much like a long-anticipated storm, abruptly announced a new round of chip sanctions targeting the Dragon Kingdom. The contents of this sanction document detonated like a powerful bomb, sending shockwaves throughout the global technology community. The core of the sanctions entails further escalation of chip export controls to China, expanding the ban to include chips produced at a process node of 7 nanometers and below. This implies that the export of advanced CPUs, GPUs, AI chips, and other high-performance chips to China will be prohibited. Moreover, the scope of this sanctions list has significantly widened, encompassing not only companies like Huawei, which have already faced sanctions, but also Rockchip Technology and several leading research institutions and tech companies in China. The U.S. Department of Commerce's forceful and imperialistic wording in this sanction bill immediately sparked a global uproar. The topic of U.S. chip sanctions escalated to the top of trending lists on major social media platforms, becoming the focal point of discussion for netizens around the world. Domestically, the outrage is palpable, with citizens expressing their indignation fervently. The Americans have indeed returned. We knew they would not relent. A ban on 7-nanometer chips? Do they truly believe such measures can halt our technological progress? What a delusion. Fear not. Let them impose a blockade. After 10 or 8 years, we shall have everything we need. Self-reliance and hard work. Support for domestic chips. Support for the rise of indigenous technology. Support for Rockchip Technology. Support for Huawei. The online chorus of self-reliance and the resurgence of domestic innovation resounds, with countless netizens expressing their unwavering support for the development of national technology, as well as their encouragement and anticipation for Chinese tech enterprises such as Rockchip Technology and Huawei. On that very day, multiple Chinese tech companies, including Huawei and Rockchip Technology, simultaneously issued stern statements through their official channels, publicly condemning the new round of chip sanctions from the U.S. Department of Commerce. In its statement, Huawei reiterated its steadfast position, emphasizing that the sanctions imposed by the U.S. government exemplify typical hegemonic behavior. These actions not only severely undermine Huawei's interests but also disrupt the healthy development of the global semiconductor supply chain, hindering the progress of technological advancement worldwide. Huawei asserted that in the face of external pressures, it will persist in its commitment to independent innovation, increase investment in research and development, and strive to overcome critical technological bottlenecks, thereby providing superior products and services to global clients. Similarly, the statement from Rock-Solid Technology was even more direct and incisive. It pointed out that the sanctions enacted by the U.S. Department of Commerce are baseless political oppression, a blatant violation of the principles of free trade and market economy. Rock-solid technology emphasized that the technological development of its AI model, Little Dumpling, is wholly a product of independent innovation, possessing complete proprietary intellectual property rights. And there is absolutely no occurrence of alleged plagiarism. The sanctions imposed by the U.S. represent not only a malicious suppression of rock-solid technology, but also a manifestation of fear and restraint against China's technological innovation capabilities. Rock-solid technology declared that it will never yield to any external pressure and will unwaveringly pursue the path of independent innovation, employing more advanced technologies to counter all forms of unjust oppression. Chapter 357. The Dragon Kingdom has never feared blockades apart from Huawei and Rocktech, several other technology giants, including ZTE and Xiaomi, along with key semiconductor enterprises and research institutions, have issued statements expressing their profound dissatisfaction and resolute opposition to the U.S. chip sanction legislation. Although the wording of these declarations varies, they convey a unified message. The Chinese technology sector will never cower in the face of U.S. blockades and sanctions. Chinese tech companies have demonstrated unprecedented solidarity and resilience. They have collectively vowed to transform pressure into motivation, to intensify research and development investments, to break through technological barriers, and to achieve self-reliance in critical core technologies. China has never been daunted by blockades. From aviation engines to the Beidou satellite navigation system, from space stations to deep-sea exploration vessels, the history of China's technological development is a saga of relentless breakthroughs against blockades and monopolies. The U.S. government's attempts to stifle the rise of Chinese technology through sanctions and blockades are nothing short of delusional. In addition to issuing statements to assert their firm stance, several major Chinese tech giants swiftly took concrete actions to retaliate against U.S. sanctions. The first to step forward was Rocktech. On the very afternoon the U.S. Department of Commerce announced the sanction legislation, Rocktech convened an urgent press conference to reveal a significant announcement. Their AI model, Little Dumpling, has successfully completed comprehensive adaptation and optimization based on Huawei's AI chips. This means that even in the event of a chip embargo imposed by the U.S., Rocktech's Little Dumpling AI model can continue to operate normally, unaffected in any way. We anticipated that the U.S. government would resort to such despicable tactics. So we were fully prepared from the outset, declared Rocktech's CEO, Su Yang, at the press conference. He asserted, the Little Dumpling AI model has relied on Huawei's AI chips since its inception, achieving complete self-reliance and control. The U.S. sanctions have no impact on us. Su Yang's words served as a reassuring balm for all those invested in the progress of Chinese technology, providing a collective sigh of relief. It turns out that from the very foundation of Rocktech, Su Yang foresaw the possibility of U.S. sanctions and blockades against Chinese tech enterprises. Thus, he took precautionary measures by choosing Huawei's AI chips as the hardware foundation for the Little Dumpling AI model from the very beginning. At the time, this decision may have seemed somewhat audacious, given that Huawei's AI chips still had room for improvement in terms of performance and stability compared to the international elite. However, Su Yang firmly believed that only by adhering to independent innovation and mastering core technologies could they avoid being throttled and genuinely achieve technological self-reliance and strength. Today, the wisdom of Su Yang's initial decision is abundantly clear. The news from Rocktech quickly ascended the trending charts across major social media platforms, igniting fervent discussions among netizens. CEO Su is truly visionary. He anticipated the U.S. would resort to such measures. Rocktech is remarkable. Huawei is remarkable. Chinese technology is remarkable. U.S. sanctions? Blockades? We were ready long ago. Support domestic chips. Support independent innovation. Chinese technology has a promising future. Netizens are enthusiastically applauding Rockchip technology and Huawei, celebrating the rise of Chinese technology. Chapter 358. A visit to the headquarters of Huawei after the conclusion of the press conference. Su Yang wasted no time and promptly drove to the airport. The urgency of the situation compelled him to swiftly solidify the collaboration with Huawei in order to tackle the challenges at hand. The following morning, a business jet landed at Shenzhen Baoan International Airport. Su Yang and his entourage disembarked and immediately transferred to automobiles, heading directly to Huawei's headquarters located at Qingshan Lake. As the convoy gradually entered the Huawei headquarters, they were greeted by a striking array of modern, technologically advanced structures. Awaiting them in front of one of the office buildings was Yu Dong, the CEO of Huawei's consumer business, accompanied by several Huawei staff members, one of whom held a bouquet of flowers. Mr. Su, welcome. It is truly wonderful that Panshur Technology could visit Huawei at this critical juncture, Yu Dong exclaimed. Hastening towards Su Yang and clasping his hand firmly, his tone warm and inviting. "You're too kind, Mr. Yu. At this time, it is imperative that we support one another and face our challenges together," Su Yang replied with a smile. The atmosphere resonated with enthusiastic applause, and Su Yang graciously accepted the flowers. Nearby, a Huawei staff member captured the moment on video, which was promptly shared across social media platforms such as Weibo. The news spread rapidly online, garnering widespread attention. On the day following the announcement of the U.S. chip sanctions, Su Yang, CEO of part4 Technology, makes an appearance at Huawei's headquarters. This was not merely a casual visit, but rather a significant gesture, a signal that part4 Technology and Huawei, two leading enterprises in China's tech sector, were standing shoulder to shoulder in defiance of external blockades and oppression. Both companies, undeterred by adversity, were demonstrating their commitment to overcoming formidable obstacles through decisive action. This marked Su Yang's second visit to Huawei. His first was to discuss the collaboration between the Little Dumpling AI model and Huawei in the realm of autonomous driving. This time, beyond deepening their partnership, the paramount objective was to seek Huawei's assistance. A few days prior, part4 Technology had been subjected to a large-scale cyber attack by foreign hackers. Although the formidable security defense system of Little Dumpling had successfully repelled the attackers, it had also revealed certain weaknesses in part4 Technology's server capacity and network security, necessitating urgent expansion and reinforcement. In this regard, Huawei undoubtedly stood as one of the preeminent enterprises in the country. Within the conference room at Huawei's headquarters, Yu Dong attentively listened to Su Yang's account of the cyber attack on part4 Technology. Upon concluding, Yu Dong's expression turned serious, and he promptly declared, "part4 Technology is an important partner of ours. Huawei is duty-bound to assist you in your time of need. We will fully support the expansion of your servers and the enhancement of your network security, prioritizing your requirements." Turning to a nearby vice president, Yu Dong decisively instructed Lao Wang, "Immediately assemble a skilled team of 60 technicians within 3 days to assist part4 Technology in their server expansion and network security upgrades." Listening to Yu Dong's swift and resolute arrangements, Su Yang could not help but marvel at Huawei's efficiency and decisiveness, which truly lived up to its esteemed reputation. After a brief exchange of pleasantries and work-related discussions, the conversation naturally shifted to another significant achievement of their collaboration, the M9, an autonomous vehicle equipped with the Xiao Tuanzi AI system. The prototype of the M9 has essentially reached its final form, with all performance metrics meeting the anticipated targets. With a smile, Yu Dong inquired, "Mr. Su, would you like to visit the workshop? Witness the allure of our new vehicle firsthand." Su Yang, filled with eagerness, could hardly contain his excitement for this collaborative endeavor that encapsulated their collective efforts. Yu Dong stood up, warmly guiding Su Yang as they departed from the office. Chapter 359. The new car in collaboration with Huawei. M9. After passing through several security gates, a group of individuals arrived at a spacious, intelligent driving testing ground. At the center of the venue stood a vehicle enveloped in a black camouflage cover. Although the body was largely concealed, its exposed contours and dimensions exuded an undeniable aura of grandeur. Su Yang immediately recognized it as the inaugural intelligent driving model, the M9, developed through the collaboration between part4 Technology and Huawei. The vehicle's dimensions surpassed those of the typical SUVs found on the market, featuring smooth, powerful lines that subtly hinted at a cutting-edge technological prowess. Even from behind the camouflage, one could sense its exquisite craftsmanship and exceptional design. "This is our M9 testing model," Yu Chengdong proudly declared as he gestured towards the automobile. Huawei has invested considerable effort into this collaboration. From the overall vehicle design to the intelligent driving system and production manufacturing, we strive for perfection in every aspect. He led Su Yang around the car, elaborating on its details. For the M9's exterior design, we adopted the Kuanping spreading wings concept, symbolizing boundless ambition and soaring aspirations. Observe the front fascia. Its robust lines are highly recognizable. The side profile features a sleek, coupe-like design that radiates dynamism. At the rear, the continuous taillight enhances the vehicle's technological appeal. Subsequently, Yu Qingdong opened the car door and invited Su Yang to step inside. "We have also invested significantly in the M9's interior," he continued. "Behold this enveloping cockpit, which balances simplicity and elegance, merging technological sophistication with luxury. The central console boasts an expansive curved screen that displays a wealth of information. The seats are adorned with Nappa leather, ensuring unparalleled comfort and quality." When discussing the intelligent driving system, Yu Chengdong became particularly animated. "The M9 is equipped with our latest ADS Advanced Intelligent Driving System, featuring an array of sensors including LiDAR, millimeter-wave radar, and cameras, granting it formidable perception capabilities. It can facilitate automated driving assistance in various scenarios, such as urban roads and highways, encompassing functions like automatic parking, lane changing, and overtaking. However, The core of this system is your part4 Technologies' Little Tuanzi AI system. Its integration elevates the M9's intelligent driving experience to unprecedented heights. Su Yang listened attentively while meticulously examining every detail of the M9. Upon hearing Yu Qingdong mention that the M9 is a new energy electric vehicle, he interjected with a question. Director Yu, what highlights does the M9 offer in terms of battery technology? Users today are particularly concerned about the safety and range of electric vehicle batteries. Yu Qingdong smiled and nodded, seemingly anticipating Su Yang's inquiry. You have hit the nail on the head, Su. Regarding the battery, the M9 utilizes our latest high-energy density battery technology, ensuring extended range while maximizing safety. We have implemented multiple safety measures, including thermal runaway protection at the cell level and structural safety designs at the battery pack level, to guarantee the battery's reliability under various extreme conditions. In terms of endurance, the M9 boasts a CLTC comprehensive range exceeding 700 kilometers, fully accommodating users' daily travel needs. Ultimately, Yu Qingdong shifted the discussion to the M9's intelligent cockpit system. The M9's intelligent cockpit can be described as a seamless integration of the premier technologies from both Huawei and Rocksolid. It harmoniously combines the Zaichuanzi AI system with Huawei's Harmony OS, creating a truly intelligent mobile space. As the conversation unfolded, Su Yang settled into the driver's seat and immediately felt the automatic adjustment of the seat, while the air conditioning effortlessly adjusted to a perfectly comfortable temperature. Before he could thoroughly explore other features, he was captivated by another remarkable aspect of the seat. What is this seat? Su Yang inquired with a hint of surprise. This is our M9 Foot S0 gravity seat, Yu Qingdong explained. It employs ergonomic design to disperse body pressure to the greatest extent, allowing passengers to experience a comfort akin to floating in space. Mr. Yu, you should experience it yourself, Su Yang suggested. He adjusted the seat, gradually reclining his body, which caused the seat angle to shift accordingly. It felt as though he was gently cradled, and the pressure was instantaneously alleviated, flooding him with an unprecedented sense of comfort. This is absolutely delightful. Su Yang couldn't help but exclaim, the experience of this zero-gravity seat is truly astonishing. Chapter 360, Level 3 Autonomous Driving System. Subsequently, Yu Dong invited Su Yang to take the driver's seat and personally experience the autonomous driving capabilities of the M9. Within the confines of a specialized testing facility, the performance of the M9 left Su Yang in awe. The vehicle glided smoothly into the simulated urban roadway, navigating the intricate traffic environment with remarkable ease. It adeptly recognized traffic signals, pedestrians, and other vehicles, executing maneuvers such as lane changes, overtaking, and evasive actions with fluidity, almost entirely devoid of human intervention. We are currently experiencing Level 3 autonomous driving, Yu Dong elucidated. Level 3 signifies that under specific conditions, the vehicle can achieve conditional autonomous driving. The driver may relinquish control to the system, allowing the vehicle to autonomously complete driving tasks. However, for safety reasons, the driver must remain vigilant and prepared to take over at any moment. Su Yang was not taken aback. The M9 had already demonstrated such capabilities. In this testing venue, should the results be disclosed, they would undoubtedly make headlines worldwide. It is noteworthy that, at present, the majority of commercially available models, including those from Tesla, which is at the forefront of autonomous driving technology, are still predominantly at Level 2. Level 2 merely offers assisted driving, where the driver remains the primary operator and must maintain constant control of the vehicle. In contrast, Level 3 represents a genuine liberation of the hands, allowing the driver to temporarily escape the burdensome driving tasks in certain scenarios. The M9's attainment of Level 3 autonomous driving marks a monumental technological breakthrough. At the core of this achievement lies the intelligent framework provided by the M9, deeply integrated with Huawei's Harmony OS, which endows the M9 with such exceptional autonomous driving capabilities. Su Yang could envision the fervor that would ensue once the M9 is launched into the market. This vehicle would undoubtedly be a game-changer, completely transforming public perceptions of intelligent automobiles and exerting profound influence across the entire automotive industry. Once the experience concluded, Su Yang exited the vehicle and inquired, President Yu, when do you anticipate the M9 will be launched? I can hardly wait to see it officially hit the market. With a smile, Yu Dong replied, Mr. Su, good things come to those who wait. Although the M9's technology has matured, we are still conducting various tests under extreme conditions to ensure absolute reliability. These tests include assessments in winter snow, high-altitude environments, as well as various range and collision safety evaluations, which will take approximately another month to complete. Quality is the lifeline, and safety is paramount. I completely understand, Su Yang nodded in agreement. Additionally, we are diligently advancing the production phase of the M9, Yu Dong continued. Huawei has specifically established a brand new smart factory for the M9. employing the most advanced intelligent manufacturing techniques to guarantee that both the production capacity and quality of the M9 reach the highest standards. This factory is currently under rapid construction, and I believe it will soon be operational. After visiting the Huawei headquarters and personally experiencing the formidable capabilities of the M9, Su Yang was filled with anticipation for this intelligent vehicle, which embodies the dedication of both parties. He firmly believed that the advent of the M9 would not only serve as a significant milestone in the developmental journey of both Pansher Technology and Huawei, but also stand as a crucial symbol of the rise of China's smart automotive industry. Bidding farewell to Yudong, Su Yang departed from the Huawei headquarters and returned to his hotel. Chapter 361. An academic invitation from the United States. Upon returning to the hotel from Huawei's headquarters, Su Yang felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. A glance at the clock revealed that it was only 2 in the afternoon, leaving ample time before his flight at 11 that night, perfect for a restorative nap. After a brief freshening up, he collapsed onto the plush hotel bed, quickly succumbing to slumber. He slept soundly, awakening to the realization that it was already 4 in the afternoon. Sunlight filtered through the heavy curtains, casting a mosaic of light and shadow across the room. Stretching languidly, Su Yang felt a renewed sense of vitality. At that moment, his smart wristwatch vibrated, signaling a message from Tuan Tuan. "Dad, I received an invitation from the United States." Sitting up, rubbing the sleep from his eyes, Su Yang opened the message on his wristwatch. The invitation bore the letterhead of an unfamiliar English institution, signed by a professor of artificial intelligence named Alan Wilson, inviting Su Yang to attend a seminar in the United States focused on cutting-edge artificial intelligence technology. The language of the invitation was effusive, extolling Su Yang's remarkable contributions to the field and expressing the hope that he would grace the event with his presence. Alongside dozens of the world's foremost experts and